Chapter 264. Hidden dangers in the vast expanse of the imperial palace square. A palpable buzz enveloped the crowd as they fervently discussed the exquisite poems recited by Xiang Chen. Numerous literati and talented scholars gazed upon him with admiration. Poetry serves as a testament to one's cultural refinement and erudition. Can a person capable of crafting such remarkable verses be devoid of talent? Though the world often venerates unparalleled martial prowess, humanity possesses a distinctive understanding and appreciation for intellect and artistry. A person adept in both the arts and martial skills, capable of shaping strategies with a quill and commanding the realm with a sword, inherently possesses a greater allure than one who is merely proficient in violence. Naturally, an individual who is all talk yet feeble in action garners little respect in this world. The Merchant King, this young man is called Xiang Chen, is it not? I wonder about his origins. These poems are destined to resonate throughout the literary circles of the 9 provinces. What kind of family nurtured such a talented youth? Wu Ling inquired with a smile, his words laced with admiration. The Merchant King withdrew his gaze and replied, "This young man, Xiang Chen, is the second heir of our esteemed Zhenyuan Wangfu. He undoubtedly possesses great talent. However, it is said that his character leaves much to be desired. In his pursuit of the heirship, he even resorted to poisoning his own elder brother, who displayed loyalty just moments ago." In the midst of his praise, the Merchant King subtly cast aspersions upon Xiang Chen. "Oh, a flawed character, resorting to treachery against his own brother," Wu Ling mused, observing the white-clad, white-haired youth. "He does not strike me as such a person. The ability to compose such fine poetry suggests a more virtuous nature." The Merchant King chuckled softly, remarking, "One can never fully know another's heart, can they?" Nevertheless, he has been expelled from the Xiang Wangfu. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling cast a disappointed glance at Xiang Chen. No matter how talented, a person of questionable character seldom garners favor. At that moment, the Chancellor spoke up. "Who among us can rival Xiang Chen's remarkable poetry?" The multitude of young scholars remained silent. Indeed, these verses were sufficient to elevate Xiang Chen to a divine status within the literary realm. Who could possibly compare? Xiang Ke glared at Xiang Chen, humiliation rendering him speechless. The Crown Prince maintained a serene exterior, yet his eyes shimmered with malice. Xiang Chen's sudden prominence undoubtedly irked him greatly. Since none can overshadow Xiang Chen, it appears he shall be recognized as the foremost poet in this gathering. "I trust no one disagrees," the Chancellor declared, a man of both literary and martial prowess, who also admired Xiang Chen's poetic talents. No objections arose. The Chancellor respectfully addressed the Merchant King. "Your Majesty, what is your perspective?" The Merchant King replied with a serene smile, "Xiang Chen's verses are indeed astonishing, worthy of widespread acclaim. I have no objections to declaring him the foremost poet. Let these poems be immortalized in a collection to honor the valiant soldiers of our great nation." Even though he harbored personal reservations about Xiang Chen, this sovereign could not publicly dismiss the young man's talent. Personal feelings and regal decorum are often at odds. A ruler may graciously address you as a beloved minister by day, yet swiftly enact ruthless retribution by night. Such is the complexity of a monarch's character. "Goodness, you are truly remarkable," someone exclaimed in awe. Xiahou Wu gazed at Xiang Chen with admiration. Xiang Chen smiled faintly. "Do you think my 9 years of compulsory education were in vain? Indeed, we both share the same educational background. Yet why do you excel so?" The Prime Minister declared. "In the literary competition, Xiang Chen ranks first, rewarded with 100,000 gold coins, 1,000 spirit stones, and a scroll of mid-grade Xian-level martial arts. The rewards will be distributed to you later, Xiang Chen." "Thank you, my lord." Xiang Chen clasped his fists together, casting a subtle glance at King Shang, who happened to be watching him as well. "Damn it, that little brat has stolen the spotlight," a voice coldly remarked beside the Crown Prince. Lin Huang, the talented scion of the Lin family, sneered, "Do not be hasty. He may be full of knowledge, but what use is that? In this world, strength reigns supreme. During battles, no one wins through mere words or poetry. The spring hunt and martial arts competition are yet to come. This little brat is merely at the divine concealment realm. He will have much to endure. Indeed, we must teach this little brat a lesson during the spring hunt." Others echoed in agreement. They were astonished that such talent could emerge from the modest Shang kingdom. Among the youth gathered behind Wu Ling, a beautiful maiden clad in a pale yellow dress gazed at Xiang Chen, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. "Indeed, Sister Xiao, those poems were delightful. A playful young girl in red chimed in. Humph, what good is writing poetry? The world is not conquered by scholars. No matter how beautiful the verses, I could defeat him with a single punch, scoffed a burly youth clad in tiger skin. TCH, Su's son, all you know is fighting. What do you understand? The young girl in red retorted. Are you saying I'm just a brute, Tong Yin? The tiger-skinned youth fumed. Are you not? Then prove your worth by composing a couple of poems, Tong Yin teased. Enough, Su's son, why argue with a girl? Did you not notice? That fellow is called Xiang Chen. Another youth in blue, with a prominent forehead and high hairline, remarked sharply while observing Xiang Chen. What is the matter, Luo Gu? Susan asked, puzzled. Luo Gu replied coldly. Have you forgotten the name of the boy we were sent to find by Brother Yi? It is Xiang Chen. Susan suddenly understood. Right? He is called Xiang Chen. Could it be him? Luo Gu smirked. If it is indeed him, then it will be easy. Who would have thought he was a weakling at the divine concealment realm? We should inquire later. If it is him, we will eliminate him. Haha, splendid. Su's son grinned maliciously, as he held disdain for such pretentious scholars. What are you two planning? Tong Yin questioned sharply. What concern is it of yours? Do you dare meddle in Brother Ye's affairs? Susan sneered. Tong Yan's expression darkened, ready to retort, but she was restrained by a girl in yellow, who shook her head, signaling her to avoid trouble, seemingly wary of the two boys and their mention of Brother Yi. After the literary competition concluded, the Prime Minister proclaimed, Since ancient times, our human race has relied on martial prowess to establish order and protect the populace. In an era where ferocious beasts roamed, it was the great martial ancestors of our race who safeguarded our survival. Martial strength is the foundation of our nation. Next, we shall commence the second event of our Spring Palace gathering, the Spring Hunt and Martial Arts Competition. At last, the moment I have eagerly anticipated has arrived. Indeed, compared to the trivial pursuits of crafting poetry and lyrics, the Spring Hunt represents a true arena for men. The eloquence of poetry holds no value if it cannot preserve life or earn merit. Chapter 265. The Beast Hunting Grounds. Clearly, it is the forthcoming event, the Spring Hunt, that ignites the fervor of these young aspirants. Now, I call upon all the young disciples participating in the Spring Hunt and those wishing to observe to make their way forward. Let us proceed to the royal hunting grounds. With a gesture to the assembly, a multitude of soldiers advanced, forming two lines that created an extended passage leading into the distance. Mr. Wu, let us be on our way. Observe how this generation of young disciples from the great merchants fares. Are there any prodigies worthy of special admission into the inner palace? The merchant king remarked with a smile. After you, Wu Ling nodded. A throng of youthful talents followed the pathway arranged by the soldiers, while ministers and invited formidable figures from the great merchants also proceeded onward. Behind the palace lies an expansive mountainous forest, stretching over 100 kilometers, encompassing more than 2,000 square kilometers, thick with verdant trees and surrounded by towering walls reaching heights of hundreds of meters. Perched atop these walls, heavy siege engines were aimed at the sky. Suddenly, a colossal pterosaur, with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, let out a piercing cry, attempting to soar beyond the high walls. Yet, swift as the wind, several arrows, thick as a man's arm and inscribed with magical runes, were unleashed from the siege engines. With a series of sickening thuds, the pterosaur was struck by two arrows, its body pierced and bloodied, plummeting from the sky to crash into the depths of the forest. The royal hunting grounds, renowned for harboring and breeding ferocious beasts, seldom seen outside these confines. Ferocious beasts, distinct from demonic beasts, are inherently savage and notoriously difficult to tame, possessing a bloodthirsty and combative nature. Most of these creatures cultivate pure physical prowess and possess innate magical abilities, their corporeal strength often surpassing that of demonic beasts and even humans, exhibiting formidable defensive capabilities. However, despite their ferocity, these beings face a significant challenge regarding intelligence. Even highly ranked ferocious beasts possess limited wisdom. The classification of ferocious beasts is determined by tiers. The lowest tier, Tier 1 ferocious beasts, exhibit strength comparable to that of a martial artist at the 9th level. Tier 2 ferocious beasts possess power akin to that of the divine concealment realm. Tier 3 ferocious beasts rival innate realm true martial artists, while Tier 4 ferocious beasts match the might of those in the origin sun realm. Naturally, even more formidable beasts exist at higher tiers, with subdivisions based on their strength, low-level, mid-level, and high-level classifications. The crowd arrived before an immense city gate. This gate, crafted from a colossal bronze and mixed with mysterious iron, towered at a height of 100 meters. Numerous soldiers stood guard at the entrance, while many more patrolled the walls and towers above. The merchant king, ministers, and the observing powerhouses ascended the city walls, gazing down upon nearly 1,000 young talents below. Xiang Chen regarded the grand bronze gates, which exuded an aura of ancientness and primordial strength, coupled with an imposing presence. The minister of the court gazed down at the multitude of young men and women and proclaimed, "The royal hunting grounds have long served as a training ground for the imperial guard and a crucible for the refinement of royal progeny. It is also the vital cradle for selecting talents for our great merchant realm, nurturing the future generals. Within these hunting grounds, a plethora of ferocious beasts are nurtured, which are primarily utilized as a source of sustenance for the royal family and as instruments for honing the skills of the disciples. The spring hunt will take place here in the royal hunting grounds. Those who wish to participate will enter the hunting grounds shortly, where they will compete for a duration of 1 day and 1 night, reconvening at this very hour on the following day. The criteria for success are straightforward. The higher the rank of the beasts hunted and the greater their number, the better the performance. The top 5 performers who express intent to enroll in the Wilderness Academy will receive substantial annual financial support of 1,000 spirit stones towards their tuition. Those who choose not to pursue studies at the Wilderness Academy will still receive focused cultivation from the state. The top 10 hunters will be rewarded generously and provided with opportunities for further advancement. Should any among you attract the attention of esteemed seniors from the Wilderness Academy, a coveted spot for direct admission to the inner palace may be granted." Upon concluding his address, the eyes of many disciples sparkled with excitement, eager to showcase their skills. During the spring hunt, while you are permitted to contest and seize the spoils from one another, the slaughter of fellow kindred is strictly prohibited. Eagle guards will oversee the proceedings from above, and both the king and esteemed ministers will observe your performances through precious artifacts. Any violation of this rule resulting in the death of a kindred spirit will lead to expulsion from the hunting grounds and subsequent punishment. Is that understood? Understood. The young disciples responded in unison. Excellent. As you enter, leave behind any excess storage vessels. Bring only one with you. These storage vessels will be inspected by the gatekeepers to prevent anyone from cheating by preparing prey in advance. As the minister laid out the rules, the bronze gates swung open with a resounding boom, releasing a gust of wilderness energy that enveloped them. Those participating in the spring hunt may now enter the hunting mountains. I must forewarn you that within, there are countless third-tier innate ferocious beasts, swarms of second-tier beasts, and even formidable primordial beasts. Should you be slain by these creatures, no one will come to your rescue. Thus, the spring hunt carries significant peril to life. However, in the pursuit of martial prowess, one must forge ahead with courage. If fear of death hinders your willingness to contend with others, then you shall live your life as a mediocrity and a failure. The minister's gaze swept across the youth, further igniting their spirits. The crown prince was surrounded by a throng of supporters, including Xia Qingbao, Xiang Chen, and several scions of noble families. The crown prince declared, "In this spring hunt, you are all to assist Qingbao, Xiang Chen, and Lin Huang in securing positions within the top 5. There is also an adversary we must address, Xiang Chen." The crown prince's eyes glinted coldly as he continued, "Since this insolent wretch refuses to acknowledge his place and insists on opposing me, I cannot allow him to remain. Fear not in eliminating him. I have arranged for the mirror guards to ensure that no footage of Xiang Chen's demise will be disseminated. Even if matters go awry, my father will not hold you accountable. If he does, I shall protect you from any repercussions. Furthermore, those who accompany my second brother and can be incapacitated, do so." "Understood. Understood." The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, their voices low. Xiang Chen remarked with a cold smile, "Fear not, cousin. This time, I have prepared numerous assassins. In the hunting grounds, Xiang Chen will have no strong allies to aid him, ensuring his demise will be without a trace." Lin Huang also chuckled darkly. "My family has likewise prepared specialized assassins to deal with Xiang Chen. In this hunting ground, Xiang Chen is destined to be a prey without escape." The crown prince nodded and declared, "That is well. Proceed, for the future of the great Xiang shall be our dominion. Once I ascend to the position of crown prince, each of you shall rise to prominence as my trusted ministers." A chorus of voices solemnly echoed, vowing to follow the crown prince to the death. It was a deadly hunt aimed at Xiang Chen. However, who truly is the prey remains uncertain. Thank you, Buddha, a Yong, Ling Feng, and the unsealing of the cat of Guanfang. Chapter 266. Routine Operations Dog. What are those fellows murmuring about over there? Xiahou Wu inquired, casting his gaze toward the distant crown prince, Xiang Ke, and a throng of others gathered together. Xiang Chen smirked. Perhaps they are secretly plotting against me. Humph. Those wretches have no good intentions. If they dare to trouble us, I shall cleave them in two. Xiahou Wu replied with a chilling grin, his gaze fixed on the group. Brother Xiang, would you care to join us in action? The hunt for ferocious beasts shall benefit us all, inquired Yin Tianhua, accompanied by a group of followers. Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness, but we shall refrain from joining forces. I fear that my presence may bring you trouble, as many will likely target me during the hunt. Xiang Chen declined. Understanding the implication, Yin Tianhua glanced at the distant crown prince and his entourage, nodding, very well. But do take care. Indeed, Xiang Chen replied, and he and Xiahou Wu entered through the grand gates, where their storage belts were inspected by guards to prevent any pre-prepared cheating by means of ferocious beast corpses. Nearly 1,000 young elites of the Great Shang entered the royal hunting grounds in succession. As Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu stepped into the forest, they found themselves amidst ancient tree species, including sago palms and coniferous woodlands, towering majestically. The roars of ferocious beasts echoed from all directions, the air thick with humidity, reminiscent of a tropical rainforest. Upon the castle tower, ministers and various powerful figures observed the influx of these youth into the forest, some bearing the worried expressions of noble families. The Welcome Palace event occurs annually, but the spring hunt takes place once every 3 years, and each time, many lose their lives to the jaws of wild beasts. Your Majesty, this time, the second prince has also partaken in the spring hunt, remarked Queen Lin Jiao, with a meaningful smile beside the King of Shang. The king retained a calm demeanor, saying, Huair usually seeks leisurely pursuits. It is unexpected that he would participate in the spring hunt to hone himself. Command the mirror guard to provide me with the perspective of the Duke of Da. As you command, Your Majesty. A eunuch, adorned in imperial garments, respectfully placed a crystal mirror before the King of Shang. Within the depths of the crystal, luminous symbols flickered, revealing the figure of Yin Tianhua accompanied by a group in the forest. Above the royal hunting grounds, numerous individuals rode upon the backs of soaring eagles, while radiant special mirrors illuminated the scenes below. The reflected images were transmitted to another exquisite mirror. The voyeuristic mirrors, a unique magical artifact akin to celestial surveillance lenses, possessed a certain range limitation. Your Majesty, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this spring hunt? Inquired the Chancellor, Li Xiang, with a smile. That remains uncertain. It depends on the aspirations of those small factions, the Shang King replied with a faint smile, his gaze fixed upon the myriad of images displayed on the voyeuristic mirrors. Notably, there was no sign of Xiang Chen among them. This tedious hunting game pales in comparison to the hunts at the academy. To pursue humans is the true essence of a hunt, remarked a group of youths from the Wilderness Academy, many of whom wore expressions of disdain, with Su Sen expressing particularly arrogant sentiments. After all, this is but a minor nation. There are 13 such small states throughout the Western Wilderness, and countless more in the Wilderness Province, which naturally cannot be compared to our empire, Su Luo stated coolly. What of small nations? They too can produce prodigies. The illustrious Qinsheng, for instance, hails from such a small country. In terms of talent, can you rival her? Retorted a girl clad in red, her figure strikingly voluptuous. Tongyan is also from an ordinary small nation. Individuals like Qinsheng are ultimately rare. Such nations may produce one exceptional talent every century. Su Sun scoffed in response. Oh, why is it that the figure of that Xiang Chen is absent from these voyeuristic mirrors? Su Luo furrowed his brow, scanning the floating mirrors for any sign of Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen is merely an inconsequential figure, unworthy of attention. You need not worry. He shall not escape the hunting grounds, interjected the eldest prince, Yin Tianai, with a smile. Tianai, could it be that the Xiang Chen spoken of by Brother Yi is indeed him? Su Luo asked in astonishment. Indeed, it is that fellow. However, you need not concern yourselves. I can eliminate this threat in the royal hunting grounds without your assistance, for Brother Yi will aid me. Yin Tianai replied with a grin. Huh, that is good to hear. Such a lowly insect is not worth my effort. Tianai, if you handle this well, with Brother Ye's support, The throne of the great Xiang will undoubtedly be yours, Su Luo added with a smile. Yin Tianai responded with a calm smile. I have every confidence in Brother Ye's capabilities. While the identity of Brother Yi remained a mystery to them, it was clear that he posed a significant threat to Xiang Chen. In the heart of the forest, where vines intertwined and ancient trees towered, Xiang Chen inhaled the scents in the air, occasionally crouching low to the ground, his wolf-like ears pressed to the earth in quiet vigilance. Onward, Xiang Chen decided on a direction, leaping forth with Xiahou Wu. Suddenly, from the treetops, beams of green light shot down like arrows towards Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen. These green lights revealed themselves as serpents, each 3 feet in length, with arrow-like heads and venomous fangs poised to strike. Caution, it is the Qingye Biao snake. Its venom can paralyze a body at the innate realm, and in considerable quantities, it can decompose flesh, turning it into a viscous substance. Xiang Chen warned, as a foot-long, moon-white wolf claw sprouted from his fists. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen unleashed a flurry of claw shadows, tearing through the air, shredding the Qingye Biao snakes into pieces. Blood splattering as they were ripped apart. A group of tiny earthworms dared to bite at the young master. Xiahou Wu sneered, delivering a ferocious slap that resonated with a thunderous boom. Within Xiahou Wu's body, over 20,000 pounds of terrifying physical energy erupted alongside a wave of golden true qi. Bang, bang, bang. Each Qingye Biao snake that lunged forward was obliterated by the force of his slap. With a resounding crash, a tree, thick enough for a person to embrace, was shattered by Xiahou Wu's strike. Its trunk splintered into fragments. By heavens, your strength is exceedingly formidable. Such power from a mere slap. Xiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Heh, do not be surprised. It is merely routine, Xiahou Wu chuckled, rubbing his nose with a smug grin. Routine, you say? Do you think I am praising you? Your commotion has startled all the prey. Hurry, let us pursue, Xiang Chen retorted, giving Xiahou Wu a kick to the rear before darting into the forest. Alas, wait for me, you mutt. Keep your voice down. Chapter 267. The emergence of malice. Shortly thereafter, the two stood atop a great tree, gazing 100 meters away at a ferocious beast that was hunched over, devouring a corpse. It was unmistakably a dinosaur, towering over 3 meters and stretching more than 6 meters in length, with robust forelimbs and claws as sharp as scythes, complemented by a gigantic claw protruding from its leg, resembling a curved blade. The scythe dragon. Heh, a low-level tier 3 beast, Xiang Chen remarked with a grin. As for a beast of innate realm caliber, allow me to handle it, Xiahou Wu suggested quietly. No, I shall take the lead. The scythe dragon possesses acute senses, is exceedingly cautious, and displays considerable intelligence, typically avoiding any frontal engagement with humans. Your heavy-handed approach might scare it away, Xiang Chen replied, gracefully leaping down and stowing the long K demon blade into his Qianquan ring. Utilizing the 7 illusions concealment technique, he enveloped himself in a distinctive illusory magnetic field, merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, the turtle breath technique allowed him to suppress his presence as he stealthily approached the feasting scythe dragon. The scythe dragon, voraciously consuming flesh, remained blissfully unaware of the diminutive figure drawing near. 30 meters, 25 meters, 20 meters. Xiang Chen silently crept closer to the scythe dragon. When only 10 meters separated them, the dragon's head, previously buried in the carcass, suddenly lifted, as if sensing impending danger, turning its gaze behind it. With a soft incantation of startling step, Xiang Chen propelled himself forward, unleashing 9 layers of true qi, transforming into a piercing arrow, his form swelling into a formidable presence. Flash! Xiang Chen had already gathered his tying true qi, preparing to deliver a decisive strike. With a sharp sound, the blade cut through the air. The crimson blade of energy cleaved through the air, striking the head of the scythe dragon. With a pained roar, the creature's visage was marred by the blow, blood gushing forth as its skin was torn open. However, its formidable physique rendered it impervious to death from that initial strike. Yet, at that moment, Xiang Chen had already gathered his true energy, channeling it into his blade for a decisive strike. With a piercing sound, the blade descended upon the scythe dragon's head, its astonishing force penetrating the skull and cleaving the cranium in two. The dragon let out no cry of anguish. Its body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, blood splattering everywhere. It convulsed, limbs twitching, a low-tier ferocious beast of the 3rd rank, annihilated in a single ambush. "Splendid!" exclaimed Xiahou Wu from the shadows, ready to approach. But he noticed Xiang Chen gesturing for him to remain calm. Following the swift execution of the beast, Xiang Chen stowed its lifeless form within his vast storage ring. Only he had the capacity to do so, as others would typically only sever a symbolic part of the prey as proof of their kill. In the distance, amidst a thicket, 9 figures stealthily approached Xiang Chen. Each bore a dark blade in hand. "We've spotted him," one whispered. A young man with a sallow complexion sneered. "Spread out and encircle him." The other 8 nodded, immediately dispersing to conceal themselves around Xiang Chen. This pallid young man, appearing to be in his late 20s, wielded a formidable black bow adorned with intricate patterns. He nocked a sharp arrow, drawing the bowstring taut, accumulating power aimed squarely at Xiang Chen's head, ready to unleash a devastating force. With a whoosh, the arrow transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards Xiang Chen's head with astonishing speed and terrifying penetrative power, capable of piercing half a meter of steel. Yet, the moment the bowstring was released, Xiang Chen moved. He swiftly rolled aside, the arrow barely grazing his head before embedding itself into a large tree. Boom! The tree, as thick as a man's embrace, exploded upon impact, shattering into fragments. In that instant of evasion, Xiang Chen swung his blade. With a swift motion, a wave of energy surged forth, slicing through the air toward a nearby thicket. Bang! The energy detonated upon contact, obliterating the underbrush, and from within emerged a young man enveloped in true essence. "Kill!" he bellowed, brandishing his blade infused with innate true essence, revealing himself as a practitioner of the 2nd level of the innate realm. "Ah, the lurking fangs can no longer contain their impatience," Xiang Chen remarked with a low, cold chuckle. With a determined step, he lunged forward, wielding his blade in a counterattack. Clang! The blades clashed, the energy and innate true essence colliding with explosive force, conjuring a tempestuous gust. Xiang Chen was thrust back several meters, while the opposing innate expert stumbled back 2 steps, astonished by the encounter. This young man, at the 9th level of the divine concealment realm, matched his speed and strength, a formidable adversary indeed. Xiang Chen, perish! Suddenly, another individual erupted from the thicket over 20 meters away, charging forward with an intensity that defied belief, crossing the distance in a single stride. In a flash, a sword, swift as lightning, was aimed at Xiang Chen's head, traversing the 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! However, a golden beam of light infused with a terrifying force surged forth, moving even faster. This was, astonishingly, a spear measuring a full yard in length. Thud! The spear struck first, impaling the assailant's torso. Ack! The man screamed in agony, pinned by the spear through his waist, propelled 7 or 8 meters away, crashing against a large tree, the overwhelming force shattering his insides. "Heh, you dare to ambush my brother? You seek death." Xiahou Wu scoffed, his imposing figure bursting forth from the woods. Xiahou Wu, the youth who had clashed with Xiang Chen, changed color at this revelation. "Monkey, you emerged too soon. There are still adversaries present," Xiang Chen remarked, casting a glance at Xiahou Wu. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, several figures charged forth from the forest, each enveloped in the aura of innate true qi, their gazes icy as they regarded the two. Among them was a formidable opponent of the innate realm, a 3rd-tier expert. These 6 individuals surrounded Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. "Come out, you who lurks in the shadows," Xiang Chen sneered, gesturing towards a thicket. From the underbrush came a cold laugh, as a pallid-faced youth with a drawn bow emerged. Xiang Yan. Xiang Chen recognized him. Xiang Yan, in his 20s, was a remarkably talented guardian of Xiang Quebec. "Second young master, it has been a long time," Xiang Yan sneered, his gaze fixed on Xiang Chen, then briefly glancing at the unfortunate soul pinned by Xiahou Wu, his expression chilling. "What? Do you dare to act against me in the royal hunting grounds? Do you not fear violating the rules?" Xiang Chen remained calm, arms crossed, regarding Xiang Yan. Xiang Yan chuckled coldly, replying, "Rest assured, second young master, there will be no mirror guards monitoring here. I have come to send you to your demise. Next year on this day will be your memorial." Xiang Chen surveyed the 7 adversaries, stating calmly, "Indeed, it takes a loyal subject to dare to kill me so recklessly. Yet, it is a pity that you have chosen the wrong allies. Do you truly believe that your meager forces can defeat me?" Xiang Yan scoffed. "Who besides Xiahou Wu can assist you?" This is not the outside world. The experts of the Gongsun family and the myriad medicine pavilion cannot enter. He then turned his icy gaze toward Xiahou Wu, warning, young Prince Xiahou, I advise you not to interfere with Xiang Chen's affairs. Otherwise, you may find yourself dead here. And Lord Xiahou will not know who was responsible. We will leave your corpse before the ferocious beasts, and all will believe it was their doing, absolving us of blame. Xiahou Wu laughed heartily, declaring, truly, you possess the audacity of a bear and the heart of a leopard. Not only do you wish to kill my brother, but you also dare to target me. When I take a life, you lot will still be busy ingratiating yourselves to Xiang Quebec fools. Do you really think you can slay us? It seems young Prince Xiahou is refusing a toast and inviting punishment. If so, let us see. For we'll deal with Xiahou Wu, and two will take down Xiang Chen. Kill. Xiang Yin barked coldly. In an instant, 6 individuals sprang into action, one possessing the innate prowess of a minor celestial being, while the others were at the second and first tiers of innate mastery. For advanced towards Xiahou Wu, while the remaining 2 targeted Xiang Chen. With a sinister grin, Xiang Chen unleashed the second phase of the celestial wolf essence, transforming into a towering 3-meter-tall werewolf, complete with razor-sharp claws and fangs, his visage a terrifying sight. The true chi of the moon surged within him, elevating his abilities to a level comparable to innate mastery. Kill. The 2 innate masters coordinated their assault. One wielded a great sword, channeling innate true energy to unleash a devastating downward strike, a torrent of sword energy accompanying the blow. Simultaneously, another charged from Xiang Chen's left, bringing his blade down upon him. With a mighty roar, Xiang Chen surged forward, brandishing the dragon-quelling demon blade, infusing it with tremendous power to counter the assault of the second-tier innate expert. The clash of blade against blade sent shockwaves through the air, and to everyone's astonishment, Xiang Chen's strike forced his opponent back, leaving a significant gash in the great sword. Impossible. The second-tier innate master was thrown off balance, his eyes wide with disbelief. Die. The other assailant released a blue blade of energy, slicing through the air towards Xiang Chen. However, Xiang Chen deftly evaded the attack, the blue energy severing a large tree with a deafening crash. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen unleashed his own strike, channeling the power of a thunderous mountain, the blade crackling with overwhelming force. The opposing fighter met the blow, only to find his arm numb from the impact, his treasured sword nearly shattered. At that moment, Xiang Chen's wolf-like tail, infused with formidable strength, swept in from behind, striking the first-tier master with a resounding thud, sending him flying. Xiang Chen, propelled by his incredible speed, aimed to take the life of his adversary. Kill. Yet another opponent with a great sword charged in to intercept. Unfazed, Xiang Chen coldly smiled, channeling the power of the moon with one claw while the other lunged forward to strike. With a series of swift motions, 5 sharp crescent blade claws whistled through the air, battering against the protective true energy of his foe. As he evaded a diagonal strike, Xiang Chen gripped the dragon-quelling demon blade, infusing it with lunar energy. With a hum, he delivered a diagonal cut from below, the blade moving with astonishing speed. The opponent attempted to block with his sword, only to have it sent flying by Xiang Chen's might. Die! Xiang Chen roared as he lunged, sinking his teeth into the enemy's neck. With a sickening crunch, the protective true energy of the second-tier master was pierced, and he fell lifeless, eyes wide in shock. Xiang Chen, the remaining foe, bellowed, swinging his blade down towards Xiang Chen's head. In a desperate maneuver, Xiang Chen used the corpse of his fallen opponent as a shield, the body cleaved in two by the powerful strike. Drawing upon the raging force of the dragon-elephant inner strength, he concentrated his might into a single punch, the true chi of the moon surging into his left fist. With a thunderous roar, the air crackled as he unleashed a devastating blow towards the innate master. A dragon-like figure roared forth. This master of the innate realm was struck squarely on the blade, and with a resounding thud, he was sent flying, blood spewing forth from his mouth, his eyes filled with astonishment. In a swift motion, Xiang Yin launched a treacherous arrow, mercilessly aimed at Xiang Chen's head, an attack nearly impossible to evade. However, Xiang Chen, with an acute sense, anticipated the strike. As the arrow was released, he had already initiated a dodging maneuver, the arrow grazing past him. His sensory perception and spiritual awareness were extraordinarily keen, constantly attuned to the movements around him. Xiang Chen swung the dragon K demon blade, which transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling forth with ferocious intensity. With a sickening sound, the innate realm expert, still unsteady from being struck by Xiang Chen's fist, was pierced through the chest by the blade, his body forced backward, eyes wide with disbelief. Subsequently, his essence and soul were drained by the Dragon K, leaving him a mere desiccated corpse. How could this be? A second-layer innate realm practitioner and a first-layer innate realm practitioner could not possibly slay a mere boy of the divine concealment realm. From 100 meters away, Xiang Yen, bow in hand, wore an expression of shock, unable to fathom the reality before him. Indeed, Xiang Chen had single-handedly vanquished these two individuals without the aid of any external forces. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, agonized cries echoed. There, Xiahou Wu had transformed into a towering figure over 4 meters tall, engulfed in golden light, delivering a devastating punch. The ground trembled with a terrifying force, the sound of air being explosively compressed resonating ominously. A third-layer innate realm expert roared, channeling powerful energy into his spear to counter the impending strike. Yet, mere inches from Xiahou Wu's fist, his spear was obliterated by an overwhelming force. The sheer might crashed into him, sending the third-layer innate expert hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth. With a series of resounding thuds, massive trees were splintered, 4 of them shattered, and the man was propelled over 20 meters away. Lifeless upon impact, an autopsy would reveal that his bones had been reduced to splinters. War God trample. Xiahou Wu scoffed, stepping forward with a thunderous impact. The earth quaked, the surrounding terrain exploding into fragments, dust billowing as trees shattered, waves of golden light radiating from his feet, each pulse imbued with terrifying force. The onslaught continued relentlessly, and the other 3, caught in the shockwave, screamed in agony as they were blasted away, their internal organs ruptured upon collision. They fell to the ground, lifeless. Everything within a radius of 17 to 18 meters was reduced to rubble, including trees and stones. A bunch of pathetic fools. Xiahou Wu, standing like a giant, wore a cold smile. The 4 were nearly annihilated in an instant. Where was Xiang Chen's intricate array of agile combat skills? What the hell? This beast is so monstrous. What am I, the destined child of fate, supposed to do? Xiang Chen couldn't help but curse at the scene, recalling that his brother had mentioned monkeys were natural-born warriors. But this was beyond excessive. Killing 2 individuals should not require such a convoluted effort, yet he effortlessly dealt with 4 adversaries with a mere punch and kick. Chapter 269, Mastering Foreign Languages. This scene left Xiang Yen utterly astounded, grappling with disbelief as 6 formidable opponents fell before him. Impressive, my friend. Have you truly attained such extraordinary prowess? What was that move called? Its force surpassed my divine elephant stomp by a considerable margin, remarked Xiang Chen, astonished as he sheathed his sword. Indeed, such weaklings are no match for me. I could easily take on 10 at once. My master once stated that I am destined to stand alongside you in toppling this vast firmament. That technique was called the God of War Stomp, within a 20-meter radius. I am invincible, boasted Xiahou Wu, completely disregarding the distant Xiang Yen. You too, meet your demise. Xiang Yen exclaimed in fury, drawing back his bow to unleash 4 sharp arrows aimed at Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, with his agile form, sensed the danger early and effortlessly dodged the 2 arrows. Xiahou Wu, however, did not flinch. With a swift thrust of his spear, a surge of golden celestial energy erupted, shattering the arrows with 2 resounding explosions. You insignificant pest, you seek death. Xiahou Wu sneered, his massive frame covering more than 20 meters in a thunderous stride towards Xiang Yen. Xiang Yan's expression shifted dramatically, witnessing Xiahou Wu's terrifying combat prowess. He dared not confront him head-on, for his imposing figure alone was enough to instill dread. Channeling his innate energy, Xiang Yen unleashed a series of powerful waves, transforming into a leopard-like creature, fleeing with astonishing speed. Xiahou Wu released his spear, which shot forth like a streak of gold. Xiang Yen twisted his body just in time to evade it, the spear crashing into a robust tree, splintering it to pieces. Meanwhile, Xiang Yen had already disappeared into the dense forest. Damn it, he escaped. It seems I must practice with this spear diligently, Xiahou Wu cursed. Escape? Xiang Chen said with a cold laugh. He cannot flee. With a powerful leap, he soared 20 meters into the air, using the momentum to ascend even higher. Reaching over 40 meters, suddenly his eyes radiated with a silvery glow, transforming into 2 luminous moons. The moon-gazing eye, 200 meters away. Xiang Yan's fleeing form was laid bare before him, the obstructing trees appearing as mere illusions. In his hands, a massive bow adorned with black, dragon-scale patterns materialized. An arrow was nocked, infused with the essence of the Taiyin, transforming him into a celestial hunter as he roared, "Release." The dragon-hunting bow was drawn back. His gaze fixed on Xiang Yan, the arrow aimed precisely 1 meter ahead of him, not directly at him. At that moment, Xiang Yan had already covered over 300 meters, hidden among thick trees. Whoosh! In an instant, the arrow transformed into a streak of black light, surpassing the speed of sound. Bang! 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 Trees that obstructed its path were pierced through, each suffering gaping wounds. Xiang Yan suddenly felt a chill at his back, instinctively accelerating his leap. Thud! Ah! Xiang Yan let out a wretched scream as an arrow pierced through his thigh and pelvis, creating a gaping wound the size of a fist. The impact caused him to tumble to the ground, rolling several meters away while howling in agony. "Ha! What remarkable archery skills," laughed Xiahou Wu, who held deep admiration for Xiang Chen's marksmanship. As Xiang Chen regained his composure and fell from midair, Xiahou Wu caught him, allowing Xiang Chen to stand upon his broad shoulders. Like a ferocious beast, the towering Xiahou Wu charged towards Xiang Yan, crashing into a tree that shattered upon impact. "Ah!" Xiang Yan cried out repeatedly, clutching his injured thigh, writhing in pain. "Xiang Chen, how many people does Xiang Ke have prepared to deal with me?" he asked coldly. "You're doomed, Xiang Chen. You want to die a peaceful death." Xiang Yan roared. "Did you not hear my brother's question?" Xiahou Wu sneered, seizing Xiang Yan's arm and crushing it in his grip. Crack! "Ah!" Xiang Yan shrieked in a piercing tone as his arm was pulverized, bones reduced to dust. "I will ask you once more. How many people has Xiang Ke sent to kill me?" Xiang Chen pressed. 2 waves. "And there's another group of assassins from the Crown Prince. They'll be here soon." Xiang Yan stammered under duress. "How many of them?" Xiang Chen inquired. "More than us. At least 20 experts at the innate realm are coming to kill you," Xiang Yan replied. "Do they not fear the repercussions of brazenly attempting to kill me in the royal hunting grounds?" Xiang Chen questioned. "It's futile. There are no surveillance guards watching you. The Crown Prince has arranged everything," Xiang Yan said, his complexion pale. "How did you find me?" Xiang Chen asked, aware that the royal hunting grounds spanned an area comparable to a city. "Spy birds," Xiang Yan answered. "Spy birds? I knew it. I felt as though I was being watched," Xiang Chen reflected, scanning the dense forest around him. Indeed, he spotted several spy birds resembling magpies. These were trained birds capable of monitoring enemies, with trainers able to communicate with them to ascertain what the spy birds observed. "I've said all I can. Please, don't kill me," Xiang Yan pleaded, his face ashen. "We are merely trying to survive. We had no choice but to submit to Xiang Quebec," Xiang Chen scoffed. "It is impossible for me not to kill you, but I can ensure your death is swift." "You." Before Xiang Yan could finish his words, Xiang Chen thrust a blade into his heart, the dragon's edge absorbing his essence and soul. "What now, my friend? Shall we report them?" Xiahou Wu asked. "Reporting is useless. The royal family wants me dead but cannot act openly. Since they wish to eliminate me, let us take them down one by one, starting with these spy birds," Xiang Chen declared, turning his gaze to the spy birds in the forest. He then emitted a series of bird-like calls. The spy birds, upon hearing his call, fluttered over in response, black creatures resembling hawks. Summoned by Xiang Chen, they began chirping and communicating with one another in a lively exchange. After inquiring, Xiang Chen remarked, "I have also discerned the whereabouts of Xiang Ke and the assassins, who are currently advancing towards us from the eastern direction. Is it just you and these spies making all this noise that you have come to know?" Xiahou Wu asked in astonishment. "Indeed. Mastering a foreign language is of paramount importance. Wouldn't you agree?" Xiang Chen replied, his gaze steely. "We cannot remain passive, Your Highness. With Xiang Ke sending people to kill me, how could I allow myself to be slaughtered without retaliation?" Xiahou Wu furrowed his brow. "If we take the initiative to eliminate them, won't we incur the wrath of the mirror guards? They are certainly keeping a close eye on them." This posed a significant dilemma. However, killing does not necessarily require our direct involvement, Xiang Chen mused. "For now, let us first eliminate the batch of assassins dispatched by the Crown Prince." He instructed the spies to leave and send word of their positions. In his hand, Xiang Chen produced several spirit stones inscribed with intricate runes. "Is that an array stone?" Xiahou Wu exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, my friend, Prepare to witness a thrilling hunt. They may consider me the prey, but I shall reveal who the true quarry is, Xiang Chen sneered, proceeding to arrange the array stones around him, forming a formation that enveloped an area of over 10 meters. With a concentration of runes, he infused one into a principal array stone. Instantly, the formation began to absorb the moisture from the surrounding atmosphere, coalescing into dense mist and releasing tendrils of azure vapor from the array stones. Before long, the forest was shrouded in thick fog. What sort of formation is this? You can set up arrays? Xiahou Wu questioned, astonished. This is the mist formation, a mid-tier profound array. Those of innate strength who enter will lose their sense of sight. It is part of my heritage. Now, let us enjoy the spectacle. Xiang Chen chuckled coldly. From his Qiankuan ring, a beam of light emerged, revealing a diminutive figure with yellow hair and earthy skin before Xiang Chen. Master. Ling spoke in a deep voice, his eyes radiating a savage bloodlust. What is this? How did you fit a child into your Qiankuan ring? Xiahou Wu asked, astonished. The Qiankuan ring is also his. It was given by the eighth brother, as he is indeed his direct disciple. His name is Ling. A zombie currently at the celestial rank of innate level, Xiang Chen explained. A zombie? Xiahou Wu gazed at the small Ling in disbelief, then poked the creature. Roar! Ling howled, snapping at Xiahou Wu. Goodness! Xiahou Wu quickly dodged, retreating behind Xiang Chen, staring in astonishment at the childlike yet grotesque zombie. Ling, conceal yourself. Xiang Chen commanded. Immediately, Ling silently melded into the earth below. Truly remarkable. Perhaps these are the capabilities of your spirit essence. I wish to try as well. Xiahou Wu chuckled, his body shrinking as he transformed into a creature the size of a mouse, slipping into the misty array, nearly undetectable. Xiang Chen leapt onto the trunk of a towering tree over 20 meters high, leaning against it as he surveyed the fog-enshrouded landscape. As the fog thickened, it approached a density where one could hardly see their own hand before their face. The sunlight above was obscured, and the moonlit figure transformed into a dark shadow. Hovering around Xiang Chen. My master, why complicate matters? When those individuals arrive, I can simply eliminate them, you may respectfully suggest it. Now a ghostly practitioner at the Yuanyang realm. I wish to observe the capabilities of Ling. You must not recklessly reveal yourself. The path of the ghost is not tolerated by the world. Should news of your presence leak, countless self-proclaimed paragons of righteousness would come to extinguish you, threatening my life. Xiang Chen replied. In the eyes of humanity, ghostly practitioners and demons alike were deemed as malevolent forces. He himself was masquerading as a demon under the guise of divine spirit talent, and in terms of strength, he could no longer consider himself part of the human race. A symbol coalesced in Xiang Chen's hand, transforming into a beam of light that shot into a formation stone. The formation erupted with a unique suction force, drawing in the dense fog. With a cold smile, Xiang Chen crossed his arms and leaned against the tree trunk, saying, Now, we await their own entrapment. 7 or 8 li away, a group of around 20 innate realm assassins was approaching. Is it this direction? A burly young man, his arms wrapped in iron chains, asked coldly. There can be no mistake. The spy just reported that Xiang Chen is in the grove ahead. A tall, slender youth replied. This individual is considered a grave threat by the crown prince and must be eliminated. Keep your eyes sharp. The burly young man commanded icily, leading the group towards Xiang Chen's location. Xiang Chen's ears twitched, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. They have arrived. Waves of true Yin energy coiled around his hand, solidifying into a symbol as one of them shot into the formation stone. Each formation stone's symbols interconnected, activating the formation, which instantaneously released a substantial amount of dense fog that spread throughout the surrounding grove, quickly enveloping a 1-kilometer radius. Captain, this fog is immense. One of the assassins frowned. Damn it, how did such thick fog suddenly appear? The burly youth cursed, as the mist soon enveloped them. The members of this group could barely see one another. Suddenly, a peculiar energy fluctuation emanated from the earth. Boom! A sharp, spear-like stone pillar erupted from the ground, thrusting upwards towards one assassin's groin. Ah! The assassin let out a sudden cry of despair as the stone spear pierced through his lower body and emerged from his chest, killing him instantly. What happened? What's going on? The chilling scream sent the surrounding individuals into chaos, alertly scanning their surroundings, drawing their blades. The burly youth approached. his face darkening as he realized his comrade had been slain by an underground stone spear. Ah, not far away. Another assassin screamed as a stone spear shot forth from the ground, piercing through his foot, blood splattering as he succumbed to death. Not good. Someone is ambushing from below. Climb the trees. The leader of the assassins bellowed, and one by one, the assassins hurriedly ascended the surrounding trees. Whoosh! A stone spear erupted from the earth, piercing through the body of a man who, lost in the fog, did not see it coming. His protective aura was rendered ineffective. Another individual succumbed to the same fate amidst the shrouded mist. The remaining members of the group leaped to the treetops, their faces pale upon hearing the anguished cries, unable to discern the identity of the assailant. "Chief, this forest is too sinister. We must depart at once," urged one of the assassins, swallowing hard. The burly youth, his expression grim, bellowed, "Xiang Chen, I know you are here. Come forth and meet your demise." From a distant tree, Xiang Chen scoffed. "Am I foolish enough to reveal myself to be slaughtered by you?" The burly youth's ears perked up, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a series of iron chains imbued with innate energy, which shot forth like a sword aimed at Xiang Chen's location. Xiang Chen, perceiving the mist clearly, leapt to another tree just in time. Bang! The tree he had previously occupied exploded as the iron chain struck it. Quite impressive, however. The real spectacle has only just begun. On the ground lay unknown perils, deterring the assassins from descending from the trees. Meanwhile, Ling silently emerged from below, his eyes discerning the silhouettes of the others in the fog, each resembling a flickering red torch, enabling him to sense their life force. "Captain, we should retreat. The fog is too thick and mysterious. It may be exceedingly difficult to eliminate that little beast," Xiang Chen, one assassin suggested. The burly youth's demeanor darkened. "The Crown Prince has issued a decree for Xiang Chen's complete annihilation. If we fail today, the Crown Prince will not spare us. Though we cannot see clearly, that little beast must remain vigilant." Just as the assassin was about to respond, a diminutive figure suddenly lunged at him from the mist. Swish! A surge of energy struck, followed by a sharp, earth-colored claw that pierced through his protective aura, viciously sinking into his neck and penetrating it. The man emitted no scream. He was instantly silenced as Ling clamped down, devouring both his blood and soul, transforming him into a mere husk that fell lifelessly to the ground. Ling, invigorated by the feast, felt the crimson glow in his eyes intensify, and he darted towards another target. Elsewhere, another assassin remained vigilant, scanning the rolling fog. "Die!" A chilling voice reverberated in his ear, and a small figure charged at him, delivering a punch that struck his head with lethal force. Bang! The tiny fist, akin to a bullet, penetrated the man's skull, creating a gaping wound, and he collapsed lifelessly. Clad in a specially tailored suit of miniature armor, the diminutive Xiahou Wu smirked, his eyes ablaze with a flicker of golden flame, undeterred by the fog's effects. "Ah, no." From the depths of the forest, a chilling cacophony of anguished screams erupted, as lifeless bodies cascaded from the trees. With a swift motion, a single claw from Ling pierced a man's chest, shattering his heart, and his corpse plummeted to the ground. Nearby, another individual met a swift demise as Xiahou Wu descended from above, his foot crushing through the man's skull with brutal force. Xiahou Wu's divine transformation was nothing short of extraordinary. He could alter his size at will, amplifying his strength when enlarged and condensing it for a more focused, penetrating assault when diminished. Aiming at a figure perched 25 meters away, Xiahou Wu unleashed a devastating punch, concentrating his formidable power into a singular point, which shot forth like a bullet of golden light, an embodiment of his fist's might. The sheer force, comparable to that of a sniper's bullet, struck a nearby assassin squarely in the head, obliterating it in an instant. The air was thick with screams as one by one, the assassins fell, their resolve shattered. "I can't take this anymore. I must escape," one cried, leaping from the tree in a frantic bid for safety. Yet, they were not seasoned killers, merely followers of the Grand Prince, their mental fortitude crumbling under such intense pressure. No sooner had he touched the ground than a spear emerged, impaling him mercilessly. In a mere moment, 20 assassins had been reduced to a solitary towering figure. "Xiang Chen, come forth and face me," the burly youth roared, his crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. "Am I foolish? You possess but a nascent stage of innate prowess. Why would I confront you directly?" Xiang Chen scoffed. "Where are you?" The hulking youth discerned Xiang Chen's position by sound and charged toward him. Xiang Chen evaded, as the youth's fists shattered the trees around him. "Let me reveal the true nature of this situation," Xiang Chen declared, channeling his energies into a formation stone. The array absorbed the dense fog, rapidly clearing the jungle of its obscurity, save for the mist lingering in the treetops. At last, the burly youth could perceive his surroundings, and his expression drained of color, horror etching itself into his features. The ground was littered with the corpses of his comrades, some pierced by protruding spears, others resembling desiccated husks. A diminutive figure, reminiscent of a child, was feasting upon the blood and essence of the unclaimed bodies, transforming them into lifeless remnants. This is impossible." The youth gasped in disbelief as he beheld the scene. Xiang Chen lounged atop a tree, observing him with a mocking smile. "You still wish to kill me? It seems you have utterly misjudged the roles of hunter and prey," he stated coolly. "You demon, what have you done? I will slay you." The burly youth bellowed in fury, unleashing his innate energy in a direct assault towards Xiang Chen, his fists aimed to pierce and kill. "To dare strike against my master is to court death," Yu Mei sneered, transforming into a swirling black mist that enveloped the assailant. Strands of long hair transformed into steel needles, piercing into the body of the imposing youth. He let out a harrowing scream, instantly becoming riddled with wounds. Subsequently, a torrent of ghostly mist surged into his being, igniting a flicker of emerald-green ghostly flame within him, reducing him to ashes. The ethereal figure of Yu Mei materialized, licking her alluring red lips, revealing a charmingly sinister smile. "Come back," Xiang Chen yawned, uttering casually. "Yes, master," Yu Mei replied, dissolving into ghostly wisps that flowed into Xiang Chen's body, merging seamlessly with the essence of the heavenly wolf. Xiahou Wu shed his mesmerizing armor, subsequently expanding to a normal stature, donning his attire. "Little pup, you truly possess remarkable prowess," he remarked, turning to Kuan Ling. After devouring the essence and souls of more than 10 individuals, Kuan Ling's body brimmed with the thick aura of the earth, likely reaching the 7th tier of the innate realm. Indeed, one should not overlook the craftsmanship of the one who forged this. "Come, we must devise a way to repay the crown prince's entourage and Xiang Ke," Xiang Chen stated, leaping upwards, his eyes glinting as he focused on a particular direction. A spy bird soared towards him, exchanging whispers. Following their avian conversation, Xiang Chen descended from the tree, pointing in a direction with a grin. "Let us proceed that way. Haha, we might seize an opportunity." With that, he moved through the jungle with the agility of a monkey, heading towards Xiang Ke and the others, with Xiahou Wu trailing behind. Unbeknownst to Xiang Chen, a scheme for retribution against his nominal elder brother, Xiang Ke, was brewing. Chapter 272. Luring the venomous creatures, a thunderous rumble echoed from the distant eastern thicket, where a fierce battle was unfolding. "Fire the arrows." Over 20 individuals surrounded a colossal beast. This creature stood impressively tall, measuring 3 to 4 meters in height and 7 to 8 meters in length. Resembling a gigantic lizard adorned with rows of sword-like bony spines along its back and tail. It was the sword-back dragon, a formidable Tier 3 beast. With a fierce lash of its long tail, the dragon unleashed an astonishingly swift attack. The nearby hunters gasped in horror, unable to evade the lethal strike, as the tail swept through, impaling them upon the bony spikes. "Do not approach. Target its eyes with the crossbows," Xiang Ke bellowed, directing his men to attack. Clutching a sharp sword, he dared not close the distance, unleashing waves of sword energy aimed at the sword-back dragon's head from afar. Yet, the dragon's tail, akin to a spiked whip, shattered their assaults with relentless strikes. A few archers loosed arrows at the dragon's eyes. Finally, 2 arrows found their mark, striking the sword-back dragon's eyes. It shrieked in agony, thrashing wildly, its tail wreaking havoc on the surroundings, uprooting trees with explosive force. "Haha, splendid. Witness the prowess of this noble scion," Xiang Ke exclaimed with delight, channeling his innate energy as he unleashed a sword enveloped in crimson flames. The sword deftly evaded the erratic strikes of the sword-backed dragon's tail and plunged fiercely into the creature's skull. With a soft squelch, the 4-foot blade pierced the skin, entering the dragon's head through its eyelid. A mournful roar erupted from the sword-backed dragon as its massive form collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "The air is magnificent," exclaimed the onlookers, eager to flatter him. "When I, the air, take action, There is no foe I cannot conquer. A satisfied smile graced Xiang Kei's lips as he withdrew his long sword and, with a series of deft strikes, severed the dragon's head, stowing it away in his storage belt. This time, I dare say the title of champion of the spring hunt will undoubtedly belong to His Highness, the heir, remarked Xiang Chai, a young man under Xiang Kei's command. It must be mine. My cousin has also dispatched individuals to aid me in hunting the ferocious beasts, and the spoils will ultimately be mine. Xiang Kei wiped the blood from his sword. By the way, do you think Xiang Yin and the others have succeeded? Asked Xiang Chai. Xiang Kei scoffed. Do you truly believe Xiang Chen possesses extraordinary abilities? I have dispatched 8 innate experts to eliminate him, and my cousin, the Crown Prince, has sent 20 more. That little wretch stands no chance of survival. Hearing this, Xiang Chai nodded, saying, Indeed, I congratulate the heir on ridding us of the troublesome Xiang Chen. As Xiang Kei turned to leave, he did not bother to collect the bodies of the fallen, declaring without a glance back, with that little wretch gone, no one will contest my late father's position, and the Xiang family shall surely fall into my hands. Little did Xiang Kei know, Xiang Chun's capabilities had far exceeded his imagination. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen was making his way towards Xiang Kei, accompanied by Xiahou Wu. Soon, they stumbled upon Xiang Kei and his group, gathered in a grove, tending to a campfire while roasting food, resting, and regaining their strength, with sentinels keeping watch. The two concealed their presence, hiding behind a large tree over 100 meters away, observing Xiang Kei and his companions. It's them. Damn it. I'll go and slay them, Xiahou Wu said coldly, a flicker of golden flame igniting in his eyes. Hold your horses. Xiang Chen pressed down on Xiahou Wu's shoulder, shaking his head. Look up. The mirror guard is patrolling the skies on their flying eagles. If you strike, the hunters will surely see you. I fear nothing. My father is a prince of a different surname, and the royal family would not dare to harm me. This scoundrel has plotted against you time and again, wishing to see you dead. Surely, you cannot still consider him a brother? Xiahou Wu frowned. I will not show him any mercy as a brother. I will kill him. But to let him die so easily would be too lenient. Do not act. I have my own methods to deal with them, Xiang Chen retorted with a cold smirk. Brother? He and Xiang Kei shared no blood ties, nor any bond of brotherhood. In his hand, Xiang Chen produced a peculiar object, a black vial. What is this? A poison? Xiahou Wu inquired. Not precisely poison, but close enough. It's Ling, Xiang Chen replied. From the withered leaves on the ground, the figure of Ling emerged as if surfacing from water. Xiang Chen tossed the vial to Ling, commanding, scatter the contents around their camp, but do so discreetly. As you wish, master, Ling coldly replied, silently merging with the earth. Through their mental connection, Xiang Chen guided Ling, issuing directives on how to proceed. By the flickering campfire, a group of individuals sat in a circle, some consuming elixirs while others roasted the flesh of a sword-backed dragon. They remained utterly oblivious to the silent figure stealthily infiltrating their midst. Ling's delicate hand emerged from the withered leaves, pouring the powder from the vial onto the ground. Subsequently, a circle was formed around the group, and Ling departed as quietly as it had arrived, leaving no trace behind. A peculiar aroma, reminiscent of sweet fragrances, began to permeate the surroundings, drifting far and wide. Have you caught a whiff of something? Someone suddenly inquired, sniffing the air. A nearby companion, busy grilling meat, scoffed. What scent? It must be your hunger speaking. You're just smelling the roasted meat. No, it isn't the smell of meat. Take a good whiff, the first individual urged. The companion sniffed again, replying, there is indeed a sweet scent. Perhaps it's some flower blooming in the woods. Whatever it is. This person rose and approached Xiang Kei, offering the roasted meat. Your Highness, please have some to replenish your strength. Seated cross-legged, Xiang Kei accepted the meat, preparing to take a bite when, suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. What happened? The surrounding individuals gasped, turning to the source of the cry. The afflicted individual, pale-faced, revealed 2 black puncture wounds on his leg, clutching a yellow-hued venomous snake. A snake, an autumn kuei venomous snake. I've been bitten. Watch yourself, the others admonished, their voices laced with concern. However, just then, more screams echoed through the air. Snakes. Venomous snakes. So many of them. The group stood in shock as they beheld vibrant, multicolored snakes emerging from their hibernation in the soil, the forest, and even from the treetops, converging upon their location. Soon, the ground was teeming with snakes, sending chills down their spines as they gathered ominously. What in the world has caused this multitude of venomous snakes to converge here? Xiang Chen and his companions felt their hearts race, their faces paling in horror. What are you all standing there for? Quickly, we must escape and fight our way out. Xiang Chen bellowed. Yes. His entourage swiftly unleashed waves of sword and blade energy, attempting to slay the encroaching serpents. Hissing, the snakes leapt into the air, baring their fangs. Fortunately, most of the individuals were adept fighters of innate realms. Their protective auras proved impervious to the ordinary venomous threats, sending the snakes flying. However, the influx of snakes continued to swell, among them some golden-hued serpents with heads resembling sharp arrows. With a swift motion, a golden arrow snake surged forth, emanating a unique venomous force that pierced through one person's protective aura, sinking its fangs into his flesh. Beware of the golden arrow poisonous viper. Damn it. The venom from this serpent can corrode the protective barrier and penetrate within. I've been bitten. Retreat, quickly retreat. The ranks of Xiang Chen fell into chaos, with numerous cries of anguish as people were struck by the golden arrow poisonous viper, breaching their protective barriers. This group fought desperately to escape, yet some succumbed to the poison, collapsing and screaming in agony. The serpents forced their way into the bodies of the afflicted through their ears and mouths, unleashing venom that corroded flesh and blood. Damn it! How can there be so many poisonous serpents? Xiang Chen seethed with rage, unleashing a powerful palm strike. The furious fire cloud palm technique obliterating dozens of serpents. Yet, the surrounding snakes only continued to multiply. Hiss! A venomous python, as thick as an adult's waist and stretching 11 to 12 meters in length, was drawn to the commotion, emanating a potent miasma. This was a serpent of innate realm caliber. With a deafening roar, the python lunged, sinking its fangs into the neck of a poisoned individual, immediately coiling around him and constricting with relentless force. Crack! Crack! The man shrieked in torment as the python squeezed tighter, mercilessly strangling him. Kair, what is happening? Lin, observing from several dozen miles away atop the city wall, was horrified by the scene reflected in the precious mirror. Your Majesty, Kair is in peril, she exclaimed. Turning to the Merchant King. The Merchant King furrowed his brow. How could there be so many venomous creatures attacking Kair? Yet, with so many watching, if the mirror guards intervene, Kair will only be eliminated. Elimination is akin to facing a life-threatening danger, Lin expressed her concern. One must be tempered like jade. His participation in the spring hunt is a trial. If he cannot overcome this challenge, how will he lead the border troops and secure the position of the distant king? The Merchant King replied calmly. Taking heed of his words, Lin suppressed her anxiety, her gaze fixed on the mirror's display. Goodness, how did you manage this? Exclaimed Xiahou Wu, as he and Xiang Chen concealed themselves atop a great tree, observing the writhing mass of serpents below. Xiang Chen chuckled coldly. I just had Ling disperse a top-tier elixir, the dragon tongue blood orchid powder. It possesses an immense allure for the venomous snakes and ferocious serpents below the Yuanyang realm, spreading widely and enticing them. This ought to keep them occupied for a while. With a disdainful glance, Xiang Chen turned his attention to a large eagle soaring above the forest, from which the mirror guards were relaying all that transpired. Lin, how does it feel to watch your son suffer and face such peril? He mused with a cold smirk. More and more ferocious serpents, including those of innate realm caliber, were drawn to the scene. Young master, save me, cried out one of Xiang Chen's companions, as they were repeatedly bitten by the serpents and ensnared by the python, ultimately devoured. Damn it, all of you get away. Xiang Chen roared, conjuring a talisman that glowed with a radiant light. This talisman, palm-sized and inscribed with runes, shot into the serpent horde. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted in all directions, creating a massive crater in the ground and reducing countless venomous serpents to mere fragments. By the heavens, a 7th-grade talisman. Xiang Chen possesses such a treasure. Xiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the talisman's destructive power rivaled that of a skilled practitioner at the minor celestial level of the Yuanyang realm. The talismans are exceedingly precious, and the profession of a talisman master is exceedingly rare. The 7th-grade treasure talisman that Xiang Chen possessed exploded, creating a passageway and obliterating several innate-level 3rd-tier ferocious snakes. Let us go, Xiang Chen bellowed, leading the remaining 5 or 6 individuals to burst forth from the encirclement of serpents and flee this place. The swarm of snakes congregated in that area, writhing chaotically, with larger snakes devouring the smaller ones, resulting in a plethora of snake carcasses. It seems this fellow is destined to survive. Xiang Chen observed Xiang Kei's escape and smirked coldly. However, I did not intend to kill you so soon, Xiang Quebec. There are many days ahead. We shall take our time. Xiang Kei and his companions broke free from the serpent's encirclement, while the mirror guards above monitored his departure. Let us move over there, Xiang Chen stated, leaping down from the tree. What? So many snakes? We're going over there? Xiahou Wu exclaimed, feeling a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the serpents. What are you afraid of? This is snake-repelling powder. Sprinkle it on yourself. And these venomous snakes will not bite us. Look at all those snake carcasses. There are quite a few second-tier and third-tier ferocious snakes. Let us seize the opportunity. Xiang Chen sprinkled some snake-repelling powder onto Xiahou Wu. The duo plunged into the swarm of snakes, and indeed, upon sensing the scent of the two, the venomous snakes parted ways. Haha, so many ferocious snakes. I must thank Xiang Kei for this, Xiang Chen jovially remarked, observing numerous slain ferocious snakes on the ground, with several innate level ones having been obliterated. The two of them severed the heads of the snakes and collected the remains of the superior grade ferocious snakes. They found more than 6 carcasses of innate level third-tier ferocious snakes and dozens of second-tier ones. As they gleefully scavenged the remains, a series of immense rumbling sounds echoed through the forest. Boom! The great trees were crushed and snapped as an astonishingly large python approached this region of the forest. An aura of terrifying ferocity enveloped the area. In an instant, all the ferocious and venomous snakes fled in a panic, and Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu turned to look, their expressions changing drastically. Before them loomed a colossal creature, measuring around 26 or 27 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel, akin to a small train. Its entire body covered in dark green scales. With 2 enormous heads, the giant python reared up to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Its icy serpent eyes gazing down upon Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. Xiang Chen trembled as he spoke, an innate level, 4th-tier low-grade ferocious snake, a 2-headed earth python. Xiahou Wu grimaced. Damn it, you've stirred up something colossal with your snake games. Feeling the overwhelming ferocity that far surpassed the innate level, the two of them began to retreat cautiously. It seems I have brought a boulder upon my own foot. How could such a monstrous beast exist nearby? Xiang Chen muttered bitterly, continuously stepping back. Chapter 274. The snake game escalates as they retreated. Xiahou Wu asked, What now? What else? We run, of course. Xiang Chen replied, turning and sprinting away. The true Yin energy surged through his legs, propelling him forward with the swiftness of a startled goose, as he shot over 20 meters ahead, landing on a large tree before using it to gain momentum and continue his flight. Holy cow! Xiahou Wu promptly turned and fled, a burst of golden light erupting beneath his feet, propelling him forward with astonishing leg strength, allowing him to soar over 30 meters in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the 2-headed earth python surged forth, its massive body moving like a locomotive, whipping up a tempest as it charged ahead. The earth trembled beneath its weight, and the trees in its path were violently uprooted. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, trees were shattered with relentless force. Despite its immense size, the 2-headed python exhibited remarkable speed, pursuing the duo with the ferocity of a high-speed train crashing through the jungle. The two men continuously altered their course in a desperate bid for survival. But the relentless python remained in hot pursuit. In the eyes of these fierce beasts, human flesh was the most delectable of prey. The commotion in the jungle attracted the attention of a patrolling eagle from above. Through the reflective lens of its jewel, it witnessed the two men being hunted by the colossal 2-headed python. This scene was relayed back to the grand mirror projected from the watchtower of the hunting city. A 4th-tier ferocious serpent, the 2-headed python. Were those 2 young men, not Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen? They were being hunted by the 2-headed python. This was dire indeed. Indeed, the 2-headed python was a creature of the Yuan-Yang realm, and it seemed that misfortune had befallen the duo. Many court officials and powerful figures invited to observe the hunt gazed in astonishment at the unfolding drama. Your Highness, look at Xiang Chen. He is being chased by a 4th-tier beast. It seems he is doomed, chuckled the noble youths accompanying the crown prince. The crown prince frowned slightly and remarked, Have my men still not located Xiang Chen? Unbeknownst to him, those he had dispatched to eliminate Xiang Chen had already met a gruesome fate. Warrior, Lord Xiaoho's expression darkened with worry as he witnessed Xiaoho Wu and Xiang Chen being pursued by the formidable fourth-tier beast. Heaven has favored me. How fortunate that these two encounter such a dire threat. It seems their demise is inevitable. Lin Lian gazed at the scene with delight, harboring a profound disdain for Xiaoho Wu, wishing for his downfall. The king of merchants observed with a calm demeanor, revealing no discernible emotional turmoil. Sister Xiao, those two are in grave peril. It's a pity that such a talented individual as Xiang Chen should encounter such a ferocious beast, sighed the young girl in red. The woman in yellow responded nonchalantly, it is merely a matter of ill fortune. With a thunderous roar, the two-headed python relentlessly pursued the pair, having already chased them for several kilometers. The python bellowed, its massive jaws snapping as it lunged at them. The two men summoned their strength to evade its attack. But the force of the python's assault created a vast crater in the ground. Their speed was no match for such a fearsome creature, leaving them only the option to dodge and maneuver. Split up and run, shouted Xiang Chen, realizing that if they continued as they were, neither would escape. Understood. Xiaoho Wu agreed, and the two immediately dashed into the forest, each taking a different direction in their frantic flight for survival. The two heads of the two-headed python glanced at the two individuals, both of whom appeared to possess significant allure as potential prey. The extraordinary physiques of Xiaoho Wu and Xiang Chen stirred a primal desire within the creature, which sensed great benefits from devouring either of them. Meanwhile, the fleeing Xiang Chen brandished a formidable black-scaled longbow, the dragon hunting bow. Knocking a steel arrow, he summoned the essence of the Taiyin, drawing the bowstring taut. With a swift motion, the arrow transformed into a streak of black light, launching forth with astonishing penetrative power. However, upon striking the python's scales, it merely sparked without inflicting any injury, revealing the creature's formidable defenses. Come chase me, you wretched beast, Xiang Chen taunted, emitting a series of provocative hisses. The two-headed python, exhaling a foul breath, unleashed a terrifying force and charged directly at Xiang Chen. Oh no, he exclaimed, fleeing with all his might, intending to divert the python's attention away from Xiaoho Wu. The python barreled through the forest, relentlessly pursuing Xiang Chen. With nimble grace, Xiang Chen leapt into the air, executing a series of 5 swift steps that propelled him hundreds of meters above the treetops. However, to his astonishment, the python also leapt upwards, soaring to a similar height. Its gaping maw aimed directly at him. Master, Qing Feng and the others, watching through a magical mirror, gasped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Many believed Xiang Chen was doomed. Perish. He released a dual volley from his dragon hunting bow, aiming for the python's cavernous mouth. The arrow struck true, bursting forth from its maw in a spray of blood, accompanied by a pained shriek as the creature's jaws snapped shut in agony. Yet, the impact of its head collided violently with Xiang Chen's body. The force sent him careening through the air, blood spilling from his lips as the collision felt akin to a freight train crashing into him. Nevertheless, he executed the 6th step of his graceful escape, altering his trajectory and gliding toward the distant woods. With a thunderous crash, the two-headed python plummeted to the ground, the impact causing it agony. Enraged, its eyes ablaze with fury, it resumed its relentless pursuit of Xiang Chen. As he landed after gliding over 200 meters, he witnessed the destruction wrought by the python's passage, trees splintering in its wake. Cursing under his breath, he resumed his flight, lamenting the lost opportunity to have thrown a poison pill into the creature's mouth during the chaos. Master, allow me to hold it off for a moment. You must escape. The voice of Yume urged. No, the mirror sentinels are watching me. Your emergence could expose us. Moreover, the beast's soul is fused with its body, its vitality immense and its yang energy overwhelming, rendering it impervious to ghostly cultivators, Xiang Chen replied, shaking his head. He leaped again, just as the python unleashed a devastating blast of force that obliterated the ground where he had been standing, creating a crater over 10 meters wide. A powerful gust struck Xiang Chen, making him acutely uncomfortable as he continued his desperate flight through the forest, pursued by the fearsome serpent. What shall we do now? The master is in danger. In chapter 275, Blood Rebirth once more, a startled cry escaped from Yume. Xiang Chen felt a surge of force barreling towards him and instinctively leapt aside, barely evading as a massive crater formed where he had stood. Harnessing the strength of the ghostly deity, he roared, transforming into a half-wolf state. The Yin energy from Yume fused into his being, causing Xiang Chen's true energy to surge uncontrollably to the level of innate great celestial realm. With a sudden burst, he executed the stunning swan step, dramatically amplifying his speed. Like a shadow of a wild goose, he propelled himself forward, covering an astonishing distance of 60 to 70 meters in a single bound. This terrifying velocity approached the speed of sound, creating a thunderous clap as a gale swept through the air. Xiang Chen dashed forward in rapid succession, effortlessly widening the gap between himself and his pursuers. The astonishing swiftness left those observing through the treasure mirror in utter disbelief. As he eluded the tracking of the flying eagle mirror guards, the two-headed python was equally astonished, unable to comprehend how Xiang Chen had suddenly accelerated to such a degree. This individual had transformed into a fearsome beast. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, noting that it was said Xiang Chen's spirit was akin to that of a dog or wolf, a testament to his profound beastly transformation. Many hunters stood agape, watching as Xiang Chen's figure vanished from sight, having escaped the pursuit of the mirror guards. With a roar of fury, the two-headed python surged forward, its speed akin to that of a high-speed train. Above, the flying eagle mirror guards were left dumbfounded, their birds unable to match the velocity of the two figures below, forcing them to cease their pursuit in astonishment at Xiang Chen's remarkable speed. As Xiang Chen turned, he readied the dragon hunter bow, knocking an arrow inscribed with symbols. The true energy surged into the bowstring as he released another deadly shot. Whoosh! This arrow possessed far greater power than its predecessor. Thud! It struck the relentless two-headed python hundreds of meters behind him, piercing through its scales and creating a half-foot-sized gaping wound. The python howled in agony, its ferocity intensifying as it vowed to devour Xiang Chen. "Oh, I said your defenses wouldn't hold, foul worm. This time, your end is nigh," Xiang Chen sneered. While simultaneously retrieving a poison pill, the last remnant of his earlier ambush on the Black Wind stronghold, he sliced his palm, allowing his blood to flow into the vial, merging with the poison to form a lethal concoction. He then coated 3 arrows inscribed with symbols in the toxic blood. With the poisoned arrows readied, Xiang Chen aimed at the pursuing two-headed python. "Let us see how your kin fare against this venom," he taunted, unleashing the arrows with swift precision. Thud! 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 All 3 poisoned arrows struck the massive form of the two-headed python, embedding themselves within. However, in terms of physical injury, it was hardly a concern for the beast. Yet, the poison began to take effect upon contact, rapidly infiltrating its flesh. Boom! At that moment, the two-headed python closed the distance, lunging forward with its massive jaws agape. Xiang Chen quickly evaded, darting several meters away, but was met with a forceful impact, sending him crashing to the ground as blood spilled from his mouth. With a thunderous crash, the colossal tail of the two-headed python lashed out, its immense power cleaving through mountains and valleys, obliterating the trees in its path. Xiang Chen instantly dropped to the ground, for to be caught in that sweeping tail meant certain death. The nearby ferocious beasts were struck with terror at the python's intimidating aura, fleeing the area in panic. However, within Xiang Chen, the spatial talent of the silver fish activated, allowing him to traverse through space and vanish from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself 10 meters beneath the surface, surrounded by entangled roots and the earthy scent of soil. Ling. Xiang Chen summoned the earth spirit, which promptly harnessed the power of the ground, creating tunnels that led deeper below. Without hesitation, Xiang Chen crawled down through the tunnel, as a tremendous tremor reverberated from above, with waves of terrifying force penetrating into the earth. The two-headed python, unable to sense Xiang Chen any longer, wreaked havoc in the surrounding woods. Yet, at that moment, the python began to experience waves of paralysis and weakness coursing through its body. Its strength waned, its speed slowed, and intense dizziness engulfed it. The poison had begun to take effect. Predatory beasts possess a robustness far superior to that of humans. Yet, even such a formidable creature could not withstand such a virulent toxin. After a brief struggle, the poison took hold. With a resounding thud, the two-headed python collapsed, rendered motionless by the venom's grip. Success! Xiang Chen rejoiced, concealed within the earth. He could sense the commotion above and, upon hearing the silence, understood that the python had succumbed to the poison. He instructed Ling to burrow upwards and swiftly climb to the surface. Indeed, he beheld the two-headed python coiled on the ground, devoid of movement. "Ha ha ha, fortune favors me," Two-headed python, once more you shall provide your monstrous blood for my grand ritual, and I shall surely break through to the second level of dragon elephant inner strength, achieving the might of a singular elephant." Xiang Chen laughed heartily, his heart swelling with delight at the sight of the incapacitated python. He brandished the Dragon K demon blade and leaped onto the creature's body, advancing toward its head. The two-headed python emitted a low hiss, still not entirely overcome by the toxin. Xiang Chen sneered, "You wish to feast upon me? Perfect. For my stock of demon serpent meat is nearly depleted, and you have come to replenish my reserves." He swung the Dragon K demon blade with all his might, cleaving through the python's scales. The sound of the blade resonated like a bell. The serpent's flesh was remarkably resilient, and were it not for the blade's semi-spiritual caliber, he would have struggled to penetrate the creature's hide. Even so, it proved arduous. Xiang Chen carved away chunks of bloodied flesh, swiftly creating a large gash on the python's back, which filled with crimson. He instructed Ling, the little white tiger, and the 4 azure-scaled serpents to guard the vicinity. Stripping off his garments, he leapt into the gash he had created, channeling the blood refinement technique from the myriad demon scriptures. A tremendous surge of boiling vitality flooded into his body, refining Xiang Chen's flesh and fortifying his physique. Gritting his teeth, Xiang Chen let out a series of suppressed, agonized roars. A sensation akin to being plunged into a cauldron of boiling oil surged through him once more, an agonizing torment sweeping through his nerves and assaulting his willpower. Meanwhile, the 4 crimson-scaled serpents and the petite white tiger feasted upon the flesh of the two-headed python. The white tiger, with claws of remarkable sharpness, effortlessly tore open the python's neck, creating a gaping wound from which it delved into the depths. Soon, the small white tiger emerged, its fur stained with fresh blood, clutching a fist-sized, translucent blood crystal. This blood crystal, a rare treasure formed within the bodies of ferocious beasts, contained the essence of their life as cultivation, brimming with an immense power derived from blood energy. It was incredibly precious, suitable for alchemical concoctions, and enhancing physical prowess. As the white tiger presented the blood crystal, the 4 serpents, still gnawing at the python's wounds, gazed hungrily at the gem. However, a low growl from the white tiger rendered them obedient, forcing them to continue their feast in silence. The white tiger then crunched the blood crystal, consuming the majority of it, but leaving a small fragment. It approached Xiang Chen, who was absorbing the blood energy, and opened his mouth, placing the shattered piece of crystal inside. Xiang Chen, bewildered, stared at the small white tiger feeding him and instinctively swallowed. "Little white, what have you fed me?" he groaned, suppressing the agony coursing through him. Suddenly, the fragment of blood crystal ignited within him, releasing an astonishing heat and a surge of blood energy. In an instant, Xiang Chen felt as though he had ingested a fireball. Steam erupted from his body, intensifying his discomfort. With a roar that echoed through the heavens, his bloodlines awakened and, without the activation of his divine spirit, he transformed into a creature that was both wolf and man. The power of the blood energy from the crystal surged into him relentlessly. As he exhaled, waves of scalding white vapor poured from his mouth, his skin flushed with heat. And soon, cracks began to form upon it. While the white tiger had consumed the majority of the crystal without consequence, Xiang Chen, having swallowed only a fraction, was left in torment, highlighting the disparity in their physical constitutions. Within him, the blood energy swelled, augmenting his strength exponentially, as the essence of the dragon and elephant empowered him further. Above him, the white mist coalesced into the silhouette of a white elephant, adorned with dragon horns. As the power surged, Xiang Chen endured an excruciating ordeal, a suffering beyond the comprehension of ordinary men. In another direction, Xiahou Wu had fled some distance away, not seeing the two-headed python pursuing him. His expression was grave, and concern for Xiang Chen's safety gnawed at his heart. Above, a soaring eagle circled, its watchful guardian surveying the area. Surely, nothing ill has befallen him, he thought anxiously. Xiahou Wu's heart was heavy with concern as he gazed at the vanishing two-headed python, his thoughts lingering on Xiang Chen. He secretly hoped that the python had pursued him instead. Lord Xiahou caught sight of his son's figure in the image projected by the precious mirror, and he felt a slight sense of relief, though guilt also gnawed at him. After all, it was Xiang Chen who had deliberately drawn the two-headed python away, a fact witnessed by all. No, he must return and ensure that the young one does not face that monstrous serpent alone. Loyal and affectionate, Xiahou Wu turned to retrace his steps in search of Xiang Chen. Suddenly, a colossal figure sprang forth from the forest. A massive fist descending upon Xiahou Wu with astonishing ferocity. He swiftly dodged to the side as the ground erupted into a crater from the impact of the enormous fist. A giant beast now stood before him. A gigantic black-furred ape, towering at 5 to 6 meters, emanating an overwhelming presence, its face contorted in a menacing snarl, revealing sharp fangs. This was a mountain giant ape, a ferocious creature at the 4th level of the innate realm. With a deafening roar, the mountain giant ape unleashed a bloodthirsty glare directed at Xiahou Wu, its eyes gleaming with a savage hunger. The raw power of this beast rivaled that of a 4th level innate realm expert, and Xiahou Wu was surely doomed to perish at the hands of such a formidable predator. Lord Xiahou, your son is in grave danger. Many court officials turned their attention to Xiahou Wu, casting worried glances at Lord Xiahou, whose expression darkened with concern. Get away from me, foul monkey. Do not obstruct my search for my brother. Xiahou Wu bellowed, showing no fear of the giant ape. However, a moment of realization struck him. This creature had called him a monkey, and in return, he had insulted it. Was he not, in essence, insulting himself? Frowning, he found it peculiar that he was still able to contemplate such trivialities in the face of danger. With another fearsome roar, the mountain giant ape swung its fist. Larger than a millstone, infused with a terrifying inner force, aimed directly at Xiahou Wu. Begone! Xiahou Wu roared, his form expanding until he reached a height of 5 meters. Resembling a giant building in the astonished eyes of those gathered before the precious mirror. With a thunderous crash, Xiahou Wu retaliated, his fist colliding with the ape's in a burst of golden radiance. The two fists met with a cataclysmic force, sending shockwaves that shattered trees and stirred up fierce winds. Remarkably, the mountain giant ape was forced back 2 steps, its expression a mix of shock and disbelief. There was indeed someone capable of matching its strength. Previously indifferent to the grand projection of the mirror, many elders, including Elder Wuling, were now captivated by Xiahou Wu's display of might. What an astonishing display of power! Can this young lad's spirit talent enable him to grow in size? How intriguing that he can contend with the mountain giant ape. An elder from the academy voiced his astonishment. Elder Wuling remarked, "What is this child's age and cultivation level? Such power is remarkable. I wonder what grade his spirit talent belongs to and what innate qualities he possesses." Hearing this, Lord Xiahou chuckled and replied, "Elder Wu, you flatter him. This child is my son, Xiahou Wu. He has served in the military since childhood and is now 17 years old, possessing a 1st level innate realm cultivation." What? He is only 17. Having achieved the 1st level of innate realm at merely 17 years of age, the prodigious talent of Xiahou Wu is astonishing, his strength rivaling that of a 4th level innate mountain giant. The 3 elders exclaimed in surprise, while Wu Ling displayed both shock and delight. Haha, this child, Xiahou Wu, is indeed the most outstanding among the younger generation of our great Shang army, the king of Shang declared, though inwardly he felt a twinge of discontent. For Xiahou Wu was ultimately an outsider. Then, a spectacle unfolded that left everyone stunned. Xiahou Wu boldly engaged the mountain giant in a fierce battle, wielding a 10-foot spear to inflict grievous wounds upon the beast. With a powerful stomp, he brought the mountain giant to its knees. With a titan's physique, he leapt high, driving his spear swiftly into the creature's skull, ending its ferocious life. This scene elicited gasps of astonishment from countless courtiers. "Well done, young prince," cheered the generals of the Xiahou residence, their excitement palpable. Wu Ling, filled with elation, rose from his seat, gazing at the tempestuous youth who had vanquished the mountain giant. He was akin to a god of war within the same realm. "Your Highness Xiahou, I have a candidate in mind for our academy's special recruitment slot, this young man. Would it be possible to enroll him in our institution with tuition waived?" Wu Ling, suppressing his excitement, turned his gaze towards Prince Xiahou. The prince was momentarily taken aback by this proposition, but then replied with a smile, "Of course, it is an honor for my son to be recognized by Master Wu." Congratulations poured in from the other courtiers, acknowledging the bright future that lay ahead for the young prince. Unbeknownst to Xiahou Wu, the uproar his slaying of the mountain giant had caused was monumental. After claiming the beast's head and storing it within his storage jade belt, he sprinted back, spear in hand. "Fear not, my friend, I am coming," he shouted as he dashed away, oblivious to the awe others felt regarding his remarkable combat prowess. His thoughts solely consumed by the safety of Xiang Chen. Within the royal hunting grounds, nearly 1,000 individuals roamed, some hunting ferocious beasts while others fell prey to them. At this moment, a small group of over 10 cautiously navigated through the thicket. Suddenly, from a towering tree, a green leopard, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length and the size of a tiger, leapt down. "Ah!" a young man screamed, as the leopard sank its teeth into his skull, piercing it completely. With astonishing speed, the beast seized the man and vanished into the forest. The others were struck with terror, unleashing a flurry of sword and blade energy in vain, as the green leopard had already disappeared from sight. Roar! Some unfortunate souls encountered a formidable creature of the Yuan-Yang realm, a towering tyrannosaurus, standing 7 to 8 meters tall and over 10 meters long, emanating a dreadful ferocity. Its long tail lashed out with incredible force, striking 3 young men with devastating impact. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 youths screamed in agony, flung away with such force that they collided violently with numerous trees, their bones and internal organs shattered, as others scattered in a frantic bid for survival. The Tyrannosaurus pursued relentlessly, leaping several meters in a single bound. Its massive, blood-stained jaws effortlessly crushed the protective aura of one unfortunate soul, reducing him to mere fragments before devouring him whole. With a thunderous roar that reverberated for miles, the Tyrannosaurus radiated an overwhelming terror. Thus, the first day passed. From nearly 1,000 entrants into the hunting grounds, over 100 had already perished. Amidst the chaos, Xiahou Wu, following the trail of the 2-headed giant python, finally located Xiang Chen. Observing Xiang Chen practicing atop a corpse, he breathed a sigh of relief. Firmly gripping his spear and standing guard as a protector, he was nonetheless perplexed about how Xiang Chen had managed to slay such a formidable beast. It seemed clear that he was no match for such a ferocious creature. At last, Xiang Chen had completely refined the blood of the 2-headed python, his eyes snapping open with an intense focus. The energy of the dragon-elephant form within him had coalesced into a remarkably solid presence. Rising to his feet, the sound of bone and joint cracking echoed through his body. His internal dragon-elephant energy had doubled in potency, granting him a fearsome strength exceeding 10,000 pounds, nearing 20,000. The power of 10,000 Jun was the minimum explosive force for a practitioner at the innate realm, although Xiang Chen's true energy had yet to reach that level. The strength of his physical dragon-elephant energy already rivaled that of innate practitioners. This exhilarating surge of power was intoxicating, prompting a satisfied groan from him. Moreover, he sensed a significant enhancement in the resilience of his physical form. "Dog, you're awake," Xiahou Wu exclaimed, leaping forward with a question. When did you return?" Xiang Chen asked in surprise, having been so focused on his training that he hadn't noticed Xiahou Wu's arrival. "I saw the 2-headed python had stopped pursuing me, so I came to check on you." "Goodness, how did you manage to kill that beast?" Xiahou Wu inquired. "I told you to study the Book of Heavenly Restoration more. I struck it with a poisoned arrow, which incapacitated it, and then I delivered the fatal blow," Xiang Chen replied with a smile, glancing at the massive serpent whose blood he had drained in his cultivation. "Poison, huh? That explains how you managed to defeat such a formidable beast," Xiahou Wu remarked, relieved. Although he had inherited the Book of Heavenly Restoration, he regrettably had little interest in studying poisons or elixirs, though he did engage in cultivating the associated energy. With the day having passed, they needed to regroup by afternoon. "Are we still hunting fierce beasts?" Xiahou Wu asked. "I have the prey of this formidable Yuan-Yang beast. It suffices. Come, let us hunt a few more powerful creatures. We brothers shall claim the top spots in this spring hunt," Xiang Chen declared, stowing the 2-headed python's body within his spatial ring. The little white tiger leaped onto Xiang Chen's shoulder, shrinking down to the size of a kitten. "Haha, splendid. Let us go." The 2 young men ventured once more into the thicket. Not long after, they hunted down a scythe dragon, only to hear distant screams echoing through the forest. In that very grove, a group of over 10 youths, pale-faced, found themselves encircled by 7 scythe dragons, all creatures of innate power. Among them, a 19-year-old boy, fear etched across his features, was none other than Wang Ying. "Quick, block their path," Wang Ying shouted in terror. The 7-headed scythe dragon roared and charged forward. Wang Ying's men gritted their teeth and rushed to engage this ferocious pack. However, the scythe dragons possessed formidable strength, each at around the 3rd level of the innate realm, exhibiting astonishing speed and power. The 11 fighters were utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. Within moments, 3 of them were torn apart by the dragons. Flee! Run! The others, horrified, turned and scattered, unwilling to continue the battle. Damn it! How dare you abandon me? Wang Ying cursed furiously. He too turned to escape, as his cultivation of the 9th level of the divine concealment was no match for these 3rd-tier savage beasts, akin to the brutal ferocity of innate monsters. One scythe dragon caught up with Wang Ying and lunged at him, its jaws sinking into his rear, tearing away a large chunk of flesh and sending him flying with a vicious toss. As the dragon leapt to pounce on him again, Wang Ying, driven by rage and desperation, slashed out with his sword. The blade met the dragon's head, only to produce a shower of sparks. The dragon's claw came crashing down, sharp as a sickle, poised to take Wang Ying's life. Suddenly, a dark light shot through the air. Wang Ying let out a startled cry as the dragon's head, which was about to descend upon him, was pierced by an arrow, splattering blood and causing it to collapse lifelessly before him. Wang Ying stood frozen in shock. "Ai Xiang, your strength is lacking," he muttered. In the jungle, Xiang Chen emerged wielding the dragon hunter bow, accompanied by Xiahou Wu, wearing a teasing smile. Upon seeing Xiang Chen, Wang Ying's face lit up with relief, as if he had spotted a long-lost relative. "Chenggu, Chenggu, save me!" he cried, rushing towards Xiang Chen, sobbing profusely. Xiang Chen sidestepped, tripping Wang Ying, who fell clumsily to the ground. Yet, in a desperate bid, Wang Ying clung to Xiang Chen's leg, weeping, "Chenggu, please help me. I don't want to play anymore. It's too dangerous here. To hell with this spring hunt. I will never participate again." Tears and snot streaming down his face, Wang Ying clung tightly to Xiang Chen's thigh. Chapter 278. The pot boils over. Xiang Chen, exasperated, was bemused by Wang Ying's bear-like grip on his leg, which he could not shake off. "Wang Xiaoji, you are truly useless," Xiahou Wu remarked disdainfully. Xiang Chen found amusement in the absurdity. He and this man were supposed to be adversaries, yet now Wang Ying regarded him as a savior, making it hard to harbor any animosity. "Get away from me. The beasts are coming. Don't hinder my performance," Xiang Chen said, darkly, kicking Wang Ying away. Roar! Several scythed dragons lunged forward. With a determined step, Xiang Chen leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding one dragon's assault, then plummeted downward with the force of a falling boulder, channeling tremendous power through his leg, unleashing the essence of the Taiyin. Godly elephant treads. With a swift and powerful kick, Xiang Chen's leg widened considerably, transforming him partially into a werewolf. The force behind his kick, exceeding 20,000 pounds, struck the scythe dragon's head with a resounding thud. Bang! The dragon was stomped to the ground, blood gushing from its mouth. Xiang Chen gripped the dragon-quelling demon blade tightly and brought it down with precision. Swoosh! With a decisive strike, the head of the scythe dragon was cleaved off, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, Xiahou Wu dispatched another scythe dragon with a single thrust of his spear, showcasing astonishing combat prowess. After slaying one beast, Xiang Chen skillfully evaded a surprise attack from another, executing a graceful maneuver beneath the scythe dragon, his form remarkably agile. In an instant, he infused his blade with tremendous force, delivering a powerful upward slash with the dragon's edge, eviscerating the scythe dragon with a devastating blow, blood spilling profusely. Simultaneously, Xiahou Wu struck another scythe dragon on the head with his fist, shattering its skull with a resounding crack. The remaining 2 scythe dragons, frightened, attempted to flee, but Xiahou Wu released a spear that swiftly dispatched one more. Xiang Chen drew his dragon hunting bow, releasing a critical shot that pierced the skull of the final scythe dragon, sending it crashing to the ground. All the scythe dragons had been vanquished by the 2 of them, while the eagle mirror guards observed the spectacle from above. To their astonishment, Xiang Chen not only penned exquisite poetry, but also exhibited commendable strength. His cultivation level remained a mystery. This fellow has managed to escape from the hands of the Yuan Yang ferocious beasts. What happened to the assassins I dispatched? The crown prince's expression darkened upon seeing Xiang Chen reappear. This little wretch is truly fortunate. The Yuan Yang beasts have pursued him relentlessly, yet failed to claim his life. Lin Lian's eyes glinted with murderous intent. "This scoundrel has brought disgrace upon my name," lamented Wang Ying, patriarch of the Wang family and a duke of the realm. As he observed his son clinging to Xiang Chen for protection, his countenance not particularly pleased. Nonetheless, he breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Xiang Chen, his son would likely have perished. What age and cultivation level does Xiang Chen possess? His poetry is splendid, and his strength is quite impressive, Wu Ling inquired. Xiang Chen is 1 year younger than my son, just 16, and he is likely still in the divine concealment realm, replied Lord Xiaohou. What? In the divine concealment realm? He wields such formidable power. Wu Ling exclaimed, his surprise giving way to delight. The prowess of Xiaohou Wu was already unexpected, and now they had uncovered another rare talent. The crown prince remarked indifferently, Master Wu, it is said that the blade Xiang Chen wields is a quasi-spiritual weapon. Slaying such ferocious beasts with its might is not particularly remarkable. Wu Ling shook his head, asserting, no, his ability to overturn that beast with a single kick was impressive. His spirit is quite unique, capable of transforming into a semi-beast form. Such a talent in beastly spirit capabilities is likely of high caliber. He deserves the special recruitment slot. Master Wu, this lad is not worthy of special recruitment. He is, after all, a target for our brother Yi, Su Luo whispered. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Wu Ling's eyes, yet he chose to remain silent. After the two had felled the scythe dragons, Xiaohou Wu claimed the heads of 7 of them, while Xiang Chen left his share untouched. Wang Ying was astounded. The scythe dragons that had easily frightened his young guards were so effortlessly hunted by the two, their strength remarkable. Rising painfully and clutching the wound on his rear from a bite, Wang Ying approached with a forced smile, exclaiming, Brother Chen, you are truly formidable. And Brother Xiaohou is equally impressive. I am in admiration. Begone. Were it not for my brother's intervention, I would have relished the sight of you being devoured by these ferocious beasts, remarked Xiaohou Wu with disdain. I Xiang, your subordinates leave much to be desired. Xiang Chen scoffed, tossing a jade vial towards him. What is this? Wang Ying inquired, perplexed. It's recovery dew. Apply it to your wounds, Xiang Chen replied. Ah, Chen Gu, you are too kind. Thank you immensely. Wang Ying exclaimed, his gratitude evident as he hastily applied the ointment, instantly alleviating his pain. Let us depart. It is time to return, Xiang Chen addressed Xiaohou Wu. Indeed, came the response. As they exited, Xiaohou Wu effortlessly hoisted the carcass of a scythe dragon onto his shoulder. Its several thousand pounds seeming trivial. Wang Ying hurried to follow in their wake. Listen, Wang Xiaojiji, our act of rescuing you is already a great mercy. What do you intend to do with us? Xiaohou Wu turned, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Ying. Suddenly, Wang Ying dropped to his knees, weeping, Chen Gu, Brother Xiaohou, I was wrong in the past. I should never have sent people to pursue you, nor should I have harbored inappropriate thoughts towards your woman. Today, I owe my life to your forgiveness. Please do not abandon me. I cannot escape this place alone. Both Xiaohou Wu and Xiang Chen gazed in astonishment at the prostrate, tearful Wang Ying. What is this nonsense he is spouting? Xiaohou Wu asked Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow and replied, Enough. Rise. I never forbade you from accompanying us. Fortunately, Ruo was not actually harmed by you. Otherwise, I would have had no qualms about your demise. You should consider yourself fortunate that I haven't ended your life. Yes, yes, Chen Ji's magnanimity is unparalleled. Thank you, Chen Gu. From now on, Wang Ying shall follow you. And whoever opposes you in the capital shall also be my enemy, Wang Ying declared, elated as he scrambled to his feet, falling in line behind Xiang Chen. Fate can be remarkably whimsical. When Ruo was harmed by Wang Ying's associates, Xiang Chen wished for the annihilation of Wang Ying's entire family. Yet, due to Ruo's extraordinary resurrection and Wang Ying's shameless contrition, he became a loyal follower, easing Xiang Chen's murderous intent considerably. The trio navigated through the forest, heading towards the city gate for assembly, as the day's spring hunt assessments were nearing their conclusion. Upon their arrival, they found a throng of young individuals gathered at the gate, many bearing injuries, while others returned empty-handed, some having fled in sheer terror. Tragically, there were also those who would never escape the royal hunting grounds. Witnessing Xiaohou Wu emerge bearing the massive scythe dragon left most onlookers utterly astonished. I Xiang, go gather firewood and fetch water. We shall prepare a feast, commanded Xiang Chen. At once, Chen Gu, Wang Ying exclaimed, scampering off into the woods to procure the necessary supplies. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Xiang Chen unveiled his alchemical furnace. A 9th-grade pill furnace he had won during the alchemist examination. Xiaohou Wu retrieved several battle spears, planting them in the ground to secure the scythed dragon as he drew out his knife to begin skinning and eviscerating it. Wang Ying brought forth several large barrels of water to assist in the cleaning process. Under the envious gazes of many, Xiang Chen poured a large bucket of oil into the 9th-rank treasure cauldron, igniting the fire until the oil bubbled vigorously. He then added generous chunks of ginger, garlic, star anise, grass fruit, bay leaves, and Sichuan peppercorns, frying them in the pot, releasing an intoxicating aroma. What on earth are these individuals doing? Frying oil in a 9th-rank alchemical cauldron. The smell is delightful. What has Xiang Chen added? Could he possibly be stewing meat? The onlookers gaped in astonishment at the bustling trio. Indeed, the second master is quite amusing. Qing Feng chuckled from the city tower. The court officials were equally bewildered. Xiahou Wu tossed pieces of cut scythe dragon meat into the pot, the hot oil sizzling in response. Once it was nearly done, Xiang Chen retrieved a large slotted spoon from his Qingkuan ring to scoop out the ingredients, then added half a jar of fine wine. The wine's fragrance masked any fishiness and enhanced the flavors. He poured in a large bucket of spring water, sourced by Wang Ying, covered the cauldron, and allowed it to simmer, the aroma of meat gradually wafting through the air. The young talents surrounding them swallowed in unison. Indeed, they were stewing meat. The court officials atop the city wall also felt a bead of sweat form on their foreheads. However, the aroma was utterly enchanting. What ingredients had this young man employed? Many had never experienced the fragrance of star anise and grass fruit in stewed meat, and they found themselves salivating, unaware that these two ingredients could be used for cooking in their world. In Xiang Chen's hands, the 3 true flames blazed, aiding in the stewing process, and he added numerous nourishing and flavor-enhancing herbs. This audacious young man had the audacity to stew meat using the 3 true flames in our prized 9th-rank treasure cauldron. The elder alchemists of the Alchemist Alliance were furious upon witnessing this scene. The aroma was irresistible. I must go down to partake. Li Bauer drooled uncontrollably, rushing out of the city to Xiang Chen's side. White-haired one, the meat you are stewing smells divine. I wish to eat some soon, she declared, settling beside him. All right, bring your own bowl and chopsticks, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. He added a pinch of salt and continued to simmer, the scent of the meat pervading the area. The young talents were nearly mesmerized, each one swallowing hard. As more people emerged, they too stared in disbelief at Xiang Chen and his companions. After half an hour of stewing, Xiang Chen opened the cauldron, and a radiant light burst forth, a rich and irresistible aroma enveloping the surroundings. This is simply too fragrant. Wang Ying could no longer contain his saliva. Within the cauldron, thick white broth bubbled and rolled, the aroma wafting all around. With large pieces of scythe dragon meat rendered translucent, perfectly tender, this pot of stewed meat even emanated a treasure-like glow, rich in essence. Xiang Chen, Li Bauer, Xiahou Wu, and Wang Ying could not help but swallow hard. What are you all waiting for? Let's eat, Xiang Chen exclaimed, his mouth watering as he retrieved a bowl the size of a basin to scoop out the meat and broth. Li Bauer also grabbed a large basin to serve the meat. The 4 of them sat around the cauldron, taking a bite. The meat melted in their mouths, the broth and the meat's exquisite flavor igniting a symphony of sensations on their taste buds. A delightful blend of meat and herbal aromas exploded in their mouths. By the heavens, this is simply exquisite, Li Bauer exclaimed, moved to tears by the taste of the broth. Brother Chen, your stew is simply exquisite. The delectable dishes I have tasted before pale in comparison to this. Wang Ying, too, was captivated by this culinary delight, exclaiming in awe as he devoured it without regard for the heat. Enough, don't mention that, Xiang Chen retorted with annoyance, yet he continued to eat heartily. Xiahou Wu savored his meat and wine, reveling in the pleasure. I long to partake. This is truly delightful. How could this fellow possess such culinary prowess? A gathering of young talents encircled them, their eyes fixated on the 4 indulging in their feast, swallowing in anticipation. Xiang, brother Xiang, may we have a taste? Inquired a bold youth with a smile, the son of the Minister of Revenue, named Guo Wan. Of course. Come, do not hesitate. There is plenty to go around. Xiang Chen replied with a grin. Thank you, brother Xiang. The youth, along with a dozen others, eagerly approached, their laughter betraying their excitement. These individuals bore no allegiance to either the eldest or second prince, and shared neither close ties nor enmity with Xiang Chen. Everyone, please enjoy. There is more than enough meat. Xiang Chen, not one to be stingy, invited all who bore no malice to partake. One by one, they fetched bowls and chopsticks. And upon tasting, each was conquered by the flavor, moaning in delight. "Brother Xiang, this taste is extraordinary," they exclaimed. "I have never encountered such deliciousness. My previous experiences were for naught." The revelers marveled, while the ministers atop the city wall swallowed hard, unable to lower themselves to join in the feast. "Your Majesty, this is quite unbecoming," Lin Lian exclaimed, casting a disapproving glance at King Shang. To her surprise, she noticed the king subtly gulping, murmuring to a nearby eunuch, "Go, bring me a bowl." "As you command, Your Majesty." Lin Lian's expression darkened, her indignation rendering her speechless. "Come, brothers, Happy New Year. May you eat and drink well." Xiang Chen raised a bowl and toast, his other hand gripping a hearty bone. "Happy New Year, Brother Xiang. Your skill is remarkable. I have never tasted such exquisite fare. Happy New Year." Over a dozen individuals lifted their cups, clinking bowls in camaraderie, the atmosphere jovial, as if celebrating the new year. "What is happening? Why has that little wretch not been eliminated? Where are my men?" Xiang Kei's faction emerged, observing the gathering indulging in merriment, and upon seeing Xiang Chen, his face turned a shade of green with fury. "Oh, Xiang Kei, care to join us for a bite? Huh, how does it feel to be bitten by a snake?" Xiahou Wu shouted upon spotting Xiang Quebec. With a face of thunder, Xiang Kei retorted, "Who would eat your scraps?" He scoffed and turned away, though his throat betrayed him with involuntary gulps as he cursed inwardly. "What are these beasts feasting upon? It smells divine." As the afternoon wore on, 700 or 800 individuals gathered outside the city gates, with only Xiang Chen's group remaining distinct, still indulging, having consumed several tons of meat from 2 scythe dragons. Finally, they sat on the ground, bellies full, contentedly belching. The little white tiger, too, lay sated in Xiang Chen's embrace. "All right, the time has come. Everyone, gather around. It is time to announce the results of the spring hunt." Chapter 280. The greatest in history. Xiang Xiong truly is an amusing individual. Yin Tianhua could not help but chuckle. Throughout the years, only Xiang Chen had the audacity to publicly prepare a stew during the spring hunt. Xiang Kei sneered coldly, remarking, "Some individuals are simply destined for lowliness. As a noble heir, flaunting culinary skills in such a public setting is absurd. This is a venue for martial prowess, not a cooking competition. Xiang Kei, we indulged in meat while you feasted on excrement. Your words reek of foulness. Did the absence of a couple of bowls at the banquet leave you feeling unwell?" Mocked Xiahou Wu, inciting laughter from those who had dined and drunk together moments before. Ha ha. The moment Xiahou Wu spoke, it evoked a burst of laughter among the gathered crowd. "Xiahou Wu, you are the one who speaks nonsense. This is the spring hunt, a place to showcase martial achievements. How many prey have you and Xiang Chen captured to warrant such arrogance?" Xiang Kei retorted angrily. "Xiang Xiong, do not stoop to the level of such a boorish individual. He is nothing but a brute," Lin Huang remarked coldly. Hearing this, Xiang Chen sneered. "You speak as if your accomplishments are extraordinary. When the results are revealed, we shall see whose face is marred." Xiang Kei let out a derisive snort, declaring, "Your poetry may be passable, but I am certain of my victory in this spring hunt. Oh, let us wait and see, should you lose. You must bark like a dog. Do you dare accept this challenge?" Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. "Am I to fear you?" Xiang Kei scoffed repeatedly. "Now, please present your storage jade belts for the collection of results," the chief officiant announced. A group of individuals affixed their names to their storage jade belts and submitted them. Some began examining the captured prey. Not long after, the list of ranked prey was compiled and presented to the chief officiant. Upon reviewing the list, a flicker of astonishment crossed the officiant's eyes as he gazed at one individual. "Let us directly announce the top 10 results," the officiant proclaimed. Lin Kun, 1 third-tier ferocious beast at the innate realm, and 6 divine-sealed ferocious beasts. Zhao Tuo, 1 innate realm ferocious beast, and 8 divine-sealed ferocious beasts. Li Guang, 2 innate realm ferocious beasts. As each name was called, the rankings gradually emerged. Xiang Kei, 5 innate realm ferocious beasts, and 10 divine-sealed ferocious beasts. The announcement of this accomplishment left countless young talents astonished, gazing at Xiang Kei in disbelief. Within a mere day and night, he had hunted 5 innate-level ferocious beasts. "Haha, my lord, splendid work." The members of the Xiang Wangfu rejoiced, congratulating Xiang Quebec. A look of pride graced Xiang Kei's face. Compared to others, his achievements were vastly superior. The title of champion in this spring hunt was undoubtedly his. He cast a scornful glance at Xiang Chen, taunting, Xiang Chen, how many have you hunted? Do you possess even one third-tier ferocious beast at the innate realm? My results are an insurmountable chasm for you. Xiang Chen scoffed, merely 5 beasts. And you dare to boast? Humph, I see you are the type to remain unrepentant until faced with the grave. I shall eagerly await your results, Xiang Ke coldly retorted. His Highness the Second Prince, De Wang, has captured 6 innate ferocious beasts. At that moment, the officiant announced Yin Tianhua's results. What? 6 innate realm ferocious beasts. His Highness De Wang is indeed formidable. Wasn't His Highness De Wang considered a waste? The young talents were left astounded, casting incredulous glances at De Wang, Yin Tianhua. Many courtiers gazed at Yin Tianhua with astonished expressions, their eyes reflecting a myriad of thoughts. Was the esteemed King Yin Tianhua attempting to rival the crown prince in the future, showcasing his remarkable talents? Yin Tianhua's gaze darkened slightly upon hearing this outstanding achievement. The merchant king nodded in approval, casting a more scrutinizing glance at Yin Tianhua. Meanwhile, Yin Tianhua maintained his composure. Now, let us announce the second-place score. The Chancellor said slowly. What? The second prince, with such an admirable score, merely placed third? How is that possible? This result is already on par with the first place from the last spring hunt. Yet he is only third this time? A stir of commotion erupted among the crowd, filled with whispers of disbelief. Yin Tianhua was equally taken aback, suddenly directing his gaze towards Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu, who were still patting their stomachs in satisfaction. How can it be? I did not even place in the top 3, only 4th? Then who is first and second? Xiang Ke's expression darkened further. He had believed he would claim the top spot, only to find Yin Tianhua's score unexpectedly overshadowing his, and still only third. The second place, Xiahou Wu, 11 innate savage beasts. The Chancellor announced, causing an uproar. 11 innate savage beasts, Xiahou Wu. Countless eyes were drawn to him, all filled with shock. 11 innate level savage beasts. This score had never been achieved in past spring hunts. How can it be? Xiahou Wu, 11 beasts, and he is only second? Then who is first? How many did they kill? The crowd was in disbelief, the youths all gazing at Xiahou Wu in astonishment. Suddenly, someone noticed Xiang Chen beside Xiahou Wu, their expression shifting with disbelief. This brute, Xiahou Wu. Xiang Ke's face was dark. Xiahou Wu's score surpassed his by a significant margin. At that moment, the Chancellor exhaled deeply and stated, Next, the first-place score represents the finest achievement in our great merchant's spring hunt. This individual reported a single kill. A single kill? And it is the best? Could it be a third-tier high-level savage beast of the innate realm? That seems impossible. No one here possesses such strength. The crowd erupted in speculation and chatter. The first place goes to Xiang Chen, with a score of 1, a 4-tier savage beast of the Yuanyang realm. A 2-headed earth python. At this proclamation, the venue fell silent for a brief moment. Then, all eyes, including those of the courtiers and scholars, turned towards Xiang Chen, the languid youth casually picking his teeth with a toothpick. What? A 4-tier savage beast of the Yuanyang realm? How can this be? No, it's impossible. It must be cheating. Xiang Chen could not have possibly hunted a Yuanyang beast. A 4-tier Yuanyang savage beast. This is simply unthinkable. Many erupted in anger, shouting accusations of cheating against Xiang Chen. Xiang Ke stood in shock, unable to articulate his disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared at Xiang Chen, a prey of the Yuanyang realm. No, it cannot be. How could this young rascal possess the strength to hunt a Yuanyang savage beast? It must be cheating. It has to be cheating. Xiang Ke bellowed, refusing to accept this result. Indeed, Xiang Chen has cheated. It must have been meticulously planned in advance. Countless voices echoed with indignation, incredulous at such a score. Could it be that Xiang Chen had slain the 2-headed python that had pursued him? How could that be possible? The audience was similarly in uproar. Previously, all who had witnessed the hunt saw the projection in the treasure mirror, where Xiang Chen was being hunted by the 2-headed python, only to later appear alone. Chapter 281, A Plea for Death. How could it be that Xiang Chen, merely at the spirit concealment realm, could possibly slay a formidable beast of the Yuanyang realm? Even if he had been chased by this 2-headed python, it could hardly serve as proof. It was undoubtedly cheating. Nearly everyone refused to believe the outcome. A bunch of frogs in a well. If you lack the capability to slay a Yuanyang realm beast, must you deny my brother his prowess? Xiahou Wu scoffed, loudly confronting the naysayers. Lin Huang retorted coldly, Xiahou Wu, are Are you jesting? How could Xiang Chen possess the strength to vanquish such a powerful creature? Silence, Lin Huang. What merit do you have to speak to me, given your results? Xiahou Wu taunted. Lin Huang's expression darkened. Although he had ranked in the top 10, his results paled in comparison to Xiahou Wu's. Xiang Ke sneered, Xiahou Wu. Do you presume everyone is as foolish as you? If Xiang Chen truly killed that beast, I, Xiang Ke, will kneel and bark like a dog. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen laughed heartily, teasing, Xiang Ke, then do await your moment of kneeling and barking. Xiang Chen, your achievement is indeed astonishing. Everyone claims you cheated. How do you explain this? Asked Zhao Xiang. Xiang Chen clasped his hands and replied, Zhao Xiang, what constitutes cheating? Zhao Xiang elaborated. If someone slays a beast prepared in advance for you, that is cheating. Xiang Chen chuckled. Then I assure you, I did not cheat. This prey was indeed slain by my own hand. Ha ha ha, absurd. How could you possibly? Xiang Chen, what cultivation level do you possess? Do you think everyone is a fool? At that moment, even the crown prince could not suppress a mocking laugh. Xiang Chen glanced at him, then retrieved the severed head of the two-headed python from his storage jade belt, stating, whether it is cheating or not can be proven. This beast harbors a potent toxin that I concocted. It succumbed to my poisoned arrow, which led to its demise. Poisoned, a toxin capable of incapacitating a fourth-tier beast. Few possess the ability to concoct such a toxin. Could Xiang Chen truly create it? Gasps of astonishment filled the air, disbelief evident in their expressions. Zhao Xiang nodded to an apothecary, who approached to examine the snake's head. Using a silver needle, he probed, declaring, Zhao Xiang, this serpent is indeed afflicted by a potent toxin. Xiang Ke shouted, impossible. How could you concoct such a formidable toxin capable of affecting a Yuan Yang beast? You must have added the poison afterward. Xiang Chen smirked, producing a poisoned arrow and approaching Xiang Ke, saying, if you doubt me, would you dare to test it? This arrow is laced with poison. With your cultivation, you would succumb within 3 breaths. Xiang Ke's face paled in fright, and he hastily retreated. Young Master Xiang, may I examine that poisoned arrow? The apothecary inquired. Xiang Chen nodded, allowing the apothecary to inspect it. The apothecary took out a special silver needle to test the toxin smeared on the arrow, and to his astonishment, the needle began to glow with a green light. A 4th-tier toxin. The apothecary exclaimed, eyes wide with shock as he turned to gaze at Xiang Chen. Subsequently, he remarked, the venom on this arrow is exceedingly potent. It can indeed poison beasts of the Yuan Yang realm. With these words from the apothecary, the matter was nearly settled. It was evident that the beast of the Yuan Yang realm had been slain by Xiang Chen using a poisoned arrow. How could this be? This was truly the work of that young man. To slay a ferocious beast with a poisoned arrow is no simple feat, for such creatures possess formidable defenses, making it exceedingly difficult to inflict harm and administer poison. This individual harbors such a fearsome toxin. This explanation was one that everyone could reluctantly accept. But could it be true? No, it is impossible. How could this happen? Xiang Ke's face turned pale as he gazed at Xiang Chen. His eyes filled with jealousy and fury. Xiang Chen approached Xiang Ke, sneering, did I not just hear someone wager that if I were the one to kill it, you would kneel and bark like a dog? Xiang Ke, fulfill your promise. Xiang Ke's expression shifted, and he retorted angrily. Using poison to kill does not count as true skill. It is a despicable tactic. Xiang Chen scoffed. Xiang Ke, are you unable to handle this? The spring hunt did not stipulate that poison could not be used. What, do you intend to go back on your word? So many have heard this. Indeed. What are you called, Ke? A man of stature does not speak in vain. I also heard what you said to Bai Mao. Kneel and bark. Li Baoer joined in the fray. Kneel, shouted Xiahou Wu, stepping forward. Young Master Xiang Ke, we all heard you just now. One must not speak lightly. The youths who had just partaken of Xiang Chen's hospitality could not help but chime in, feeling that one should not bite the hand that feeds. Kneel. Xiang Chen's countenance turned icy as he bellowed, releasing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that enveloped Xiang Quebec. Xiang Ke's complexion paled, and suddenly feeling weak in the knees. He found himself genuinely kneeling, cold sweat pouring down his face, feeling an immense sense of humiliation for having actually submitted. Huh, this is more like it. Quickly, let us hear you bark like a dog. Xiang Chen sneered, his gaze fixed on Xiang Quebec. Enough, Xiang Chen. He is, after all, your elder brother. Do not be excessive in front of the crowd, Lin Lian interjected, unable to contain herself, attempting to exert pressure over Xiang Chen with her Yuan Yang realm presence. Excessive? Xiang Chen laughed in anger. Am I being excessive towards him? When he conspired against me, and you too conspired to frame me. Why did you not say that it was excessive then, Lin Lian? You have no right to speak of excess. Impudent. Lin Lian seethed with rage, striking out at Xiang Chen. However, Qing Feng appeared in a flash, standing before Xiang Chen and effortlessly catching her hand, saying coolly, Princess Lin, please restrain yourself. Xiang Chen is now the second master of the Wan Yao Pavilion. Is he someone you can strike at will? You. Lin Lian glared at the woman, but dared not continue her assault. Enough. This spring hunt is not a place for your quarrels. A voice of authority rang out as the Merchant King finally spoke. The Merchant King stated coolly, the results of the spring hunt are in. Thus, this welcoming court event can be deemed successfully concluded. The rewards for the top 5 will be fulfilled by the royal family. You may disperse. With the Merchant King's words, Xiang Chen felt it was unwise to pursue the matter any further. We take our leave, Your Majesty. Countless individuals bowed respectfully before gradually departing in small groups. Lin Lian let out a cold snort, retracting her hand as she glared at Xiang Ke, who knelt on the ground, pale and dazed. She scolded furiously. How could I have given birth to such a useless child? How much longer will you kneel there? Get up. Gripping Xiang Ke's ear, she yanked him up. In a state of utter desolation, Xiang Ke stumbled away. Xiang Chen sneered. Xiang Ke, you still haven't seen a dog bark? Make sure to catch up on that next time we meet. Upon hearing this, a wave of fury surged through Xiang Ke, causing his blood to boil. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, unconscious from rage. Care. Lin Lian's expression changed drastically as she rushed to embrace Xiang Ke. Her eyes filled with fury directed at Xiang Chen. You wretched creature, in this life and the next, it is I who will stand by him, not you. She growled through clenched teeth. Vile woman, am I afraid of you? I dare you to kill me. Xiang Chen retorted without hesitation. Enraged, Lin Lian hurried away. Cradling Xiang Quebec, Chapter 282. The exceptional genius, many powerful figures regarded Xiang Chen with a newfound wariness. Despite his apparent weakness, he possessed the lethal poison capable of slaying beasts of the Yuan Yang realm, which could similarly afflict the Yuan Yang realm warriors of the human race. Few in the Great Xiang could concoct such a poison. Yin Tianhua approached, clasping his fists and smiling. Brother Xiang Chen, congratulations. Your performance at the newcomer's palace was truly dazzling, showcasing your talent and outshining everyone in the spring hunt. Xiang Chen returned the gesture with a smile, replying, Brother Tianhua, you too have achieved your goals and revealed your brilliance. Humph, the tall trees attract the wind, the Crown Prince Yin Tianai remarked coldly as he walked by, casting a glance at Xiang Chen. What is a mere spring hunt? You have yet to witness the vastness of the world, young man. Stay humble and do not be too arrogant. Is a youth not to be bold? If one is not audacious, are they truly young? The Crown Prince's men were utterly weak, failing to even graze me before they all fell. It was quite disappointing, Xiang Chen retorted with a cold laugh. Yin Tianai smirked. Your troubles are far from over. With that, he departed, followed by Lin Huang and the others, who shot Xiang Chen icy glances. Such a strange character, that Crown Prince. Is he unwell? Li Bauer remarked with a disdainful huff. He is indeed unwell, Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. By the way, Bauer, I would like to give you this 9th-rank treasure cauldron. He gestured towards the cauldron he had used for cooking. Li Bauer froze in surprise, her cheeks flushing as she looked at Xiang Chen. Why are you giving it to me? Do you like me? I'll have you know. Many people like me. Just because you give me a cauldron doesn't mean I'll instantly like you. We've only just met. Xiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of embarrassment. He playfully flicked her forehead and chided. Could you not be so self-absorbed? I have no affection for you. I possess a superior cauldron. I intend to use this one for cooking meat, and I'm giving it to you as a New Year's gift, purely as a friend. Humph. How long have we known each other for you to bestow upon me such a precious gift? If not affection, what could it be? Now, don't feel embarrassed. My dear Bayer, for my charm is quite formidable. There are many who admire me. You need not be shy about your feelings for me. I shall graciously accept your gift, and whether I may come to like you in return will depend on your future actions. Hee hee. Li Bayer laughed cheerfully as she accepted the ding. Xiang Chen, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. This girl was exceedingly self-absorbed. Then give it back. I shall not gift it to you anymore. How fanciful to think one can demand the return of a gift once given. Li Bayer skipped away, humming a little tune. At that moment, a group approached. It was the esteemed scholars from the Huangzhou Academy and the West Huang Institute. Wu Ling stepped forward, gazing at the young Summer Ho Wu beside Xiang Chen, and with a smile inquired, "Young lad, you are Summer Ho Wu, are you not?" "Yes, esteemed sir." "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Summer Ho Wu replied, somewhat perplexed. "Would you be interested in pursuing your studies at the Huangzhou Academy? There lies a vast expanse more fitting for your talents, a stage where your remarkable gifts would not be obscured by this small locale. Should you venture there, you are bound to become one of the greatest among the merchants of the realm," Wu Ling asserted with a grin. "I shall indeed consider it, esteemed sir." "Why do you ask?" Summer Ho Wu responded. "Ah, it is good to hear you say that. I merely wish to inquire if I may test your root bone talent and the level of your divine spirit," Wu Ling continued with an inquisitive smile. Xiang Chen observed Wu Ling, recognizing that this old fellow had taken an interest in the boy's potential. Summer Ho Wu looked to Xiang Chen for guidance, who nodded in approval. "Very well, esteemed sir. How shall you conduct this test?" Summer Ho Wu asked boldly. Wu Ling conjured 2 crystal orbs, one white and one gold, shimmering with light. "Simply drop a drop of your blood into this white crystal orb, and it will reveal your root bone talent." Every individual possesses a root bone talent, classified into various levels, the lowest being the mortal root, followed by the spiritual root, the heavenly root, and even the legendary roots beyond that. The higher the quality of the root bone, the stronger the talent for cultivation, and the greater the affinity with the world. Summer Ho Wu pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall into the white crystal, while many onlookers gathered, particularly those from the Summer Ho Manor. As the blood mingled with the orb, it began to glow with runes, radiating increasingly brighter light. Wu Ling explained, "This crystal orb will emit a stronger light for those with superior root bone talents. The mortal root emits light from 1 to 9 meters, while the spiritual root, at level 1, can release light from 10 to 100 meters. The uninitiated among the crowd quickly grasped the concept. And soon the white crystal orb shone ever more brilliantly, its golden light resembling a miniature sun. Suddenly, a beam surged skyward, 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Wu Ling's smile widened as he exclaimed, "Indeed, a genius. It appears your root bone talent exceeds that of the spiritual level." The beam continued to intensify, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters, and finally, 100 meters. By the time it reached 100 meters, Wu Ling's expression was one of astonished delight. Could it be a 9th grade spiritual root talent? "Senior brother, look. The enhancement continues," exclaimed a beautiful woman beside them. Indeed, the beam surged, multiplying in height, 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 900 meters. At the 900-meter mark, Wu Ling and his companions trembled with excitement, while the more than 10 disciples from the academy were equally astonished. How could it be? A heavenly grade 9th-tier talent. My goodness, such talent is scarcely found within the academy. No, look, it's still rising. The crowd gasped. As the beam coalesced at 999 meters, on the brink of surpassing the 1,000-meter threshold, unexpectedly, the crystal ball shattered with a loud bang. "It's broken. The crystal ball is shattered." The beautiful woman in white trembled slightly, gazing incredulously at Xiao Ho Wu. Wu Ling's eyes flared with fervor, brimming with excitement as he looked at Xiao Ho Wu, exclaiming, "Above heavenly grade, the legendary prodigy of unmatched talent. Such a gift has only appeared once in our academy. Ha ha ha! A talent of dragon and phoenix. Who would have thought that such a genius could arise from this small merchant nation? Senior brother, our West courtyard, our West mansion, is destined to rise." Another man exclaimed, equally thrilled. "Quickly, junior brother, pass me the communication talisman to report to the dean. Hurry," Wu Ling urged. The man, upon hearing this, produced a palm-sized jade tablet inscribed with intricate runes, channeling his vital energy into it before handing it over to Wu Ling. Wu Ling pressed his forehead, and a golden beam shot forth, entering the jade tablet. Subsequently, the onlookers regarded Xiao Ho Wu with the reverence reserved for extraordinary treasures, their gazes fervent, making him feel quite uneasy, sending shivers down his spine. An unparalleled genius. Ha. To encounter such talent on this journey, the other 3 academies will surely lament their fate, Wu Ling declared excitedly, grasping Xiao Ho Wu's hand, squeezing and touching it. Xiao Ho Wu felt a chill and quickly retreated. "Respected elders, please show some decorum. I do not possess the charm of Long Yam. Child, you must join our West courtyard. I assure you, your future is boundless, and you will undoubtedly have a place in the entire 9 provinces. Wu Ling insisted fervently. Above heavenly grade, Tong Yan, Su Sun, Su Luo, and the young lady Xiao all gazed at Xiahou Wu in shock, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. They understood all too well what this talent signified. Xiahou Wu's entrance into the academy would undoubtedly create a sensation. Xiang Chen smiled faintly, remaining silent. Above heavenly grade. Humph, they still underestimated the monkey's potential. Seeing his son's astonishing talent recognized, Prince Xiahou beamed with joy, unable to conceal his smile. The members of the Xiahou royal family rejoiced and congratulated him. Child, quickly, let me test your spiritual talent once more. Wu Ling urged excitedly. Just channel your spiritual power into this golden crystal ball. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Wu placed his palm on the golden crystal ball, summoning his spiritual power. With a hum, another beam of light instantly soared to 999 meters, and then, the crystal ball shattered with a resounding bang. Heaven, above heaven, the root bone, the divine spirit, all transcend the heavenly realm. This spectacle left everyone at the academy utterly speechless, their gazes towards Xiahou Wu filled with awe beyond mere astonishment. Wu Ling suddenly adopted an exceptionally grave expression, addressing the assembly. Regarding today's events, none may divulge a word. Those who do shall face dire consequences within the Shang country. Should anyone dare to leak this, annihilation shall be their fate. These words rendered the people surrounding the Shang country astounded. To protect the secret of one individual, they would not hesitate to obliterate a nation. Such extraordinary talent warrants profound reverence. Wu Ling inhaled deeply to steady his emotions and turned his gaze towards Lord Xiahou. Lord Xiahou, I trust that you will also keep the matter concerning your son confidential. Otherwise, the Shang nation shall undoubtedly face catastrophic ruin. Lord Xiahou's smile faded, and he nodded solemnly. The young lady surnamed Xiao gazed at Xiahou Wu, her eyes shimmering with brilliance, lost in her thoughts. Child, might I visit your residence for a discussion? I have matters of significance to converse with you, Wu Ling remarked, perhaps unaware that a hint of respect had crept into his tone. Of course, esteemed elders, please, Xiahou Wu replied with a nod. Very well, let us depart, Wu Ling said cheerfully. Dog, come along, Xiahou Wu called out to Xiang Chen. I shall not accompany you. You may go ahead, Xiang Chen replied with a gentle smile. All right, then I shall return home first and seek you out later this evening, Xiahou Wu said as he and Wu Ling departed. Meanwhile, Wu Ling and the others were entirely focused on Xiahou Wu, neglecting Xiang Chen, the foremost in the spring hunt and the top in Wen Song. As Wu Ling and his companions left, Su Sun and Su Luo remained behind, approaching Xiang Chen. You are Xiang Chen? Inquired the imposing Su Sun, looking down at Xiang Chen with an air of arrogance. Xiang Chen frowned. Their demeanor was unappealing. Indeed, I am. What can I do for you two? Su Sun replied haughtily. I am Su Sun, and this is Su Luo. We are both among the top 100 experts in the Outer Academy. Boy, do you know Xia Qingqing, the esteemed sister? Indeed, I know her. What of it? Xiang Chen replied with indifference. It was evident that one of them was at the 8th level of innate realm, while the other was at the 9th level, true experts within the innate realm. It seems it's really you, Su Luo sneered, his gaze scrutinizing Xiang Chen with amusement. Su Sun added with a smirk, listen closely, boy. I advise you not to attend the Huangzhou Academy. Otherwise, I shall break your neck. Furthermore, you must sever all ties with Sister Qingqing. Any further contact, and I shall destroy your family. Xiang Chen's heart ignited with fury upon hearing this. How audacious. He did not even know them. Yet they threatened him with murder and family annihilation. Whether I go to Huangzhou Academy or maintain relations with Qingqing is none of your concern. Threatening me? Do you think I was raised to be frightened? If you dare to act, let us see if you can leave here unscathed today. Xiang Chen erupted in anger, hurling insults. The previously arrogant Su Sun and Su Luo were now enraged, with Su Sun shouting, You little beast, what did you say? Say that again if you dare. I said you are a foolish fool, a fool, a fool. Important matters must be repeated thrice. Did you hear me clearly? Xiang Chen asked with a cold smile. You are courting death. Su Sun roared. A surge of innate true energy erupted as a violent force coalesced, radiating a brilliant blue light, directly striking towards Xiang Chen. I see you are seeking death. Behind Xiang Chen, the formidable Sun Wu, a master of the Yuan Yang realm, let out a cold laugh, unleashing his Yuan Yang true energy in retaliation. With a thunderous clash, the two forces collided, causing Su San's true energy to disintegrate upon impact. The shockwave struck his body, and Su San spat a mouthful of blood, staggering backward, his complexion pale as he glared furiously at the powerful figure behind Xiang Chen. A master of the Yuanyang realm. Su Luo narrowed his eyes, refraining from recklessness. Xiang Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded the two with an icy demeanor and spoke indifferently. I care not who you are or what background you hail from within the academy. However, remember this, you are in the territory of Deshang. Should you provoke me, I can ensure your demise goes unnoticed, leaving no trace. A mighty dragon does not suppress a local snake. You, too, are no dragon. When in another's domain, it would serve you well to adopt a more discreet approach, lest you meet an untimely end without foreknowledge. You dare to kill me. Su San, filled with rage, attempted to charge forward but was restrained by Su Luo's grip on his shoulder. Su Luo's voice was frigid as he remarked, "We shall heed your lesson, esteemed one. Indeed, Deshang is not our territory. However, your Deshang holds little significance. Xiang Chen, you need not heed our warning. Go ahead and test your luck at the academy. We shall see how you meet your end. I find you truly foolish. Have I ever provoked you? Why seek to create enemies?" Xiang Chen regarded the two with a look of incredulity. "We do not know you, yet there exists a formidable figure whom you cannot afford to offend. One who seeks your life." Su Luo sneered. "The background of that individual is sufficient to obliterate all your forces, even this nation of Shang. That is all I will say. Su San, we are leaving." As Su Luo led Su San away, the latter shot a venomous glare at Xiang Chen. "Boy, I hope you proceed to the academy. I shall remember this grudge." Su San spat blood and coldly proclaimed. "Foolish and deserving of a lesson," Xiang Chen scoffed, paying little heed to the threat. Yet, his brow furrowed in contemplation. These two were evidently mere pawns. Who, then, lay behind them? Chapter 284. A young lady named Xiaohei, white-haired youth. Your poetry is quite impressive. At that moment, a girl in a red dress approached, accompanied by a beautiful young woman clad in a pale yellow gown. Xiang Chen turned to the girl, noting her modest height of approximately 1.65 meters, adorned in a striking crimson long dress embellished with exquisite firebird patterns. Her face was slightly round, yet quite lovely, with large, sparkling eyes accentuated by a hint of makeup, and her ample bosom was barely concealed by her loose attire, exuding an approachable aura at first glance. Beside her, the other woman was stunning, standing nearly 1.80 meters, boasting an elegant figure, with an oval face, bright and clear eyes, and a demeanor of refined grace. She epitomized classic beauty. "May I inquire the names of these two young ladies?" Xiang Chen greeted with a respectful clasp of his fists. "I am Tong Yan, and this is my sister Xiao. Xiao Xiang. We are disciples of the Western Wilderness Academy of the Huangzhou Academy." The girl in red introduced herself with a familiar tone. "Oh, so you are the esteemed Tong and Xiao from the academy." "I am Xiang Chen," he replied, with a graceful sweep of his sleeve. Xiang Chen respectfully bowed to the two individuals, embodying the demeanor befitting a noble scion. Indeed, his politeness was far more pleasing than that of Su San and his companion. "Xiang Chen, do you still possess that lethal poison capable of incapacitating beasts at the Yuanyang realm? My companion and I wish to procure some." Tong Yan inquired with a cheerful smile. It became evident that they sought to purchase the poison he had concocted. Xiang Chen shook his head and replied, "I have exhausted that supply. I fear I must disappoint you both." "Ah, it is gone then," Tong Yan expressed with a hint of disappointment. "Young Master Xiang, I observe your remarkable talents in both the arts of war and literature. You intend to attend the academy in the Wild Province, do you not?" At that moment, Miss Xiao softly asked, "Indeed, is there something amiss?" Xiang Chen queried, "I have noticed that Su San and Su Luo harbor ill will towards you. Have you perhaps offended their benefactor?" Miss Xiao inquired. Xiang Chen shook his head, saying, "I was previously unacquainted with those two fools. How could I have offended them or their associates? They approached me with threats from the outset. May I ask if you are familiar with their backgrounds?" Tong Yin furrowed her brows and replied, "Those two ruffians are indeed in league with that detestable individual." Miss Xiao continued, "Su Luo and Su San are both formidable experts from the outer academy, ranking among the top 100. They follow a significant figure from the inner academy named Yi Tianqi." Yi Tianqi, Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "I do not recognize this individual, nor have I heard of his origins." Miss Xiao elaborated, "Yi Tianqi is a top-tier genius of the West Wilderness Academy, ranked among the top 3. He stands among the foremost 10 disciples across all 4 academies of the Wild Province, and has long entered the Yuanyang realm, wielding immense power and commanding numerous followers. The prince of your merchant nation, along with Su Sun and Su Luo, are all among his subordinates. The Wild Province boasts vast terrains, covering no less than 10 million square kilometers. The Wild Province Academy is the largest true martial arts institution, divided into 4 colleges: East, West, South, and North. The territory of the Deshang is situated in the western part of the Wild Province, hence it is referred to as the West Wilderness. I have not heard of this Yi Tianqi, nor do I know him, Xiang Chen frowned. This individual possesses a formidable background and extraordinary talent, thus wielding significant influence among the students of the Wild Province Academy. The fact that Su Sun and Su Luo have sought trouble with you, while mentioning his name, suggests that you may have offended him for some reason. We merely came to offer a friendly warning, with no ulterior motives. If you intend to attend the academy and incur his wrath, I fear it may lead to dire consequences, Miss Xiao cautioned. Thank you for your warning, Mississippi. I shall keep it in mind. By the way, might you 2 ladies be familiar with Xia Qingqing? Xia Qingqing, the enchanting junior sister. Of course we know her. They both replied, slightly astonished, before nodding in agreement. Tong Yin remarked, Junior sister Qingqing is undoubtedly the most gifted individual in our academy in recent years, possessing a root bone above the heavenly level, which incites envy. She is often seen wearing a cold, icy mask, and it is said that her beauty is unparalleled. At merely 16 years of age, she has already reached the minor celestial level of the innate realm, and it is rumored she may break through to Yuanyang before turning 20. She has many admirers within the academy and is revered as a goddess. By the way, it seems Yi Tianqi is also among her suitors. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Admirers of Qingqing. A cold smile curled upon his lips. He surmised he knew the reason behind it all. Since ancient times, beautiful women have often brought about calamities. The extraordinary talent of the enchanting woman must have captivated Yi Tianqi. If the crown prince were to ally himself with her, he would undoubtedly reveal my affairs, thus clarifying why his subordinates, Su Sun and Su Luo, have been so hostile towards me. Alas, dear girl, you truly know how to embroil me in trouble. It is an eternal truth that men cannot escape the allure of love and the temptation of profit. Xiang Chen sighed inwardly, reflecting on the timeless narrative of men taking action over matters of the heart. By the way, it seems that Sister Qingqing also hails from the great merchant nation. Could it be that you know her? Tong Yin inquired. Indeed, she is my betrothed, bound by a marriage contract, Xiang Chen affirmed with a nod. What? The 2 exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Xiang Chen. You are Sister Qingqing's fiancé. No wonder, I now understand why Yi Tianqi has targeted you, Tong Yin said, her eyes widening in disbelief. Miss Xiao also looked at Xiang Chen in surprise and remarked, I hadn't anticipated you 2 shared such a connection. I must caution you, it would be wise to avoid the academy, lest you become the common enemy of Sister Qingqing's suitors. Xiang Chen smiled lightly. I appreciate your good intentions, but as a man, I cannot be intimidated by such matters. Am I not still a man? Indeed, well said. How amusing it is that Sister Qingqing has a fiancé like you in this place, Tong Yin teased, surveying Xiang Chen with a playful glint in her eye. Miss Xiao shook her head and said, such a marriage is not advantageous for him. It would only position him as a target for Sister Xia Qingqing's admirers. Nonetheless, we've given you our warning. Whether you heed it is up to you. Then, Miss Xiao glanced at the departing group led by Xiaoho Wu and asked, Are you and young Master Xiaoho friends? Brothers since childhood. Why do you ask? Xiang Chen replied, It's nothing. I was merely inquiring, Miss Xiao said, prompting Tong Yin to say, Let us depart. Xiang Chen, farewell. I have high hopes for you. Strive for love. Tong Yin laughed as she left with Miss Xiao. Xiang Chen cupped his hands in farewell and turned to leave, his mind occupied with thoughts of Yi Tianqi. What are you pondering, second master? A woman in green suddenly appeared beside Xiang Chen, smiling. Sister Qingfeng, he said, glancing at the retreating figures from the academy. You possess vast influence throughout the realm. Are you aware of a person named Yi Tianqi? Yi Tianqi? Qingfeng furrowed her brows and shook her head. I have not heard of him. Do you know anything of his background? Xiang Chen replied. This individual seems to possess a remarkable background in the region of Huangzhou. Sister Qingfeng, could you kindly inquire about him when you have the chance? Qingfeng pondered briefly and said, The surname Yi does belong to a prominent family in Huangzhou. although that family is quite extensive, making it difficult to pinpoint. I will look into it for you. Thank you very much, Sister Qingfeng. Xiang Chen nodded appreciatively. By the way, are you planning to visit the Huangzhou Academy? Qingfeng asked as they walked together. Indeed, I intend to see where Qingcheng is. I yearn for broader horizons. Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Indeed, the talent of the second master should not be buried in the small realm of Shanghua. The Academy of Huangzhou is commendable, yet it does not represent the pinnacle of martial cultivation in Huangzhou. It gathers prodigies from numerous nations, boasting martial arts that surpass those of Shanghua, alongside formidable practitioners. The second master shall find a broader stage for his martial prowess elsewhere. Qingfeng nodded and added, By the way, my master wishes to meet you, second master. Shall we visit the Wanyao Pavilion? Very well, I must also entrust Brother Chun with some matters. Let us depart, Xiang Chen replied. And he and Qingfeng made their way to the Wanyao Pavilion. By a serene lake, surrounded by lush mountains within the pavilion, a dashing young man clad in azure sat on a small stool, wielding a black bamboo fishing rod as he fished. Beside him, a bucket had already collected several fish of varying sizes, including carp, river bass, and grass carp. A nearby table held a small pot over a lively charcoal fire, adorned with wine and delicacies. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the fishing line employed by Qingfeng was, in fact, a delicate strand of azure true essence sword chi, as fine as a cow's hair. As Xiang Chen and Qingfeng approached, Xiang Chen sat beside him and remarked with a smile, Brother, your taste is exquisite. Qingfeng chuckled. Indeed, the catch is plentiful today. Have you eaten? As he spoke, he skillfully pulled in a fish over a foot long, which plopped into the bucket. I have just eaten, but I can still share a few cups with you, Xiang Chen replied, pouring 2 cups of wine. Qingfeng reeled in his fishing rod and handed it to Qingfeng, who then sat beside him to clean a fish, removing its scales and entrails. I am aware of the events from the spring hunt. Are you planning to leave this place? Qingfeng inquired. Xiang Chen picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and savored its exquisite flavor, imbued with a hint of spiritual essence, nodding as he replied, Indeed. I intend to venture out and explore. When do you plan to depart? Qingfeng asked, raising his cup to clink it with Xiang Chen's and taking a sip. The departure is set for a month from now. Once I settle some matters, I shall leave. However, I am not well versed in the world beyond Shanghua and wish to inquire more from you. Brother, Xiang Chen stated, taking a sip of his wine and setting down the cup. In Qingfeng's hand appeared a rolled-up scroll, which he unfurled, revealing a detailed map of the 9 provinces. This is a map of the Jiuzhou, depicting each province in detail, he explained. Xiang Chen took it, opened it, and marveled at the vastness of the map, on which a conspicuous red circle marked a small dot labeled Shanghua. Qingfeng continued, the southern barbarian continent is expansive, with the human territories divided into 9 provinces. Huangzhou is merely one of these 9, amidst countless nations, from diminutive states like Shanghua to mighty dynasties and empires. Above these lies the unparalleled Great Xia dynasty, which reigns over the 9 provinces, representing one of the most formidable powers among the human race on the continent. The central province serves as the heart of the Jiuzhou, where the dragon vein converges, and is the very location of the Great Xia's capital. Xiang Chen expressed his astonishment. Are there indeed human forces that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Great Xia dynasty? Qingfeng chuckled and said, Indeed, there exists a peerless sect among the human race, known as the Beitian Sect. The Beitian Sect serves as the national sect of the Great Xia dynasty. It refrains from meddling in mundane affairs and exists solely to safeguard the peace of the human race on this continent, seeking immortality and wisdom while fending off foreign adversaries. Since the dawn of humanity, 3 dynasties have risen and fallen, yet the Beitian Sect has endured through the ages, standing as the foremost among myriad sections. Beitian Sect? Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Wasn't Yume a disciple of the Beitian Sect in her past life? How formidable is the Beitian Sect? He inquired, for the name itself exuded grandeur and confidence. Qingfeng smiled faintly and replied, You will come to know in due time. The existence of the Beitian Sect is still quite distant from you at present. Allow me to speak of the Wild State. In the Wild State, aside from the premier families and factions, a few powers stand out. One is the Northern Wilderness Empire, the most formidable empire within the Wild State, dominating the entire northern expanse. Another is the Academy of the Wild State, which has ties to the Great Xia dynasty and the Beitian Sect. Distinguished disciples of the Academy may have the opportunity to join the Beitian Sect or serve as generals within the dynasty. Furthermore, there is the Wild State Protectorate, a political and military institution governing the Wild State under the Great Xia dynasty. Even the entire Wild State must pay tribute to the Protectorate, which generally abstains from interfering in the affairs of various nations. Xiang Chen mentally noted the Wild State Protectorate, the Academy, and the Northern Wilderness Empire. Additionally, there are numerous powerful families, such as the Tianxiang Winery, backed by the Tianlu family, one of the top families in the Wild State, boasting a plethora of formidable experts. Chen Feng took a sip of his drink and remarked, "Isn't the Tianlu family the clan of that girl, Ximing?" Xiang Chen pondered quietly. Chen Feng continued, "In the entire Wild State, the merchant nation is indeed quite insignificant, and the influence of its royal family does not ascend to the true stage of the Wild State. At best, they are considered a second-rate power." Xiang Chen smiled wryly. "I am currently unable to contend even with such a second-rate power. My path ahead is still long. Little Chen, you are still young. With your skills in medicine, alchemy, and martial arts, as long as you endure the trials ahead, there will be a place for you in the 9 provinces. By then, the merchant nation will be nothing in your eyes." Chen Feng reassured him with a smile. "Haha, indeed. I have promised a certain pig-headed individual that I will shatter this sky in the future." Xiang Chen laughed heartily. However, he soon composed himself and said, "Elder brother, after I depart, I must trouble you to look after my wind dust manor and my mother, as well as the Hanshan market." He raised his cup in a toast to Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled warmly. "Rest assured, with me here, your enterprises will face no issues. I will also discreetly ensure the safety of your mother. No one in the great merchant can threaten her under my watch." "Thank you, elder brother." Xiang Chen rose and bowed solemnly. "One more thing. I would like to ask for your assistance with the influence of the Myriad Medicine Pavilion." "What is it?" "Thanks to the dual blessings of the dragon and phoenix, during the new year is when you receive your red envelopes." "Haha, I also wish to contribute more, but alas, the review restrictions do not permit it." Chapter 286, The 7 Stars Evil Box. "Given our friendship, feel free to speak candidly." With a smile, Xiang Chen remarked, "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to enlist the connections of the Wan Medicine Pavilion to ascertain the whereabouts of an individual within the celestial prison." After a lengthy conversation with Chen Feng, Xiang Chen made a visit to the Gongsun family, where he entrusted a batch of intricate artifacts to Gongsun Xingtian. Subsequently, he made his way to the Tianxiang Winery, where he shared a drink with Lu Qing, before finally returning to his bustling marketplace, the Red Dust Square, to reconnect with the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps, nurturing the relationships he had cultivated. Following his departure, the Red Dust Square, the Tianshandan Pavilion, and his establishment in the great merchant city would undoubtedly benefit from these powerful alliances. As night fell, Xiang Chen, under the escort of Sun Wu, returned to his wind dust manor, feeling quite inebriated from the excessive drinking of the day. Upon reaching his abode, he entered his meditation chamber, where a small pig, adorned in a patchwork of black and white, lay languidly on a cushion, propping its head with one hoof while the other deftly grasped grapes, tossing them into its mouth without discarding the skins. "You little rascal, you're back after handling your affairs," the pig remarked lazily. Xiang Chen approached and sat down heavily, exhaling a cloud of alcohol-laden breath, and then settled into a meditative posture to dissipate the effects of the alcohol within him. "Brother 8, I shall soon depart from this place. Will you remain here or accompany me?" he inquired. "Why would I follow you? There are no benefits involved. And this vast land of the 9 provinces is small enough that I can find you anytime," Brother 8 replied nonchalantly. "What manner of pig are you? Could you possibly be the reincarnation of the celestial Marshal Tianpeng?" Xiang Chen asked. "Who is this Marshal Tianpeng?" Brother 8 inquired, intrigued by the name. "Another pig, one that has transcended to become an immortal," Xiang Chen explained. "Enough with your nonsense. I've told you I am not a pig. Sigh. It's better to venture out and grow more swiftly," Brother 8 said dismissively. As Xiang Chen exhaled a rich breath of alcohol, he felt a wave of clarity sweep through him. "Brother 8, during your absence, I acquired a treasure. I would like you to examine it and discern its nature. For it is a relic of my family," he stated. "Oh, this piques my interest. Let me see it," Brother 8 responded. Xiang Chen nodded and summoned a mysterious ancient cauldron. From within, a crimson light burst forth, landing in his palm, revealing a blood-red box, intricately inscribed with enigmatic runes. "Oh, this is intriguing," Brother 8 said, suddenly sitting upright in surprise as the box slipped into his trotter. This box was obtained by my grandfather, passed down to my father, and then to me. It is said to facilitate the rapid absorption of the essence of heaven and earth for cultivation, though its origins remain unknown, Xiang Chen explained. Brother 8 scrutinized the box, sneering softly. Your father likely has no inkling of what this object truly is. It could very well lead to your downfall. Lead to my downfall? How so? Xiang Chen asked, astonished. This trinket is known as the 7 Constellations Evil Box. Indeed, it is a rare treasure. Do you know its purpose? Brother 8 inquired. Xiang Chen shook his head in confusion. Brother 8 narrowed his eyes and said, This is the cradle of cultivation for that particular clan. It is remarkable to encounter one here. Subsequently, the parrot elucidated. This box serves to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, aiding the host in their cultivation. As the host attains a certain level of prowess, it will gradually siphon off the rare host's cultivation, life force, soul, and vitality, leaving behind a mere husk, all while remaining undetected. Perhaps even being regarded as a treasured heirloom passed down to the next generation. What? Exclaimed Xiang Chen, his countenance shifting in disbelief as he gazed at the sanguine box. It's akin to raising pigs. Once they reach a certain stage, they are slaughtered for meat, the parrot mused while toying with the box. Such a malevolent object exists? Oh, it suddenly dawns on me. When my grandfather passed away, he was indeed emaciated, succumbing to an ailment that caused his cultivation to regress within a mere month, ultimately leading to his demise. What affliction could he have suffered? Could it have been due to this object? Xiang Chen recalled events from his childhood, the passing of his grandfather. Indeed, it is this very thing that drained him. This accursed object can inhabit 7 generations of hosts, with each succeeding host becoming more potent than the last, ultimately leading to their depletion and the emergence of the entity within the box. It can be described as a bloodthirsty cradle, specifically designed for nurturing the life contained within. The parrot continued to manipulate the sinister box, stating, Were it not for the ancient cauldron-esque suppression, this box would similarly cultivate you until a certain threshold, only to drain you and seek a new host. Xiang Chen was taken aback. The vastness of the world harbors countless wonders, yet such a nefarious object sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, my father bestowed it upon me. Otherwise, he too might have faced the same fate. A sigh of relief washed over him, as he believed his father was oblivious to the box's sinister nature. What resides within the box? Xiang Chen inquired. A seed, the parrot replied nonchalantly. A seed? What kind of seed? A profoundly malevolent seed known as the devourer's seed, which cultivates into a monstrous vine that consumes all surrounding life, capable of devouring an entire continent or even a small realm, evolving into a being that can slaughter the heavens. The growth of this lineage is excessively brutal and tyrannical, leading to their eradication by numerous powerful clans. They have become exceedingly rare in the world. This sanguine box is merely the seed's shell, and it is astonishing to discover that one has been sown upon this continent. If it were to hatch a millennium later, all life on this continent would serve as nourishment for its growth. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen was left utterly speechless, realizing the sheer dominance of the entity within the box. However, it encountered you and me, marking its ill fate. I shall certainly not grant it such an opportunity. This object can be refined into a formidable companion treasure that will benefit you for a lifetime. As the parrot concluded, its swine hoof transformed into an eerie hand, pressing upon Xiang Chen's head. Xiang Chen cried out in agony, feeling a splitting headache as strands of his spiritual essence were forcibly extracted by the parrot. From his heart, a deep crimson essence was also drawn forth. Upon losing this vital essence, Xiang Chen's vitality dwindled instantaneously. His complexion turned pallid, and he writhed in pain, his skin wrinkling and aging. He transformed into a frail old man. At last, the parrot ceased its actions. Thud! Xiang Chen collapsed into a state of utter weakness and unconsciousness, his form emaciated and frail, resembling that of an aged elder, devoid of vitality. The parrot had siphoned a substantial amount of his essence, life force, and longevity. In Chapter 287, The Devouring Evil Seed, the parrot held within its grasp the soul energy, blood essence, and spirit extracted from Xiang Chen, which coalesced into a nebulous orb of light. Soon after, a stream of exceptionally pure, emerald green energy surged forth from the parrot's hand. It was the power of rejuvenation. This essence infused Xiang Chen's being, replenishing the life force, soul energy, and blood he had lost, restoring him to a state of rosy vitality in an instant. However, Xiang Chen had succumbed to slumber, as if entirely drained. The parrot gazed at the essence it had extracted from Xiang Chen, and another wave of golden energy emanated from its hand, enveloping the orb of spiritual energy with formidable might. Subsequently, intricate runes began to materialize within the energy, merging into the orb. These golden runes, akin to tiny tadpoles, effortlessly integrated into the 7 celestial evil box within. Buzzing sounds echoed from within the 7 celestial evil box, suggesting a fierce struggle as if something within was resisting. Little creature, perhaps I would have been powerless against you had you emerged, but for now, surrender obediently, the parrot sneered. This young man will guide you on the path of ultimate evolution. With a decisive gesture, the parrot struck the 7 celestial evil box, causing all the runes to meld into the box. The box cracked and splintered, the energy contained within being absorbed and vanishing. Boom. Ultimately, the 7 celestial evil box shattered into dust, revealing a seed, no larger than a thumb, radiating a vibrant emerald green before the parrot. The parrot made a swift incision on Xiang Chen's arm, exposing flesh. Xiang Chen yelped in pain, abruptly sitting up to behold his bloodied arm. What are you doing, parrot? He demanded, grimacing in agony. Spare me your words, and simply observe, the parrot retorted coldly, pressing the emerald green seed into the wound on Xiang Chen's arm. Remarkably, the seed immediately took root, sprouting delicate, rosy tendrils that burrowed into the flesh of Xiang Chen's arm, merging seamlessly with his being. It itches. Xiang Chen felt a sensation akin to ants gnawing at his flesh, a mix of pain and itchiness. The seed fully integrated into the tissue of his arm. Subsequently, a slender vine, as fine as a thumb, began to sprout from his arm, entwining around it. This vine was a pale red, adorned with greenish-blue leaves the size of thumbnails, enveloping Xiang Chen's left hand. What in the world is this? Xiang Chen exclaimed, startled, as he instinctively shook his arm. The parrot replied nonchalantly, This is the devouring evil vine, though I have forcibly accelerated its hatching, leaving it in its weakest state. It has already fused with you, becoming your innate divine vine. Try to control it, as you would your own arm. You have planted this thing in my hand. The parrot exclaimed, How shall you face the world now? They will surely regard you as a monster. With tears welling up, Xiang Chen felt despondent. You are indeed a creature of the extraordinary, the parrot remarked, striking Xiang Chen's head with its hoof. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen attempted to exert control, and to his astonishment, the sinister vine coiling around his arm responded to his thoughts, extending and transforming. The vine sprouted from his hand, reaching lengths of up to 10 meters, twisting and undulating through the air like a serpentine creature, sometimes elegant, at other times rigid. This is rather intriguing, Xiang Chen chuckled, thoroughly entertained. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his arm, the vine lashed out against the stone chamber with a whoosh. The sound of a sharp crack resonated as the entire chamber was rent with fissures, the force astonishing. Xiang Chen soon realized that his true energy could meld with the vine. After a while of playful experimentation, he focused his thoughts and commanded the vine to retract. And to his amazement, it silently returned to his arm, vanishing from sight. A new mark, resembling a sprouting red vine adorned with green leaves, appeared on his chest. Presently, the vine's defensive capabilities were limited to the realm of the soul moon, vulnerable to spiritual weapons, and still rather feeble. Should it emerge in its full glory, it would likely face few rivals on this continent. However, I have allowed it to awaken prematurely, integrating it with your essence, thus forging it into a companion treasure. All that remains is to nurture it henceforth. The parrot yawned before turning to exit through the stone door. What shall I feed it? Xiang Chen hastily inquired. Any living entity will suffice. This creature can utilize its abilities in combat, but do not expose its devouring powers casually, lest you be hunted down as a malevolent force by the righteous. The parrot's voice echoed as it vanished from sight, leaving Xiang Chen pondering its whereabouts. Any living entity? Even humans? He gasped, glancing at his arm with a wry smile. The Dragon K consumes humans, and now you too? It seems I am straying further along the path of the inhumane and the sinister. Exhaling a deep breath, he reflected on the nature of the contents within that box. With a thought, the devouring vine sprouted from his palm, coiling around his arm before retracting, a wondrous sight. After playing with it a while longer, He found that the vine was agile and immensely powerful, rivaling the strength of his own arm, capable of wielding the Dragon K demon blade, a commendable method of combat. After a lengthy period of practice, having mastered its control, Xiang Chen consumed a vial of true energy elixir and resumed his cultivation. The following day, news of Xiang Chen's triumph in the spring hunt spread throughout the grand city of the Shang dynasty, causing quite a stir among the populace. Due to his burgeoning reputation, business in the red dust market flourished, drawing in a multitude of visitors. Meanwhile, a group from the Huangzhou Academy took residence within the Summer Marquis's estate, with the old man Wu Ling incessantly influencing Summer Marquis Wu. 2 days later, a representative from the Wan Yao Pavilion arrived at Fengshan Manor to deliver an important message to Xiang Chen. Upon hearing the news, Xiang Chen promptly set off for a specific destination. The structure before us resembles an octagonal music box, standing over 20 meters tall with 6 stories. Inside, the melodious strains of traditional opera and the gentle sounds of instruments can be heard. Welcome to the Listening Pavilion. This establishment functions as a theater, tea house, and tavern all in one. Visitors come here either to enjoy the music or to savor the performances while sipping their drinks. Sir, please step inside. A waiter greeted as Xiang Chen entered through the grand door. Welcome to the Listening Pavilion. Dining and drinking are available on the 2nd and 3rd floors, while music can be enjoyed on the 4th floor. The tea rooms are located on the 5th. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiang Chen ascended the staircase with purpose, heading directly to the 4th floor. What was his purpose for visiting this establishment? Chapter 288. The scheme of the handsome man. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he found numerous booths filled with patrons, alongside several private rooms. At the opposite side, on a stage adorned with a grand piano, a strikingly beautiful woman in white caressed the strings of an ancient zither. Her delicate fingers danced gracefully, producing a sound as enchanting as a mountain spring or the song of a lark, evoking a sense of ethereal tranquility. 3 women dressed in flowing red garments swayed their graceful forms in harmony with the music, their movements elegant and captivating, a perfect fusion of dance and melody. Sir, would you prefer a public seat or a private room? A maid inquired respectfully. Public seating is 20 gold coins, a private room 50 gold coins. Or you may sit among the guests for just 10 gold coins. With a flick of his hand, 10 gold coins appeared, which he placed in the maid's tray. Among the guests, please. Certainly, please feel free, the maid replied, accepting the coins and stepping aside. Xiang Chen glanced toward the direction of the private rooms and noticed one marked as room 38 located to the east. He approached and gently tapped on the door. Come in, a languid yet slightly alluring voice beckoned from within. Pushing the door open, he beheld a stunning figure clad in a red dress. Reclining gracefully on a chaise lounge, her back turned toward the entrance as she gazed at the performances on the central stage. Hongyi, it has been a while, Xiang Chen remarked with a soft smile, addressing her silhouette. The woman quickly rose, turning to face him. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with surprise. Xiang Chen, this woman, with a visage as lovely as a blooming peach, possessed exquisite features, fair skin, and a touch of makeup that accentuated her beauty. Her slender figure was captivating, adorned in a striking red gown, exuding both charm and maturity. She was none other than Hong Yi, the woman he had encountered in the prison, the partner of the prison warden, Liao Yuan. What brings you here? Hong Yi inquired, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Xiang Chen. With a smile, he replied, You once invited me to the Listening Pavilion for tea. Today, I simply came to take a look, not expecting to find you here. Haha, you little rascal. You haven't sent someone to keep watch over me, have you? I just arrived, and here you are. By the way, you certainly made quite an impression at the Newcomers Festival a few days ago. Your rendition of Man Jiang Hong was truly a timeless masterpiece. Why would I send someone to watch over you, Hong Yi? It is merely fate that has brought me here. Xiang Chen took a seat and added, Do you not wish for my presence? If so, I can take my leave at once. Hong Yi smiled and said, When I initially invited you, how could I not hope for your presence? Now that you are here, I am filled with joy. She moved closer to Xiang Chen, a fragrant aroma enveloping him as she poured tea into a cup with her delicate hand. Thank you, Sister Hong Yi, he replied. By the way, I heard you've established the Red Dust Market, the Tianshandan Pavilion, and the Red Dust Tavern. Your business is thriving. I never imagined my younger brother had such acumen for commerce, Hong Yi remarked with a smile. Xiang Chen took a sip of tea and casually replied, It's merely a small venture, nothing noteworthy. Hong Yi playfully wrapped her arm around Xiang Chen's shoulder and, with lips slightly parted, said, "To compete with the Lin family in the elixir business and even surpass them is no trivial matter. You, dear brother, are indeed a promising talent, accumulating wealth by the day. With such fortune, why not allow Sister Hong Yi to share in the glory?" Xiang Chen naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist and smiled. How would Sister Hong Yi like to share in it? Naturally, a fateful encounter amidst the golden winds and jade dew surpasses countless worldly pleasures, she teased, lifting his chin with her finger. Xiang Chen responded by embracing her, his hand resting on her chest as he mischievously remarked, "Just so, I find myself in need of someone to manage my finances. No matter how much wealth one possesses, it requires someone to spend it wisely." Giggling, she said, "Such a little rascal. This isn't the place for such antics. Follow me." With a playful gesture, she pointed at his lips before rising from his embrace. He followed her as they left the listening pavilion, arriving at a private courtyard on the street. "This is my private retreat, and not even Liao Yuan knows of it," Hong Yi said with a smile as she pushed open the door. They entered the courtyard, and she closed the door behind them. Once the door was shut, she playfully looped her arm around Xiang Chen's neck, her lips finding his in a kiss as her legs wrapped around his waist. He embraced her, playfully leading her toward a room, pushing open the door to reveal a red bed. Hong Yi's hands swiftly unfastened his belt, pushing him onto the bed and climbing atop him. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, an overwhelming fatigue enveloping her, and she fainted in Xiang Chen's arms. Pushing her off, Xiang Chen noticed that his clothing had been partially undone by her, and a surge of desire ignited within him. What a sin! I was once innocent, driven to such lengths only to save my father. "Ching Cheng, I have wronged you not," he murmured to himself, suppressing his inner turmoil. To endure this was akin to being less than a beast. He had not come to indulge in revelry, but rather to utilize her, plotting to rescue his father. How could he find peace while his father suffered in the dungeons of Tianlao? Within him, strands of the Taiyin true energies surged forth, swirling around his hands. Meanwhile, Hong Yi had succumbed to the effects of the potion he had concocted, rendered unconscious. As for how the potion entered her system, it was during their kiss moments ago. This woman was also a formidable presence in the Yuanyang realm, and ordinary sedatives would have no effect on her. The enchanting potion crafted by Xiang Chen is akin to the divine elixir described in the heavenly return scriptures. As the name suggests, even celestial beings would succumb to its effects. However, with his current mastery of heavenly return qi and the materials he has procured, the most potent elixir he can concoct would only be capable of incapacitating those at the Yuanyang realm. A silver needle appeared in Xiang Chen's hand, piercing into Hong Yi's chest and penetrating her heart meridian, with droplets of her vital blood flowing along the needle. Xiang Chen enveloped these crimson droplets with his Taiyin true energy, manipulating his fingers to condense the energy into intricate symbols that encircled the blood, ultimately merging with it. Astonishingly, the blood transformed into a diminutive crimson insect, resembling a small cicada, writhing as if alive, yet devoid of any life essence. This was the heart-controlling bug, a method of manipulation found within the heavenly return scriptures. There exists a more advanced variant known as the divine control bug, but currently, he lacks the prowess to create such a form. The heart-controlling bug squirmed in Xiang Chen's palm as if it were a living being. He placed it upon Hong Yi's chest, where it seamlessly integrated into her skin, subsequently entering her heart, perfectly merging due to its origin in her own blood. After the heart-controlling bug infiltrated Hong Yi's body, Xiang Chen settled nearby, pouring himself a cup of tea to sip leisurely, knowing that the dosage he administered was minimal, ensuring her slumber would not endure for long. Indeed, within half an hour, Hong Yi opened her eyes, still feeling a lingering haze in her mind. "You are awake," Xiang Chen remarked calmly. Hong Yi abruptly sat upright, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a cold, piercing light as she fixed her gaze upon Xiang Chen. "What just happened to me?" she demanded. "I merely administered a mild sedative to render you unconscious for a brief moment," Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. "A sedative?" Hong Yi narrowed her eyes, feeling her body, and questioned, "You did not violate me, did you?" "Xiang Chen, what is it that you seek from me?" With a serene smile, Xiang Chen replied, "Naturally, I am here for matters of romance and poetry." "Spare me your nonsense," Hong Yi retorted, donning her attire with a cold laugh. "I was the one who initiated before, and you rejected me. Speak plainly, what do you desire? What did you do to me while I was unconscious? Confess, or I shall take your life." A surge of intense fire true essence erupted within her, exuding a formidable presence. Xiang Chen set down his teacup, fixing his gaze on Hong Yi, suddenly commanding, "Kneel." "What?" Hong Yi was taken aback. Then, a piercing cry escaped her lips as she clutched her chest, feeling an agonizing pain radiating from her heart, as if something were gnawing at it, an unbearable torment. "Ah, Xiang Chen, what have you done to me? It hurts so much," she wailed, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Submit, or face dire consequences." "Did you not hear my words?" Xiang Chen stated indifferently, reclining in his chair with his legs crossed, observing her. I will kill you," Hong Yi screamed, rising defiantly, manifesting her true essence into a fiery sword. Yet, after just a few steps, the torment intensified. With a splatter, Hong Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood, writhing in pain upon the ground. "Stop! What have you done to me?" "Ah!" She cried incessantly, tears streaming from her eyes, overwhelmed by her suffering. Xiang Chen regarded the other person with an air of indifference, his fingers drumming rhythmically on the armrest as he spoke softly. "I will repeat my words one last time. If you wish to survive, kneel." Hong Yi gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot as she gazed at Xiang Chen. Yet she still rose to her feet and knelt on the ground. At that moment, the excruciating pain inexplicably vanished, and a sense of relief washed over her, her face betraying a mixture of astonishment and doubt. She stood up, casting a cold glance at Xiang Chen. In response, Xiang Chen appeared transformed, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze icy and filled with a savage ferocity akin to that of a wolf. Yet, just as suddenly, the searing pain returned, and Hong Yi let out a wretched scream before hastily kneeling again, the agony dissipating with her submission. "What have you done to me?" Hong Yi, pale and horrified, looked at Xiang Chen, her eyes wide with terror. "The heart control goo, determining life and death, was utilized while you were unconscious. I harnessed your vitality to concoct a form of goo, and only I possess the means to unravel it. With but a thought, I can shatter your heart and bring about your demise. Henceforth, your life is tethered to my will. Your fate lies in my hands, not yours. Call me master," Xiang Chen stated with indifference, revealing his intentions without reservation. "You scoundrel! How dare you place a curse upon me? I will kill you." Hong Yi seethed with rage. However, the moment she stirred her vital energy, the piercing pain surged anew. She collapsed once more onto the ground. Xiang Chen rose, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I warned you, your life hinges upon my whim. Should you desire death, I am willing to grant it. I was wrong. Spare my life, The pain is unbearable. Master, please have mercy." Hong Yi pleaded in agony, unable to withstand the torment, her fear of death overwhelming her. As Xiang Chen relaxed his thoughts, the heart control goo ceased its torment, allowing her suffering to ebb. Terrified, she rose and knelt once more, looking at Xiang Chen with a pitiful gaze, fear still lingering in her eyes. "Master, you have such a cruel heart. How could you be so harsh to your servant?" Hong Yi's voice turned soft and seductive, a sudden change that stirred an unsettling sensation within Xiang Chen. Goosebumps prickled his skin. "Speak appropriately," he admonished with a furrowed brow. "Master," she murmured softly. "Rise," Xiang Chen commanded coolly. Hong Yi stood up, respectfully positioning herself before him, her beautiful eyes still filled with a haunting longing as she feigned vulnerability. "Master, why do you scheme against me? I had intended to devote my heart and soul to you," she lamented with a tone steeped in melancholy. You claim to have surrendered your heart and soul to countless others," Xiang Chen retorted with a cold laugh. "By heaven's grace, I have only been involved with Liao Yuan due to his power, compelled by circumstance. You are the one I truly wish to entrust myself to, otherwise, how could I ever compromise my integrity? I am, after all, a formidable practitioner of Yuan Yang, not a mere courtesan," Hong Yi asserted, stepping closer, concealing a dagger within her sleeve. "If I kill him, perhaps the curse will be lifted." At that moment, another scream escaped her lips as she clutched her chest, collapsing to the ground in agony. Xiang Chen gazed coldly at the wailing Hong Yi, this time refusing to alleviate her affliction, allowing her to endure her suffering and cries without reprieve. "Master, I was wrong. Please spare me, master." Hong Yi pleaded in agony for a prolonged period, while Xiang Chen allowed her to endure the torment of the heart-controlling goo for more than 10 minutes before finally releasing her. By then, Hong Yi had collapsed onto the ground, her complexion pale and her body drenched in cold sweat. The look she cast at Xiang Chen was one of terror and reverence. Do not entertain thoughts of killing me. Should I perish, the heart-controlling goo will react immediately, and you will find yourself consumed by this torment, leading to your heart's demise. Xiang Chen remarked indifferently as he poured himself a cup of tea. I dare not, master. I shall never dare again. Please spare my life. Hong Yi implored as she rose to her knees before Xiang Chen, her head bowed in a pitiful manner. Rest assured, my control over you is not for the sake of tormenting you or ending your life. Serve me well, and you shall reap the rewards in due time. Xiang Chen replied, sipping his tea. Master, your control over me pertains to your father's affair, does it not? Hong Yi, not foolish, recognized that her greatest value lay in the matters concerning Xiang Chen's father. Indeed, I plan to rescue my father from the heavenly prison, and I require your assistance. Xiang Chen stated plainly. What? Hong Yi's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly responded, Master, the heavenly prison is heavily guarded. I am merely a woman by Liao Yuan's side. While I can freely enter and exit the prison, I lack the capability to rescue Prince Xiang. I fear that if I fail, I would be the first to be attacked and killed. Xiang Chen replied coolly, What do you fear? I do not intend for you to die. I have a meticulous plan. At my current level, my spiritual power allows me to refine and control a heart-controlling goo. Your task is merely to lure Liao Yuan out. Chapter 290. Unexpected circumstances. Hong Yi's expression shifted as she questioned, You intend to control Liao Yuan as well? How else will you rescue him? Xiang Chen replied coldly, You are the closest person to him. It should not be difficult for you to arrange a meeting. After all, you are forced to be by his side. Once I control him, you will no longer need to submit to him. Upon hearing this, Hong Yi gazed at Xiang Chen with fear in her beautiful eyes, asking, Who exactly are you? A mere true martial cultivator in the realm of divine concealment possesses such capabilities to control a formidable Yuan-Yang realm expert? I am Xiang Chen, the son of Prince Xiang. Do you not know this well? Xiang Chen smiled faintly, an alluring charm gracing his features. Additionally, this is an order that brooks no dissent. You need not be instructed on how to administer the drug. Here. He flicked his finger, tossing a packet of medicine into Hong Yi's hands. Xiang Chen then exited the room, disregarding Hong Yi, who remained in shock. One more thing, he suddenly turned back to say. Do not entertain thoughts of betraying me or seeking someone to break the goo. The heart-controlling goo I have planted can only be undone by me, and the price of betrayal is death. With that, Xiang Chen departed from the courtyard. Hong Yi gazed at the medicine packet in her hands, her heart filled with bitterness and astonishment. To engage in a dalliance, she had wagered her very fate. She watched the youth's retreating figure, feeling for the first time a profound sense of fear and reverence towards another. Surely, the entire royal family of the merchant kingdom will soon be overturned by you, she thought. After leaving the courtyard, Xiang Chen returned to his wind-dust manor, awaiting news from Hong Yi. Upon his return, he resumed his alchemical pursuits. Wang Tian and Xiao Bai returned, triumphantly bringing back the corpses of 2 demon tigers at the Yuan-Yang realm. Xiang Chen, having persuaded them with great enthusiasm, procured a considerable number of precious artifacts for the little white tiger to devour, subsequently releasing 3 vials of divine beast blood upon it. Now, Fengshan Manor was extensively recruiting, accepting only those who were above the innate realm. With abundant financial resources at his disposal, attracting talent was no longer a concern. Presently, his transformed white tiger guard, composed of semi-demonic beings, numbered over 80, an impressive force indeed. 2 days later, Xiang Chen emerged from his seclusion, having refined 150 demon transformation pills. There had once been a formidable figure who, upon comprehending the Tao, shaved his head and passed down his teachings, leading his followers to do the same. Now, Xiang Chen, shedding his humanity, had transformed his subordinates into beings beyond mere mortals. No news had yet arrived regarding Hong Yi. Betrayal seemed inconceivable for that woman. However, the warden of the heavenly prison was typically unable to leave his post, requiring a designated time for leave. On the 3rd day, a blood-soaked individual, in a state of panic, rushed into Fengshan Manor. Young Master Xiang, please, save my brother, he cried out, collapsing before Xiang Chen. What is your name? Xiang Chen inquired, taken aback by the slightly portly figure. Lu Sheng of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. I was once saved by you from poisoning. Yes, I am Lu Sheng. Young Master, do you remember me? I beseech you, save our Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps, save my brother. Lu Sheng implored, his voice filled with urgency. Lu Sheng, rise. What has happened? Xiang Chen urged, motioning for Zhao Mu to assist him. With a grave expression, Lu Sheng recounted. We undertook a transport mission to the Scorpion Kingdom, but at the border near the Falling Tiger Pass, we were ambushed by the Yellow Tiger Gang. Our Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps suffered heavy casualties and was surrounded. My elder brother was gravely injured. I barely escaped with my life to seek help. But we lacked the manpower. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's expression shifted, and he quickly helped Lu Sheng to his feet. Do not worry, my brother Lu Sheng. I, Xiang Chen, will assist you, having been aided by the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps in vanquishing the Green Wolf Gang. He could not turn a blind eye to their current plight. Thank you, young Master Xiang. Thank you, Lu Sheng exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Zhao Mu, summon the White Tiger Guard and prepare the horses. Go to the Xiahou Wangfu and request Xiahou Wu to bring troops to aid us, Xiang Chen commanded. Understood, young master. Zhao Mu responded promptly, dispatching the orders. The Yellow Tiger Gang, a notorious bandit group with thousands under its command, was not to be underestimated, and they would require more than a handful of men to confront them. Soon, the 85 White Tiger Guards gathered in the courtyard, with Xiao Bai, Wang Tian, Sun Wu, and other formidable warriors at the Yuanyang level joining the assembly. This mission, aimed at rescuing the Red Blood Mercenary Corps from the clutches of bandits at the Falling Tiger Ridge, would demonstrate the prowess of our White Tiger Guards and reveal your current capabilities. Bandits of the Yellow Tiger Village, do you dare to fight? Xiang Chen questioned from atop his dragon steed. What a glorious battle. Haha, I have been eager to test my strength. Young master, let us engage. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with a bloodthirsty gleam. Very well, let us proceed. With a resounding clap on his dragon steed, Xiang Chen urged it forward, its piercing cry echoing as it galloped out the gates. The 85 White Tiger Guards, alongside 4 Yuanyang level experts, mounted their dragon steeds, racing behind Xiang Chen. Meanwhile, 800 reinforcements from the Red Blood Mercenary Corps had already set off ahead. Xiang Chen and his contingent burst forth from the bustling marketplace of Hongchun, and soon, Xiahou Wu led 600 light cavalry, all skilled warriors at the God Concealment and Innate Realms, out of the Xiahou royal residence to rendezvous with Xiang Chen. Time waits for no one. Xiahou Wu did not bring any foot soldiers, only the finest cavalry. What is the situation? Xiahou Wu inquired, mounted on his swift dragon. Upon receiving Xiang Chen's call for aid, he had not inquired about the details, immediately mobilizing his 600 elite cavalry. A friend of mine, Red Blood, is under siege by the Yellow Tiger Village. I must rescue him, Xiang Chen replied from his dragon steed. Red Blood, I know him. He is a renowned warrior, and his mercenary corps is among the largest in the royal city. Xiahou Wu remarked. Indeed, he has aided me before. A friend in need cannot be neglected. Monkey, let us slay our foes together, Xiang Chen declared with a steely gaze. Haha, brothers stand together through life and death. Let us go. Chapter 291. Rescue of Red Blood. Xiang Chen led a large contingent out of the royal city towards Falling Tiger Ridge, located on the border of the Commerce Kingdom, over 600 kilometers from the royal city. Even on dragon steeds, it would take approximately 3 hours to reach their destination. At Falling Tiger Ridge, a group of around 700 to 800 individuals was besieged, encircled by a stone wall measuring 60 to 70 meters in diameter, infused with a unique energy. Within the wall, a merchant convoy comprising hundreds of individuals and numerous carts laden with goods awaited. These were the wares returned by the Red Blood Mercenary Corps from the Scorpion Kingdom. A tall, slender man clad in black harnessed flowing energy that melded into the earth. Behind him stood a unique spectral image resembling a city gate. His spirit could manipulate the earth's power to fortify this wall. This man was Chen Hai, the vice captain of the Red Blood Mercenary Corps, possessing an exceptionally rare talent for earth manipulation that enabled him to construct the defensive wall. Were it not for his protection, the mercenary corps would have been breached long ago and unable to hold out until now. Kill. Outside the walls, the cries of battle resounded, arrows whistled through the air, and the sound of projectiles slicing through the sky echoed ominously. Thousands of individuals besieged the makeshift walls, relentlessly assaulting them. Above, a multitude of long arrows were embedded, while bandits leapt from the shafts, soaring towards the fortifications. The clamor of battle erupted as hundreds of bandits evaded the rain of arrows and clashed with the Crimson Blood mercenaries atop the walls, the sounds of weaponry clashing, surging energy, anguished cries, and the chaos of combat merging into a cacophony. Down with you. Crimson Blood swung a long-handled battle knife, emitting a resonant hum as a crimson blade of light, 7 or 8 meters long, cleaved through a dozen bandits. The anguished cries of the bandits echoed as they were severed in twain. Suddenly, a violent yellow palm imprint, spanning 2 to 3 zhang, materialized in the air and descended with a thunderous crash. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlements, more than 10 Crimson Blood mercenaries were obliterated in the explosion, reduced to mere pulp. A figure adorned in a yellow robe with a pair of yellow wings coalescing from his back, enveloped in the radiance of 9 circles of solar energy, soared into action. Huang Hu. Crimson Blood roared, his crimson eyes fixating on the man. Crimson Blood, surrender and hand over this batch of spiritual grains. Otherwise, your entire mercenary group will perish here, Huang Hu sneered. Preposterous. Our mercenaries would never capitulate to a band of brigands like you. After this, the Crimson Blood mercenary group and your Huang Hu stronghold shall be locked in a death struggle. Charge! Crimson Blood bellowed, brandishing his long knife. He leapt toward the battlements, manifesting a pair of crimson wings, and struck at Huang Hu. A 10-meter blade of light sliced through the air with a shriek, aimed directly at Huang Hu. Foolish! You shall leave both your lives and your goods behind. Let us see how long you can withstand this. Huang Hu mocked, producing a black war hammer. With a single swing, he unleashed a terrifying force exceeding 100,000 pounds, smashing it toward Crimson Blood's strike. Boom! The blade of light shattered under the force of the hammer, sending a violent shockwave crashing downward, resulting in a tremendous collision with Crimson Blood's blade. The staggering force numbed Crimson Blood's arms, the backlash creating a tempest of energy that surged outward. The two combatants clashed mid-air, hammer against knife, locked in a fierce struggle. Initially, the Crimson Blood mercenary group comprised approximately 14 to 1,500 members for this mission. However, they had already suffered significant casualties. Were it not for the defensive walls, they might have been completely annihilated. As the battle raged on, their numbers dwindled to a mere 400. Boom! Crimson Blood was struck by a forceful hammer strike, causing him to spit blood and plummet from the sky with a whoosh. The earth beneath him erupted, forming a deep pit 7 to 8 meters wide. Crimson Blood coughed up blood, his complexion pale, his internal organs severely damaged. Within the entire merchant realm, Huang Hu's strength likely ranked among the top 10 of all those at the Yuan Yang level. Kill! Huang Hu's hammer descended once more, his energy coalescing into a massive hammer shadow over 10 meters in size, striking down with formidable force. Crimson Blood howled. Flames of a deep red hue surged from within, causing a tumult of vital energy to roar through his being, transforming him into a figure of scarlet. In an instant, his speed and strength escalated dramatically. The unique essence of the Crimson Blood allowed him to enter a frenzied state, significantly enhancing his power, albeit for a fleeting moment. Once the state subsided, he would be left utterly weakened. He deftly evaded a fierce blow, the impact creating a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter in the earth, a display of terrifying force. 7 kill slash. Crimson Blood bellowed, wielding his battle blade to execute a flurry of 7 consecutive strikes, each red blade of light soaring forth with a piercing ferocity. Huang Hu, wielding his war hammer, attempted to retaliate, but was immediately repelled by the first slash, its might astonishing. As successive strikes followed, Huang Hu's face paled in horror. He swung his war hammer, transforming it into a colossal weapon 10 meters in size, yet it was still cleaved away by the 7 strikes. With a brutal impact, the violent blade energy collided against Huang Hu, causing him to spit blood and retreat, his body marred by numerous lacerations. The power of the Crimson Blood's essence was indeed formidable, startling Huang Hu. Kill! Crimson Blood's eyes blazed red as he advanced relentlessly. Huang Hu evaded, opting not to confront the frenzied Crimson Blood directly. In the distance, a powerful warrior at the Yuan Yang realm let out a blood-curdling scream, having his arms severed by a bandit of equal standing, only to be pierced through the chest by a glowing sword. Brother! Upon witnessing this, Crimson Blood was consumed by rage. The Yuan Yang warrior, having dispatched that individual, unleashed his vital energy and charged toward Crimson Blood in a blaze of fire. Brother! Take this fellow down. One of the reinforcements sneered. Haha, 2 against 1. Crimson Blood, your demise is imminent. Huang Hu laughed heartily as the two encircled Crimson Blood. Captain, we cannot hold out much longer. In the city, the Yuan Yang warrior maintaining the integrity of the city walls, Vice Captain Chun Hai shouted. Only 300 or 400 members of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps remained capable of fighting, and the walls were on the verge of collapse. Ha ha ha, brothers. Let us unleash another wave of assault. They are about to falter. The several hundred tons of spiritual rice, spiritual valley, and precious herbs on the carriages would sustain us for years of feasting and revelry. A bandit leader exclaimed in excitement. Kill. Over 1,000 bandits, their eyes clouded with bloodlust, charged toward the city walls, where countless corpses lay piled high, rivers of blood flowing beneath. It's over, we cannot hold. Chun Hai said bitterly, withdrawing his vital energy and abandoning the city walls to engage in battle. Boom. At that moment, several figures descended from the throng of bandits. A massive blade plummeted from the sky, striking a bandit leader with a resounding thud, cleaving him in two. Chapter 292. 1 against 100, a black heavy blade thudded against the ground, emanating waves of astonishing blade energy. Upon its hilt stood a youth clad in a fitted white robe, with hair like moonlit snow, causing the surrounding bandits to recoil in shock at the sight of their comrade severed in half. Boom. A youth, towering at 5 meters and enveloped in golden light, landed on the battlefield, his descent crushing 3 bandits beneath him. Xiahou Wu, brandishing a battle spear of considerable length, also descended onto the battlefield. 7 arrows of light descended from the heavens, resembling missiles plunging into the crowd. Amidst the thunderous explosions, over a dozen bandits cried out in agony, struck down by the shockwaves of the arrows. A golden blade of light cleaved through the air, tearing the earth asunder with a gash over 20 meters long, bisecting more than 20 foes in a single stroke. Wang Tian, Xiao Bai, Sun Wu, and Chu Wei descended from the sky. Who were they? Experts of the Yuan Yang realm. The surrounding bandits were struck with terror, gazing in astonishment at the group that had alighted from above. Xiang Chen and his companions were the first to arrive on the battlefield. Brother Qi Shui, Xiang Chen has come to assist. Xiang Chen bellowed, his voice infused with true energy, resonating across the battleground. Brother Xiang Chen. Upon hearing this voice, Qi Shui's face lit up with delight. Xiang Chen leapt from his blade, drawing the dragon queller demon blade, transforming into a towering werewolf over 3 meters tall, his visage fearsome. Uncle Wang, Uncle Xiao, go aid Qi Shui. Sun Wu, Chu Wei, follow me to slay our foes. Xiang Chen commanded. Understood. Wang Tian and Xiao Bai summoned their true wings, soaring skyward towards the forefront of the fierce battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Bai unleashed 7 arrows of light that traversed thousands of meters, striking down the bandits ahead on the battlefield. Kill. Xiang Chen roared, charging directly at the bandits. A mere few dare to come to their aid, seeking death. Slay them, shouted a bandit leader of the Yuan Yang realm. Kill. A multitude of bandits brandished swords, spears, and other weapons, rushing towards Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. God of War charge. Xiahou Wu roared, resembling a massive tank as he barreled into the throng of bandits. Bang, bang, bang. Each bandit screamed in agony, their true energy dissipating as they were sent flying by Xiahou Wu's charge. He wielded his battle spear, its 3-meter length slicing through the air with a golden gleam. Swish, swish, swish. Blood gushed forth as heads were severed by the lightning-fast, formidable spear. Kill. More than a dozen bandits leapt forth, their swords and blades emanating true energy as they attacked Xiahou Wu. Clang, clang, clang. However, when their weapons struck Xiahou Wu's protective golden aura, they were all repelled, his defense astonishing. God of War stomp. Xiahou Wu leapt high, unleashing a wave of golden light with each step he took. Boom. Waves of devastating shockwaves surged forth in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The bandits screamed as those closest to Xiahou Wu were sent flying, their insides shattered. Xiang Chen, with his imposing stature, surged into the fray, swinging his blade with ferocity. The dragon queller demon blade clashed against 7 or 8 swords and spears, shattering them all. The blade sliced through the chests of the 7 assailants, who screamed as their torsos were cleaved open, sending them flying to their demise. Die! Xiang Chen's other hand lashed out, unleashing a series of razor-sharp claw strikes that obliterated a bandit, reducing him to fragments. Brat, perish! A fierce warrior of the 2nd tier of the innate realm shouted in fury, gathering true energy into his blade, aiming to strike Xiang Chen from behind. Behind Xiang Chen, a crimson vine suddenly sprouted, infused with the essence of the lunar energy, swiftly lunging towards the head of this innate master. With a sharp sound, the vine pierced through his skull, and in an instant, the man was drained of life, transforming into a lifeless husk. The devouring sky evil vine, akin to a venomous serpent, relentlessly struck at the foes, safeguarding Xiang Chen's rear. Alas, 2 more bandits were impaled by the vine, instantly becoming mere corpses. With a thunderous step, Xiang Chen charged forward like a colossal wild bull, sending bandit after bandit flying. Sun Wu and Chu Wei were engaged in a fierce assault against a bandit leader of the Yuan Yang realm. Die! At that moment, a minor bandit leader of the innate realm, wielding a spear infused with tremendous energy, unleashed a barrage of lethal spear strikes towards Xiang Chen. Brandishing the dragon's edge demon blade, Xiang Chen parried the onslaught, yet was forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the spear flashes. A spear thrust pierced through his shoulder, leaving a gaping wound. Die! The innate master leapt towards Xiang Chen, aiming a lethal strike at his head. From within Xiang Chen, an eerie black mist erupted as Yu Mei made her move. The mist enveloped the innate master, needles of energy piercing into his body, shattering his essence. His anguished screams echoed as he was riddled with wounds, and the black mist surged into him, draining his life force, consuming his very soul, until he collapsed to the ground as a pallid corpse. The devouring sky evil vine penetrated his body, siphoning the flesh and blood essence, reducing him to mere powder. With each soul consumed, the vine's aura intensified, transforming from the width of a thumb to nearly that of an infant's arm. However, the number of encroaching bandit masters increased. With 7 or 8, even over a dozen innate experts surrounding Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. "You may unleash your full power without hesitation," commanded Xiang Chen coldly. With a chilling laugh, Yu Mei transformed into a swirling black wind, enveloping 8 bandits. Their cries of despair filled the air as Yu Mei devoured their souls, siphoning their life essence. "Damn it, who are you?" roared Huang Hu, questioning the reinforcements led by Wang Qian. Wang Qian responded with a flurry of blade strikes, forcing Huang Hu to defend himself desperately. "Captain Qi Shui, do not worry. Our young master has commanded us to ensure your escape," Wang Qian shouted, grateful yet weakened. Qi Shui replied, "Brother, I shall forever remember the aid of you and brother Xiang Chen." "How laughable. Do you truly believe that a handful of you can rescue anyone?" Huang Hu bellowed, commanding his archers, "Loose arrows to suppress and kill. Do not hesitate to strike our own." Amidst the bandit horde, thousands of archers drew their bows, aiming at Xiang Chen and his companions within the throng. Many bows are adorned with mystical inscriptions, signifying them as enchanted weapons. Even formidable warriors at the Yuan Yang realm would find it difficult to withstand such a barrage of archers. Chapter 293, A Single Person's Dread Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 1,000 arrows were unleashed, their luminous trajectories hurtling towards Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, Chu Wei, Sun Wu, and others. The expressions of Chu Wei and Sun Wu shifted dramatically as they swiftly descended from the sky, acutely aware that they would merely serve as living targets aloft. The two concentrated their vital energy, forming a protective barrier around themselves. "Be careful, young master," Sun Wu bellowed. Whoosh, 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 as the arrows rained down. Xiahou Wu's countenance paled. His massive form instantly shrank to the size of a palm as he cast forth a precious shield, taking refuge beneath it. The barrage of arrows thudded against the shield, creating a cacophony of sound. "Dog, be cautious," Xiahou Wu shouted, while Xiang Chen was also within striking distance. Xiang Chen immediately reverted to his human form, wielding the immense Dragon K demon blade to shield his head. Clang, clang, clang. The broad blade served as a makeshift shield in that moment. Some arrows struck Xiang Chen, yet astonishingly, they were deflected. He was clad in a serpentine scale armor, forged from the scales of the Baihan Xian snake, gifted to him by Gongsun Sheng. Whoosh! A powerful talisman arrow struck Xiang Chen, exploding upon impact, the tremendous force causing him to spit blood and stagger backward. "Captain, we are here. Young master, do not panic, we come to your aid." At that moment, the ground reverberated with the sound of galloping hooves and roars. Arriving late were 600 light cavalry, the 800 infantry of the Qi Shui mercenary corps, and 85 members of the White Tiger Guard, all rushing to the scene. Demon transformation, Zhao Mu roared. Roar. He transformed into a humanoid figure with a tiger's head. towering over 4 meters, surrounded by crimson flames with golden stripes appearing on his form. Roar. The air was filled with the sound of tiger roars. The 85 members of the White Tiger Guard, to the astonishment of the onlookers, transformed into half-demon beings, each a giant standing 3 to 4 meters tall. Kill. The 85 White Tiger Guards plunged into the fray, akin to a horde of ferocious beasts charging into a crowd, displaying the valor of tigers among sheep. Thud. A White Tiger Guard's sharp claws tore through the air, ripping a bandit asunder. 7 or 8 White Tiger Guards leaped into the throng, wielding massive weapons, whether swinging their claws or embodying instruments of slaughter. Roar. 1 White Tiger Guard's immense form barreled forward, hurling several bandits aside, his claws slicing through enemies like knives. This mere band of 85 possessed a striking force comparable to hundreds, their combat prowess both ferocious and terrifying. Heavens, what kind of monsters are these? They are too powerful. Retreat, we stand no chance. A multitude of bandits were so terror-stricken by the 85 White Tiger Guards that they began to withdraw in panic. Brothers, we cannot disgrace our young prince. Cavalry battalion, charge. Xiahou Wu's cavalry commander roared, gripping his spear. Kill. 600 cavalrymen formed a line, perfectly synchronized, spears pointed forward, their dragon steeds galloping with tremendous momentum. The thunderous sound of 600 ironclad cavalry surged forth, creating an overwhelming momentum that swept into the bandit ranks. Uft, uft, ah. It's the regular army. They are encircling us. Retreat, retreat. The 600 cavalrymen charged into the throng, their steeds hurling bandits aside with ferocity. The 3-meter-long lances pierced the chests of enemies one after another. Cavalry has always been the most formidable force on ancient battlefields. The onslaught of 100 cavalrymen could easily overwhelm hundreds of foot soldiers, unless there were specialized units designed to counter cavalry, such as pikemen. This is terrible, Chief. It's the regular army of the great merchants. A bandit exclaimed in panic. Damn it, it's the army of that royal house. Didn't we come to an agreement with the imperial family? Why are they attacking us? Huang Hu, filled with rage and astonishment, beheld the impeccably arranged cavalry unit. Their equipment unmistakably of a regular army. Xiang Chen, with survival on his mind, bellowed, Listen, bandits of Huangzhai, a mighty force of 10,000 is hastening to our aid. If you do not flee now, you shall all be left behind. His voice reverberated across the battlefield, inciting further panic among the bandits. Huang Hu was startled. Inadvertently, he was struck by a blade wielded by Wang Qian, leaving a gaping wound across his chest. Retreat! Retreat! Huang Hu roared, no longer daring to continue the fight. The emergence of a few formidable experts from the Yuanyang realm had rendered the situation dire, compounded by the presence of regular cavalry and Xiang Chen's thunderous proclamation. Huang Hu was genuinely terrified that a regular army was indeed approaching. Upon receiving the command, the mass of bandits began to retreat, fleeing towards the distant woods. In a short span, thousands of bandits had evacuated, leaving behind numerous corpses. We are saved. We are saved. On the city walls, the remaining 300 red blood mercenaries gazed at the retreating bandits, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they cheered. The bandits have retreated. We have held our ground. Brother, why didn't you hold on a little longer? We have won. The bandits are fleeing. Long live young Master Xiang. The red blood mercenaries cheered, some celebrating while others wept. Within the central city, the merchants being escorted were also exuberantly cheering. We are saved. Qi Shui, pale-faced, leaned against the city wall. Chen Hai hurried over to support him, smiling. Big brother, we held our ground. Young Master Xiang has driven the bandits away. Qi Shui's eyes glistened with tears as he surveyed the numerous corpses of his fellow mercenaries, his heart heavy with sorrow. This time, we owe young brother Xiang an immense debt of gratitude. Qi Shui sighed deeply, supported by Chen Hai as they made their way towards Xiang Chen and his gathered companions. What is the casualty report? Xiang Chen inquired of Zhao Mu, who was returning. Only a few brothers from the White Tiger Guard sustained minor injuries. There are no serious concerns, Zhao Mu replied. That's good to hear. Xiang Chen nodded in approval, moving towards Qi Shui and the others. Brother Qi Shui, are you all right? Xiang Chen asked as he approached quickly. Young brother Xiang, I cannot express my gratitude enough for saving the red blood mercenary group. I bow to you. Qi Shui suddenly knelt on the ground in appreciation. What are you doing, brother Qi Shui? Please rise. Call me brother. This is what I ought to do. Xiang Chen hurriedly helped him up. Thank you, young Master Xiang, for your life-saving grace. Over 300 battle-worn crimson blood mercenaries knelt upon the ground. Those who survived to witness the end were predominantly adept at the innate realm. We are grateful for your rescue of our crimson blood mercenary corps. Lu Sheng and the hundreds of mercenaries who had come to assist also knelt in gratitude. Please rise. If you continue kneeling like this, I shall take my leave. Xiang Chen addressed the crowd. Stand up, my friends. This great kindness will forever remain etched in the hearts of all brothers of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. It shall not be forgotten, shouted Crimson Blood. Only then did the mercenaries rise. Xiang Chen gazed at Crimson Blood and said, Brother Crimson Blood, allow me to tend to your wounds. The rest of you, quickly, bring forth all those who are severely injured yet still alive, whose heads have not suffered fatal blows. There is still hope for them. Chapter 294. The heart of Crimson Blood, as long as their heads were intact and their souls had not completely dissipated. Those within the Yuanyang realm could still be saved by Xiang Chen's current medical skills. Others began to rescue the wounded, bringing them forward. Xiang Chen commenced his efforts to save those who were still salvageable. In this battle, the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps suffered tremendous losses, yet the bandits faced even greater casualties, leaving behind over 2,000 corpses. Naturally, Xiang Chen would not attempt to save these individuals. They would all be interred in a large pit. Yu Mei frantically absorbed the lingering souls, while the devouring evil vine detached from Xiang Chen's body, slithering like a venomous serpent into the pile of corpses to feast upon their flesh and blood. As the bodies were nearly consumed by the devouring evil vine, it astonishingly thickened to the girth of an adult thigh and stretched over 20 meters in length, resembling a colossal python that had sprouted a second tendril. Kunling also voraciously absorbed the corpse energy emanating from the deceased. Yu Mei dominated soul consumption, the evil vine feasted upon flesh, and Kunling absorbed corpse energy, providing a seamless service of extermination and disposal. For an entire day, Xiang Chen tirelessly saved over 200 individuals. However, many bore fatal injuries to their heads. Their souls having already scattered, he lacked the means to restore them. With each life he saved, a portion of their life essence was absorbed by Xiang Chen's recovery chi. In merely 3 days, his recovery chi had astonishingly surged to the pinnacle of the divine storage realm. Yet this growth continued unabated. On the 3rd day, having saved over 600 individuals, a sudden surge of recovery chi erupted within Xiang Chen, breaking through the confines of the divine storage. The divine storage space resonated with a thunderous roar, expanding continuously. It doubled from a space of 4 zhang to an immense 12 zhang. The recovery chi also surged dramatically. Streams of verdant recovery chi proliferated, and the energy swelled immensely. The recovery chi and divine storage space ascended to the realms of the innate. The limits of the Taiyin true chi were similarly unbound, yielding an ever-increasing abundance of Taiyin true chi, with Xiang Chen's prowess continuously enhancing. However, Xiang Chen had yet to truly step into the innate realm, having neither crystallized the Taiyin true chi nor refined his body through the extreme yin energy. However, his realm of the divine storage space has reached the level of the lineage realm, allowing for the accommodation of a greater volume of true energy. This state is also referred to as a half-step innate. Xiang Chen retrieved his revitalizing true energy from the body of a severely injured mercenary, successfully healing the grievous wounds to the opponent's heart meridian. As he slowly exhaled a breath of true energy, Xiang Chen felt a substantial enhancement in his internal power. At that moment, the devouring sky evil vine also returned, transforming into a sprout the size of a thumb, merging with Xiang Chen's flesh and blood and entering his heart. After 3 days of relentless effort, Xiang Chen had saved over 600 individuals. However, some mercenaries had suffered shattered skulls and were beyond salvation. Xiang Chen moved away from the last individual he had assisted. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and a wave of fatigue, dizziness, and exhaustion surged over him. Xiang Chen stumbled and fell to the ground. Young Master Xiang, Brother Xiang." The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, rushing to support him. Yet, they found Xiang Chen with his eyes tightly shut, and a sound of snoring emanated from him. "Do not worry, everyone. The young master has merely fainted from exhaustion. After 3 days of sleeplessness devoted to saving lives, coupled with a battle, he is utterly fatigued," Wang Tian reassured them gently. Xiang Laodiqi Shui gazed at the unconscious Xiang Chen, his eyes shimmering with emotion, profoundly moved. His gaze gradually grew resolute, as if he had made a significant decision. Young Master Xiang is indeed our benefactor. I once thought I was on the brink of death, yet in such a critical state. Young Master Xiang brought me back from the gates of the underworld, remarked a touched Qi Shui mercenary, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he looked at the unconscious Xiang Chen. Indeed, young Master Xiang has bestowed upon us the gift of rebirth, echoed the other mercenaries whom Xiang Chen had saved, their gazes filled with utmost reverence. Eldest brother, come here for a moment. Qi Shui called out to several powerful individuals from the mercenary group. For formidable members of the Qi Shui mercenary team approached. Qi Shui surveyed the still blood-red earth, his gaze profound. What are your thoughts on brother Xiang Chen? Deputy leader Chun Hai responded. Young brother Xiang Chen has granted us the gift of life. He has indeed bestowed a second chance upon the Qi Shui mercenary group. Luo Hongyu, the captain of the first squad of the Yuan Yang realm, concurred. Indeed, leader. Young Master Xiang has saved us all. This is an immense kindness. Captain Wu Jian of the second squad added, were it not for young Master Xiang, our Qi Shui mercenary group would have faced total annihilation in this ambush. Setting aside the kindness, it is already an indescribable favor that young Master Xiang risked his life to come and save us. Captain Su Mu of the third squad nodded in agreement. Indeed, this kindness is one that we cannot repay. Qi Shui sighed deeply. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the lifeless brethren, covered with white cloth, and said, I truly cannot fathom how to repay him. You are all aware of his circumstances. He was cast out by the Xiangwang mansion and has now established his own domain. The situation surrounding the Xiangwang mansion is exceedingly intricate, entangled with the royal family, and he finds himself ensnared in a vortex of power struggles. I wish to lead the blood-red mercenary corps to his side and aid him. This is the only means I can conceive to express my gratitude. I would like to hear your thoughts. We have been brothers for many years. If any of you are unwilling, you may take your trusted companions and depart, establishing your own path. Moreover, I plan to distribute the blood-red mercenary corps savings among our brethren and the families of our fallen comrades. I intend to follow Xiang Chen. Elder brother, we have stood together for so many years. When the 7 of us swore brotherhood and founded the blood-red mercenary corps, with the passing of the 5th and 3rd brothers, our bond remains unbroken. Even in death, we shall not part. If you choose to follow young Master Xiang, we shall accompany you, Chen Hai promptly declared. Indeed, elder brother, how could we bear to leave you? We would never dream of fracturing the blood-red mercenary corps. If you choose to follow young Master Xiang, we shall follow you. Beyond this, I cannot imagine how to repay such a great favor, Luo Hongyu added. The blood-red remains unbroken. Elder brother, we support you. The other 2 expressed in agreement. Good brothers, Blood-red's eyes glistened with emotion as he smiled. The greatest joy of my life is encountering such honorable companions. Blood-red, whose true name was not originally Blood-red, was affectionately named thus due to his innate talent, the blood-red spirit. His actual name was Zhu Qi. Very well, with this consensus, I hereby declare that the blood-red mercenary corps shall henceforth follow young Master Xiang. I believe that young Master Xiang is no ordinary figure. Perhaps he will lead the blood-red mercenary corps to unprecedented heights. Zhu Qi gazed at the young man lying in the tent, having resolved to follow him for the rest of his life. Chapter 295, Blood-red's loyalty. After a slumber of 5 hours, Xiang Chen awoke. Night had fallen, and hundreds of deceased members of the blood-red mercenary corps were arranged upon a great pyre, with a towering stack of firewood beneath. Someone poured strong liquor over the wood. Zhu Qi cast a torch onto the pyre, and in an instant, the flames roared to life, consuming the bodies. Holding a bowl of liquor, Zhu Qi cried out mournfully, "The road to the Yellow Springs is long. May all brothers journey well." He poured a bowl of liquor onto the ground and then knelt down. "The road to the Yellow Springs is long. May all brothers journey well." Over 1,000 members of the blood-red mercenary corps echoed in sorrow, raising a toast to the departed brethren, all kneeling in tribute, the atmosphere heavy with grief. Xiang Chen also bowed in respect, refraining from further words. Xiahou Wu placed a hand over his chest and rendered a military salute. Whether mercenaries or bandits, all struggle in this world, grappling with hardship and peril, seeking only a few coins of silver. The roaring flames blazed through the night, the acrid scent of burning flesh permeating the air, the firelight illuminating the faces of the gathered, while the moon hung high above. May the departed find peace. The living must strive for their fates. What are your plans moving forward, Blood-red? Xiang Chen inquired. Let us continue our mercenary trade. Life must go on for my brothers, Zhu Qi proclaimed. Xiang Chen replied, the mercenary industry, while highly profitable, entails significant risks. I possess numerous enterprises that require protection. If Brother Qi does not mind, I would welcome your men to guard them. They shall not be inadequately compensated. Zhu Qi turned to Xiang Chen and, unexpectedly, knelt on one knee. Xiang Chen, taken aback, quickly assisted him, exclaiming, Brother Qi, what are you doing? At that moment, several captains, vice commanders, and over 1,000 red-blood mercenaries all dropped to one knee simultaneously. Xiang Chen gazed in astonishment at the scene. Brother Xiang, I owe you my life. The red-blood mercenary corps has deliberated, and from this day forth, we pledge our allegiance to you. Please accept us. Zhu Qi said with utmost sincerity, kneeling with cupped fists. Please accept us. The over 1,500 members of the red-blood mercenary corps echoed loudly. Xiang Chen's heart soared at the news. He had not anticipated that the red-blood mercenary corps would willingly join his ranks. This represented a formidable force, comprised of 5 formidable warriors of the Yuanyang realm, over 208 experts, and many others of the true martial realm. Suppressing his elation, Xiang Chen responded, Brother Qi, you flatter me. I saved you simply because you aided me. Our brotherhood is based on mutual affection. You need not feel obligated to join me out of gratitude. Please, ponder your decision carefully. Zhu Qi insisted, there is no need for further contemplation. My brothers and I have reached a consensus and are eager to serve you in gratitude. Please accept us. Please accept us. The crowd reiterated with fervor. Young master, the Red Blood brothers are men of honor. I believe you should not refuse them. Wang Tian interjected with a smile. Xiang Chen surveyed the assembled Red Blood mercenaries and declared, if you genuinely hold me in esteem, I shall accept you all. From this moment on, you are my brothers, bound by life and death. Should I achieve success, I shall not forsake your futures and prosperity. Please rise. Brother Qi, Vice Commander Chen Hai, and esteemed captains, please stand. Only then did Zhu Qi and the others rise, with Zhu Qi raising his fists and bowing deeply. The Red Blood Mercenary Corps pays its respects to the young master. We pay our respects to the young master. Echoed the crowd, their titles now changed. Ha ha ha. Excellent. With your brother's support, I, Xiang Chen, have no reason to fear a lack of glory. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, returning the gesture. This rescue mission had granted Xiang Chen the most substantial force since establishing his own faction. As the cremation concluded, members of the Red Blood Mercenary Corps collected the ashes, carefully placing them into urns to return to their families for a proper burial. Under the cloak of night, Xiang Chen and his group, carrying a procession of torches, journeyed back to the royal city. Congratulations, Dogzi, Xiahou Wu exclaimed. The Red Blood Mercenary Corps is a formidable force, truly among the elite in the royal city. Xiang Chen smiled. With their assistance in future endeavors, our chances of success have significantly increased. Young master, the allegiance of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps is indeed a favorable development. However, I believe it is prudent to keep this matter under wraps. It would be best if the royal family and the Lin family, particularly Lin Lian, remain unaware of this situation, Xiaobai remarked after a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. Uncle Xiao is correct. If the royal family discovers my overt efforts to consolidate power, it would not bode well. Xiahou Wu reassured, rest assured, I will ensure that my people maintain utmost discretion regarding these affairs. No one shall dare to leak any information. Zhu Qi added, then let us continue to operate under the banner of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps and engage in mercenary business as usual. Xiang Chen nodded in affirmation, stating, for now, we must focus on nurturing our strength, as we are still in the early stages of development. The Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps need not take on excessively perilous contracts at this time. My enterprises are expanding continuously, and many areas require manpower. In the future, the resources for cultivation and elixirs will primarily serve to bolster our military strength, with profit being a secondary concern. As you wish, young master, Zhu Qi replied, nodding. Xiang Chen produced 2 large vials containing elixirs, one of which held 150 transformation elixirs. He handed them to Zhao Mu, saying, when time permits, select 300 of the most capable brothers from the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps to consume these elixirs. As for you, Zhu Qi and the others, I shall personally concoct a batch of top-tier transformation elixirs for you. What kind of elixir is that? Zhu Qi inquired, puzzled. Zhao Mu chuckled, leader of the Crimson Blood. This is a treasure that money cannot buy. capable of transforming one's very being and dramatically enhancing their strength. Have you noticed the prowess of the 80 or so brothers under my command? It is all thanks to these elixirs. Oh, an elixir that can transform one's being. Zhu Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiang Chen's unconventional path as a demon king was drawing more and more into its fold. There is far more joy in leading a multitude against the heavens than in solitary defiance. His eyes gleamed with ambition as he declared, I aim to forge the most formidable army, one that possesses the bloodline of divine beasts. Uncle Xiao, Uncle Wang, upon your return, I urge you to endure some hardships and continue hunting the tiger demons of the Yuanyang realm. One day, the West Lodge White Tiger Guard will emerge as the most fearsome and dreaded army in this world. By your command, young master. Both Wang and Xiao replied in unison. In Xiang Chen's embrace, the little white tiger shivered, needing to draw blood. It bit him hard in a sensitive area, causing Xiang Chen to grimace in pain and cry out. Ouch, little white, when we return, I shall reward you with a magnificent sword. Chapter 296. Kneeling to speak upon returning to the city with a large group, it was already 3 in the morning. The city gates had been closed. However, due to Xiahou Wu's influence, the guards dared not refuse entry. After returning, Xiang Chen took a bath but did not retire to sleep. Instead, he resumed his cultivation. By noon the following day, a message finally arrived from Hong Yi via Sea Eagle. Around 8 o'clock that evening, Hong Yi arranged to meet with the warden of the Sky Prison, Liao Yuan, at the Red Dust Tavern owned by Xiang Chen. My lady, what brings you to invite me here for a meal today? Liao Yuan, a robust figure now clad in civilian black robes, smiled as they entered the tavern together. Hong Yi clasped his hand as they entered, exclaiming, Oh dear, I recently noticed how hard you've been working, General. The dishes at the Red Dust Tavern have gained quite a reputation in Wang City for their exquisite flavors, and the fine wines are sourced from the esteemed Tianxiang winery. You simply cannot find such delicacies elsewhere. Liao Yuan gazed at the bustling tavern, completely filled with patrons, and remarked, I have heard of this establishment lately. It seems fitting to sample its offerings today. A waitress approached them with a courteous smile, inquiring, Gentlemen, may I ask if you have a reservation? 3rd floor, box 35. Hong Yi replied, Very well, please follow me to the upper floor, box 35. The two were guided upstairs. Meanwhile, in a private lounge reserved for Xiang Chen, he reclined on a leather sofa while he diligently massaged his shoulders. Young master, the guests have arrived, Zhao Mu announced as he entered. Understood. I will join them in 10 minutes, Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly. After a brief interval, Xiang Chen ascended to the 3rd floor and entered the box. The sight that greeted him was a table laden with fine food and drink, while Liao Yuan lay sprawled atop the table, having succumbed to intoxication. A vacant wine glass beside him. Master, Hong Yi respectfully greeted Xiang Chen with a bow. Well done, Zhao Mu. Place him in a sack and take him to the 5th floor, Xiang Chen commended with a nod of approval towards Hong Yi. Zhao Mu obliged, draping a large burlap sack over the unconscious Liao Yuan before hoisting him and carrying him up the lifting platform to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was devoid of visitors, reserved solely for Xiang Chen's associates to rest. Liao Yuan was unceremoniously deposited onto the ground of a completely sealed stone chamber. His shirt removed, Xiang Chen proceeded to extract Liao Yuan's heart's blood using silver needles, channeling his true energy to coalesce into a venomous pattern, which then merged with the blood. Before Hong Yi's astonished gaze, the heart's blood transformed into a blood silk, which seeped into Liao Yuan's skin, integrating with his heart. Hong Yi offered a bittersweet smile, realizing she had been ensnared in a similar manner. Once the heart-controlling parasite was set, Xiang Chen settled into a chair that Zhao Mu had brought, reclining with an air of authority, while Zhao Mu and Hong Yi stood behind him. With a flick of his hand, 3 silver needles precisely pierced the acupoints on Liao Yuan's forehead. Liao Yuan let out a groan as he gradually regained consciousness. Shaking off the remnants of his stupor, he opened his eyes to see Xiang Chen, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Xiang Chen, what are you doing here? He surveyed his surroundings and inquired, where is this place? General Liao, it has been a while, Xiang Chen replied coolly. You are in my Red Dust Tavern. Liao Yuan collected himself, turning his gaze to Hong Yi, his countenance darkening. Hong Yi, what does this mean? I demand an explanation. Hong Yi remained silent. While Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile, I invited Hong Yi to summon you. You wretched traitor. You have betrayed me. Liao Yuan seethed, glaring at Hong Yi. Hong Yi retorted coldly. Liao Yuan, I am now in the service of Master Xiang. Liao Yuan's expression soured further. Did you drug me earlier? Xiang Chen, why have you summoned me? Xiang Chen smiled softly and said, I am here to discuss a potential collaboration with you, General Liao. Liao Yuan rose to his feet and took a step back, subtly channeling his inner energy, and coldly inquired, what collaboration? You would exchange your life for my father's freedom? Xiang Chen responded with a faint smile. Liao Yuan scoffed. So you wish to rescue Prince Xiang? How could I possibly agree to such a thing? Xiang Chen replied with a serene smile. General Liao, you have no choice. Refusal equates to death. Furthermore, from now on, refer to me as Master. How absurd. You, an insignificant insect, dare to threaten me? Liao Yuan retorted with derision, suddenly enveloped in a surge of azure energy, preparing to strike. Enough, Xiang Chen stated indifferently. With a thud, Liao Yuan's heart seized suddenly. An unbearable, twisting agony coursed through him. Ah! He screamed, collapsing to the ground, curling up in torment, his cries echoing. What have you done to me? He gasped, spitting a mouthful of blood, the pain nearly rendering him breathless. Ah! 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 Liao Yuan lamented in relentless agony. The general who had once mercilessly butchered countless prisoners, now experiencing the taste of torment himself, writhing in anguish within the stone chamber, his shrieks piercing the air. Hong Yi felt a chill in her heart, well aware of the torment of the heart-devouring insects. After a prolonged period of suffering, just as Liao Yuan teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Xiang Chen ceased the torment of the heart-controlling insect. Man, he brought forth a plate of oranges. While Xiang Chen peeled a sugar orange, placing it in his mouth, casually asking, General Liao, how does this taste? Quite sweet indeed. My lord. This is a sugar orange from the north. Man, he chimed in. Is your tongue as sweet as this? Xiang Chen teased with a mischievous grin. One must taste to know, she replied coyly. Ahem, young master, Zhao Mu interjected with a cough. Oh, my apologies, General Liao. I almost forgot about you. My lady and I shall converse while enjoying a few oranges. Do wait a moment longer. Xiang Chen snapped his fingers at Liao Yuan. Ah! Liao Yuan cried out in agony, collapsing once more, rolling on the ground. Xiang, young master, spare me, please spare me. Liao Yuan begged in torment, unable to endure any longer. Call me master, Xiang Chen said with a tranquil smile, continuing to indulge in the oranges. Master, spare me. Liao Yuan wailed desperately. Only then did Xiang Chen allow the insect's torment to cease. Liao Yuan trembled as he rose, gazing at Xiang Chen in fear. What have you done to me? How audacious! Have you forgotten our young master's command? Address him as master. Zhao Mu bellowed, relishing the sensation of commanding a powerful figure at the peak of the Yuanyang realm. Liao Yuan's countenance darkened, and he remained silent. Xiang Chen extended his hand, poised to snap his fingers once more. Master, master, please stop. I shall call you master. Just do not torment me further. Liao Yuan exclaimed in a panic, hastily submitting. You are too lofty. Kneel to speak, Xiang Chen instructed, placing the orange in Man's tray. Today he aimed to teach this man, who had tormented his father for so long, a proper lesson. Chapter 297, A Dominant Grip. What? Liao Yuan's expression darkened. Young Master Xiang, do not go too far. Even if you wish to save your father, is this the attitude for cooperation? Xiang Chen let out a cold laugh and remarked. It appears you still do not grasp the meaning of our collaboration. Agree to cooperate, or face death, and yet you maintain such an arrogant demeanor? It seems you have yet to be adequately tormented. Perhaps it is time to converse while prostrate. With a snap of his fingers, Liao Yuan let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground in agony. Uncle Mu, go and sever a couple of his fingers for me. They shall serve as a toothpick for Xiaobai. Xiang Chen spoke indifferently. As you wish, young master, Zhao Mu replied with a sinister smile, drawing a dagger from his waist and advancing upon Liao Yuan. No, no, young master Xiang. I yield. I no longer dare to defy you. I will kneel, I will kneel. Liao Yuan cried out in terror. Xiang Chen raised his hand, and Zhao Mu withdrew, ceasing the torment. Liao Yuan rose, biting back his humiliation as he knelt on the ground. Xiang Chen looked down upon Liao Yuan, reclining with his legs crossed, almost as if he were about to light a cigarette, exuding an air of nonchalance. Liao Yuan, within you lies a curse I have planted. From this moment forth, your life and death are entirely in my hands. My will alone can bring about your demise, and this curse can only be lifted by me. Do you understand the fate that awaits you? The word curse drained the color from Liao Yuan's face as he glared at Xiang Chen, his rage barely contained. He shot a resentful glance at Hong Yi, who regarded him with indifference and retorted silently. I too have been ensnared by you, reduced to a mere pawn for another. Why do you glare at me? You wretched woman, this matter is far from over between us. Liao Yuan hissed through clenched teeth, his lips quivering. What are you saying? Speak up. I cannot hear you, Xiang Chen interjected, aware that the two were communicating telepathically. Reporting to the master, he insults me and seeks to cause trouble. Claiming he will avenge himself upon you, Hong Yi quickly conveyed. You vile creature, do not twist my words. Liao Yuan's expression shifted, and he shouted angrily, Master, do not listen to this woman's lies. Xiang Chen chuckled. Just moments ago, you were professing your affection, and now you resort to calling her a vile creature. Truly, your relationship is as fragile as plastic. What must I do for you to spare me? Liao Yuan inquired. To spare you is out of the question. Henceforth, you have two paths before you. First, submit to me and serve my purposes. Second, find yourself as just another corpse in the moat, with no one to know who dispatched the renowned General Liao. Liao Yuan's face paled at the implication. You have long desired to use me to rescue King Xiang, haven't you? Xiang Chen smiled faintly. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. It saves effort. Indeed, I intend to extricate my father from prison. That is impossible. The matter regarding King Xiang is of great significance. If I were to release him, the royal family would not spare me, and the king would see to my demise, exterminating my entire lineage. Xiang Chen replied coolly, do not worry. As long as you assist me, you will not face any repercussions. Are you familiar with the concept of substituting the beams and pillars or the cat exchanging the prince? Liao Yuan narrowed his eyes. Please elaborate. Xiang Chen then unveiled his plan. After a moment of contemplation, Liao Yuan remarked, this approach is feasible. However, should someone investigate thoroughly, it may be exposed. Xiang Chen replied indifferently. You are in charge of all matters within the prison. Should you execute your role properly, there is no chance of exposure. Choose. Do you wish to live or die? Naturally. I wish to live, Liao Yuan responded, though his mind was already plotting to have Xiang Chen eliminated once he was free. Xiang Chen, with a cold smile, speculated. Do not think to feign compliance. I suspect you intend to kill me later. Once I perish, the poison will immediately take effect, sealing your fate as well. After you leave, you may seek the most renowned physician to see if he can save you. By the way, the most famous doctor in the Great Shang at present is Hua Feng, who happens to be my pupil. Liao Yuan's expression changed dramatically as he stared at Xiang Chen in horror, astonished that he could discern his innermost thoughts. Rising, Xiang Chen declared, your fate is firmly grasped in my hands. There is no escape for you, only the acceptance of your destiny. To be candid, were it not for your utility, I would have slain you outright to assuage my resentment for the torment you inflicted upon my father. Go now and make your arrangements. In 3 days, I wish to see my father. With that, Xiang Chen departed, leaving Hong Yi behind. Liao Yuan gazed at Xiang Chen's retreating figure, clenching his fists, yet ultimately releasing them in despair. General, let us go, Hong Yi said with a smile, secretly delighted to see Liao Yuan under control. Humph. Liao Yuan scoffed coldly before exiting the room. Young master, do you think Liao Yuan will comply so readily? After all, he is a formidable warrior of the Yuan Yang realm, Zhao Mu inquired, his brow furrowed. Xiang Chen, walking with his hands clasped behind his back, replied with a faint smile, everyone fears death, even the immortals. The higher one rises in power, the more this holds true. Now let us dine. We must not waste the exquisite dishes laid before us. Such waste is disgraceful. Liao Yuan, indeed unwilling to submit so easily, sought out several renowned doctors. However, the mere act of examination would inflict upon him excruciating pain, and none could ascertain the true condition within him. Fear took hold of Liao Yuan as he recalled Xiang Chen's words, leading him to genuinely believe that his life was at the mercy of another. With this newfound belief, Liao Yuan developed a profound sense of fear and reverence towards Xiang Chen. He hurriedly set about arranging the matters Xiang Chen had instructed, no longer daring to defy his wishes. The cold castle loomed under the grim sky, and within the dungeons, the wails of the damned echoed, the cries of prisoners resounding incessantly. Open the cell, Liao Yuan commanded the jailer. Yes, General, the jailer responded, unlocking the cell door. Liao Yuan entered and beheld a middle-aged man, a grievous criminal guilty of war crimes against their nation. This man bore a striking resemblance to Wang, the king. Take him away, to the interrogation room, Liao Yuan instructed. He subsequently summoned several other death row inmates, eventually including Wang. Upon seeing Wang again, a flicker of awe glimmered in Liao Yuan's eyes. Your Highness, let us take a little journey, he said, his tone softened. What manner of torture do you wish to subject me to this time? Perhaps I could experience the agony of Lingqi? I am curious about the sensation of 3,600 cuts, Wang retorted with a cold smirk, intentionally provoking Liao Yuan. Liao Yuan replied with a calm smile. Rest assured, this time it is not torture we seek, but rather an invitation to tea. Tea? Wang raised an eyebrow, surprised by Liao Yuan's subtly altered demeanor. Ultimately, Liao Yuan personally unlocked the restraints, guiding Wang as they ascended from the isolated confinement of the suspended cage. Along with Wang, several other serious offenders summoned earlier were brought into a sealed interrogation room. Liao Yuan, what are your intentions? Wang questioned. Liao Yuan, I implore you, in my suffering. Liao Yuan, may you meet a wretched fate. Several notorious criminals, shackled and grim-faced, roared at Liao Yuan. He regarded them with a cold sneer and replied, Rest assured, I have summoned you today solely to fulfill your desire for death. Chapter 298. The Grudge of Brothers. Liao Yuan brandished his blade and approached the convicts, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Xiang Wang furrowed his brow, questioning Liao Yuan's intentions. Was he losing patience? Did he seek to take his own life? At that moment, a guard outside the door interrupted with urgent news. General, Your Majesty, the king is arriving at the prison. What? Liao Yuan's expression shifted. The king has arrived? Indeed, the royal procession is nearing the entrance, the guard confirmed respectfully. Liao Yuan glanced at Xiang Wang and instructed, Quickly, secure Xiang Wang in shackles. After giving the command, he hastened to welcome the king. At the entrance of the prison fortress, a splendid procession approached, drawn by 9 magnificent steeds. The golden carriage, intricately carved with dragons, exuded opulence. A retinue of 100 guards, most of whom were formidable warriors at the pinnacle of innate realms, accompanied them, including several formidable figures of the Yuanyang realm. Liao Yuan, along with Hong Yi and a group of followers, swiftly prostrated themselves on the ground, respectfully declaring, Your Majesty graces the prison. Liao Yuan failed to extend a proper welcome. I beg for your forgiveness. The beaded curtain of the carriage was raised by 2 beautiful palace maidens, revealing a handsome middle-aged man clad in a luxurious golden robe, emanating an extraordinary presence as he descended from the carriage. The merchant king regarded Liao Yuan with a gentle smile, stating, General Liao, overseeing the prison is no small task. There is no fault in your service. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Liao Yuan stood, respectfully positioned at the side, pondering the king's untimely arrival. Your Majesty, please. Liao Yuan gestured for him to proceed. 2 maidens held lotus lanterns, standing elegantly to either side. Both were formidable warriors at the minor celestial level of the Yuanyang realm. Following the merchant king was a man wearing a black mask, wielding a long dagger in a black sheath, his aura exuding a terrifying presence. Liao Yuan glanced at him with a hint of trepidation. This individual was among the most powerful in the merchant kingdom, commanding a network of shadowy operatives throughout the realm. The merchant king inquired, What of Xiang Liang? Liao Yuan respectfully replied, Your Majesty, he remains uncooperative. I was just preparing to interrogate him when you arrived. Would you like to see him now? Yes. I wish to meet my elder brother. Lead the way, the merchant king nodded. Of course, Your Majesty. Liao Yuan guided the way, and they entered the prison, swiftly arriving at the interrogation chamber. Inside, the criminals looked on in astonishment at the newcomers. The merchant king, Xiang Chen, may you suffer a miserable fate. Release us. I shall return as a vengeful spirit to haunt you. They shouted, their expressions frantic. Xiang Wang remained composed, fixating on Xiang Chen. Impudent fools. Guards. Silence their mouths. Liao Yuan bellowed. Immediately, guards stuffed rancid cloth into the mouths of the convicts, with Xiang Wang being the sole exception. You all may leave. The merchant king commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes. Liao Yuan's eyes shimmered momentarily as a group retreated, leaving only the king of commerce, the dark blade, and 2 palace maidens stationed at the entrance. The king of commerce clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at Xiang Liang with a faint smile. Brother, it has been a long time. Despite enduring such brutal torment, your gaze remains resolute. Truly, you are the foremost prince of the great Xiang. To think you dare address me as brother, Xiang Liang scoffed, fixing his gaze unwaveringly upon the king. The king replied with a serene smile. I have not forgotten the bond we forged in our youth, the brotherhood we swore. Indeed, I toiled to establish peace for you, only to find myself in such dire straits. Your loyalty to me as a brother is something I shall never forget, Xiang Liang retorted with biting sarcasm. With a mild smile, the king approached, gripping a scorching iron branding tool. He pressed the heated iron against Xiang Liang's face. The sound of sizzling flesh echoed, accompanied by wisps of smoke rising. Xiang Liang's body quivered slightly. He clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing any sound, his eyes burning with fury as he stared at the king. After discarding the branding iron and brushing off his hands, the king remarked, Brother, you have indeed labored for the peace of great Xiang. However, history shows that those who achieve great deeds often find themselves in peril. With your command of 400,000 loyal troops at the borders, your esteemed reputation among the populace, and your unparalleled cultivation, if you were to claim the throne, what could the royal family do? Thus, for the stability of the state, I am compelled to resort to such measures against you. Xiang Liang coldly replied, Had I desired the throne, I would have acted long ago. I have never harbored such ambitions, and now, having regarded you as a brother, I am filled with regret. You, a creature less than human, have betrayed me and harmed my son. If given the chance to escape, I would undoubtedly overthrow your family's reign. Haha, once you were a man of loyalty. Now you harbor rebellious thoughts, do you not? Moreover, even if you had no intentions of rebellion before, what of the future? Human hearts are unpredictable, and the most fickle of all is the human heart. You know me well. I prefer to extinguish unstable elements in their cradle. The king mused as he paced back and forth. Furthermore, our royal family has long coveted the heirloom of the Xiang clan. My father has constantly spoken of that treasured item. Should our royal family acquire it, the realm would undoubtedly be more secure, and the people would enjoy greater peace and stability. This would be a tremendous benefit to the nation, dear brother. Why do you not consider the good of the state? Rest assured, even if you surrender the treasure, I will not take your life. After all, should you perish, chaos would surely ensue at the borders. Surrender the treasure. Diminish your cultivation, and I assure you, my second brother, that you will live the remainder of your days in happiness, the king urged once more. Ha! Xiang Liang spat, aiming at the king's face, and mocked. I am all too aware of your ambitions. If you were to possess that treasure, it would spell disaster for the kingdom. My heart will never yield it to you. The king wiped his face with a cloth and said, Brother, do you not consider your own well-being, nor that of your two sons? Xiang Liang let out a sorrowful smile and said, Xiang Ke is your offspring. Do not assume I am unaware. Even at the outset, I chose not to expose the shameful affair between you and Lin Lian for the sake of your dignity. My elder brother does indeed value loyalty. Very well. Let us turn our attention to Xiang Chen. Xiang Ke is my illegitimate child, destined to inherit your Jinyuan border army as a legitimate successor. Yet what of my elder brother's own son, Xiang Chen? Have you considered him? This boy is remarkable, possessing extraordinary talent and a remarkable aptitude for cultivation, surpassing even my elder brother in his prime. Now, my elder brother has but this one son, and you wish for me to eliminate him? I find it rather difficult to reconcile with such a notion. As for brotherhood, it is akin to that forged in a cold prison, bound by iron chains. Chapter 299. Tongue severed in despair, Xiang Liang's countenance darkened as he said, Xiang Chen, what do you intend to do? The merchant king replied with a faint smile, Brother, do not be so agitated. I merely prepared a gift for my dear nephew. He wishes to study and cultivate at the Xianzhou Academy, does he not? Fortunately, as you know, my royal family has connections there. In the great Xiang, mindful of public opinion and the broader situation at the borders, I find it imprudent to act directly against him. However, once he arrives, alone and vulnerable, how can he evade the hidden daggers and open assaults? Of course, if you were to relinquish the treasures, I could guarantee my nephew's safety. Should you persist in your obstinacy, Xiang Chen may not have much time left. You must contemplate this carefully, for he is your only son. If he perishes, the lineage of the Xiang family may very well be extinguished. The merchant king pressed the heated iron onto the other side of Xiang Liang's face. You beast, Xiang Chen, you dare to harm my child? As long as I draw breath, I, Xiang Liang, will ensure your entire clan faces annihilation. Xiang Liang roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, veins bulging. "Oh, it appears my elder brother truly cares for Xiang Chen. That makes things simpler. Whether you choose to surrender the item is for you to decide." The merchant king laughed heartily. "I, Xiang Liang, would rather die than submit to you never," Xiang Liang bellowed, feeling a tinge of regret for having given the blood box to Xiang Chen. Now, if he were to reveal that the blood box was with Xiang Chen, it would only place him in greater peril. "Stubborn to the end. Then you shall remain here until death. I shall ensure you witness your son's capture. At that moment, I shall see how you endure the sight of your child enduring torment." Xiang Chen, losing his patience, tossed aside the iron and commanded the dark assassins, "Disable his divine core and sever his limbs." One of the dark assassins stepped forward, channeling true essence into a powerful strike aimed directly at Xiang Liang's dantian. With a splatter, Xiang Liang coughed up blood as the foe's true essence shattered his divine core and meridians without hindrance. Soon after, the dark assassin wielded a blade, and 4 streaks of light flashed instantaneously. Xiang Liang let out a pained scream as his arms and legs were mercilessly severed, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. The merchant king turned away, saying, "You were given a chance and chose not to take it. Now you shall remain here as a helpless wretch, unable to care for yourself." "Ha! I am filled with sorrow, hatred, and regret. Xiang Chen, even as a vengeful spirit, I shall not let you escape my wrath. You shall never discover the whereabouts of the treasures." Xiang Liang gazed up at the heavens with a sorrowful smile, and then a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he resolutely bit through his own tongue. His tongue, laden with an abundance of blood vessels, would ultimately lead to a slow and excruciating demise. The act of biting one's tongue to end one's life is one of the most agonizing methods of suicide, for the pain endured often proves unbearable, leaving even the most courageous to succumb to despair. Yet, Xiang Liang, in a display of extraordinary willpower, chose this brutal path to protect Xiang Chen from coercion. Such determination is truly terrifying. The other shackled criminals, witnessing Xiang Liang's self-inflicted demise, were filled with a sense of admiration. Xiang Liang was indeed a man of unwavering resolve. Upon exiting the interrogation room, the king of commerce addressed Liao Yuandao, summoned the finest physician to save him. He must not perish. "As the king commands," Liao Yuan replied promptly, his gaze falling upon the mutilated Xiang Liang, whose tongue had been bitten off in a desperate act. A chill ran down his spine, not due to the gruesome sight, for the tortures here included skinning, bone extraction, and boiling oil, all more horrific than this. Rather, he feared that saving someone in such a state would leave no explanation for Xiang Chen. The man was utterly ruined. Once the king departed, Liao Yuan hastily called for the physician from the dungeon to tend to Xiang Liang's severed limbs. The physician hesitated, saying, "My lord, I fear I cannot save this man." "What do you mean he cannot be saved?" Liao Yuan's expression darkened with concern. "Lord Xiang has bitten off his own tongue, and he clenches his jaw, preventing me from staunching the bleeding," the physician replied with a bitter tone. Liao Yuan, upon hearing this, looked at the pitiful figure of Xiang Liang on the ground, then bent down to whisper a few words in his ear. Xiang Liang's blood-red eyes gazed at him with uncertainty. "If you survive through this night, Lord Xiang will discern the truth of my words. Please hold on. Your son awaits you outside for a reunion," Liao Yuan urged softly. Though uncertain, Xiang Liang ultimately loosened his grip. The physician quickly pried open Xiang Liang's mouth and poured hemostatic powder onto the continuously bleeding stump of his tongue. Liao Yuan then approached a similarly sized death row inmate, producing a vial of liquid which he poured over the man's face. "Ah!" The man screamed as his visage began to rot and decay, rendering his features unrecognizable. The vial contained a potent acid. Subsequently, Liao Yuan struck the man's hands and feet with a blade, eliciting agonizing cries as his limbs met the same fate as Xiang Liang's. "Now, poison his tongue until it rots away," Liao Yuan instructed one of his loyal subordinates. "Yes, my lord." Liao Yuan then removed Xiang Liang's clothing and donned it on the other man. From this moment onward, he would assume Lord Xiang's identity. He then turned to the remaining prisoners and declared, "Your days of suffering in this dungeon have come to an end. May you walk slowly along the path to the underworld." The muffled cries of the bound individuals reflected their terror, while some found a sense of liberation in the impending doom. With a swift stroke, Liao Yuan severed the necks of the 4 men, blood gushing forth as they convulsed, their bodies growing cold and devoid of life. Come here, clean this up and take these corpses away. Notify for inspection, but there is no need for examination, Liao Yuan said, casually tossing the knife to the ground. In the dead of night, a carriage slowly emerged from the dungeon. On board, several large coffins contained the remains of several individuals, and the carriage, under the guidance of a woman, made its way toward a distant potter's field. Over 10 kilometers away, in a desolate forest, lay a natural pit, deep and wide, filled with bones, some of which were just beginning to decay, permeating the air with a foul stench and an oppressive aura. Caw! Crows and vultures incessantly descended upon this grave pit, feasting on the putrid flesh. Within the pit, a swirling ghostly mist enveloped a small figure absorbing the rancid essence of the dead. It was the Kunling. The ancient and stale corpses were beyond the appetite of the swallowing evil vine. A youth clad in a flowing white robe, his hair as bright as moonlight, accompanied by Wang Tian and Xiao Bai, awaited by the roadside with a carriage. Drive. Far off, the sound of hooves echoed as another carriage approached through the darkness. Young master, he has arrived, Wang Tian and Xiao Bai exclaimed excitedly. Xiang Chen gazed longingly at the approaching carriage, unable to contain his eagerness as he sprinted forward, with Wang Tian and Xiao Bai following closely behind. Whoa! Hong Yi quickly reined in the reins, bringing the dragon's steed to a halt, and the carriage came to a stop. Master, Hong Yi promptly dismounted and bowed respectfully. Where is my father? Xiang Chen inquired, his voice quaking with anticipation. Hong Yi's expression turned peculiar as she pointed to a coffin, saying, Lord Xiang is in this coffin, but master, please prepare yourself for what you are about to see. Xiang Chen hardly registered her words as he immediately opened the coffin. However, upon witnessing the scene within, he was struck as if by a thunderbolt, standing frozen in disbelief. My lord, Wang Tian and Xiao Bai removed their masks and rushed over, but upon seeing the grim sight inside the coffin, they too were left in stunned silence. Inside, Xiang Liang lay, his limbs severed, the dismembered arms and legs placed beside him, wounds hastily bandaged. His eyes widened in astonishment at Xiang Chen, but no sound escaped his lips. His face was charred and grotesque. Xiang Chen, upon seeing his father's horrific state, tears streamed down his face, his eyes turning crimson as his body trembled with rage. Father, how could this happen? How could this be? Xiang Chen's eyes blazed with madness as he clutched Hong Yi's neck, roaring with fury. The blood coursing through him felt as if it were boiling, a seething anger flowing to his fingertips, enveloped in a menacing aura. My lord, Xiao Bai and Wang Tian, witnessing Xiang Liang's condition, wept openly, tears flooding down their faces. Please, master, spare us. We did not do this. Before we could save him, the merchant king came. It was he who ordered the dark Fang to sever Lord Xiang's limbs. Please, spare us. Hong Yi's face turned pale as she spoke, her voice trembling as Xiang Chen's grip tightened around her throat. Get lost. With a swift gesture, Xiang Chen sent Hong Yi flying, and upon gazing at Xiang Liang, he was overcome with grief, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail that pierced the heavens. Zhang, Chen I. Xiang Chen, swear an oath. If I do not slay you, if I do not annihilate your entire clan, may I suffer eternal damnation. His sorrowful yet furious roar echoed across the desolate wilderness. In that moment, the heart of the youth felt as though it had been mercilessly shattered. Tears of blood, born of profound rage and anguish, streamed down Xiang Chen's cheeks. A muffled sound escaped Xiang Wang's lips. Xiang Chen, kneeling, cradled the broken form of Xiang Liang, weeping inconsolably against his shoulder. Since the moment of Ro Air's demise, he had not wept with such sorrow. Now, the steadfast youth cried as a child would. Father, I, Chen Air, am too late to save you, allowing you to endure such suffering. I am unfilial, unfilial. Xiang Chen's cries were like a torrent unleashed. Tears also cascaded from Xiang Liang's eyes as he embraced his son, despite his severed arm. A golden aura radiated from his brow, enveloping Xiang Chen. Do not weep, my child. I never anticipated seeing you again. Do not weep, my son of Xiang Liang. Though my limbs are broken, my spirit remains unyielded. Even if my spine were to shatter, the essence of a man is intact. Be strong, my child, do not weep. His voice resonated through the depths of Xiang Chen's mind, carried by his spiritual strength. Xiang Liang, a formidable being of the Yuanyang realm, wielded the power of soul communication with ease. Xiang Chen gazed at his father's bandaged arm, suppressing his tears. Father, rest assured, I shall restore you to health. He lifted Xiang Liang's body into a cart, while Hong Yi gathered the severed limb. The remnants of the other coffins were cast into a mass grave. The cart journeyed into the night. Holding his father close, Xiang Chen felt a profound pain, yet Xiang Liang smiled at the sight of his son, now a grown man capable of standing tall. He longed to caress Xiang Chen's cheek, yet was unable. How did you persuade Liao Yuan to save me? He is but a dog of the royal family, Xiang Liang asked through their spiritual connection. As a powerful entity of the Soul Moon realm, Xiang Liang was among the elite few. This rank possessed the unique trait of being able to project their spiritual force outward. Xiang Chen forced a smile. It was not persuasion. I employed a special poison upon him, known as goo, which binds his life to my will. No one but I can lift this curse. I had him disguise himself as you, a condemned prisoner, to facilitate your escape. Xiang Liang regarded his son with a profound gaze, recognizing the cleverness of the plan. He glanced outside the cart at the distant streets adorned with red lanterns, sighing, I never imagined I would see another day, let alone be saved by my own son. Father, rest assured, your son has mastered unparalleled medical skills. Upon my return, I shall surely restore your limbs. Xiang Chen and the royal family, I vow, shall not escape retribution. Xiang Chen declared through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. The merchant king was despicable and ruthless, without the prince. Where would the current stability of the great merchants lie? It was unimaginable that he would treat you in such a manner. Wang Tian's fists were clenched in anger as well. This grudge shall be avenged. Xiaobai replied coldly. The two of them were staunch loyalists of Xiang Liang. My dear Wang and Bai, I am grateful for your care of Chun during this time, Xiang Liang conveyed through his soul force. Your words are unwarranted, my lord. We were also saved by the young master. Caring for him is our duty. Moreover, the young master has indeed become remarkable, capable of standing on his own and revitalizing the Xiang family. You, my lord, are a true tiger father with no dog son, Xiaobai remarked. Indeed, my lord. The young master has earned our utmost respect. His future achievements will surely surpass those of his predecessors, Wang Tian added. Haha, you flatter him excessively. Praise can lead to arrogance in the young, Xiang Liang chuckled, though inwardly, he felt immense joy. As the carriage rolled towards the bustling red dust square, the streets were alive with vibrant lights and sounds, never sleeping. The carriage continued on to the Wind Dust Manor. Upon disembarking, Xiang Chen hurriedly carried Xiang Liang into his medical hall, where various herbs and surgical instruments awaited. Chen, you Haven Tea informed your mother about my return, have you? Xiang Liang inquired. Not yet. I planned to surprise her once you were safely out. However, given the circumstances, it seems she would only be startled. So I refrained from telling her, Xiang Chen replied with a wry smile. That's good. Please keep it from her until I recover. Otherwise, she will worry. Xiang Liang sighed in relief. Xiang Chen brought his father into the treatment room, unwrapping the bandages before preparing to perform surgery on his severed limbs. Having revived the dead, he was confident in his ability to handle orthopedic surgery. His father's severed limbs were still fresh. After securing the broken limbs with steel nails and plates, Xiang Chen utilized his revitalizing energy to nurture the severed parts, re-establishing the meridians. After a night of tireless effort, he finally completed the reattachment of his father's limbs and proceeded to treat the injuries to his father's spiritual center. By dawn, the treatment was finished. Only time remained for recovery. Xiang Liang felt a wave of relief wash over him, succumbing to exhaustion and slipping into a deep slumber. Gazing at his father's resolute face, Xiang Chen's revitalizing energy healed the burns on his father's skin, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Father, rest assured, I shall repay the Yin family, the royal family, and that foolish monarch Xiang Chen tenfold for these grievances, Xiang Chen vowed silently. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon occurred at the center of his father's brow. Faint strands of black golden flames began to coalesce and burn forth, illuminating a flickering flame resembling a wick at his forehead. This flame, small as a wick, remained unextinguished by the wind, radiating a dark golden glow. Xiang Chen gazed in astonishment at the flickering black golden flame igniting at his father's brow, instinctively reaching out to touch it. Do not touch it. If you do, your very soul will be incinerated. The sudden voice of Ba Gu interrupted him. Perched upon a beam, a black and white spotted pig spoke, breaking the silence. Upon hearing this warning, Xiang Chen immediately withdrew his hand. Ba Gu, observing Xiang Liang, remarked, What an extraordinary man. He has condensed the flame of will, a feat that even celestial beings seldom achieve. Such formidable willpower. What is this, Bagu? Xiang Chen inquired. This is the most potent force from the depths of the soul, the flame of will, also known as the heart fire of will, Bagu explained. The flame of will? What is that? Xiang Chen asked, his face a mask of confusion. At that moment, the black golden flame vanished into his father's brow, disappearing from sight. The soul is the essence of life, and will is the essence of the soul. The strength of one's will directly correlates to the fortitude of one's heart and perseverance. The flame of will is a manifestation that arises when an individual's willpower reaches an extraordinary limit. It possesses the incredible ability to defy fate and alter the course of destiny, capable of crafting miracles in dire circumstances. It is exceedingly rare for even those with ironclad resolve to manifest it. Only those who have endured tremendous suffering and trials, whose will is unyielding and who have not succumbed to despair, can achieve such a feat. Those capable of generating the flame of will are exceptionally rare even across all realms, often sought after by powerful ancient sages as disciples. Baga looked at Xiang Liang, a rare glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Your father has endured unimaginable torment within the prison, a testament to his indomitable will. Coupled with such trials, his unwavering spirit has given rise to the flame of will. He is indeed an extraordinary man. Nothing in this world can shatter the resolve and faith that resides in his heart. He then turned to Xiang Chen, stating, Your willpower pales in comparison to your father's. Xiang Chen touched his nose, offering an awkward smile. After all, he is my father. It's no surprise that he surpasses me. Yet, a pang of pain shot through him. Was his father's flame of will forged through torture? Indeed, Xiang Liang had endured every conceivable torment in the prison, from flaying to boiling, from the rack to the iron chair, and countless other atrocities. Yet he never succumbed to despair. Only in the moments when he contemplated sacrificing himself to shield Xiang Chen's secrets did he consider ending his own life. However, even then, he never allowed himself to succumb to hopelessness. There exist individuals in this world whose wills are as unyielding as iron, who remain undeterred by the specter of death. They pursue their heart's desires, fearless and invincible. Pseudo-strong individuals rely on means and power, while true strength lies in the heart. A heart that remains unshaken even when the heavens themselves might fall. If your father continues on the right path, he will undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure in the future. Bagu remarked as he leaped down. The extraordinary he spoke of transcended any heights that Xiang Chen could currently fathom. His father's life had already been remarkable. He had always been his role model. Xiang Chen gazed at his slumbering father, reflecting on this profound admiration. I possess a unique cultivation technique, albeit only the upper half of its methods, which is particularly suitable for an exceptionally strong-willed individual such as him. The strength derived from his willpower is likely to advance at an astonishing rate. In the hands of the elder, a radiant glow flickered as he materialized a jade slip. What kind of technique is this? Xiang Chen inquired with curiosity. This method is among the most formidable of my collection. It is called the Nine Hells Reincarnation. The elder replied, narrowing his eyes. The Nine Hells Reincarnation? Xiang Chen's expression reflected astonishment and skepticism. This technique is exceedingly peculiar, envisioning the 9 levels of hell. It cultivates one's soul power through extreme suffering, an excruciating refinement of the spirit. The cultivation of the 9 hells soul fire is immensely powerful. Yet the agony involved is renowned as one of the most torturous methods in existence. It is essentially a form of self-mortification. Without unwavering willpower, one is likely to succumb to madness, resulting in the disintegration of the soul. If you were to attempt it, given your current willpower, you would not even be able to endure the first level, the elder stated. Is it truly that extreme? I have withstood the agony of the 10,000 demons' blood refinement, Xiang Chen retorted dismissively. The elder scoffed. The suffering of the 10,000 demons' blood refinement is trivial in comparison. In the realm of body refinement, it scarcely ranks above average. This technique, however, involves the dual cultivation of both soul and body, with the pain being magnitudes greater than that of the 10,000 demons' blood refinement. What I have described is merely the first level. The torment is akin to grinding a person within a millstone, pulverizing their soul and body bit by bit. Can you even fathom such suffering? At these words, Xiang Chen shuddered at the thought of being ground to dust in a millstone. Such anguish was beyond comprehension. Regrettably, I possess only the first 4 levels of this cultivation method. I lack the subsequent 5, the elder remarked. Who could have devised such a bizarre technique? Surely, it must have originated from a masochist, Xiang Chen mused. Indeed, it was conceived by a woman, a most extraordinarily twisted individual. Chapter 302, The Venomous Land A Woman? Xiang Chen gazed at the elder in disbelief. Such an extreme cultivation method was created by a woman? This 9 hells reincarnation could be beneficial for your father in the future. The risks involved are relatively minor, provided that his willpower is sufficient to endure it. Even if he can only master the first 2 levels, that would be enough for him to dominate this continent. The elder explained as he handed the jade slip to Xiang Chen, who accepted it. Just then, the door swung open abruptly, and a figure entered the room carrying a tray of breakfast. "Chenner, man, he said you were here. It's time for you to eat," the visitor announced. It was a gentle and graceful woman, none other than Xiang Chen's mother, Su Qing. Upon entering, Su Qing's gaze fell upon the bed where Xiang Liang was swathed in medicinal cloth, his face the only part visible, resembling a mummy. With a clatter, the tray she held fell to the floor, scattering the breakfast across the ground. She stared in disbelief at the person on the bed, covering her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Liang Gu." Su Qing trembled as she approached, gazing at the sleeping figure, her eyes filled with incredulity. She reached out to caress Xiang Liang's cheek. "Your Highness, Liang Gu, is it truly you?" Su Qing exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. "Mother, I have rescued father, and we are reunited as a family, though he has sustained severe injuries," Xiang Chen said with a smile. At that moment, Xiang Liang seemed to hear the call of his beloved, abruptly opening his eyes. "My lady," he exclaimed in delight. "Wang Yi, Liang Gu, I miss you so much." Su Qing'er cried out, throwing herself into Xiang Liang's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "My lady, Qing'er, I miss you dearly as well." Even this iron-willed man felt his eyes moisten at that moment. "Mother, be cautious of father's injury. I shall step outside while you two reunite." Xiang Chen wiped away a tear, smiling as he left, not wanting to intrude upon their heartfelt reunion. Once outside, Xiang Chen took a deep breath of fresh air. With Xiang Liang now rescued, a heavy weight had finally been lifted from his heart. "Merchant King, I shall accompany you in this game. The torment inflicted upon my family cannot go unpunished, or I shall forever bear this sorrow." He gazed toward the palace, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes, filled with unwavering resolve. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Xiang Chen had refined several hundred transformation pills, and Xiang Liang was now able to walk freely, though his bones had yet to fully heal, making him unfit for combat. In the courtyard, Xiang Liang, Xiang Chen, Wang Tian, and Xiao Bai sat around a stone table as Su Qing'er, and man, he served them dishes and drinks. "How do you feel, my lord?" Wang Tian inquired. "With Chenner's exceptional medical skills, I fear my wounds will heal within a month," Xiang Liang replied with a smile, his gaze filled with pride for his son. He was now aware of his son's endeavors outside, establishing connections, founding Tianshan Pill Pavilion, creating Hongshan Tavern, and the bustling Hongshan Market, alongside commanding the formidable Qishua Mercenary Corps. Such accomplishments were truly unimaginable for a mere 16-year-old. Haha. The young master's medical prowess has even earned the admiration of the renowned healer, Hua Lao, Xiao Bai remarked with a grin. "You flatter us, my uncles. Here's to your swift recovery, father," Xiang Chen said, raising his cup in a toast. "Wishing you a speedy recovery, my lord," Xiao Bai and Wang Tian echoed, also raising their glasses. "His injuries have yet to heal, so do not encourage him to drink excessively, especially you. Chenner, you are still underage." Su Qing'er chided as she presented a steaming dish of chopped chili fish head to them. "Haha, we shall heed the esteemed lady's command," they replied with laughter. After a few drinks, Xiang Liang sat up straight, exuding the demeanor of a soldier, and said, "Chenner, you plan to attend the academy in the wasteland soon, correct?" Xiang Chen nodded after eating a peanut, stating, "Indeed, I wish to explore a larger world." Xiang Liang pondered for a moment and replied, "If you wish to go, I shall not hinder you. However, be cautious. There are some factions within the Wasteland Academy that may seek to make things difficult for you. Your journey will not be peaceful, and danger may lurk. But I will not stop you. In a man's world, tranquility has never been guaranteed. It is through adversity that true strength is forged." Xiang Chen acknowledged, "I am aware of the dangers, yet I pursue this peril and the trials it brings. In the realm of martial arts, one must bravely navigate the torrents of competition. if I do not challenge the younger generation of prodigies? How can I do justice to the fervor of my youth? Xiang Liang chuckled, remarking, excellent. You possess courage now, no longer the timid individual you once were. You have truly transformed. Although I named you with the hope that you would lead a peaceful, ordinary, and happy life, as a man of stature, one must strive to carve out their own achievements and dominion. On the day of your passing, you would lament your mediocrity if you did not. Your father supports your endeavors. Not only must you go forth, but you must also surpass all the talents of the wild state. Xiang Liang was indeed a formidable father. His educational methods exceedingly assertive. Thank you, father, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. We eagerly anticipate the day when your name resonates throughout the wild state. Indeed, one must be fervent in their youth, Xiaobai added with a smile. By the way, father, with your vast experience in travels beyond the great merchants, do you know of any places steeped in dense energy that are prone to the emergence of specters? Xiang Chen inquired. Places abundant in energy? Xiang Liang furrowed his brow. Such locations are typically avoided by living beings. What purpose do you have in seeking them? In pursuit of cultivation, I must thoroughly transcend the innate realm. To achieve this, I require the formidable energy to refine my physique. Stronger is better, Xiang Chen elucidated. Xiang Liang pondered for a moment, recalling, I do know of a place. After a brief contemplation, he continued, there exists a location renowned for its dense energy. Any being below the innate realm entering would find the very essence fatal, and even those at the innate level cannot linger there for long. What place is this? Xiang Chen asked, his excitement palpable. The Scorpion Nation, the Poison Cave, Xiang Liang replied slowly. The Poison Cave? Where is that? Wang Tian and Xiao Bai's expressions shifted, revealing their familiarity with the name. The Scorpion Nation, the Poison Cave? Xiang Chen's confusion was evident. His experiences were largely confined to the great merchants. Young master, that is a notoriously perilous location, Wang Tian remarked. Xiang Liang responded nonchalantly. The Poison Cave stretches for 800 miles, devoid of birds and human tracks. The density of the energy coalesces into lethal toxins. Even formidable practitioners of the Yuan-Yang realm can easily succumb to its poison. Are you truly intent on venturing there? Chapter 303. The Scorpion with a blade-tipped tail. Moreover, it is rife with venomous creatures and perilous beasts. The national guardian spirit of the Scorpion Nation, the blade-tipped scorpion, originates from that very place, Xiaobai cautioned. The blade-tipped scorpion is the mightiest guardian spirit insect of the Scorpion Nation, reputed to possess strength beyond the Yuan-Yang realm. Recalling the blade-tipped scorpion, Wang Tian noted, the prince has faced it before. That battle was fraught with devastation, with thousands of soldiers perishing from its venom. Had the prince not severely injured it, our great merchants would likely have fallen to the Scorpion Nation. The Poison Cave, a confluence of energy and toxins. Xiang Chen's lips curled upward. Father, esteemed uncles, my cultivation method is particularly resilient to poison. I must venture into this Poison Cave, Xiang Chen declared resolutely. If you have made up your mind, wait for me for half a month. Once I recover, I shall accompany you, Xiang Liang said. Xiang Chen chuckled softly. Half a month may be too long. Time waits for no one, and by then, I must head to the Academy of the Wild State. Xiaobai offered, Prince, allow me to accompany the young master on this journey. Xiang Liang furrowed his brow and said, this is not within the territory of the Scorpion Kingdom. To enter the Scorpion Kingdom, one must either traverse the Demon Fog Mountain range or pass through the checkpoints of the Scorpion Kingdom. If they discover your identities, they will undoubtedly take action against you both. Xiang Chen replied with a smile, there is no need for concern, father. My Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps is a guild-certified mercenary group, permitted to engage in trade with the Scorpion Kingdom. When the time comes, I shall enter the Scorpion Kingdom alongside the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps, and there is no need to worry about danger on that front. Indeed, Your Highness, we had almost forgotten about the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps, Wang Tian remarked with a laugh. The Mercenary Guild has regulations in place that prevent mercenary groups from intervening in wars between nations, unless they withdraw from the guild. This is why mercenaries can freely travel between different countries. Very well, I will prepare a map for you shortly. The Xiang Manor also possesses a map of the Scorpion Kingdom, but it is not feasible to retrieve it at this moment, Xiang Liang stated. Do not worry, father. One day, we will reclaim the Xiang Manor, Xiang Chen assured him. At present, do not dwell on such matters. Once you have gone to the academy in the wilderness, I shall make a trip to the border, the prince said, his eyes glinting with determination. To the border? Father, do you mean? Xiang Chen looked at Xiang Liang, beginning to speculate. The Yin family has wronged our Xiang family, and Yin Zhengchun has wronged me even more. Therefore, I shall not remain foolishly loyal to the Yin family. The 400,000 troops at the border were established by me, and I have many trusted confidants embedded within the army. I intend to reclaim military power, to rise up, and to revolt. Xiang Liang's gaze was electric, exuding an intimidating presence. Xiao Bai and Wang Tian exchanged glances, elated by his words. Wang Tian exclaimed, Your Highness, you should have taken this stance long ago, opposing the heartless royal family and the Yin family. Xiao Bai stood up, his voice filled with fervor. I am willing to continue as your Highness's loyal follower, to restore the realm. Haha, father, you have finally seen the light, Xiang Chen rejoiced. However, this matter cannot be rushed. During my imprisonment, the Yin royal family has undoubtedly replaced many commanders at the border, Xiang Liang cautioned. Indeed, the current commander of the border troops is Yin Jingchuan's own brother, Yin Jingfeng. Wang Tian added, Many of the trusted confidants cultivated by previous princes have either been killed or forced to rebel. Yin Jingfeng is a capable military leader, yet still lacks the necessary experience. Xiang Liang scoffed. He turned to Xiang Chen and said, Focus on your studies at the Wilderness Academy. When you return, I will ensure that this grand nation transforms under a new sky, where no one can conspire against you or harm you. I shall carve out a realm for you and your mother. I believe in you, father. Xiang Chen replied with a smile. The banquet continued for quite some time, and in the afternoon, Xiang Liang returned to his study to create the map. His injuries had not yet healed, rendering him unfit to accompany Xiang Chen. The next day, Xiang Chen took the map, personally drawn by his father, to the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. The Corps, under Zhu Qi's arrangement, deployed 40 experts of innate talent, with Vice Captain Chen Hai personally accompanying Xiang Chen to the Scorpion Kingdom. The expedition set off early in the morning. The Scorpion Kingdom lies over 1,000 kilometers from the capital of the Great Shang Dynasty, even with swift steeds galloping tirelessly. It takes an entire day to traverse this distance. By evening, Xiang Chen and his entourage finally reached the border city of Tiger Gate. This city boasts a resident population of 700,000 to 800,000 and is garrisoned by the formidable border troops, serving as a crucial stronghold along the Great Shang frontier. Upon departing from this city, the mercenary group was promptly allowed passage after their insignia was inspected by the gate guards. The Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps was well acquainted with these sentinels, encountering no unnecessary obstacles. Beyond Tiger Gate, there lies a desolate expanse of over 10 kilometers, known as the Realm of No Nation, which is devoid of allegiance to any country and rife with marauding bandits and horse thieves. However, the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps held a formidable reputation. Most bandit groups dared not challenge them upon sighting their banner. Thus, the journey was relatively peaceful, devoid of peril. Across the vast plains where lush grasses flourished and herds of cattle and sheep grazed, a magnificent city emerged at the horizon, nestled among perilous peaks and valleys. There, a boundary marker stood tall, indicating the Scorpion Kingdom. Young master, that is the border of Scorpion Kingdom, where a contingent of its army is stationed, pointed out Xiao Bai towards the distant city. Xiang Chen beheld the towering walls of the city, 100 feet high, with numerous armored soldiers patrolling the battlements. Jiaqing Pass, Xiang Chen remarked, recognizing the name of the city. This was his first venture into a foreign land. Let us enter the pass and find an inn to rest. We shall proceed to the venomous cavern tomorrow, Xiang Chen declared, noting that night had already fallen. The group spurred their horses towards Jiaqing Pass, where they encountered the guards of the Scorpion Kingdom conducting inspections at the city gate. However, Chen Hai stepped forward and engaged in amiable conversation with a familiar officer, as their relations had long been amicably established. The guards thus allowed the members of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps to pass without further delay, granting them entry into the Scorpion Kingdom. Once inside Jiaqing Pass, Xiang Chen and his companions sought refuge in an inn, which, surprisingly, was operated by acquaintances from the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. They settled there to rest and tend to their steeds. After a night of recuperation, shedding the fatigue of their journey, Xiang Chen, accompanied only by Xiao Bai, set off towards the venomous cavern. Along the way, they engaged in discussions about archery, keeping the journey lively. Suddenly, amidst the rumbling vibrations on the opposing thoroughfare, a formidable contingent of cavalry surged towards Xiang Chen and Xiao Bai. This troop, numbering well over 100, rode upon swift steeds, clad in black armor with horn-like crests adorning their helmets. Scorpion Iron Cavalry, Xiaobai whispered. Young master, they are likely just patrols. There is no need for alarm. Let us yield the way. Xiang Chen promptly guided his steed aside, allowing the iron-clad cavalry to pass. In Scorpion Kingdom, it was not unusual to encounter patrolling cavalry, and the two positioned themselves to let the troop gallop swiftly along the center of the road. In front of the cavalry stood a commanding officer clad in silver armor, his thick brows and fierce eyes exuding an air of authority. He cast a casual glance at both Xiang Chen and Xiaobai, but suddenly his gaze sharpened, fixating on Xiaobai. Halt! He commanded sharply, prompting the 100-strong iron cavalry to come to an immediate stop. The sound of reins being pulled echoed as the 100 riders reined in their steeds, bringing their dragon steeds to a standstill. A sense of foreboding washed over Xiaobai as he recognized the man. What's wrong? Do you know him? Xiang Chen inquired softly. Indeed, an old adversary. Qiu Wan, a general at the border of the Scorpion Nation, a formidable expert at the 8th level of the Yuanyang realm. Be cautious, young master. Should the situation turn dire, flee at once, Xiaobai warned. General Qiu Wan halted his mount, and his adjutant questioned, General, what troubles you? Qiu Wan replied, That figure strikes me with a profound sense of familiarity. I may know him. He then ordered his horse to turn back, leading his men towards Xiang Chen and Xiaobai. Esteemed generals, what brings you here? Xiang Chen greeted with a smile. Qiu Wan approached, scrutinizing the two men. Who are you? He demanded. We are but humble wanderers, Xiang Chen replied with a grin. Wanderers, you say? Then why the need for concealment? Do you possess identification as citizens of the Scorpion Nation? Qiu Wan pressed. With respect, Xiang Chen answered. We have been away from home for quite some time and do not carry our identification. Not carrying it. Qiu Wan's expression turned cold. You two are not spies from an enemy nation, are you? Surround them. In an instant, the cavalry members swiftly encircled the two men. The sound of drawn blades echoed as sharp, long knives were unsheathed, aimed at them. All cavalrymen possessed formidable prowess, being at least at the great heaven level of the divine concealment realm. Archers had also readied their precious bows, knocking enchanted arrows aimed directly at the pair. Tension gripped the hearts of Xiang Chen and Xiaobai. You, Qiu Wan pointed at Xiaobai, remove your mask that I may see your face. Xiaobai, his voice hoarse, replied, General, I was born with a hideous visage. I fear it may frighten you. I command you to take it off. Qiu Wan barked. Reluctantly, Xiaobai removed his mask, while Qiu Wan's gaze remained fixed upon him. As the mask was slowly lifted, the expressions of the surrounding cavalry shifted. Beneath the mask lay a grotesquely contorted face, indeed horrifying in its ugliness. Qiu Wan furrowed his brow, staring intently at Xiaobai. Suddenly, he raised his hand. With a swift motion, a dart shot forth toward Xiaobai, striking him squarely in the right chest, causing blood to spill profusely. Xiaobai gasped in pain. Xiang Chen's expression darkened. General, we are all citizens of the Scorpion Nation. Why do you attack us without provocation? Qiu Wan remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowed, before finally stating, Enough. You two are free to go. Thank you for your mercy, General, Xiaobai rasped. Without delay, Xiang Chen and Xiaobai mounted their horses and rode away, the cavalry parting to allow them passage. General, do you find anything suspicious about these two? The adjutant inquired. The masked figure bore a striking resemblance to an adversary from the Kingdom of Commerce. Perhaps I am mistaken, remarked Qiu Wan. Wait, that cannot be right. If they were indeed rangers, why would both of them lack identification? Qiu Wan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He gazed at the receding silhouettes of the two riders and commanded his companion, Bring me the precious bow. The bowman at his side handed a prized bow to Qiu Wan, who then drew it, infusing it with his true essence. Suddenly, he bellowed, Xiaobai, you have been exposed. Prepare to meet your demise. Whoosh. As he spoke, an arrow shot forth with lethal speed, though it veered slightly off course, striking instead his dragon steed. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, sensing the danger, swiftly turned and loosed an arrow of his own. Whoosh. This arrow found its mark, colliding with the one launched at him. Bang. The enemy's arrow exploded upon impact, yet its force remained intact, continuing its deadly trajectory towards a cavalryman. Bang. The unfortunate soldier emitted no cry. He was obliterated by the arrow, a shockwave of arrow energy bursting forth, causing 4 nearby cavalrymen to be thrown from their mounts, their dragon steeds wailing in distress. Chaos ensued among the surrounding cavalry. The falling star arrow, it truly is you, Xiaobai? Qiuwan roared in fury. Haha, Qiuwan, your vigilance is commendable. You recognized me even in this guise, Xiaobai retorted with a cold smirk, no longer concealing his identity. As he spurred his steed onward. After them, unleash your arrows. Qiuwan bellowed, immediately mounting his dragon steed and leading the cavalry in pursuit. A throng of horsemen thundered after them, among whom more than 20 archers readied their piercing arrows, unleashing a volley towards Xiang Chen and Xiaobai. Xiaobai knocked 7 arrows, the 7 stars arrows unleashed, each infused with tremendous energy, exploding against the oncoming barrage of arrows, shattering a dozen of them, while the remaining few were deflected by the duo. Kill! Qiuwan leapt from his mount, soaring into the air, summoning a dusty golden wing of true essence to attack. Seeking your own demise, you dare to take to the skies while pursuing me? Xiaobai scoffed, knocking another arrow and preparing to strike Qiuwan, who simultaneously leapt upward, his form swelling into a half-demon stature towering 7 or 8 meters high. His true essence power surging dramatically. Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air, breaking the sound barrier with formidable force. Before Qiuwan, a circular precious shield was raised in defense. Boom! The arrow struck the shield, exploding like a missile, the shockwave sending Qiuwan flying several dozen meters. A mouthful of blood spilling forth as cracks formed across the shield. How has this fellow grown so powerful? Qiuwan was taken aback. Whoosh! 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 Xiang Chen, wielding the dragon hunter bow, unleashed 7 arrows, targeting the 7 pursuing cavalrymen. Uft! Ah! The cavalrymen cried in despair as their armor was pierced. And they fell from their mounts, one bow claiming 7 lives. Ha ha! Splendid, young master. It appears you have mastered my 7 stars archery technique. Your talent in archery surpasses even my own. Xiaobai laughed heartily, praising Xiang Chen. Chapter 305. The body that absorbs demons. As he spoke, Xiaobai unleashed another volley of 7 arrows, akin to 7 missiles propelled forth, carrying immense energy. Boom! With each resounding explosion, the might of these 7 arrows indeed resembled that of missiles, striking down over 20 horsemen in the pursuing cavalry with lethal precision. The power was terrifying. As long as his true essence remained unbroken, Xiaobai transformed into a mobile mini-missile launcher, his offensive capability formidable. Archers have always been a source of dread among martial cultivators and within the ranks of the military, being the most formidable single units in long-range lethality. Stop! Qiuwan bellowed, commanding the cavalry to cease their pursuit. Continuing the chase would only result in heavy casualties without guaranteeing the capture of Xiaobai. Haha, you are still far from matching Uncle Xiao, Xiang Chen chuckled. Alas, young master need not be modest. Should you reach my level of cultivation, I am confident your archery skills would surpass mine. Once you step into the innate realm and grasp the essence of heaven and earth, I shall teach you the wind arc archery technique, Xiaobai replied, feeling a slight relief as the cavalry halted their pursuit. Xiang Chen remarked, now that our whereabouts have been exposed, we shall undoubtedly encounter numerous troubles ahead. Indeed, we must exercise caution in our subsequent journey. Fortunately, the poison cave lacks any formidable checkpoints, Xiaobai nodded. General, what shall we do? Shall we simply allow them to escape? The deputy commander inquired. Qiuwan gazed at his fractured shield, his expression darkening. Xiaobai's archery is unrivaled in the great merchant kingdom, and with his recent advancements, our patrol team is ill-equipped to contend with him. If we pursue further, this 100-man unit would be insufficient to withstand his onslaught. Release the Sea Eastern Eagles and inform the general to immediately seal off every checkpoint, ensuring they cannot enter or exit. Understood, the deputy commander nodded, subsequently dispatching 2 Sea Eastern Eagles. These birds, known for their remarkable speed and ability to soar thousands of meters high, are notoriously difficult for common archers and even powerful Yuan-Yang realm cultivators to capture, often employed for conveying messages. Xiang Chen and Xiaobai navigated the rugged terrain according to the map, making their way towards the poison cave. After half a day, they finally beheld a continuous range of hills. The area was enveloped in a faint, dark mist, exuding an eerie stillness devoid of life. No birds soared above, nor were there ordinary beasts in sight. Young master, ahead lies the poison cave. It casts a shadow over an expanse of more than 800 miles, bordering another nation, serving as both a natural barrier and a dead end, Xiaobai declared. Upon arrival, Xiang Chen felt the intense earth-yin energy permeating the area. The true yin energy flowing exceptionally smoothly. What a splendid place, a treasure for cultivation, Xiang Chen exclaimed, realizing there likely existed a more potent earth-yin vein beneath the surface than that below his own residence. Uncle Xiao, the yin energy is too dense ahead. It would be unwise for you to venture deeper. I can proceed alone, Xiang Chen suggested. I shall escort you for a distance. When the yin energy becomes unbearable for me, I will halt, Xiaobai responded, a surge of true essence enveloping his form. Very well, Xiang Chen nodded. Dismounting their steeds, the two entered the sprawling hills on foot. Within this forested region, most flora thrived in shadow. Earth-yin grass, locust trees, and willows predominated, while other trees struggled to survive in such a dense atmosphere of yin energy. In the mountains where paths are scarce, Xiaobai wielded a battle knife, cleaving through the dense thorns of the locust trees, creating a passage. Master, this place feels rather comfortable, remarked Yume, transforming into a wisp of ghostly mist hovering above Xiang Chen's head. As a specter, she naturally delighted in the thick aura of yin qi surrounding them. There are so many poisonous creatures, Xiang Chen observed, noting the myriad scorpions and black spiders crawling on the ground. The deeper they ventured, the denser the yin qi became, shrouding the world in darkness and diminishing visibility. After traversing over 100 miles into the toxic lair, Xiaobai began to feel a heaviness in his mind and a chill in his body. The oppressive jinxit here could claim the lives of ordinary people in mere moments. Uncle Xiao, you may leave me here. I shall proceed on my own from this point, Xiang Chen declared, recognizing Xiaobai's discomfort with the energy of this place. Very well, young master. Exercise caution henceforth. Should anything seem amiss, retreat immediately. I will remain here to assist you, Xiaobai replied, halting his advance, as even his formidable cultivation struggled against the prolonged corrosive effects of the yin qi. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen grew increasingly vibrant and invigorated, thriving in this environment. With a decisive step, Xiang Chen leapt into the air, brandishing the dragon-quelling demon blade, effortlessly severing a dense row of willows that obstructed his path. Alone, he delved deeper into the Yingku mountain range. While Xiaobai patiently awaited his return, the sky had darkened completely, resulting in even lower visibility. However, this posed no hindrance to Xiang Chen, who moved with the agility of a nimble monkey amidst the trees. Within Xiang Chen's moon-gazing eyes, the expanse ahead was suffused with dense Ling qi, growing richer the further he ventured inward. Suddenly, an unsettling cacophony erupted from the surrounding forest, the sharp, grating sounds piercing the silence. Xiang Chen's foot landed with purpose as he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze growing cold. A multitude of creatures emerged from various burrows, revealing a swarm of pitch-black rodents, each larger than a domestic cat, with sharp claws and pointed teeth. These were the Di Yin Yaosu. Xiang Chen observed in astonishment as hundreds of these creatures poured forth, their presence formidable, with most exuding a potent Yaoqi characteristic of the Sunzong Jingjet. Among the throng, a path split open, and from a grand burrow emerged a massive Yaosu, its size comparable to a small leopard. Plump and entirely black, with hauntingly green eyes radiating innate Yaoqi. Squeak, squeak. How dare a human intrude here? The colossal rodent spoke, its voice sharp and grating. You are mistaken. I am no mere human. Be wise and clear a path, or I shall exterminate your entire kin, Xiang Chen retorted with a cold smirk, his form shifting and expanding into a towering figure over 3 meters tall, half werewolf in appearance. A potent Yaoqi enveloped the area, fully revealed. Upon witnessing Xiang Chen's imposing form and the dense Yaoqi emanating from him, the Yaosu recoiled in instinctive fear, hesitating to advance. Ayadru? The Dian Suang gazed at Xiang Chen in astonishment. What manner of all are you? Why do you appear so peculiar? Subsequently, a glimmer of greed and fervor flickered in its gaze. The scent emanating from Xiang Chen's flesh and blood was intoxicating, akin to a rare and nourishing elixir. His physique held a tremendous allure for the demon clan. Chapter 306. The Great Scorpion of Yuan Yang. What a delectable demon. Your flesh must be immensely nourishing. Kill him, and no one is permitted to steal a taste. The Earth Shadow Mouse King roared, issuing commands to its brood. With a cacophony of shrieks, hundreds of Earth Shadow mice surged towards Xiang Chen, a dense swarm converging upon him. Unaware of their impending doom, Xiang Chen scoffed, as nearly 20,000 pounds of dragon elephant inner strength erupted within him, enveloping his form in a tempest of violent energy. The true Yin energy surged, and now, with his ever-increasing cultivation, this semi-demon transformation allowed him to maintain clarity for an extended duration. Engaging in combat for over 10 minutes posed no challenge. Dragon Elephant Fist. Xiang Chen leapt forward, channeling his turbulent inner strength and true energy into a single, thunderous punch, unleashing it upon the oncoming horde of Earth Shadow mice. With a resounding crash, a shadow of a Dragon Elephant Fist descended, the ferocious force crashing into the mass of mice. Boom, 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 one after another. The Earth Shadow mice were engulfed and obliterated by the punch's energy, exploding into fragments. With a single strike, over 20 of them were annihilated. Dehego, a radiant light emerged from Xiang Chen's universe ring. A massive, over 10-meter-long, jet-black phoenix serpent, with a girth akin to a human waist and adorned with a pair of exquisite, 5 to 6 meter-long crimson wings, materialized, emanating a savage primordial aura. With a roar, the phoenix serpent unfurled its wings, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the swarm below. The flames, stretching over 10 meters, radiated an appalling heat, incinerating dozens of Earth Shadow mice into charred remains. Standing atop the back of the phoenix serpent, Xiang Chen surveyed the chaotic scene below. Demon, a demon serpent. The Earth Shadow Mouse King was struck with terror, feeling an overwhelming bloodline pressure emanating from the serpent, causing the rest of the mice to scatter in fear. Mice inherently harbor a primal dread of serpents, and in the presence of this phoenix serpent, a divine beast, the fear was magnified. Flee! The Earth Shadow Mouse King turned and bolted, utterly terrified, devoid of any courage to confront the phoenix serpent. It is your dinner, Dehe. If you let it escape, I shall have Xiao Bai deal with you, Xiang Chen remarked nonchalantly. With a roar, the phoenix serpent flapped its wings, generating a scorching gust, transforming into a streak of light as it charged toward the Earth Shadow Mouse King with astonishing speed. Xiang Chen was momentarily left behind by its incredible velocity. Landing on the ground, the Earth Shadow Mouse King scurried toward its burrow, but a concentrated fireball rocketed downward, crashing onto the entrance. With a thunderous boom, the burrow collapsed in an explosion, creating a deep crater, while the shockwave hurled the Earth Shadow Mouse King into the air. As the crimson serpent descended with ferocity, it sank its fangs into the neck of the Earth Yin Mouse King. With wings folded tightly, its body coiled around the Mouse King, enveloping it in a meaty embrace. Spare me, great serpent! The Earth Yin Mouse King shrieked in despair, yet the crimson serpent tightened its grip. The Mouse King let out a horrific scream as the overwhelming force crushed its bones and ruptured its innards. This creature, merely at the 4th tier of the innate realm, was effortlessly dispatched by the serpent. The serpent opened its maw wide enough to swallow a person whole, consuming the Earth Yin Mouse King in a single gulp. With a satisfied hiss, the crimson serpent flicked its forked tongue across its lips. The surrounding horde of mice, paralyzed with terror, fled in every direction. After devouring the Earth Yin Mouse King, the serpent approached Xiang Chen, entwining itself around him and rubbing its head affectionately against him. Xiang Chen stroked the serpent's head, smiling. Well done. It was time for you to stretch your limbs. He then seated himself upon the serpent's back, which took to the low skies of the forest, gliding deeper into the woods. The serpent could also absorb the Yin energy, which posed no threat to it. After half an hour of flight, they arrived at a vast gorge. This gorge, a deep hollow, left Xiang Chen perched atop a range of mountains, while within the gorge, the dense Yin energy rendered visibility nearly non-existent. This is the place, Xiang Chen exclaimed, filled with anticipation. I hope to find what I seek here. Let us descend. The crimson serpent swooped down into the gorge, stirring up powerful gusts of wind. Master, the Earth Yin spiritual energy here is several times more concentrated than that of our estate's mine. Moon Charm transformed into her ghostly form, floating delicately beside Xiang Chen. I am aware that this concentration of Yin energy is sufficient for me to refine my innate Yin body. However, such abundant Earth Yin energy may harbor other secrets, Xiang Chen remarked, activating his moon eyes, which gleamed like 2 radiant moons in the night, illuminating a radius of several thousand meters. Where is it? Show me, he called out in delight, pointing towards a specific area within the gorge. The crimson serpent soared towards the indicated spot, swiftly arriving at Xiang Chen's chosen location. Before them lay a black Yin pool, over 10 meters in diameter, where azure-black flames flickered ominously. Xiang Chen gazed at the pool, exhilaration spilling from his lips. The Yin Xian pool. Huh. This is the optimal place for breaking through to the innate Yin and refining the innate body. The Yin Xia, a substance formed from the densest earth Yin energy, was combined with the flames of Yin Xia earth fire, an incredibly lethal blaze capable of slaying even those of the innate realm. Surrounding the Yin pool were numerous black scorpions, each one absorbing the earth Yin energy, some reaching lengths of 1 to 2 meters, exuding an intimidating aura, their demonic energy rivaling that of innate beings. These colossal earth Yin scorpions hissed, glaring at the hovering crimson serpent. The serpent, channeling its demonic energy, conjured waves of crimson phoenix flames. Boom, boom, a barrage of fireballs, each approximately 1 meter in diameter, rained down upon the sinister scorpions below, causing them to scatter in fright. Some were struck directly, igniting and transforming into charred remnants. The majestic black phoenix serpent descended alongside Xiang Chen. Be cautious. Suddenly, Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the depths of the water pool below, hurtling towards the black phoenix serpent with astonishing swiftness. The serpent barely evaded the attack, yet its tail was grazed, resulting in a gash that bled profusely. From the depths of the pool, a colossal figure surged forth, landing on the shore with an imposing presence. Xiang Chen's gaze hardened as he beheld a 6-meter-long scorpion, its body glistening like polished steel. With a tail that dominated its length, tipped with a curved, razor-sharp stinger that emanated a blue glow, infused with lethal venom. Its 6 elongated legs and powerful pincers exuded an aura of formidable strength, swirling with toxic energy. The creature was unmistakably at the minor celestial level of the Yuan-Yang realm. Xiang Chen's expression grew serious as he faced this venomous scorpion, which bore 8 eyes radiating an eerie green light, coldly fixated on him. With a chilling voice, the Yuan-Yang scorpion unleashed a fearsome roar. The scorpion's tail lashed out, releasing a blade of dark energy several meters long, which shot forth with deadly intent. In response, the black phoenix serpent flapped its wings, conjuring fireballs that erupted into a cacophony of explosions as they collided with the energy blade, only to be cleaved in twain and obliterated. The speed of the blade was astonishing as it continued its relentless approach. Xiang Chen's complexion paled as he maneuvered the black phoenix serpent to evade. Just then, the scorpion's tail elongated, striking with remarkable velocity, leaving little room for escape. Dodge! Xiang Chen shouted, pressing down with his leg against the serpent, which swiftly evaded the lethal strike. Xiang Chen propelled himself into the air, narrowly avoiding the tail that passed between him and the serpent, landing gracefully on the distant ground. He commanded, "Master, allow me to confront it." Yu Mei transformed into a swirling black mist, materializing as a wraith-like figure, charging at the Yuan-Yang scorpion. With a piercing scream, Yu Mei's long hair morphed into numerous black needles, resembling a volley of deadly black spears. The hair struck the scorpion's armored exoskeleton, producing a series of resonant clangs, yet the creature's carapace was as tough as enchanted armor. The scorpion's massive pincers snapped towards the hair, severing the ghostly strands with ease, which were more resilient than steel. Yu Mei roared, conjuring a barrage of black spikes that shot forth like beams of light. Darking spike. The spectral dark needles penetrated the exoskeleton of the Yuan-Yang demon scorpion, astonishingly breaching its defenses without leaving a trace of injury, directly embedding themselves into its flesh. The creature let out a painful roar. Subsequently, it expelled a dense surge of earth Yin fiery malevolence, a deep green-black flame that enveloped and struck Mooncharm. Mooncharm emitted a chilling scream, hastily retreating as ghostly mist swirled around her in an effort to evade the flames. Evidently realizing that this concentrated earth Yin fiery malevolence possessed harmful capabilities against her as well. In this clash between a ghost and a demonic insect, Xiang Chen was not idle. Transforming into a celestial wolfman, he grasped the dragon hunter's bow, knocking a talisman arrow infused with lunar true energy. Whoosh! The arrow materialized into a streak of black light, striking the creature's exoskeleton but merely rebounding, leaving only a faint mark. What formidable armor! Xiang Chen furrowed his brow. The Yuan-Yang demon scorpion retaliated with a blade of light, hurtling towards him. With a graceful leap, akin to a swan in flight, he propelled himself over 20 meters away, The spot where he once stood now marred by a long gash, over 10 meters in length, from the light blade's assault. The Yuan-Yang demon scorpion's focus remained primarily on moon charm, conjuring a tempest of demonic wind that surged upwards, unleashing the earth-e'en fiery malevolence towards her. Moon charm transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, deftly dodging the onslaught in midair. Her lunar ghostly essence proved less effective against the cold Yuan-Yang demon scorpion, particularly given her own cultivation at the first level of the Yuan-Yang realm. "Hey, lift me up," Xiang Chen commanded the fiery phoenix serpent. However, as it readied to rise, it was overtaken by a wave of weakness, the wound on its tail ensnared by the venom of the scorpion. The fiery phoenix serpent had been poisoned. "Damn it, I shall proceed alone." Xiang Chen realized the serpent's plight. He leaped over 20 meters into the air, then, summoning a shadowy silhouette, ascended further to the height of the battle between the scorpion and the ghost. With his moon-viewing eyes, he sought the creature's vulnerabilities, and suddenly his gaze fixated on its 8 fist-sized, eerie green eyes. As he prepared to descend, he executed another aerial leap, drawing 7 talisman arrows to his hand. 7-star arrows, strike, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 7 arrow lights transformed into radiant beams aimed at the Yuan-Yang demon scorpion. Amidst its frantic maneuvers, it evaded 3 arrows, while 2 struck its head, merely glancing off. However, 2 arrows found their mark, piercing directly into its eyeballs. Uft, uft. The eyes exploded, the arrow shafts embedding into its skull. With a howl of agony, the Yuan-Yang demon scorpion writhed in torment as its demonic essence surged chaotically. Seizing the moment, Moon Charm unleashed spectral tendrils that ensnared the scorpion, enveloping it like a colossal rice dumpling. She transformed into a swirling mass of ghostly mist, igniting with emerald flames. Howl! The Yuan-Yang scorpion let out a wretched scream, its very soul being consumed by the ghostly flames. It struggled to break free from the spectral tendrils, yet its joints were irrevocably bound. At last, the Yuan-Yang scorpion's demonic energy faltered, and its massive form plummeted from the heights of several dozen meters. With a resounding crash, the ground was indented, and after a brief struggle, the Yuan-Yang scorpion succumbed to death. Yume gradually retracted her ghostly tendrils, absorbing the soul energy emanating from the scorpion. Xiang Chen hurried over, only to find the Yuan-Yang scorpion lying motionless on the ground, devoid of life and soul. "Fortunately, I had my master's assistance. Otherwise, capturing this creature would have been quite the challenge," Yume remarked. Xiang Chen gazed at the Yuan-Yang scorpion and said, "Your attributes do not exert much dominance over it. This creature possesses an exceptionally sturdy exterior. It could serve as excellent material for forging. However, the most precious aspect lies within its body, the demonic core and venom sac. If I can refine these, my heavenly reversal chi and tying demonic chi will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement." Gripping the long K demonic blade, Xiang Chen prepared to breach the creature's hard shell. Suddenly, an enormous silhouette swept across the sky of the canyon, conjuring a tempestuous wind. A colossal bird, with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters and cloaked in darkness, descended, swirling with black elemental energy. Upon this giant bird stood over 10 figures. The presence of this avian creature rivaled that of a minor Yuan-Yang realm expert. It was unmistakably a Yuan-Yang night owl. The owl, carrying its numerous passengers, swooped down towards Xiang Chen. Chapter 308. Mere refuse. This will be your training ground for some time. Lord Scorpion has graciously permitted you to hunt scorpion spirits here, to integrate into the scorpion soul, and to strive for recognition within the Huangzhou Academy. Seize this opportunity, declared a middle-aged man clad in a black robe adorned with a golden scorpion emblem on his cuffs. This man exuded a terrifying aura, a formidable presence within the Yuan-Yang realm. Behind him stood 18 young men and women, all respectfully acknowledging his words. Each of these youths was at the innate level of cultivation, predominantly male, with 3 females among them. They were dressed in black robes or martial skirts, each bearing a blue scorpion emblem on their sleeves. "Ah, elder, there are individuals below," exclaimed a handsome youth with fair skin and an air of nobility. The middle-aged man turned his gaze, his eyes narrowing. "Indeed, there is someone, a remarkably young lad who dares to venture into this sinister den of scorpions, undaunted by the toxic atmosphere." As the night owl descended towards Xiang Chen, stirring a whirlwind, Xiang Chen remained vigilant, his expression grave. A threefold Yuan-Yang realm demonic bird and a sevenfold Yuan-Yang realm expert, Xiang Chen's focus was primarily on the middle-aged man, a sense of unease settling in. Such a powerful adversary, he and Yu Mei would likely not stand a chance against. The Yuan-Yang scorpion. Could this individual have slain it? How is that possible? His aura is merely at the divine concealment realm. He cannot possess such capability. A group of young individuals, having descended upon the scene, beheld Xiang Chen alongside the formidable Yuan-Yang demon scorpion, their gazes imbued with a flicker of fervor and avarice. "Who are you, young man, to dare intrude upon this place?" inquired a middle-aged man with an authoritative tone. Xiang Chen responded, "The poisonous abyss has always been a realm without a master. I am merely a wandering ranger here to hone my skills." The others, young men and women alike, exchanged looks of disdain. The term ranger was but a flattering appellation for a rootless, backgroundless cultivator. "Ah, rogue. It is indeed curious that you can endure the toxic energies here. Did you slay that Yuan-Yang demon scorpion?" the middle-aged man questioned. "Not precisely," Xiang Chen replied. "I lack the strength for such a feat. I merely stumbled upon this Yuan-Yang demon scorpion engaged in battle with another beast. It was gravely wounded, and I seized the opportunity to strike. Naturally, one could not reveal their true capabilities to a stranger." "Huh, what luck for this lad," sneered a handsome youth. Observing them closely, Xiang Chen noted the scorpion emblem upon their garments. "Members of the scorpion sect, I see," he mused inwardly, recognizing the insignia. In the Scorpion Kingdom, there lay a national sect known as the Scorpion Sect, whose disciples bore this very scorpion motif on their attire. The middle-aged man turned to the group of youths, declaring, "It appears fortune smiles upon you. Whoever can vanquish this young man will undoubtedly gain immense power from the demon core of the Yuan-Yang scorpion. Afterward, you may pursue your own paths of training." Excitement flickered in the eyes of the youths, their fists clenched in anticipation as they directed murderous glares at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen's expression grew cold. These individuals intended to take his life without cause. A gaunt youth chuckled ominously. "The Yuan-Yang demon scorpion rightfully belongs to His Highness. Surely, no one else would dare contest that." The others turned their eyes towards the nobly dressed youth with a mixture of reverence and apprehension. Yang Yun, a burly young man, swiftly interjected, "We recognize our lack of strength to covet the Yuan-Yang demon scorpion. Among us, Brother Yang possesses the highest cultivation level, making the demon scorpion his by right. Wouldn't you agree?" A chorus of assent followed from the others. "Huh, I thank you, my junior brothers and sisters. Once I acquire this Yuan-Yang demon scorpion, I shall assist you in hunting more demon scorpions." The youth named Yang Yin responded with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Yang. With your highness's aid, we shall surely succeed," another chimed in. "Indeed, brother, allow me to eliminate this lad for you. You need not lift a finger." One of the youths stepped forward, his gaze icy as it fell upon Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, clutching the dragon-quelling demon blade, inquired, "What is your intention? Do you seek to kill for treasure?" The young man approached, sneering, "Isn't that a question with an obvious answer? You have drawn a short straw, lad. You should not have appeared here. Remember my name, Luo Fei. When you reach the halls of Yama, you will know who has claimed your life." Xiang Chen cast a glance at the distant middle-aged man, who showed no inclination to intervene, seemingly allowing these individuals to pursue their own trials. Turning his attention back to the young man, he assessed that Luo Fei was at the first level of the innate realm, one of the weaker members of the group. Eager to prove himself, "How many moves do you think Brother Luo needs to eliminate this brat?" chuckled the other disciples of the Scorpion Sect. "I estimate 3 moves. This fellow's aura seems to be at the great heaven level of the divine concealment realm," one of them replied. Luo Fei advanced towards Xiang Chen, a dark long knife materializing in his hand as he sneered, "Brat, may your journey to the Yellow Springs be smooth." With a thunderous crash, an innate true energy erupted from his feet, transforming him into a streak of light that lunged forward. His blade enveloped in a fierce blade aura aimed directly at Xiang Chen, the knife energy sweeping toward him. Xiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, and suddenly, with a nimble twist of his body, he evaded the attack with astonishing speed. He stepped forward, wielding the dragon-quelling demon blade, his strikes executed with unparalleled swiftness, producing a series of piercing sounds. With a swift slice, a blade light, moving at an incredible speed, cut through the air before Brother Luo, causing his long knife to shatter with a clang. Immediately after, he felt a wave of suffocation and disorientation. His gaze fell upon a headless corpse that staggered forward, spewing blood in a grotesque display before collapsing with a thud. How familiar! Luo Fei's vision suddenly darkened as his own severed head, soaring 7 or 8 meters high, plummeted to the ground. His eyes widened in terror, his pupils dilating, as a sliver of consciousness filled with dread enveloped him. That person is me. Xiang Chen sheathed his blade and remarked indifferently, I am not yet inclined to tread the path to the Yellow Springs. You may proceed first. The jovial laughter of the group of young men abruptly froze. Ah! A woman screamed. Brother Luo. How could this be? How did Brother Luo die? This brat's blade speed is astonishing. The youths were filled with shock and fury, their gazes turning icy as they directed their wrath towards Xiang Chen. Such speed in his strikes. A middle-aged man displayed a hint of surprise. You little beast, dare you kill Brother Luo? The male disciples of the Scorpion Sect glared fiercely. Xiang Chen rested the blade on his shoulder, sneering, he sought to kill me. Am I not allowed to retaliate? What kind of rule is that? If that senior does not intervene, the rest of you present are merely trash. Chapter 309. Battle of the Four Heavens. Arrogant. You little beast. Daring to kill a disciple of the Scorpion Sect, you shall have no place to be buried. As they were all young, Xiang Chen's deliberately provocative words ignited their fury. Their glares filled with rage. The middle-aged man responded coolly, Youngster, there is no need for you to provoke me intentionally. I have no desire to waste my time on a junior like you. I brought them here for training. If you can kill them, it is your skill. Xiang Chen smiled. As expected of a powerful figure of the Origin Yang realm, you possess grace. Then, he turned his gaze toward the group, sneering, so, which of you trash will step up to meet your demise? Too arrogant. I, Li Jiangsu, will come to slay you, bellowed a burly youth. The young man Li Jiangsu stepped forward, brandishing a long spear that pierced through the air with lightning speed, 3 spear energies coalescing, striking with the precision of a venomous snake. Xiang Chen, even faster, observed the trajectory of the 3 spear attacks clearly under the moon-watching eye, swinging the dragon-quelling demon blade to counter. With 3 resonant clangs, sparks erupted as the spear energies were skillfully deflected. Kill! Li Jiangsu advanced with a powerful stride, launching himself into the air. A spear descended from above, piercing through the atmosphere with a shrill whistle, aimed directly at Xiang Chen's head. The force of the thrust was concentrated to a single point. Xiang Chen stumbled back, sliding over 10 meters as the spear struck the stone ground, creating a deep crater of 2 to 3 meters. In that fleeting moment of evasion, he drew his blade. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of energy. A blade of pure, chilling intent surged forth, targeting the imposing youth. The robust young man countered with his spear, attempting to deflect the attack. The clash resonated with a thunderous sound, causing his arm to go numb as he staggered backward. At that instant, Xiang Chen advanced, and with a single step, unleashed a terrifying force exceeding 20,000 pounds, crushing down upon the youth's spear. The power of this strike was astounding, likely surpassing 30,000 pounds. The young man let out a cry of anguish as his grip on the spear shattered, sending him flying several meters away. With a fierce determination, Xiang Chen swung his blade once more, a lethal arc of energy slicing through the air. Blood erupted as the blade cleaved into the youth's neck, nearly severing it, causing a torrent of crimson to spill forth. The young man clutched his throat, shrieking as his life force ebbed away, convulsing on the ground. Li Shidi. The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of shock. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, recognizing the overwhelming might of this young man's swordsmanship. Xiang Chen smirked, declaring next. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, their faces darkening as they grappled with the reality of Xiang Chen's strength. It appeared that his cultivation level was not merely at the god concealment stage, but rather a cunning facade of a tiger hiding amidst sheep. Those beneath the innate level should not provoke him. This young man possesses an extraordinary and enigmatic power, the middle-aged man cautioned. Despicable. This little wretch undoubtedly conceals his true strength, playing the role of an underdog. The Scorpion Sect disciples seethed in frustration. Many turned their gaze towards Yang Yun. Yang Yun regarded Xiang Chen with a cold demeanor, stepping forward with purpose. A formidable force of innate energy surged from within him, emanating an impressive aura. Behind him, a shadow materialized, resembling a scorpion spirit. A long scorpion tail manifested above him, hovering ominously. Foolish boy, there are always greater powers beyond your comprehension. I, Prince Yang Yun, shall personally claim your life, he declared icily. Ah, the fourth level of innate power. At last, an intriguing opponent has emerged, Xiang Chen remarked with a faint smile. Kill. Yang Yun's innate energy erupted, transforming him into a streak of blinding light that surged towards Xiang Chen, his speed eclipsing that of the previous two adversaries. In his hand, a 4-foot sword materialized. Slice. A beam of sword light coalesced, a blade of a yard in length hurtling towards Xiang Chen with lethal intent. Xiang Chen wielded his blade in defense, and with a resounding clash, the sword energy erupted, the ferocious impact forcing him to stagger backward, threatening to rend his garments. The force unleashed by this strike was no less than 40,000 pounds. Xiang Chen was propelled 7 or 8 steps back when Yang Yun's second blade sliced through the air with the speed of light. With a fierce roar, Xiang Chen transformed into a towering werewolf of over 3 meters, his strength surging wildly as he countered with another swing of his weapon. The clash of blade against blade ignited a spark, sending a wave of sword energy radiating outward. Yang Yun stared in astonishment at Xiang Chen, taken aback by his beastly transformation, while the middle-aged man looked on with mild surprise. Scorpion blade, Yang Yun bellowed, as the scorpion tail coalesced behind him, instantly becoming a streak of light that aimed for Xiang Chen's head, its piercing ability formidable. Xiang Chen roared, channeling his lunar true energy to unleash a beam of moonlit light to counter the incoming scorpion tail. The impact was thunderous as the scorpion tail was obliterated, the light beam dissipating in the aftermath. With a swift pivot, Yang Yun unleashed a sword strike accompanied by a 6-meter-long wave of sword energy aimed diagonally at Xiang Chen's head. In response, Xiang Chen's massive wolf paw clenched into a fist, erupting with dragon-elephant inner force, manifesting as a dragon-elephant shadow that collided with the sword strike. The two energies exploded, sending debris flying in every direction. How is this possible? This lad can actually contend with senior brother Yang Yun on equal footing. The other disciples of the Scorpion sect were incredulous, aware that Yang Yun's prowess was comparable to that of a 5th-layer innate master. 3 dragons emerged from the abyss. Yang Yun roared, as the scorpion tail behind him split into 3, each imbued with a vast reservoir of innate true energy, charging towards Xiang Chen with astonishing speed. As swift as lightning, Xiang Chen found himself continuously retreating. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was pounded into numerous craters by the scorpion tail's onslaught, debris scattering in all directions. The 3 scorpion tails locked onto Xiang Chen, closing in to deliver a lethal strike. In Xiang Chen's hands, a shadow enveloped him, and within his flesh, a sprout rapidly emerged, transforming into 2 enormous swallowing vines. These vines surged forth, effortlessly crushing the 3 scorpion tails, which shattered like fragile threads against steel. What is this? Yang Yun gasped in horror as the swallowing vines ensnared him. Kill! Xiang Chen commanded, one hand enveloping the vines while the other gripped his blade, charging forward to deliver a devastating strike aimed at Yang Yun's head. No! Yang Yun exclaimed in terror as a chilling aura of death enveloped him. The other disciples of the Scorpion sect were left in shock, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 310, A Significant Loss Boom. At that moment, a torrent of violent energy surged forth, an astonishing force of true essence erupting, coalescing into a 3-meter-long elemental sword that lunged fiercely towards Xiang Chen. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced Xiang Chen's body with a speed too great to defend against. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his form launched backward by the strike. His garments were shredded to mere dust by the sword energy, leaving only the close-fitting, protective serpent-scale armor shielding his chest, arms, and legs. Xiang Chen was propelled several dozen meters away, a tumultuous pain surging through his body. Damn it! He spat blood, lying on the ground as he gazed at the middle-aged man who had struck him. What astonishing defensive armor! It managed to withstand my attack. The middle-aged man observed the fitted armor Xiang Chen wore, a glimmer of astonishment reflecting in his eyes. Yang Yun, pale with rage, glared at Xiang Chen. Had it not been for the intervention of a formidable Yuan Yang realm expert, he would have already met his demise at the hands of this unknown youth. The humiliation of being bested by such an inconspicuous boy was unbearable. Damn it! Weren't we supposed to refrain from intervening? Such empty words. Xiang Chen coughed up congealed blood and coldly remarked as he rose to his feet. This boy is quite peculiar. Let us all attack and eliminate him, commanded the middle-aged man. Kill him. Yang Yun shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a collective shout, more than a dozen figures surged towards Xiang Chen. The mountains may not shift, but the waters will flow. Farewell, old man, Xiang Chen coldly declared, turning to flee. Thinking of escaping? I shall not permit it. The middle-aged man sneered, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Xiang Chen with a speed far surpassing his own. Boom! A massive, azure-black handprint of true essence, spanning 2 zhang, materialized and violently descended upon Xiang Chen. Master, be careful. You may burst forth from within Xiang Chen, transforming into a wisp of ghostly mist as she conjured a spectral claw to counter the impending strike. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed as the forces collided. The attack from the Yuan Yang 7th Realm expert overwhelmed Yu Mei's claw, obliterating it entirely. Yu Mei's ghostly form was also shattered by the blow, dissipating into a cloud of mist, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail from her spirit. Nevertheless, her intervention momentarily halted the devastating attack, allowing Xiang Chen to evade just in time. As the handprint crashed into the ground, creating a large crater of over 10 meters in diameter. Yu Mei, Xiang Chen bellowed in panic, his body flung away by the shockwave. Master, hurry and escape. Yu Mei reformed her ghostly body and cried out. Is that a ghostly spirit? The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. Yu Mei roared, unleashing a torrent of ghostly hair that transformed into sharp needles, launching towards her foe. You seek death. The middle-aged man scoffed, inflating his chest as a blaze of true essence ignited within him. With a swift exhalation, a formidable azure-black earth fire manifested as a flaming tongue, sweeping towards Yu Mei with devastating force, incinerating her ghostly hair to ashes and engulfing her form in true flames. Yu Mei's spirit emitted a series of anguished shrieks. Master, flee now, she cried desperately. Damn it! If we are to leave, we shall depart together. Your life is mine, and no one shall harm you. Xiang Chen roared, summoning the heavenly wolf divine spirit as he inhaled deeply. Yu Mei transformed into a wisp of ghostly mist and was drawn into the essence of the heavenly wolf. Without hesitation, Xiang Chen swallowed a demon core, his aura surging violently as a powerful demonic essence was refined from the Baihan Xian snake Dan within him. With a fierce roar, he felt an overwhelming surge of power rise within him, propelling him to the heights of the Yuan Yang realm. In an instant, he transformed into a beastly form, unleashing a breathtaking burst of speed. Howl! The wild goose soared through the vast sky, its explosive momentum allowing Xiang Chen to accelerate to a speed rivaling that of sound, propelling him 200 to 300 meters forward into the depths of the scorpion's lair. The sudden surge in speed startled the middle-aged man. Pursue him, he commanded the demon owl. With a resounding cry, the demon owl flapped its wings and chased after Xiang Chen, though its speed lagged slightly behind. With a series of thunderous thuds, Xiang Chen executed 7 consecutive strides in midair, covering over 2,000 meters in mere moments, unleashing a formidable wave of force in his wake. Following his astonishing leaps, the distance between him and the demon owl widened significantly. As he sprinted through the canyon, he caught sight of several dark pools, while the malevolent energy ahead thickened ominously, its toxicity intensifying. In a frantic escape, Xiang Chen felt the potent energy within him being consumed, his vitality draining rapidly. The canyon stretched long and wide. After fleeing for more than 10 kilometers, he found himself engulfed in swirling black mist, the demon owl no longer visible in pursuit. Only then did he hastily expel a demon core, the immense power within him dissipating instantaneously. Suddenly, his legs weakened, and he stumbled, tumbling over 10 meters and rolling several times. Feeling feeble, he quickly summoned the small white tiger from his Chinquan ring. Dehe was still recovering from poisoning. The small white tiger landed before him, transforming into a creature the size of an ordinary tiger, about 1.5 meters tall and over 3 meters long. Xiang Chen promptly mounted the tiger's back, gripping its fur as it sprinted forward, completely unaffected by the sinister energies surrounding them. After all, the white tiger was a protector against all evils. To his astonishment, the small white tiger dashed forward with a velocity akin to the wind, matching his earlier speed. Xiang Chen nearly lost his grip, hastily clutching the tiger's belly and fur. As it ran, a gust of wind formed beneath its legs, lifting its body 2 feet off the ground, creating an almost ethereal state. The saying, clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger, held profound truth. Little White, How can you run so fast? Why are you usually so lazy? Xiang Chen inquired, astonished. The small white tiger let out a proud growl, conveying its disinterest in moving unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the demon owl, carrying the middle-aged man, pursued until the figure ahead vanished from sight, his expression darkening. The oppressive, malevolent energy grew denser, nearing the lair of a formidable master. Even with my cultivation and skills, I can hardly withstand the toxicity ahead. Should that boy venture in there, it would surely lead to his demise, remarked the middle-aged man, a flicker of regret crossing his face. Such a pity. The armor he wears is an extraordinary treasure. Yet he is undoubtedly from that prominent family and cannot merely be a wandering cultivator. With these thoughts, he turned and departed. Damn it, I shall avenge this grievance. Xiang Chen sensed no more traces of pursuit and signaled for the small white tiger to slow down. His countenance was icy, for the painstakingly slain Yuan-Yang scorpion had been brazenly stolen from him. Such a significant loss was unprecedented in his experience. Chapter 311. The Scorpion's Lair. Upon returning, the middle-aged man found a group of youths dividing the possessions of the two deceased. Yang Yun approached the Yuan-Yang scorpion, his eyes ablaze with fervor. For such a creature was exceedingly rare elsewhere, only found in this locale. If I were to integrate the essence of this scorpion, my own spiritual power would be tremendously enhanced, Yang Yun exclaimed with delight. The scorpion sect possessed a secret technique that could cultivate a scorpion spirit into a formidable entity, continuously augmenting its strength. Upon the middle-aged man's return, Yang Yun inquired, Elder, what of that boy? Has he perished? The middle-aged man replied, That boy, in his panic, fled into the treacherous depths of the Deadlands, where his demise is inevitable. You all must diligently cultivate here. I shall return for you in 10 days. This place is perilous, rife with venomous scorpions. Should you encounter a Yuan-Yang level scorpion, your only recourse is to flee. Do you understand? We comprehend. The group of over a dozen responded respectfully. The middle-aged man then soared into the sky on the back of a demonic bird. What a pity. I could not personally vanquish that boy. In my lifetime, I have never endured such humiliation, Yang Yun thought grimly. Turning his attention to the Yuan-Yang scorpion to absorb the residual essence within. Deep within the gorge, the pervasive malevolence thickened the air, almost igniting it with toxic flames. Xiang Chen stifled his presence, activating the seven-colored illusion technique to meld into the surrounding environment, scrutinizing his surroundings. In the distance, beside a towering cliff, he spotted a massive cavern and hastily approached. At the entrance, he discovered a stone tablet inscribed with bold characters, Scorpion Cave. Guarding the entrance were two colossal scorpions, both exuding the aura of Yuan-Yang realm. Yet, the two scorpions lay on the ground, quietly absorbing the surrounding malevolent energy, oblivious to Xiang Chen's presence. The Scorpion Cave bears signs of artificial excavation. Could it be the lair of the legendary protective beast of the Scorpion Kingdom? Xiang Chen pondered. Fortune favors the bold. While the timid perish, I must venture inside. A flicker of reckless determination glinted in his eyes. He gazed at the two guarding scorpions and stealthily approached, moving with utmost silence. At that moment, he felt exceedingly weak, unable to withstand any confrontation, especially not with two formidable Yuan-Yang scorpions. Discovery would spell certain doom. And Moon Charm was gravely injured, resting within his spiritual realm. Nevertheless, the turtle-breathing technique allowed him to retract his aura, rendering him as still as a frigid stone, devoid of any presence. The seven-colored illusion technique enveloped him, making him nearly undetectable. Xiang Chen carefully maneuvered past the two scorpions and entered the cavern. Inside the lair, luminous night pearls illuminated the space, casting a radiant glow upon a spacious corridor leading deeper within. As he traversed the corridor, Xiang Chen advanced cautiously, daring not to produce even the slightest sound. Having traversed several dozen meters deep, I found myself in an expansive cavern, where the heart of this abode revealed a spirit pool steeped in an extraordinarily dense aura of Yin energy, with wisps of earthly infernal flames flickering above. At the center of the spirit pool stood a fruit tree, towering at a height of 10 feet. Its trunk as thick as an arm and enveloped in a pitch-black hue, with leaves of a dark jade color. The tree bore 3 fruits, each the size of an apple and resembling them in shape. 2 of the fruits were as dark as the night, while the third gleamed with a purity akin to jade, translucent enough to reveal the obsidian core within, which pulsated like a flickering flame of Yin energy. Surrounding this spectacle were several stone chambers, their doors firmly sealed. The earth spirit fruit. My heart surged with joy as I beheld this ethereal tree, a glimmer of excitement igniting within my gaze. The earth spirit fruit, a fourth-tier spiritual fruit, condenses the essence of Earth's yin energy. Consuming it once matured would provide a substantial boon to creatures of cold yin attributes, rendering it exceedingly precious. The value of a single earth spirit fruit could easily exceed hundreds of thousands of gold coins, a treasure with no market price, though regrettably, only one had reached maturity. Yet, this earth spirit fruit tree could undoubtedly be transplanted to the yin mineral veins of my wind dust manor for cultivation. I mused, observing my surroundings. No other life forms seemed to inhabit this cavern, indicating the owner of this abode was absent. I approached the spirit pool, leaping effortlessly over 10 meters toward the earth spirit fruit tree. A jade box materialized in my hand, enveloping the fruit in radiant light before I gently placed the ripe fruit within. With another leap, I propelled myself back to the edge of the pool. I then turned my attention to a sealed stone door, adorned with intricate runes and a keyhole, implying it could not be opened without a key. I dared not force it, for such an act might attract the attention of the lurking demon scorpions outside. The density of the yin energy in this spirit pool made it an optimal location for transcending the innate realm. However, I lamented that I could not afford to linger here, lest the abode's master return and my fate take a tragic turn. I pondered whether to uproot the tree entirely, contemplating the moral implications. Ultimately, I resolved against such a transgression, recognizing that it would be excessively greedy to not only steal the fruit, but to uproot the entire tree. Moreover, the disturbance caused by such an act could easily rouse the demon scorpions lurking outside. After acquiring the spirit fruit, I stealthily retraced my steps, departing from the cavern without drawing the attention of the two guarding demon scorpions. Upon leaving the cavern, I hastily retreated, for the valley stretched far and wide. Soon after, I stumbled upon another spirit pool of yin energy, where the infernal flames blazed and the atmosphere brimmed with a profound essence of Earth's yin. This shall be my sanctuary. Observing that no demon scorpions lingered in the vicinity, I decided to settle here. I retrieved a pair of formation stones and set up a concealment array around the area, shrouding this yin pool in secrecy. After arranging the formation, Xiang Chen approached the edge of the pool, which was devoid of water and instead filled with swirling earthly yin malevolence, dense with dark energy and ignited by the flames of the earth's yin fire. The pool was over 10 meters deep, and without hesitation, Xiang Chen leapt into its depths, plummeting towards the bottom, enveloped by the raging flames of the earth's yin fire. In an instant, his clothing and hair ignited, reduced to ashes by the inferno that poses a threat even to formidable yang practitioners. At the bottom of the pool, Xiang Chen established a small Vajra defense formation before settling upon a massive stone, ready to commence his cultivation. Within him, the moon-eating celestial wolf spirit unleashed a powerful absorbing force, causing all 12 spiritual meridians to open wide, emanating an astonishing suction power. The surrounding energies surged forth, drawing in the earthly yin malevolence and flames towards him, propelling him towards the innate realm. Under the intense focus of his cultivation, Xiang Chen absorbed vast quantities of earthly yin energy and fire, channeling them to break through to the innate realm and solidify his true essence. As streams of earth yin fire and malevolent energy flowed into his body, they transformed into the supreme Taiyin true fire, the highest quality fire of the yin attribute. This Taiyin true fire ignited within his meridians, its immense power continuously infusing into his flesh, blood, and bones. Through this refining process, every cell in Xiang Chen's body was being strengthened, impurities gradually purged from his flesh and bones. This detoxification extended from his internal organs to his muscles and bones. His body underwent a profound cleansing. The overwhelming earthly yin fire and spirit energy fueled the burning and refining of the Taiyin true fire, and this process, while intense, was not as excruciating as the experience of the myriad demons' blood refinement. Nevertheless, his physique was continuously being fortified. As the impurities within him were expelled, dark liquid was secreted from his pores, gradually forming a layer of foul-smelling black grease upon his skin. In the womb, a human being is untouched by grains and harmful gases, existing as a pristine innate body, free from impurities. However, upon entering the world, one is constantly tainted by the murky energies of existence, accumulating impurities and toxins, transforming the innate body into a postnatal one. Currently, Xiang Chen was in the process of refining the turbid energies and toxins within him. The Tying True fire acted as a grand furnace, melting away the impurities, with the operation of his techniques facilitating their expulsion. His flesh, bones, meridians, and internal organs were all being continuously enhanced and strengthened, with his vitality steadily increasing. The entirety of his being resembled a great yang furnace, with vital energy surging. Gradually, Xiang Chen's skin became increasingly fair and taut, while his bone density grew ever more solid and robust. His stature exhibited an astonishing tendency towards reverse growth. Instead of ascending, he appeared to diminish in size. Once standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, he was now seemingly condensing. Indeed, that which is concentrated is often the essence. As the days passed, 3, 4, the surface of Xiang Chen's body became increasingly encrusted with several centimeters of impurities. In contrast, his skin transformed into a lustrous, jade-like texture, more exquisite than that of any woman, delicate and smooth. The boy's features grew more refined and three-dimensional, rendering him exceedingly handsome, with an ethereal aura. His lips were crimson and teeth pearly white, a fitting description of Xiang Chen in his present state. His dark golden eyes, with pupils growing ever clearer and more transparent, resembled the purest moonlight, captivating all who gazed upon them. His long eyelashes added to the allure, capable of ensnaring the hearts of many. Between his brows, his pronounced, dark eyebrows exuded a blend of softness and an undeniable martial spirit. His cascading, snow-white hair flowed down to his waist, radiating a subtle, moonlit sheen. Xiang Chen exhaled a breath that was refreshingly fragrant, his words imbued with a delightful aroma. He sensed within him a tremendous surge of vitality, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This smile embodied both dominance and charm, exuding a gentle yet potent masculinity. The cultivation of the Tying True Classic had imparted an ethereal quality to Xiang Chen's appearance and demeanor, veering towards a softer elegance. Yet this was a captivating allure, not a feeble or effeminate charm. The pristine body of the Tying, now refined, had reached its zenith. He contemplated that within him there existed not a trace of impurity or filth, only a gnawing hunger. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable connection with the cosmos, perceiving the energies of the universe without the aid of any technique, establishing a profound rapport with the world around him. Next came the refinement of the true qi into true essence. He mused on the necessity of transforming the Tying True Qi into its ultimate form, the innate essence. Xiang Chen continued to fervently absorb the earth's dark, malevolent energy, supplementing his cultivation with elixirs of true energy. Streams of Tying True Qi coalesced and were refined, the abundant essence sinking into his divine reservoir, gradually filling it to the brim with countless strands of Tying True Qi. Tying innate cyclone, gather, he commanded softly, as the energies of his cultivation coursed through his meridians. A rumble echoed within him. Vast quantities of Tying True Qi converged towards the center of his divine reservoir, a space spanning 12 zhang, where the essence coalesced into a massive cyclone, reminiscent of a miniature tornado. This swirling vortex spun violently, compressing and condensing the Tying True Qi into its core. As the innate cyclone continued to whirl, its volume diminished and solidified. The condensed Tying True Qi was further refined by strands of Tying True fire, igniting the entire divine reservoir in a sea of flames. With the cyclone whirling amid the inferno, a torrent of earthly malevolent energy was absorbed and converged, flooding into Xiang Chen's body. On the surface, resilient strands of energy were birthed within the cyclone. These strands, denser than the Tying True Qi, possessed even greater offensive power. Tying True Essence. The essence was continuously refined into the Tying True Essence, also known as innate True Qi. Xiang Chen consumed 2 large bottles and 20 True Qi pills in a fervent frenzy, fervently refining them within himself, condensing a vast amount of Tying True Qi that surged into a cyclone, which was subsequently transformed and tempered into the Tying True Gang. In that moment, Xiang Chen's realm had genuinely ascended to the innate stage. Within the realm of Deshang, a martial artist of the innate stage could truly be regarded as a master. In just over half a year, the once inexperienced youth had become an innate practitioner. Moreover, Xiang Chen's prowess far exceeded the mere manifestation of his realm. On the 7th and 8th days, within the divine concealment space, there appeared a cyclone of considerable size, solid and dense, formed from countless gathered tying true gang energies. As it spun, it resembled a nebula, pulsating with astonishing waves of energy. Xiang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of white vapor and opened his eyes. Having genuinely stepped into the innate realm, he contained the excitement of his breakthrough and rose to his feet. The grime upon him fell away like mud, releasing a foul stench. Xiang Chen was taken aback by his own odor, and from his pores erupted a stream of moonlit tying true fire. Instantly, the impurities and filth on his body were incinerated to ashes, and the noxious smell was eradicated, replaced by a delicate fragrance reminiscent of a pure lotus. Upon standing, Xiang Chen suddenly found himself in a state of astonishment. Chapter 3:13. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf. As he stood, Xiang Chen distinctly noticed that he had shrunk considerably. His hands and feet had become slender and fairer. Hastily, he retrieved a dressing mirror from his storage jade belt and was immediately struck dumb with disbelief. How could this be? I have transformed into a child. Upon seeing his reflection, Xiang Chen felt tears welling up. In the mirror stood a naked youth, appearing no older than 11 or 12, barely reaching a height of 1.65 meters, with a strikingly handsome visage that could almost be described as beautiful. Were it not for the differences in physiological structure, Xiang Chen might have mistaken himself for a pretty girl. I was only 16. It is said that upon breaking through to the innate realm, one appears much younger. The Tien Wugo innate body is indeed among the finest of innate physiques. Thus, after the breakthrough, one reverts to a youthful appearance. Xiang Chen quickly comprehended the cause of his transformation. If the monkeys see me like this, they will surely laugh. Xiang Chen, feeling somewhat speechless, hurriedly donned several pieces of clothing. However, his previous garments now appeared significantly oversized. With a wry smile, he mused that regaining youth must be the dream of every adult. Yet, his breakthrough to the innate stage had rendered him so young that he had instantly taken on the appearance of an 11 or 12-year-old child. Gurgle. A hunger pang gripped his stomach, one so intense it was uncomfortable. Xiang Chen swiftly retrieved a piece of yuan yang fierce python meat from his chinquan ring and consumed it, alleviating his hunger considerably. After satisfying his appetite, he immediately sat cross-legged, continuing to sense the condition within his body. The Tien cyclone within him spun slowly, surging with powerful energy. The Tien True Qi had transformed into Tien True Gang, and the intensity of the energy was several-fold greater than before. He activated the 10,000 demons' sacred art, and the energies of heaven and earth began to flow towards him, accelerating the rotation of the lunar cyclone significantly. In that fleeting moment, Xiang Chen experienced an unparalleled affinity with the cosmos, achieving a state of profound clarity and unity with nature. This ephemeral state plunged him into a realm of ethereality, devoid of self. As he continued to wield the 10,000 demons' sacred art, a dormant bloodline within him was instantaneously awakened, and a surge of moonlit bloodline power erupted from his heart, coursing through his entire being. What followed was nothing short of miraculous. In an instant, Xiang Chen's physical form began to undergo a transformation, becoming semi-demonic, with lustrous, fair skin sprouting silvery wolf fur, and his head morphing into that of a celestial moon wolf. Remarkably, his size did not expand. Yet, the metamorphosis did not cease. His body gradually shifted, limbs altering, as he transitioned from human to half-wolf, eventually becoming a magnificent silver wolf of adult size. A crescent moon mark adorned his forehead, and his fangs protruded like swords, sharp and menacing, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Then, a tingling sensation erupted across his back, a wave of discomfort and a tearing pain coursing through his muscles. As the silver celestial wolf let out a fearsome roar, a sudden burst of blood erupted as a gaping wound appeared on its back. From the bones of the celestial wolf's back, a pair of bloodied flesh wings sprouted, growing rapidly until they reached an impressive span of 2 meters. These fleshy wings were soon adorned with lustrous moonlit feathers, transforming into a magnificent pair of snowy wings, broad and resplendent. As Xiang Chen, now the moon-swallowing celestial wolf, opened his eyes to behold his transformation, he felt no shock, only curiosity. The first bloodline within him was that of the moon-swallowing celestial wolf, now fully awakened. Henceforth, he would possess a portion of human ancestry, yet he had truly transcended his human form, becoming a sacred beast, seated like a celestial wolf. He contemplated his claws with a sense of intrigue. With a powerful flap of his pristine wings, a tempest arose, lifting him gently into the air. At last, I can fly? In this wolf form, I can finally soar. Xiang Chen exclaimed with exhilaration, his heart racing as he ascended. The resonant howl of the wolf escaped his lips, echoing through the air. In a surge of excitement, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf infused his wings with the essence of the lunar true energy, and with a mighty thrust, he propelled himself forward. In an instant, his speed multiplied exponentially, transforming him into a streak of moonlit brilliance, darting forth like an arrow. However, disaster struck. With a resounding crash, he collided with the cave wall, creating a significant dent in the shadowy cavern, leaving Xiang Chen dazed and nearly tumbling to the ground. Shaking his wolf head to regain his composure, he endeavored to familiarize himself with his wings, the divine wings of the lunar moon, and soared out of the cavern, bursting into the open sky. He surged up the canyon, soaring into the sky to heights of hundreds of meters. Before him, a magnificent celestial wolf, adorned with majestic wings, charged toward the luminous moon in the dim sky. A surge of lunar power enveloped his form, rendering the Earth's formidable gravitational pull almost negligible at that moment. On this continent, the gravitational force was immense. Even the most powerful of the Yuan-Yang realm could barely ascend a mere 100 meters with their true essence and wings. Yet the moon-devouring wolf ascended higher and higher, the howling winds accompanying its ascent. It was only after reaching an altitude of several thousand meters that a sense of inescapable restraint began to manifest below, prompting Xiang Chen to cease his upward flight. As a moon-devouring wolf, he was not of this earthly realm. He could still ascend further, though it would require great effort. With a swift contraction of his wings, he dove from the sky, then spread his wings wide, spiraling gracefully through the air. "Ah, I can fly. I, Xiang Chen, can fly?" His exuberant laughter resounded in the heights, but was quickly swallowed by the roaring winds. His heart brimmed with exhilaration. The ability to soar on his own was a dream cherished by every human being. The liberation from earthly constraints, the freedom to glide through the sky, was an experience that many terrestrial creatures would never know. The moon-devouring wolf oscillated between ascents and descents, performing aerial flips and spins, and in that moment, Xiang Chen reveled as a joyful child. After soaring for a considerable time, he felt little fatigue, as if flight were an innate skill. In contrast, practitioners of the Yuan-Yang realm typically expended vast amounts of true essence to maintain flight, quickly succumbing to exhaustion. "Brother Lu, look. What is that?" A young man in the canyon gazed in astonishment at a figure radiating a moonlit aura in the sky. It resembled the moon, yet not quite. Another youth frowned. "How could the moon be so near? Perhaps we should shoot at it to find out." I think that's a good idea. "It might be some sort of spiritual treasure," another replied, nodding in agreement. "I have a bow." He produced a powerful bow capable of drawing 3 stones. To explain, 1 stone represents a force of 120 pounds, meaning this bow requires over 360 pounds of strength to draw. Such formidable elasticity causes the bowstring to snap with explosive force, amplifying the power of the arrow, especially when infused with innate true energy, making it truly fearsome. An innate realm expert wielding this bow could launch arrows with the potency of armor-piercing sniper bullets. The young man from the Tian Scorpion Sect knocked an arrow, drawing the powerful bow, aiming at the shifting shadow of the moon above. With a sharp twang, the bowstring sang as the arrow shot forth like a bullet toward the moon-devouring wolf. In an instant, Xiang Chen sensed a lethal energy locking onto him. He reacted almost instinctively, gathering the true Yin essence in his claw and striking at the incoming arrow. Bang! The arrow met its end, obliterated by the force of the moon-devouring wolf's claw, which shimmered with true essence, leaving not a single mark upon it. The moon-eating sky wolf gazed down into the valley, where 2 figures were staring back at him, one of whom was drawing a bow aimed at him. They were members of the Scorpion Sect. A glint of icy ferocity flickered in the eyes of Xiang Chen, the moon-eating sky wolf. He harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Scorpion Sect for attempting to steal his prey and for their intent to kill him. Had the shot missed? The archer was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the moon-eating sky wolf flared his wings, transforming into a streak of moonlit brilliance as he descended upon them. Whoosh! His speed was astonishing, approaching the speed of sound, far surpassing even the flight of a cultivator at the Yuan-Yang realm. In mere breaths, He closed the distance of over 1,000 meters, pouncing towards the two. What? The two were taken aback, witnessing a silver-white wolf with wings charging towards them. Die! Xiang Chen bellowed coldly, unleashing a claw that erupted with the essence of the Taiyin true qi. Swish, swish, swish. 5 crescent-like claw shadows pierced through the air, brutally tearing into one of the assailants. Thud! The man had no time to react as the 5 claw shadows penetrated his body, ripping him apart into a gruesome spectacle, blood splattering everywhere, dispatched with a single claw strike. The other individual was horrified and quickly summoned his true energy to retreat, his gaze fixated on the celestial wolf. The moon-eating sky wolf landed, folding his wings against his back, his icy gaze fixed upon the survivor. Monster beast! The scorpion sect disciple gasped in terror, hastily retreating while channeling his innate true energy at the 3rd level of the innate realm. He drew a 4-foot-long sword, eyeing the moon-eating sky wolf. Beast, you dare to slay my brother? I shall end you. The disciple, filled with rage, roared as he charged towards Xiang Chen, the moon-eating sky wolf. A glimmer of mockery danced in the wolf's eyes. Suddenly, radiant light emanated from his moon-gazing eye, coalescing into an intricate array of symbols and patterns. The array, profound and luminous, radiated moonlight as the symbols danced. Perfect, let me test the awakened divine ability, the moon god's heavenly ban. The moon-eating sky wolf spoke. And from within the array, a beam of light shot forth, transforming into a massive lunar halo aimed at the disciple. Die! The disciple shouted, leaping forward and swinging his sword, unleashing a 2-meter blade aura that whistled through the air. In a swift motion, the moon-eating sky wolf struck out a claw, effortlessly shattering the disciple's sword strike, while the encircling lunar halo suddenly enveloped him, binding him in its grip. It was as though he had been ensnared by a golden bracelet from a myth, trapping him entirely. The scorpion sect disciple found himself ensnared, the binding force of the lunar halo surging into his body, causing his innate true energy to solidify in an instant, as if frozen. A chilling aura that seemed to freeze one's very soul enveloped him. His flesh felt as though it had also been instantly immobilized. With a look of sheer horror, he crashed to the ground, rendered unable to move. He gazed in terror as the moon-eating sky wolf approached, and to his astonishment, the wolf transformed before his eyes into a strikingly beautiful youth with white hair, resembling a girl of 11 or 12 years. The visage bore an unsettling familiarity. The power of the moon goddess' celestial prohibition is indeed formidable. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Xiang Chen's eyes. This innate divine ability awakened within him after the complete realization of his moon-devouring sky wolf bloodline, an extraordinary martial art that is his natural skill, capable of continuous enhancement alongside his cultivation, possessing the power to bind and seal. He cast a glance at the youth below, ensnared by binding halos, who was rendered motionless, and a cold smirk crept across his face. If you wish to kill me and seize my prey, then prepare to experience the arrival of despair and nightmares. Xiang Chen directed his palm towards this individual. Swiftly, tendrils of pale crimson sprouted forth from his hand, ensnaring and entwining the man. In the midst of the terror reflected in the man's eyes, he was enveloped like a large rice dumpling. The leaves of the tendrils transformed into blades, mercilessly slicing into the man, who let out a pained cry as his entire being was shredded. Soon after, his life essence and blood were devoured by the sky-devouring evil vine. When the vine released him, only a pile of blood-soaked clothing remnants and a storage jade belt remained, the man having been utterly consumed. After the sky-devouring evil vine was absorbed into his body, Xiang Chen retrieved the storage jade belt and placed it within his Qinquan ring, which could accommodate such low-grade spatial storage artifacts. Meanwhile, the coveted sword was snatched by the gluttonous little white tiger, who leaped from Xiang Chen's arms to gnaw on it. So many days had passed, he wondered if the remaining 2 earth spirit fruits had ripened. With that thought, Xiang Chen beckoned the little white tiger, who was still chewing on a sword, to jump back into his embrace, and he proceeded toward the cave. This fellow needed to revisit another's cave. Before long, concealed in his presence, Xiang Chen spotted 2 guarding scorpion monsters still stationed at the entrance of the cave, and he quietly slipped inside without disturbing the 2 yuanyang scorpions. Soon, he arrived before the earth spirit fruit tree, but the remaining 2 fruits had not yet matured, still dark as night. Immature earth spirit fruits possess exceedingly potent and toxic properties, which he might not withstand. However, once inside the cave and gazing at the spiritual pool, Xiang Chen sensed several extraordinary fluctuations. These waves of energy were beyond his previous perception. He turned his gaze toward the spiritual pool, and his eyes shimmered with lunar brilliance, transforming into two crystalline moons that penetrated the depths of the pool. As his vision pierced through the water, he gradually discerned the contents lying at the bottom, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. Chapter 315. A further breakthrough. Xiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then gently leaped into the spiritual pool, his body gliding like a fish toward the depths. The pool was not particularly deep, merely over 10 meters, yet the spiritual energy was incredibly dense. At the bottom, he beheld a jade bed intricately carved from stone, upon which lay 3 jade eggs. These eggs were as pure as jade, and within one, he could already see a scorpion silhouette, the egg being the size of a head. These were celestial scorpion eggs. This cave truly belonged to the realm of the Scorpion Nation, the abode of the guardian spirit beast. Xiang Chen's expression reflected his surprise. Although he had already speculated, the presence of these 3 jade eggs confirmed his assumptions. The scorpion-tailed creature, a type of spiritual insect demon, is notorious for its ferocity at the border of the Great Xiang, having claimed the lives of countless citizens and soldiers. Xiang Chen gazed coldly at the 3 scorpion eggs before him. Should these eggs be successfully nurtured, the Great Xiang would soon find itself facing formidable adversaries. His loyalty to the royal family was tenuous, yet he held a deep concern for the innocent populace, as this land was the birthplace of his existence. He picked up one of the scorpion eggs, feeling its chilling touch, imbued with a potent essence of Earth's energy and a vast, pure vitality. A cold smile crept across Xiang Chen's face. If these are indeed the eggs of that scorpion demon, I shall show no mercy. To think I could discover your lair. The essence of these spiritual insect eggs should prove delectable. He licked his lips and collected all 3 scorpion eggs. Next, his gaze fell upon a jade bed, carved from a rare piece of Earth's jade, its quality unparalleled. Such a significant block was invaluable. He resolved to take it as well, believing that practicing the Taiyin true scripture upon this jade bed would yield extraordinary results. Without hesitation, he stored the jade bed within his Qinquan ring. After surveying the surroundings and finding no other valuable items at the bottom of the spiritual pool, he swiftly ascended. Upon emerging from the water, Xiang Chen retrieved his treasure furnace, filled it with water, and tossed one of the scorpion eggs inside, igniting a fire to boil it. This audacious act of cooking the egg within the demon's lair was certainly bold. The more exquisite the ingredient, the simpler the cooking method. Thus, Xiang Chen opted for a straightforward boiling technique. The spiritual spring water in the furnace began to bubble, releasing wisps of ethereal energy as the temperature soared past 1,000 degrees. Within moments, the scorpion egg was nearing completion. After a mere 10 minutes, he sensed it was ready. He extracted the boiled scorpion egg and plunged it into the cold spiritual spring water to cool it down. With sharpened claws extending from his fingers, he sliced through the shell, revealing the translucent, glistening egg white that exuded an enticing aroma. Inside lay a delicate, pale red yolk. Xiang Chen's mouth watered as he swiftly peeled away the shell and took a hearty bite. The egg white was delightfully tender and springy, bursting with a refreshing flavor that carried a hint of sweetness, igniting his taste buds. It was utterly delectable. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. The taste was exquisite. He consumed it eagerly, and the yolk was a revelation, rich and savory, reminiscent of a sweet, creamy cheese. Soon, he had devoured the entire scorpion egg. As it settled within him, a powerful essence of life surged forth, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy throughout his body. His abdomen swelled with astonishing energy. Such immense vitality required refinement. Xiang Chen exhaled, expelling pure spiritual energy and vitality from his body. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, within which the Taiyin cyclone within his divine abode surged with frenetic energy, absorbing the immense vitality and spiritual essence surrounding him. An abundance of spiritual energy flowed into his divine repository, transforming into strands of Taiyin true energy, while the innate essence surged into the cyclone, causing it to expand relentlessly, filling the entire space of the divine abode. Amidst a thunderous roar, the divine space rapidly expanded, augmenting his power and cultivation in a breakthrough. The vitality was exceedingly rich, and gradually, the refined energy within the cyclone stretched the 12 zhang divine space to 14 zhang, solidifying the cyclone into a colossal force. Boom! The innate cyclone, in a resounding eruption, unexpectedly split to form a second cyclone, which grew and solidified at an astonishing pace. The second level of innate realm was achieved. Xiang Chen's power surged dramatically, as within less than an hour, his cultivation escalated from the first to the second level of the innate realm. At that moment, the energy released from the scorpion egg within him was completely devoured. Xiang Chen exhaled slowly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, his face adorned with astonishment. He had not anticipated that this scorpion egg would enable him to transcend a level of power so swiftly. Rising to his feet, he stowed away the precious furnace and promptly departed, leaving behind a litter of egg shells, wary of lingering too long in another's lair. After quietly exiting, Xiang Chen hastened toward the gorge leading to the exit. Time was of the essence. He could not quell the resentment in his heart until he dispatched those disciples of the Scorpion Sect. Xiang Chen mused inwardly, a murderous intent swirling in his gaze. Before departing, it was indeed time to exact revenge on those disciples. Now, with his power surging, transformed into a celestial wolf with the ability to soar. Even if he could not contend with Yuan Yang, he possessed the means to escape. Xiang Chen rushed toward the gorge's exit, where the malevolent aura was dense, impenetrable by ordinary individuals. Within the gorge, in a man-made cavern, a figure sat cross-legged, guarded by two individuals. Before this youth lay another Yuan Yang demon scorpion. A closer inspection would reveal that it had been drained of vitality, its flesh desiccated, leaving only an empty shell. Meanwhile, the youth's spiritual scorpion shadow had become even more solidified. With a roar, he unleashed a formidable true energy of the fifth level of the innate realm. His spirit fused with his body, brilliance flickering as a jet-black exoskeleton resembling that of a scorpion enveloped him entirely, transforming him into a humanoid scorpion, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The two guardians exchanged astonished glances. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Your power has ascended further, and your spiritual might has greatly increased," they exclaimed in unison. Yang Yun, encased within the scorpion armor, radiated joy on his face, bursting into laughter, feeling his strength had more than doubled. Behind him, a scorpion tail slammed violently against the cavern, creating a massive crater and sending debris flying. This overwhelming sensation was truly intoxicating. Had that little beast not perished, he would have ensured it knew of his current prowess. Yang Yun clenched his fist, a cold smile forming as the surge in power bolstered his confidence immensely. Chapter 316. The little beauty Xiang Chen emerged from the depths of the canyon, arriving at the edge of the terrain. His Tine Scripture, a formidable technique of the cold and dark arts, combined with the protective aura of his rejuvenation chi, rendered him impervious to the malevolent energies of the earth. However, the typical practitioners of the cold attribute lacked such formidable resilience. The group that had previously attempted to seize his spoils was likely lurking near the canyon's periphery. Unbeknownst to Xiang Chen, the powerful figure at the Yuan Yang realm might still be present. Transforming into a celestial wolf, Xiang Chen shot into the sky, his moon-gazing eyes radiating beams of lunar brilliance that illuminated a radius of over 10 kilometers. Within his expansive vision, he discerned tendrils of dense, bluish-black energy, the Earth's spiritual essence. Soon after, he spotted clusters of luminous points, resembling scorpions, which were the demon scorpions inhabiting the canyon. Suddenly, Xiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he focused on a cave within the stone wall, where two silhouettes flickered with life energy indicative of the innate realm. A chilling smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The hunt was about to commence. With a cold chuckle, he surged toward that direction, swiftly descending to the ground and reverting to his human form. It is noteworthy that, under the laws of this continent, a creature of his bloodline would typically lack the ability to assume human form. His transformation was made possible by the presence of human blood within him. As Xiang Chen approached the cave, he entered a spacious cavern roughly 3 meters high. However, upon entering, he was met with a cacophony of sounds, decidedly lascivious in nature. His face flushed slightly. How delightfully refined. Muttering under his breath, he ventured deeper into the cave, and after traversing several dozen meters, he stumbled upon a scene of passionate entanglement between a man and a woman, both disciples of the Scorpion Sect whom he had previously encountered. The two were oblivious to Xiang Chen's presence, unaware that they were being observed in such a compromising manner. "Ahem, you two, perhaps it's time to cease your activities," he announced suddenly, his voice echoing in the cavern. Startled, the couple froze at the sound. The young man from the Scorpion Sect turned to see a figure standing at the cave's entrance, watching them intently. "Who goes there?" he bellowed in anger, hastily rising from the woman and wrapping his robe around himself. "Ah, someone is peeping. Brother, kill him," the woman shrieked, her face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and excitement as she hastily grabbed her clothes to shield her modesty. "Fear not, junior sister. I shall see who dares to interrupt my pleasures. I will slay him," the young man replied coldly, donning his attire and seizing a sheathed sword from the side before stepping outside. Xiang Chen stood at the entrance of the cave, while the Scorpion Sect youth emerged with a dark expression, gazing at the figure with snow-white hair, who was not particularly tall. What a twist of fate. To encounter such a situation while seeking vengeance. This couple deserves to perish. Xiang Chen cursed inwardly. "Who are you, daring to disturb my affairs?" the young man from the Scorpion Sect asked icily. Upon turning around, Xiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, staring at the youth with a look of astonishment and an inexplicable hint of infatuation gleaming in his eyes. Before him stood a youth, his ethereal white hair shimmering with a luminescent glow, his skin porcelain-like, and his features exquisitely handsome, verging on the realm of extraordinary beauty. His eyes sparkled like the moon, strikingly beautiful, albeit clad in the oversized garments of a man. A wicked smile blossomed on the face of this disciple of the Scorpion Sect, who regarded the enchanting youth with a lascivious gaze. Such beauty, a lovely little darling. Xiang Chen's expression darkened upon hearing those words, and he glanced down at his own hands and feet, acknowledging that he indeed possessed an almost excessive allure. "Bah! How dare you? You are the beauty. Your entire family is beautiful. I am a man, a pure male," he retorted, his voice resonating deeply and magnetically, contrasting sharply with his delicate appearance, lending him an eerie charm. "A man? A man?" The Scorpion Sect disciple stared at Xiang Chen in disbelief, scrutinizing him closely and confirming the presence of a barely discernible Adam's apple. "It truly is a man. How can such a strikingly handsome figure exist?" he exclaimed, astonished. "Surely, you have not forgotten who I am." Xiang Chen continued. "A few days ago, you seized my prey, the demon scorpion, and I dispatched 2 of your comrades. Now, I have come to collect what is owed." A cold smile curled upon his alluring lips as he gazed at the disciple, summoning forth the gleaming dragon quelling demon blade, longer than his own stature. "Retreat. If the wolf turns back, it either seeks vengeance or seeks to repay a debt. What, it's you? You're alive? How have you changed so drastically?" The young disciple of the Scorpion Sect, upon hearing Xiang Chen's words and catching sight of the blade, was instantly reminded of him. Xiang Chen's appearance had undergone a significant transformation since their last encounter, previously handsome, but not nearly as strikingly so. Xiang Chen approached the young man, blade in hand, and spoke icily. "Though we belong to rival nations, our paths crossed without enmity. Yet, you dared to strike against me and seize my prey. Now, it is time for you to face the consequences." The Scorpion Sect youth sneered. "You dare show your face here, foolish boy? I shall summon my comrades and witness your demise." With a flick of his wrist, he sent a radiant signal soaring into the heavens, a jade talisman that ascended hundreds of meters into the sky. The talisman detonated, releasing a colossal burst of spiritual energy that illuminated the surroundings, lingering in the air. "Kill!" Xiang Chen bellowed, his voice cutting through the air. With a single step, he unleashed the true Yin energy, transforming into a streak of light that surged forward at a breathtaking speed, several times swifter than before. The disciple's expression shifted drastically, instinctively retreating as his innate true energy surged forth, gripping his blade defensively, his cultivation at the 3rd level of the innate realm. Xiang Chen's blade descended violently, channeling a terrifying force. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as the disciple's 4th-grade treasured blade was shattered by the overwhelming power of the dragon-quelling demon blade. Gasp! The disciple cried out in agony as his protective true energy was cleaved apart, his shoulder and arm severed in one swift stroke. Without hesitation, Xiang Chen swung his blade again. With a squelch, blood erupted forth as the disciple's head was severed from his body, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The devouring sky evil vines swiftly sprouted, coiling around the corpse and leaving nothing but a pile of tattered garments in its wake. In a swift strike, Xiang Chen entered the cavern, blade in hand. The woman, having just donned her attire, looked up as a shadow obscured the entrance, inquiring, "Senior brother, who is it outside?" Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth, and the devouring sky evil vine transformed into a spear, ruthlessly piercing her chest. Her eyes widened in horror as she beheld the vine-like appendage embedded within her. It is your nightmare. Chapter 317. Fierce as a tiger after slaying the woman. Xiang Chen turned away, allowing the devouring sky evil vine to consume her essence. He then stepped outside the cave, awaiting the arrival of others. With a nimble leap, he ascended over 30 meters, landing atop a protruding rock on the cavern's wall, his back against the stone, and readied his dragon-hunting bow. Drawing an arrow, he patiently awaited the response to the distress signal sent by the disciple of the Scorpion Sect, knowing that his brethren would surely come. As anticipated, within minutes, pairs of Scorpion Sect disciples arrived from various directions. What has happened? Who sent the distress signal? Not us, nor us. Soon, 5 groups comprising 10 individuals converged, each inquiring amongst themselves. Look, this tattered garment, it belongs to our sect. Cursed be it, this bloodied cloth suggests that a comrade has fallen victim to treachery. Senior Brother Yang and Senior Brother Luo, along with their 6 companions, have yet to arrive. Could they have met with misfortune? A young man picked up a piece of the shredded fabric, his expression grave. It seems likely they encountered some vile beast. Everyone, remain vigilant. At that moment, several more individuals rushed in. Among them was Yang Yun, who had previously clashed with Xiang Chen. Senior Brother Yang, Your Highness. The group displayed reverence, bowing deeply. Who sent the distress signal? Yang Yun inquired, his brow furrowed. Was it not you? Senior Brother Luo and Junior Sister Niu are absent. Could it be they who signaled? A young man replied, frowning. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed as an arrow shot down from the rocky heights above. Thud! The arrow struck the heart of the speaking youth, who uttered no sound as his chest erupted in a gruesome explosion, leaving a gaping wound the size of a head. Another arrow whistled through the air, claiming yet another victim, shattering the skull of its target. Be cautious. Someone is firing from the shadows. Panic ensued as the group scattered, scanning their surroundings warily. There. Someone is there. A young man shouted, pointing towards the cliff, where a shadowy figure was barely discernible amidst the black mist. In an instant, another arrow hurtled towards the young man, who failed to react in time, and his head was obliterated in a violent explosion. Damn it, find cover, Yang Yun bellowed, dodging and weaving as he sought refuge behind a large boulder. Others hurriedly sought refuge, evading the onslaught. Yet, amidst the chaos, one individual was struck in the back by an arrow, letting out a chilling scream as his back erupted, his protective barrier effortlessly shattered, leaving him lifeless. For out of the 14 were slain in an instant. Xiang Chen, observing those hiding behind the massive rock, let out a cold chuckle before sheathing his dragon hunter bow. Who are you? How dare you ambush us? Hiding in the shadows and unleashing arrows is no skill. Come forth and face us. Yang Yun shouted, hesitant to reveal himself. You cowards, emerge and fight. The others echoed in fury. As you wish, a voice resonated, and a figure clad in a flowing white robe leapt down from the cliff. Gazing at those concealed behind the rock, a disciple of the Scorpion Sect drew his blade, peering over the stone, only to see the reflection of a solitary figure in the pristine blade. Your Highness, he has come out, he announced, swiftly retreating from cover. The others, witnessing this, also emerged, their eyes fixated on the figure across from them. However, the 10 were momentarily taken aback by the presence of this individual, marveling at the exquisite beauty of the young girl. Was she the one who shot the arrow? A young disciple of the Scorpion Sect exclaimed in astonishment. Xiang Chen's expression darkened. The Tai scripture inherently favored a more feminine grace, rendering its effects on one's appearance almost miraculous. What a ridiculous notion. I am no mere girl. How is it that you, my grandsons, have failed to recognize me after just a few days? Xiang Chen scoffed, his voice unmistakably masculine. A man. The group exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at the presence of such a handsome male. Among them were 2 women, equally unable to fathom that a man could surpass their beauty. That voice. It sounds familiar, and that blade. Could you be that young man from before? Yang Yun's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized Xiang Chen. At last, you remember me, my grandsons. You dared to steal my prey and pursued me. I have come to collect my due, Xiang Chen stated coldly, brandishing the dragon-quelling demon blade as he advanced toward the 10. Yang Yun, his expression frosty, replied, though I know not how you transformed so drastically, it matters not. You should not have survived. This time, I shall tear you apart piece by piece and erase the shame of my previous defeat." Xiang Chen chuckled icily. "I too wish to offer you and your companions as sacrifices to my blade, so come forth." With a thunderous stomp, he propelled himself forward, the sound of a sharp whistle accompanying him as he condensed the shadow of a goose, leaping over 40 meters with astonishing speed. The dragon-quelling demon blade poised for attack. How swift! The group gasped in horror as Xiang Chen closed in on one of them in mere moments. Then, with a flash of his blade, he struck. The young disciple of the Scorpion Sect felt a chill at his neck. His protective barrier was shredded, and in an instant, his head was severed, a single blow resulting in his demise. "Kill him!" Yang Yin bellowed. "Attack!" The others finally reacted, unleashing their innate energies towards Xiang Chen. The air filled with the whistling sound of blades slicing through the atmosphere. Xiang Chen, with a powerful leap, evaded 2 sword energies and 3 blade strikes. Subsequently, a blade cleaved directly towards one individual. The drawn sword severed the flow. The humming of the Huanglong demon blade resonated as a 2-meter-long black-red blade aura surged forth like a curtain of flowing water, aimed at one of them. The young man at the second level of the innate realm swung his sword to parry, yet the tiny blade aura erupted. An icy and violent blade energy crashed upon him, shattering both his sword energy and true aura. With a scream, he was sent flying by a single strike. A terrifying chill of blade energy surged from his wound, penetrating his very soul, obliterating it in an instant. Xiang Chen, with a powerful leap in midair, propelled himself forward like a startled swan, his movements accompanied by a resounding call akin to a goose's cry, charging directly at another adversary. His sword technique was grand and unrestrained. With a blade raised above his head, he struck down upon a young man wielding a large sword. The technique, named Crushing Mountains, instilled dread in the youth, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of death. He retaliated with a fierce strike, transforming his sword into a ferocious tiger blade aura. Yet it was effortlessly shattered by Xiang Chen's blow. The Huanglong demon blade collided with the opponent's weapon, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the large sword disintegrated. And then the Huanglong demon blade cleaved the man in two. In the blink of an eye, 3 lives were extinguished. At this moment, Xiang Chen appeared ferocious and brutal, akin to a long-starved wolf released from its cage, a monstrous force of nature. On his countenance, within his gaze, a murderous aura swirled, incongruous with his handsome and refined features, radiating wildness and dominance. Xiang Chen stepped forward once more, unleashing a blade from afar towards another young man of the 3rd level of the innate realm. The youth recoiled in terror, having witnessed the horrifying power of Xiang Chen's swordplay, opting not to confront it directly. With a resounding thud, the ground was carved with a long blade mark of 5 or 6 meters. Following this, Xiang Chen concentrated the inner strength of the dragon elephant, releasing an immense force akin to 20,000 pounds, accompanied by the roaring Tying true aura. The sound echoed like an ancient dragoness roar, manifesting as a massive white dragon elephant fist that thundered forth, shattering the earth and leaving a wide scar several meters across. The punch struck the young man, a low-level innate practitioner, who screamed in agony as his protective true aura shattered. He was sent flying by the force of over 40,000 pounds, his internal organs obliterated, and he was hurled more than 20 meters away, lifeless upon impact. Die! Yang Yun roared. A sword energy slashed forth, the 5th level innate sword aura exceedingly formidable. Xiang Chen raised his blade to defend, but with a thunderous crash, he was pushed back 5 or 6 steps, the ground beneath him fracturing underfoot. Kill! Another assailant launched a surprise attack from behind, a spear thrusting through the air. Xiang Chen leaned forward at nearly an 80-degree angle, almost touching the ground, and with a swift dodge reminiscent of a startled swan, the spear grazed past his back. Were Newton to witness this defiance of physics, even if struck by 2 crates of apples, he could only exclaim in astonishment, "Incredible!" At this moment, Xiang Chen's mind was utterly tranquil. Within him resided no brutal intent. Instead, only the blade and the fist filled his heart. Evading the spear, he struck the ground with his palm, twisting his body in a low spin, and unleashed a swift downward slash. With a swift motion, this strike carved a deadly blade aura aimed at the assailant. In this strike, an essence of cold moonlight and frosty brilliance was infused, exuding an unstoppable and unrestrained aura, thereby amplifying the blade's formidable might. Alas, The assailant let out a harrowing scream as he was diagonally cleaved at the shoulder, flesh and blood torn apart, his neck severed in one fell swoop, leading to his immediate demise. What is a blade? It is the sovereign among weapons, the king of close combat, designed solely for the purpose of battle and slaughter. My blade annihilates all, wild and domineering, unyielding in its advance. My blade shall cleave through everything, shattering the constraints of heaven and earth. My blade is the fierce weapon that guarantees my triumph over all adversaries. My blade is an integral part of my being. When I strike, I embody an invincible force. With every swing, I am unmatched. With every slash, it is a fight to the death. Buzzing. At this moment, a surge of ferocity emanated from Xiang Chen, fierce as a wolf and tiger, and as ruthless as a leopard, manifesting a terrifying blade intent. This was a power beyond mere sword energy, akin to a force that transcends both spirit and nature. Blade intent. At this instant, Xiang Chen conjured a profound blade intent. Intent embodies the essence, harmonizing with the will of heaven and earth. The blade possesses its own path, its own meaning, and thus, blade intent. The sword has its own way and meaning, while fists, palms, legs, spears, and other weapons each possess their unique celestial essence. This essence is often referred to as the true meaning of martial arts. It is a force birthed when an individual comprehends a weapon or a means of attack to a significant degree, aligning closely with the laws of nature. Those who grasp the true meaning of martial arts beneath the soul moon realm are rare geniuses among warriors. To kill one is a crime, to slay thousands is valor. My blade shall eradicate all foes, shatter myriad laws, kill. Xiang Chen let out a furious roar, twisting his foot to evade Yang Yun's 8 beams of sword light. He unleashed his true energy, propelling himself forward as a blade of gathered energy, imbued with an overwhelming and terrifying momentum, cleaved towards the 2 disciples of the Scorpion Sect. Buzz. The originally 2-meter-long blade energy surged to 4 meters in an instant, doubling in power and attack range. Puff, puff. The 2, caught off guard, felt the blade energy slice through their bodies. They screamed in agony, cleaved in half at the waist, with their upper bodies writhing on the ground, still gasping for breath. Big brother, you little bastard, die? One of them, driven mad with rage, abandoned all defenses, unleashing a full-force thrust aimed at Xiang Chen's head, concentrating all his true energy into a lethal sword strike. Xiang Chen's expression remained indifferent as he turned, delivering a punch that melded the dragon elephant internal force with the Tian true energy, harmonizing his waist and feet in a single motion, unleashing a devastating blow. The power coursed through specialized meridians, erupting from his fist, enveloped in an unstoppable, annihilating momentum akin to the rolling thunder. My fist obliterates 1,000 techniques, sweeping across the 8 realms. My fist battles the heavens and earth, vanquishing all foes. In that moment, the might of the dragon elephant fist surged to double its previous strength. Fist intent. Yes, it is fist intent. Bang, bang, bang. A 3-meter sword aura was obliterated by a single punch, scattering the sword energy. Subsequently, the opponent's sword twisted into a spiral, bursting apart with a resounding crash, as a terrifying fist force descended upon him. Bang! The young man, possessing a congenital realm of the 2nd level, suddenly experienced a grotesque explosion of his corporeal form, shattering into countless pieces of flesh and blood, a scene of unparalleled brutality and terror. The punch obliterated his opponent of the same realm. A mist of blood enveloped the surroundings, leaving only Yang Yun and a woman among the 10. How is this possible? The woman shrieked in horror, recoiling in fear, unable to continue her assault on Xiang Chen, her face as pale as death. 8 out of the 10 had fallen to Xiang Chen's hand. How could this be? Yang Yun gazed in disbelief at the carnage. The ground was littered with corpses, and during his evasion of Yang Yun's attacks, Xiang Chen had decimated the others. The youth, clad in blood-stained white, with his once snowy hair now tainted crimson, wielded a blade with a serene expression and eyes sharp as knives, exuding an aura of lethal intent as he advanced step by step towards Yang Yun, who was 3 realms his superior at the 5th level of the congenital realm. No, it cannot be. How could you be this powerful? Impossible. Yang Yun roared, his inner spirit surging violently, with a series of cracking sounds. A black scorpion exoskeleton coalesced around him, resembling an armor. A scorpion tail emerged from behind him, amplifying his presence and energy significantly. Kill! Yang Yun bellowed, donning his exoskeleton, and lunged forward with his sword aimed at Xiang Chen, his speed posing a fleeting threat to the current state of Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen met the attack head-on, their weapons clashing with a powerful force, unleashing a tempestuous wave of sword energy that shattered the ground and sent debris flying in all directions. The air crackled with the ferocity of their confrontation. Even before fully transforming, Xiang Chen's blade intent, bolstered by his burgeoning power, was formidable enough to withstand Yang Yun's superior strength. How can this be? I have broken through to the 5th level, condensing a stronger scorpion spirit. Yet I cannot subdue this brat. Yang Yun roared in frustration. Vile creature, perish! He screamed, as the scorpion tail behind him transformed into a deadly blade, darting towards Xiang Chen's head. With a swift movement, Xiang Chen executed the stunning swan step, propelling himself backwards 7 or 8 meters. The scorpion tail struck the ground with a resounding crash, creating a massive crater as stones scattered in all directions. Kill! Yang Yun charged forward, closing the distance, his sword emanating blinding light, unleashing a flurry of intersecting sword energies. Xiang Chen remained composed, channeling the essence of the Taiyin true qi through his fist, unleashing a powerful strike. A roar reminiscent of ancient beasts erupted as a white dragon elephant's fist surged forth, crashing against Yang Yun's chaotic sword energies. The sword energies were violently shattered, the fist bearing an overwhelming force, intent on breaking the shackles of the earth itself. Kill! Yang Yun swung his long sword, releasing a 4-meter arc of sword light, striking fiercely against the dragon elephant's fist. With a thunderous explosion, the force of the punch shattered the air, sending shockwaves in all directions, causing Yang Yun to stagger back in shock. In an instant, Xiang Chen charged forward, wielding a blade imbued with terrifying power that descended upon Yang Yun from above, cutting through the air with a piercing shriek, as if it aimed to tear apart the very heavens and earth. Yang Yun, quick to react, flicked his scorpion tail, resembling a long sword, to intercept the attack. Clang! Sparks flew as the Dragon K demon blade struck his scorpion tail, leaving a gash but failing to sever it completely. Such formidable exoskeleton armor, comparable to that of the Yuan Yang scorpion, thought Xiang Chen, his gaze sharpening, recognizing the impressive defense Yang Yun currently possessed. Die! Yang Yun bellowed, swinging his sword in a relentless assault, the flashes of sword light intertwining. The scorpion tail attacked continuously, while Xiang Chen, with his single blade and fists, deftly countered Yang Yun's onslaught. Suddenly, Yang Yun let out a fierce howl, his palms gathering a swirling vortex, from which emerged a dark blue flame, a manifestation of intensely venomous insha fire. The flames expanded into a raging inferno, enveloping Xiang Chen in a searing blaze. Haha kid, you're doomed. My earthly insha fire is something few in the innate realm can withstand. Its venom is potent enough to annihilate you. Yang Yun laughed, confident in this lethal technique. The ferocious earthly Sha-in fire corroded the very stones beneath into ash, showcasing its overwhelming might. Brother Yang will surely prevail. Kill this wretched creature and avenge our brethren. The sole remaining woman, previously terrified, found her courage anew, cheering for Yang Yun from a distance. Earthly insha fire? Heh, are you offering it to warm me? However, amidst the flames, a mocking voice emerged, as a figure shrouded in a pale moonlight flame stepped forth. This fire, devoid of the terrifying heat to incinerate everything, instead exuded a chilling essence capable of freezing the very souls of men. True in fire. What? How is this possible? Yang Yun gasped in horror, witnessing Xiang Chen emerge unscathed from the earthly insha fire, the moonlit flames enveloping him, isolating the venomous fire. How can you be unafraid of my earthly insha fire? Yang Yun exclaimed in disbelief, retreating. Xiang Chen sneered. The power of your earthly insha fire is insufficient even for my body refinement. As for mastering venom, I am your forebear. I was merely toying with you, testing the limits of my human form. But now, the game is over. You may rest assured in your demise. As he spoke, Xiang Chen's body swelled, transforming into a towering 4-meter-tall half-wolf with a silver-white sheen, its visage both fearsome and exuding an overwhelming dominance, its claws sharp as blades. Boom! A more terrifying aura erupted from within Xiang Chen. Die, you pitiful scorpion! Attack! He roared, stomping the ground with such force that it fractured beneath him. His massive form charged forth with the speed of thunder, delivering a savage downward strike. Yang Yun howled in fury, gripping his great sword to counter the assault. Clang! However, in this encounter of swords, a more terrifying force erupted from the 3-meter-long dragon K demon blade. The moment Yang Yun's sword made contact, an overwhelming power surged forth, tearing at his palm and causing blood to flow. In an instant, his sword was sent flying by a single strike. Following this, the colossal fist of the heavenly wolf, Xiang Chen, descended with a terrifying might, embodying the power of a dragon elephant in full charge. Bang! Ah! Yang Yun screamed in agony as he was brutally propelled over 10 meters by the force of the blow. The sound of his exoskeleton cracking resonating painfully as blood poured from his mouth. Brother Yang. The woman stood frozen in fear, her face pale. Realizing the peril of the situation, she fled, her instincts warning her that Yang Yun was no match for this formidable opponent. Yang Yun crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock and fury as he gazed at Xiang Chen, whose strength had evidently surged to a new level. With a rush, Xiang Chen's immense heavenly wolf form charged forward, accompanied by a violent gale, and unleashed another swift strike. Tail slash! Yang Yun roared, swinging his scorpion tail like a blade in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Mountain break! Xiang Chen replied coldly, concentrating all his power into a single point, where a blade of true energy coalesced into a wave of cutting force. Boom! The strike collided with the scorpion tail, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of energy that shattered Yang Yun's tail into fragments. My tail is gone, Yang Yun cried out in agony, as if a limb had been severed. The moment you attempted to steal my prey, your fate was sealed. Prepare to die, Xiang Chen declared coldly, bringing his blade down with merciless intent. No. Yang Yun's pupils constricted as he sensed the impending doom, his heart plunging into despair. Bang! The blade struck his skull, the tremendous impact shattering his protective true energy, fracturing his exoskeleton, and driving the Dragon K blade deep into his head. Blood sprayed forth, a gruesome display as Yang Yun's eyes widened, his skull cleaved in two. Is this how I die? The final thought flickered through Yang Yun's mind, filled with an unbearable sense of regret. Thud! His lifeless body collapsed to the ground as the silverfish spirit surged into him, seeking to consume his soul and true energy. The devouring sky demonic vine pierced his body, feasting on the remnants of Yang Yun's life essence and flesh. Xiang Chen sheathed his blade behind him, his form shrinking as he reverted to his human shape, a half-naked and strikingly handsome youth. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this Yang Yun was not merely an ordinary individual. His demise would undoubtedly stir tremendous upheaval. Xiang Chen rifled through Yang Yun's storage jade belt, discovering a fine 7th-grade sword of considerable worth. He tossed it to the little white tiger, instructing it to gnaw on the blade. His gaze shifted to the fleeing woman, who had already covered a distance of 2 kilometers. With a cold smirk, he had no intention of showing mercy. Little White, pursue that woman, Xiang Chen commanded as he mounted the back of the little white tiger. As the tiger gnawed on the sword, it unleashed a surge of incredible power, propelling itself forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the woman with astonishing speed, nearing the sound barrier. Thunderous roars echoed in the wake of their pursuit. The woman was startled by a deafening roar from behind her. She turned her head, nearly collapsing in terror. A magnificent white tiger, adorned with golden stripes, charged towards her, carrying a young man whose speed surpassed even that of a formidable warrior in the Yuanyang realm. The woman's face drained of color, and in her fright, she failed to watch her step, tripping over a protruding rock and tumbling to the ground. In mere moments, the small white tiger caught up, and Xiang Chen, brandishing his blade, approached her with an icy demeanor. Please, do not kill me. I have not harmed you. I beg you, spare my life, the woman cried, kneeling in desperation with tears streaming down her beautiful face, resembling a flower drenched in rain. Xiang Chen's expression remained impassive as he continued to advance. Suddenly, the woman tore her own garment, revealing her fair skin, an act of desperation as she pleaded, Please, do not kill me. I promise to be obedient. I will fulfill any desire you have. I can be yours. Spare me, I implore you. Xiang Chen hesitated for a moment, his heart wavering at the sight of her despair. He turned away, refusing to gaze upon her exposed form. As a human, one should die with dignity. Put your clothes back on, he commanded coldly, slightly turning his head. The woman bowed her head, weeping. However, Hidden within her sleeves was a concealed dagger, poised to strike. Roaring fiercely, the small white tiger fixed its gaze upon the woman who had attempted to seduce Xiang Chen, its eyes radiating a menacing light. Without awaiting Xiang Chen's command, it lunged forward, unleashing a devastating force with its paw. The strike landed with horrific might upon the woman's chest, tearing through flesh and bone, leaving her mortally wounded and gasping for blood. As she succumbed to her injuries, her gaze met the blue-eyed tiger, which seemed to possess a glimmer of human-like jealousy. The woman convulsed violently, her life extinguished. "Little White," Xiang Chen murmured, taken aback. The white tiger exhaled a stream of golden energy, growling as it clamped down on the woman's arm, extracting a hidden short sword from her sleeve and consuming it. Xiang Chen chuckled bitterly, realizing he had unwittingly offended Little White. The Dragon K demon blade absorbed the woman's essence and soul. Its weight significantly increased, now tipping the scales at 3,000 pounds. Suddenly, a colossal figure appeared in the distant sky, stirring fierce winds. It was a massive demon bird, bearing upon its back a middle-aged man. "This is not good. That old fellow has returned. We must flee." Xiang Chen's complexion changed as he swiftly mounted the back of the small white tiger. The tiger, carrying Xiang Chen, bolted towards the exit. The sight of the white tiger caught the attention of the middle-aged man, who, upon closer inspection, recognized the beast as the same one ridden by the young man he had pursued. "You there, stop," he commanded. A middle-aged man coldly shouted as he leapt from the heavens, unleashing a formidable surge of true essence that struck like a bolt of lightning towards the little white tiger and Xiang Chen. The little white tiger immediately leaped to the side to evade the attack, which exploded upon impact with the ground, creating a massive crater over 10 meters wide, with debris scattering in all directions. "You old fool, still intent on pursuing me? Let us see what your disciples have to say about this," Xiang Chen scoffed, guiding the little white tiger in a desperate escape. "Damn it, that cursed little beast, it has survived the sinister poison." Upon recognizing the voice, the middle-aged man immediately deduced it was Xiang Chen. However, as he pondered Xiang Chen's words, his expression shifted, and he hastily made his way into the valley. Before long, he stumbled upon a desiccated female corpse, her attire unmistakably that of a disciple from his scorpion sect. A heavy sense of dread settled in his heart as he ventured deeper into the valley, discovering more lifeless bodies, ashes, and remnants of flesh. He paused before a corpse encased in bone armor, the flesh within having already turned to a desiccated shell. Sensing the aura emanating from the body, his eyes flared with rage. "Prince San, no?" the middle-aged man bellowed, his voice echoing through the air, filled with grief. He knelt and cradled the lifeless form, his complexion paling. "It's over. Prince Sin has perished here. I am finished. It must be him, that accursed little beast. I must capture him." The man's gaze brimmed with fury and panic. Yang Yun, a prince of great lineage, was the third prince of the Scorpion Kingdom, who had been cultivating within the Scorpion Sect. Had Xiang Chen nearly slain Yang Yun before, he would not have reacted with such urgency. He had never been this concerned about anyone else. "Relentlessly pursue that young man at all costs. Otherwise, we shall both meet our demise," the middle-aged man roared, leaping onto the back of a demonic bird. The creature let out a piercing cry, swiftly taking to the skies in pursuit of Yang Yun. The little white tiger sprinted along the steep cliff face, its claws gripping the stone as if traversing flat ground, and soon, the man and the tiger emerged from the gorge. At that moment, a dense black wind surged from the distance, moving with astonishing speed. Within the tempest, an enormous creature emerged, a massive scorpion, its body gleaming white as jade, possessing an almost ethereal beauty. Over 10 meters in length, it boasted striking, dragonfly-like, translucent wings. An overwhelming aura of formidable demonic energy radiated from it, its 8 eyes blazing with a chilling, green light, seething with fury. It moved with incredible velocity, the demonic wind swirling around it, surpassing the speed of sound as it soared at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Half an hour prior to these events, in a city situated 100 miles away from the sinister cave, the bustling metropolis known as Scorpion Spirit City, home to over 100,000 inhabitants, served as the sacred ground of the Scorpion Kingdom, where the guardian spirit beast, the blade-tailed scorpion, resided. Within the majestic, imposing white palace, a languorous woman reclined on a jade couch, napping. This woman, with an alluring figure, donned a semi-transparent white silk dress, her face akin to a blooming peach blossom, exuding an enchanting charm. At that moment, she expressed her gratitude to her brothers for their unsealing, mentioning that today was her birthday and requesting a slight increase in updates. Hoping for approval. Chapter 321. The Enraged Demoness Lady Yi. Here is the heart soup for today, made from the hearts of children under the age of 3. Infused with innate energy and derived from those born in the month. A maid dressed in dark palace attire respectfully presented a jade basin of soup, the ghastly ingredients being none other than the hearts of innocent children. How appalling. Place it down. The woman languidly remarked, I have grown weary of this innate soup. Instruct the kitchen to substitute it with the hearts of virgin maidens. Rising with an air of indifference, she took a spoonful and remarked coolly, the human heart is indeed terrifying, and so too are the demons. Humans slaughter demons, and demons devour humans. It is a brutal law of survival. Understood. The maid replied respectfully. This woman was none other than the demoness of the Scorpion Kingdom, revered as the Night Queen, known for her insatiable appetite for human hearts. Naturally, her victims were predominantly those captured by human traffickers from the great merchant nation. Suddenly, the Night Queen's expression shifted, her heart wrenched in agony. My child, she exclaimed, rising abruptly, unleashing an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Who has slain my child? She roared, her eyes ablaze with fury, exuding terrifying demonic energy. Just moments ago, the life imprint she had left upon her egg had been shattered by another. Truly, the cycle of karma is ruthless, while she feasted on human hearts. Her own offspring had been boiled by Xiang Chen. The Night Queen's sudden outburst of dreadful energy left the palace maids pale with fear. In an instant, she transformed into a tempest of demonic wind, revealing her true form as a pearlescent scorpion, and burst forth from the grand hall, her demonic wind slicing through the air. What has happened to the queen? I do not know, but the murderous intent is palpable. The maids gasped in astonishment as they watched her depart. Less than half an hour after this incident, the colossal scorpion rode the demonic wind, descending upon the scene. What a potent aura of demonic energy, Xiang Chen remarked, his expression shifting as he sat atop the back of a small white tiger, gazing at the tempest approaching from the sky with alarm. This energy belonged to a demon practitioner of at least the Yuanyang realm. Moreover, it felt familiar. Could it be that the owner of the demon egg I consumed has returned? Xiang Chen, being acutely sensitive to demonic energy, immediately suppressed his own aura, careful not to reveal a trace of his presence. The demonic wind surged high above, soaring thousands of meters into the sky, oblivious to the presence of Xiang Chen and the small white tiger below as it barreled onward. The Night Queen raced towards the canyon, soon encountering the demon owl that had been pursuing Xiang Chen. With a thunderous roar, the demonic wind crashed down, striking the avian creature with tremendous force, causing it to scream in agony as it plummeted from the sky, utterly defenseless. The middle-aged man accompanying it was also swept away, spewing forth a mouthful of blood as he was hurled several dozen meters away, his eyes wide with horror at the sight of the gigantic scorpion emerging from the winds. Transforming into her human form, the scorpion's expression was icy as she regarded the man. You are Lady Yi, the middle-aged man exclaimed in shock, hastily bowing. Who are you? Did you invade my lair and slay my child? The Night Queen inquired frostily. The middle-aged man hastily explained, My Lady Knight, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I am Tang Hui, an elder of the Scorpio sect. Our sect leader communicated with you and, upon receiving your consent, permitted us to bring disciples to the poisonous cave in Scorpio Valley for training. We would never dare to intrude upon your dwelling. Here is my identification token for your perusal. He presented a token of identity. After examining it, Lady Knight tossed it back to him, her belief in his identity restored. She then transformed into a swirling gust of demonic wind, soaring towards her lair. By the way, my lady, there was a boy who ventured toward your dwelling. I wonder if it was him. Tang Hui suddenly recalled, calling out urgently. Yet, Lady Knight had already vanished over 1,000 meters away. Could it be that Lady Knight's child has been slain? Tang Hui murmured to himself, and then continued to mount a demonic creature pursuing Xiang Chen. Upon returning to her lair, 2 young scorpions eagerly approached to pay their respects. My lady, they spoke in human tongues. With a swift motion of her sleeve, Lady Knight unleashed a powerful surge of demonic energy, sending the 2 scorpions crashing against the sheer cliffs with agonizing cries. Paying them no heed, she stormed into her cave. Meanwhile, the 2 scorpions lay on the ground, bloodied and bewildered. Inside her lair, Lady Night discovered with horror that her earth spirit fruit tree had vanished. Recognizing that this lair belonged to the formidable enemy Night Queen, Xiang Chen had shown no mercy and had uprooted her tree. "Who dares to steal from me?" Lady Night roared, rushing to the bottom of the spirit pond, only to find the earth jade bed missing, along with the 3 scorpion eggs that had been atop it. Enraged, her demonic energy erupted, causing the water of the pond to surge over 10 meters high in a violent outburst. The 2 scorpions entered in a panic. "My lady, what has happened? What has happened? What have you been doing? Where are my children? Where is my earth spirit fruit tree?" Lady Night bellowed, transforming into a massive scorpion, her pincers clamping down on the heads of the 2 young scorpions, an aura of lethal intent enveloping them. "My lady, the earth spirit fruit tree is missing? How can that be? We have been guarding the lair and allowed no one to enter," they exclaimed in terror. "Indeed, my lady, spare us. Look for yourselves." Lady Night screamed, flinging the 2 scorpions aside. She burst forth from the lair, golden halos radiating from her body, spreading in all directions. "Gather, creatures of Scorpio Valley." With a single command, numerous colossal demonic scorpions surged forth from the many caves and shadowy ponds of Scorpio Valley, converging upon the scorpion lair. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen, following the scent trail he had left earlier, soon spotted Xiao Bai among a grove of trees. "Young master." Xiao Bai, having noticed Xiang Chen, rushed over. Some may wonder why, despite his high cultivation level, Xiao Bai could not venture deeper, while the disciples of the Scorpio sect could. The reason lies in the nature of his cultivation technique, which is not of the poisonous variety and cannot absorb such energy in abundance, while the Scorpio sect disciples are capable of withstanding it due to their techniques and spiritual essence. "Uncle Xiao, we must leave quickly. There is great danger," Xiang Chen urged upon approaching. "Great danger? What has transpired?" Xiao Bai's expression turned grave as he hastily inquired. "Let us depart. I shall elucidate as we walk," Xiang Chen replied. The 2 immediately set off, and when Xiao Bai learned that Xiang Chen had plundered the lair of the nation-protecting scorpion of the Scorpion Kingdom, he was left utterly astounded. "Young master, you have stirred a tremendous trouble. We must vacate this place at once." The Scorpion Kingdom and the Night Princess, her prowess is unmatched throughout the Great Xiang, save for the prince and the ancient members of the royal family, Xiao Bai remarked, his face etched with a bitter smile. The actions of his young master were exceedingly reckless. "I hope the additional enhancements can be approved. Alas, another year has passed, and the youthful days are but a memory." Chapter 322. The journey continues, however, from the perspective of the Great Xiang. The young master's actions were not without merit. If those 3 scorpions were to hatch, their immense potential would pose a significant threat to the Great Xiang after years of cultivation. "By the way, does she know it was you?" Xiao Bai asked. "She should not. When I encountered her, she did not recognize me, and I left no evidence." Xiang Chen pondered while perched upon the back of a small white tiger. "That is fortunate. This way, she will have no one to seek vengeance upon," Xiao Bai sighed. Relieved. "Our immediate priority is to leave the Scorpion Kingdom swiftly. I fear that following this incident, the Scorpion Kingdom will impose a complete lockdown on all cities and checkpoints," Xiang Chen stated. Suddenly, Xiang Chen's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "This is bad." Although she may be unaware, there is one person who might deduce the truth. Who? That individual is from the Scorpion sect, a formidable 7th-level Yuan Yang realm practitioner. He was the one who pursued me to that scorpion lair. Upon reflection, he could very well conjecture that I am responsible. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow. At that moment, a piercing screech echoed through the sky, and a colossal figure, fueled by demonic energy, came barreling towards them. It was indeed the demonic bird, which was recklessly burning its own demonic energy, risking a decline in its cultivation in order to accelerate its pursuit. Upon the back of the demonic bird, Tang Hui spotted both Xiang Chen and Xiao Bai. "You little beast, there is no escape for you," Tang Hui sneered, commanding the demonic bird to swoop down. The demonic bird let out a long screech as it dove from the sky, its claws enveloped in demonic energy, aiming to strike. "You must evade, young master," Xiao Bai shouted, halting in his tracks and transforming into a massive half-demon with the bloodline of a white tiger. With a roar, Xiao Bai unleashed a titanic punch, the force of which manifested as a colossal azure fist that soared forth. Boom! The punch collided with the demonic bird's descending claw, the sheer power sending the creature flying, causing it to screech in agony, blood spraying forth, feathers scattering in the air. Tang Hui, who had been thrown back to the ground, gazed at Xiao Bai with a stunned expression, his face tense. A 7th-level Yuan Yang realm practitioner. His eyes narrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that such a powerful ally was at Xiang Chen's side. Uncle Xiao, it is he. He must be eliminated. Xiang Chen declared coldly. Do not worry. I shall resolve this lingering threat immediately, Xiao Bai replied, his visage transforming into that of a fierce half-tiger being. With a powerful step, he unleashed a torrent of true energy and charged towards the demonic bird, his claws slashing through the air, its force radiating like a blinding light as it struck the demonic creature. The demon bird shrieked in agony, its protective demon essence shattered by a single claw strike, leaving its body torn with gaping wounds that ruptured its innards. It plummeted from the sky, crashing into the forest below. Xiao Tang Hui, witnessing this scene, was consumed by rage, his eyes ablaze with a fierce fire. I shall slay you, he bellowed, awakening his spirit. Enveloped in a black scorpion-like exoskeleton that significantly enhanced his defenses. Grasping his long sword, he swung it toward Xiao Bai, the blade slicing through the air with a deadly arc, a 7 to 8 meter long sword aura aimed at him. Xiao Bai stepped forward, tearing with his claws, unleashing a formidable claw aura to counter the strike. The collision of their energies erupted, sending shockwaves that shattered nearby trees. Remarkably, Xiao Bai's claw aura pierced through the sword energy, striking Tang Hui's protective essence with a resounding impact. Tang Hui's expression changed dramatically as a scorpion tail descended like a bolt of light, its incredible speed akin to lightning. Xiao Bai, with his massive form, evaded just in time, but the scorpion tail created a massive crater in the ground, debris flying in all directions. In a flash, a radiant bow appeared in Xiao Bai's grasp, 7 sharp arrows nocked and ready. Drawing the bow, he infused it with his essence, conjuring a unique aura of wind. The essence of arrows. 3-star arc kill. With a whoosh, 7 arrows, infused with tremendous power, shot forth toward Tang Hui, each carrying a terrifying aura. It dawned on Tang Hui who this archer was, the renowned white-clad divine archer of the Great Xiang. Xiao Bai? 7 kills slash. Tang Hui roared, channeling 7 energies into his sword, unleashing a barrage of sword auras capable of cleaving mountains. The initial 4 arrows were struck down, exploding with a thunderous roar. Yet, 3 arrows veered off course, encircling and delivering a vicious blow to Tang Hui's body. Ah! Tang Hui screamed as his hardened exoskeleton shattered, propelled by the arrows. Blood spilling profusely, Xiao Bai's arrows were sufficient to contend with the pinnacle of the Yuan Yang realm. 1 arrow even obliterated Tang Hui's left thigh entirely. Wounded grievously, Tang Hui was flung 10 meters away. Humph! Xiao Bai scoffed, rushing toward Tang Hui to finish him off. You are the white-clad divine archer of the Great Xiang. Tang Hui exclaimed, a mix of anger and fear in his voice. Go ask the king of hell, Xiao Bai retorted with a cold smile, his claw descending for the kill. Suddenly, a demonic wind, swift as sound, swept in, coalescing into a massive dark blue-green palm imprint descending upon Xiao Bai. Startled, he withdrew his hand to defend himself, retreating swiftly. The palm imprint detonated, sending a wave of terrifying demon essence that hurled Xiao Bai backward, blood spilling from his mouth as he was blasted away several dozen meters. Uncle Xiao! Xiang Chen exclaimed in shock, rushing to his aid. A dark demonic wind enveloped the area, revealing a woman clad in white palace silk, her skin pale and alluring, yet her icy gaze radiated a chilling ferocity. Lady Yifei. Tang Hui endured the pain, overwhelmed with unexpected joy. This is bad, it's the Night Princess. Xiao Bai's expression changed dramatically. Xiang Chen directed his celestial energy into Xiao Bai's body, his countenance also darkening slightly. Whether fate was benevolent or malevolent, trouble was unavoidable. Ultimately, this woman had caught up to them. Who were these two? The Night Princess coldly questioned the bloodied Tang Hui, whose legs lay shattered on the ground. With gritted teeth, Tang Hui replied, Your Highness, these two hail from the Great Xiang. This one here is likely the renowned commander of the Divine Arrow Camp at the borders of Great Xiang, Xiao Bai. You previously mentioned your child was slain. It could very well have been that little beast, as he had ventured towards your lair. Tang Hui pointed at Xiang Chen, his voice rising in anger. Moreover, he also killed the 3rd prince of the Scorpion Kingdom. Upon hearing this, a terrifying aura of murderous intent surged from the Night Princess. her demonic power radiating ominously as her icy gaze locked onto Xiang Chen. In that instant, Xiang Chen felt a chill enveloping him, a sense of dread overshadowing his very soul. Chapter 323. The Might of the Soul Moon. Young man, did you intrude upon my lair, stealing my spirit tree and my child? The Night Princess approached Xiang Chen step by step, her voice icy. Xiang Chen replied solemnly, "What you speak of, esteemed elder, eludes my understanding. I am merely a traveler here for training, of lowly cultivation, and I know not the whereabouts of your lair." He could hardly be foolish enough to admit guilt. Your denial matters not. When I begin to carve your flesh piece by piece, you will confess. And you, Xiaobai, why the disguise? Do you think I cannot recognize you? The Night Princess coldly remarked, casting her gaze towards Xiaobai. They had crossed paths on the battlefield before. Xiaobai's expression was grave. Young master, you must leave. Do not concern yourself with me. I will hold her off for a moment. No, we must all escape together. Xiang Chen shook his head. None shall leave. The Night Princess sneered, suddenly unleashing a formidable surge of demonic energy, sweeping forth a tempest of dark wind and ominous energy as she charged towards the two. Young master, go? I cannot allow the royal line to end here. Xiaobai suddenly grasped Xiang Chen's arm, enveloping him in a powerful force, hurling him hundreds of meters away. Uncle Xiao, Xiang Chen cried out in despair. Propelled far from Xiaobai's throw. Act decisively. Hesitation is not the way of a man. A man must live fiercely and face death unflinchingly. If I fall, you must rise and seek vengeance for me. Xiaobai roared, transforming into his half-demon form, unleashing all his true energy as he charged at the Night Princess. Uncle Xiao, Xiang Chen lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. But he gritted his teeth and turned to flee, transforming into a moon-white celestial wolf, his wings unfurling as he soared into the sky. Uncle Xiao, you must survive. You promised to teach me the wind arc arrow. Do not break your word. Xiang Chen shouted sorrowfully as he ascended into the heavens. Die! Xiaobai gripped his blade tightly, unleashing a strike imbued with the power of a 9th-level master of the Yuanyang realm. The Night Princess laughed coldly, her jade hand surging with demonic energy as she manifested a dark greenish-black palm imprint to counter the attack. Scorpion Venom Palm. Boom. The sinister energy unleashed by this strike corroded the surrounding trees into fine powder. With a resounding impact, the blow collided with Xiaobai's knife, shattering the blade's radiance and sending Xiao by hurtling through the air, blood spilling from his mouth. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. How have you come to this state? There is a trace of demonic energy. The Night Queen was slightly taken aback. However, upon witnessing Xiang Chen transform into a winged celestial wolf and soar away, her expression shifted, and she swiftly unleashed her demonic power to pursue. To harm my master, one must first take my life. Xiaobai roared, rising once more with his precious bow in hand, unleashing 7 arrows that whistled towards the Night Queen. You seek death. The Night Queen's countenance turned frigid as her protective demonic energy was shattered by the 7 arrows, the force tearing her garments and leaving trails of blood upon her skin. With a fierce leap, she lunged towards Xiaobai, her demonic power erupting as she conjured dark blades of light. In an instant, hundreds of luminous blades surged toward Xiaobai. With one hand gripping the bow and the other wielding the knife, he desperately defended himself against the onslaught. Yet, countless blades slashed across his body, inflicting numerous bloody gashes, leaving him drenched in crimson. A few blades pierced through him, creating gaping wounds. Xiaobai cried out in agony, retreating under the relentless assault. Meanwhile, the Night Queen summoned a spirit sword that shot forth with blinding speed, piercing Xiaobai's chest. With a sickening sound, his heart was struck, and as the blade withdrew, blood gushed forth. Staring wide-eyed at his own bloodied chest, Xiaobai's strength faltered, and he collapsed to his knees. Master, I can no longer teach you the wind arc arrow. My lord, my brother, I must go ahead, he uttered as his body crumpled to the ground, blood continuously flowing from his wounds. Umph. Overestimating yourself, the Night Queen scoffed coldly before she sheathed her sword and transformed into a tempest of demonic energy, pursuing the direction in which Xiang Chen had fled. In the vast expanse of the sky, Xiang Chen plunged from the air into a dense forest. Earth Spirit. He urgently called upon the Earth Spirit. A zombie-like Earth Spirit, standing at a height of 7 or 8 years, landed with a surge of corpse energy, causing the ground to cave in dramatically. Xiang Chen leapt into the opening, and the earth spirit promptly manipulated the earth to cover him, concealing his presence. The earth spirit melded with the ground, burrowing beneath the surface, continuously excavating a tunnel for Xiang Chen to descend into. Xiang Chen understood that Xiao Bai had sacrificed his life to buy him precious moments to escape. However, Xiao Bai's strength was insufficient to delay a formidable opponent like the Night Queen for long. Moreover, his own speed could not match hers. Hiding was indeed the wisest choice. After he had entered the forest, merely 7 or 8 breaths, approximately 20 seconds later, a gust of demonic wind swept through. The Night Queen halted midair, her brows furrowing. Her keen eyesight could easily discern the scene 10 kilometers away, yet after pursuing for some time, she still could not spot Xiang Chen's figure. This boy, could he have hidden himself? The Night Queen mused, her brows knitted, observing his transformation earlier. It seemed he was not of the human race, but rather a creature of the demon clan. What was his true origin? Xiao Bai referred to him as master, she pondered. She gazed into the forest and suddenly fell, her body being lifted by an ethereal wind, suspended 10 meters above the ground. Soul Moon, arise, the Night Princess commanded. And behind her, a shadow of a crescent moon materialized. This crescent shadow was imbued with astonishing spiritual and psychic energy, a manifestation of the unique abilities possessed by those at the pinnacle of the Soul Moon realm. Formed by the condensation of spiritual essence refined from the essence of heaven and earth. Among the myriad of supernatural powers, one particular skill was the projection of soul energy, an invisible wave of psychic force sweeping outwards, enveloping everything in its path, penetrating trees and covering the land. In an instant, the range of her perception expanded to several thousand meters. Even the soil below, despite its material barrier, could not obscure her psychic awareness, which could penetrate dozens of meters deep into the earth. Beneath her, buried over 100 meters deep in the soil, Xiang Chen utilized the tortoise breath technique to conceal all traces of his presence, curled up with the small white tiger in the mud, the surrounding earth completely sealing him without leaving any signs. No, the Night Princess furrowed her brow, her expression darkening, and then she swung her sword downwards. The humming of her spiritual sword transformed into beams of light, tearing through the land. Boom! In an instant, the earth within a radius of nearly 700 to 800 meters erupted in a carpet of explosions, countless sword energies and lights crashing into the ground, causing the soil to churn and countless trees to disintegrate into powder, the destructive force akin to that of a ton-class missile. Chapter 324. Unfortunate luck. Swathes of land were ravaged by the sword energies, which also carried a dreadful venom. Anyone poisoned under the Soul Moon would undoubtedly perish. The power of the sword energy penetrated into the earth, slaughtering all the demon rats and toxic creatures dwelling within the soil. Even 20 meters above Xiang Chen, he could sense the terrifying sword energy, knowing that should he be struck, death would be certain. Above, the sky was swept by more ethereal winds, though not as swift as the Night Princess, revealing a multitude of Yuanyang demon scorpions, numbering no fewer than 20 or 30. Search this area, delve into the soil. Leave no inch unchecked, the Night Princess commanded coldly. She did not believe Xiang Chen could fly faster than her, convinced that he was hiding. Instantly, the swarm of Yuanyang demon scorpions roared, landing on the ground and scouring in all directions. Many began to use their massive pincers to rip open the earth, excavating tunnels and releasing waves of demonic energy into the surroundings. This is bad. Xiang Chen, possessing formidable perception, sensed the presence of these demon scorpions and immediately ordered Ling to continue digging deeper into the earth. However, when they reached a depth of 150 to 60 meters, a powerful pressure from the earth surged, making it difficult for Ling to continue excavating. Dig towards the direction of Scorpion Valley, Xiang Chen commanded, instructing Ling to reverse course and burrow back in the direction they had fled, away from that area. Ling harnessed the power of the earth, and the speed of excavation was astonishing as the soil ahead parted to form a passage. They moved with remarkable velocity, heading towards the forest where Xiao Bai and Tang Hui had previously battled. Tang Hui, in anguish, let out a low howl as he gripped his long sword, struggling to rise to his feet. One of his legs was shattered, and he harnessed his true essence to form a pair of ethereal wings to aid his stance. Now grievously wounded, he lacked the strength to soar. With a labored leap, he bounded toward the fallen Xiao Bai, his visage contorted with malice. Xiao Bai, I never imagined that the renowned archer of the border would meet his demise here. If I present your severed head as proof, attributing the death of the third prince to you, perhaps I may evade this calamity, Tang Hui sneered, advancing relentlessly on Xiao Bai. Soon, he stood before him, his sword poised to strike the mask of his opponent. Beneath the mask lay the resolute visage of a middle-aged man. Indeed, it was Xiao Bai. Tang Hui's lips curled into a cold smile as he raised his sword, uttering icily, "Archer of the border, may you die in pieces." With a swift motion, he aimed a lethal strike at Xiao Bai's head. Yet, at that moment, the earth beneath Xiao Bai transformed, swirling like water and sinking. Xiao Bai's form melded into the soil, vanishing from sight. Swish! Tang Hui's sword cleaved into the ground, leaving only a long scar in its wake. Stunned, he gazed incredulously at the earth, shouting in rage, "Where is he? Where is he?" He struck the ground again with his sword, but found no trace of Xiao Bai's presence within the soil. Swish! Suddenly, a blade of energy erupted from the earth, piercing upward toward Tang Hui. His reflexes were remarkable. He leaped on one leg to evade, yet the blade grazed the front of his foot, severing several toes in a brutal strike. "Ah!" Tang Hui screamed, blood gushing from his foot, for toes cruelly severed. Who was beneath the ground? He bellowed in fury, leaping higher and directing a sword strike at the earth that had dared to assault him. Boom! The ground exploded, dust swirling as his strike created a large crater. Yet no figure emerged. Within the depths of the soil, Xiang Chen cradled Xiao Bai, persistently urging Ling to dig a path for their escape. He refrained from engaging with Tang Hui. Perhaps there lay an opportunity to eliminate the gravely injured foe. But such a confrontation would inevitably draw the scorpions of Scorpion Valley and the Night Queen. "Uncle Xiao, hold on. I will not let you perish," Xiang Chen said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at the wounded Xiao Bai. Despite his heart being pierced and suffering fatal injuries, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Xiao Bai's heart continued to beat, albeit faintly, and remarkably began to mend itself. A fragment of the white tiger bloodline endowed him with vitality that surpassed human limits. Of course, should the Night Queen land a finishing blow and sever Xiao Bai's head, he would surely be lost. Xiang Chen deftly inserted 7 needles into Xiao Bai's heart, stimulating the meridians to unleash an astonishing energy that would aid in its restoration. The human body is a microcosm of the universe, harboring boundless potential. Acupuncture serves to continuously awaken the latent energies within. Each meridian, acupoint, and even cell contains extraordinary capabilities waiting to be unleashed. Cultivation is, in essence, a journey of comprehending the celestial laws of the universe, mastering the powers of the heavens and earth, and delving inward to unearth one's own potential, thereby forging one's own path. The North Dipper Heart Needle assists him in stabilizing his injuries for recovery. However, Xiao Bai has already lost too much blood and has succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiang Chen dares not employ the heavenly true qi to aid Xiao Bai in continuous healing, as the fluctuations of his true energy may very well reveal his position. Once Xiang Chen has stabilized Xiao Bai's condition, he promptly stores him within his Qianquan ring. This ring possesses a high-level spatial capability, allowing for the accommodation of living beings, including humans. A rumbling sound of energy reverberates from the soil, as numerous demon scorpions wreak havoc in their search within the forest. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen moves like a groundhog through the earth, fleeing toward the exit of the venomous cave. After traversing through the soil for half an hour, he finally perceives no more movements or scents from the demon scorpions, prompting a sigh of relief in his heart, indicating he has distanced himself from that area. Yet, he does not dare to surface, cautiously guiding Ling to continue digging in the general direction of the exit. Time eludes him, whether it has been several hours or a day. Gradually, Xiang Chen senses the soil becoming increasingly arid, with the temperature rising to an unbearable heat. The Taiyin scripture is a cultivation method of extreme yin, rendering him acutely sensitive to heat. Suddenly, a wave of heat surges from a cave ahead, and as Xiang Chen rushes forward, he finds himself falling into an abyss. This is a vast underground pit resembling a celestial sinkhole. However, beneath it lies a seething sea of flames. The temperature of ordinary lava ranges from 900 to 1400 degrees Celsius. Such a terrifying temperature would overwhelm even a congenital realm expert, whose protective true essence would falter within mere seconds. Yet, this pit appears unfathomably deep, with only the oppressive heat waves rising from it. reaching temperatures of 7 to 800 degrees Celsius. An astonishing force of suction envelopes Xiang Chen's body. Chapter 325, A Unique Seal. Ah, ah, ah. Xiang Chen's screams echo throughout the pit as his form plummets downward at an astonishing speed. With a powerful howl, the strength of the celestial wolf awakens within him, transforming him into a moon-white celestial wolf. Spreading his wings, he unleashes a formidable force, the tying demon aura. Nevertheless, despite this, his descent does not cease. It merely slows considerably. Surrounding him, waves of intense heat envelop him, radiating an unbearable warmth. Damn it! What kind of cursed place is this? How can the gravitational pull be so strong? The moon-swallowing celestial wolf Xiang Chen's eyes widen in horror. Protected by the tying demon aura, his robust celestial wolf physique provides incredible defense, rendering the surrounding heat of 7 to 800 degrees insignificant. However, as the moon-swallowing celestial wolf continues to fall, the temperatures below become increasingly horrific. After descending 300 to 400 meters, the heat reaches over 1300 degrees, nearly surpassing the temperature of common lava. Descending further, 500 or 600 meters, the terrifying heat reached a searing temperature of around 1800 degrees. The swallowing moon celestial wolf emitted a series of roars, struggling to endure the oppressive heat that threatened to overwhelm its current cultivation. Were it an ordinary human martial artist at the innate realm, they would have long succumbed to the unbearable temperatures and been incinerated. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the descent halted, and the swallowing moon celestial wolf crashed into the ground. Yet, the scorching earth radiated an astonishing heat, causing the wolf to yelp in agony. With an instinctive flap of its wings, the wolf, Xiang Chen, managed to hover 2 to 3 meters above the ground, gazing at the scene below. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld not the earth, but a colossal array of light. A vast crimson formation enveloped the area beneath him, suspended with innumerable runes that pulsed with a scarlet glow, emanating waves of intense heat. What manner of place is this? Xiang Chen marveled at the imposing array that cloaked the land, his gaze filled with incredulity. The power of this formation was formidable. The force of nature it commanded was terrifying. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that this underground space was exceedingly expansive, spanning no less than 7 or 8 kilometers, all ensconced within the reach of this immense array. The runes indicated a ceiling-type formation, and its rank was at least above the spirit tier. Who could have laid such a formation? What was sealed beneath? Xiang Chen pondered in astonishment, his eyes darting around the environment. Within the array, there were many layers of crystalline light screens, stacked upon one another, pulsating with a powerful sealing force. The deeper the layers, the more potent the sealing energy became. Though unfamiliar with this specific formation, Xiang Chen recognized its nature, having encountered numerous demonic heritage teachings within the 10,000 Demons sacred canon, which included knowledge of formations. However, due to his insufficient cultivation level, many of the memories and teachings remained inaccessible to him. He could only discern from the characteristics of the runes that this was a sealing array. At that moment, in the center of the formation, crimson beams of light flickered, striking the array. It resonated with a series of low hums, and Xiang Chen could feel a tremendous suppressive force surging downward, attempting to subdue whatever lay within the array. Intrigued, he moved closer for a better view. Beneath the first crystalline screen, a shadow emerged. This figure appeared somewhat blurred, its features obscured, surrounded by faint flames. Yet, it was unmistakably human. "Who are you?" Xiang Chen inquired, speaking with clarity. Then, he transformed into his human form, settling upon the searing seal. The shadow beneath did not respond, persistently striking against the final crystalline screen. "Do you wish to escape?" Xiang Chen asked again. The figure paused, lifting its head to gaze at him, its indistinct features still shrouded in flames, rendering it unrecognizable, possibly a fire element martial artist. "I can help you break free. The first seal is not too strong. Let us strike together," Xiang Chen proposed, feeling a surge of compassion for the individual trapped below. It is not that he has a penchant for meddling. Rather, he possesses an inherently kind nature. Since fate has fortuitously led him to this place and brought him into contact with this individual, it may indeed be destiny, prompting him to feel compelled to offer assistance. The strength of the first seal, upon external examination, is comparable to the pinnacle of innate energy. The sealing formation employs a reverse force, manifesting as strength from within and weakness on the outside. Xiang Chen inhaled deeply, and with a thunderous roar, he transformed into a half-werewolf. Channeling the essence of the Taiyin True Gang and the innate energy into the Dragon K Demon Blade. Boom! Xiang Chen leapt 7 or 8 meters into the air, channeling all the blade's energy into a singular point. With a resounding cry, he unleashed a brilliant strike towards the ceiling formation below. Boom! The blade collided with the crystal barrier of the formation, where the concentrated energy erupted, releasing a formidable force. The crystal barrier flickered with light, resonating with thunderous roars, fracturing into fine cracks, yet it remained unbroken. The tremendous recoil sent Xiang Chen soaring. Below, the figure turned, curiosity etched upon his face, seemingly grasping Xiang Chen's intent to rescue him. Immediately, he erupted with a crimson glow, assaulting the crystal barrier. His internal attack faced greater difficulty due to the sealing power. Crack! The formation continued to splinter. Once more, Xiang Chen leapt again, persisting in his assault. Boom! 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 One strike after another, he battered the barrier, while the figure below continued his relentless attack. After countless strikes, the crimson crystal barrier finally shattered with a thunderous crash, creating a vast breach. Boom! Subsequently, a searing wave of fire surged forth, crashing into Xiang Chen. A cry of agony escaped him as he was propelled backward, the intense flames igniting upon contact. The heat unbearable. Xiang Chen hastily summoned the Taiyin True Gang to suppress the blaze. However, the flames clung to him like a parasite, consuming him entirely, leaving him charred. If this continued, he would surely perish in the flames. At that moment, the figure surged forth, a flash of fire darting to Xiang Chen's side, absorbing the flames engulfing him. What kind of fire is this? So ferocious! Xiang Chen exclaimed in pain, his hair and brows incinerated. He channeled his true energy into his body, witnessing his injuries visibly mend at an astonishing pace. The figure observed Xiang Chen with curiosity, as the flames coalesced and flowed into him, gradually revealing his features more clearly. Chapter 326, Sibling? After grumbling, Xiang Chen turned to the figure, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Before him stood a youth, entirely unclothed, with long crimson hair, exquisitely chiseled features, and strikingly handsome visage. His eyes sparkled like red crystals, his skin pale, standing at a height comparable to Xiang Chen's, curiously scrutinizing him. You, what the hell? How do you look just like me? Xiang Chen's countenance changed, gazing at the youth in shock, utterly dumbfounded. The youth, aside from his hair color and eyes, bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Their features, countenance, and even height were identical. However, upon seeing Xiang Chen's expression, the young man mirrored it perfectly, and then awkwardly stammered, You. Goodness, how do you look exactly like me? Xiang Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him and replied, Could you refrain from mimicking my speech? After a brief hesitation, the youth echoed, Could you refrain from mimicking my speech? Come on, brother, this is no jest. How could you be down here, and why are you so unrestrained? You aren't wearing any clothes. Xiang Chen glanced at the youth, finding the sight somewhat jarring, and promptly retrieved a set of clothes from his spatial ring that he had previously worn. Come on, brother, this is no jest. How could you be down here, and why are you so unrestrained? You aren't wearing any clothes. The youth repeated, imitating Xiang Chen once more. Xiang Chen sighed, shifting his gaze, and said, I am the one who controls the situation. You are the one who controls the situation. The youth parroted back, Buddy, this isn't amusing. Could you please stop imitating me? It's quite impolite, you know. Buddy, this isn't amusing. Could you please stop imitating me? It's quite impolite, you know. Goodness. Xiang Chen realized that whatever he said, this youth with a strikingly similar appearance would repeat. Could he possibly be a lunatic? Xiang Chen pondered silently, then tossed the clothes to the youth. The youth caught them, but suddenly, the garments ignited in his hands, turning to ashes almost instantly. What on earth? Don't you wear clothes? Xiang Chen questioned in disbelief. What on earth? Don't you wear clothes? The youth echoed immediately. However, he hesitated for a moment, pointed at Xiang Chen's attire, then glanced down at his own, recognizing the disparity. Shamelessly, you've noticed, haven't you? You aren't wearing clothes. Wear this. Xiang Chen said, both amused and exasperated, as he retrieved another piece of clothing. Since he often transformed and ran about without attire, he had prepared an ample supply of garments. This time, he produced a precious robe, rare and exquisite. He possessed only a few of such garments. This robe boasted remarkable resistance to fire and water, along with a certain degree of defensive capability, and it could conform to the body, adjusting in size, making it hard to damage. Upon giving the robe to the youth, the latter accepted it, staring at Xiang Chen in confusion. Heavens! You can't possibly not know how to wear clothes? Xiang Chen remarked in astonishment. The youth shook his head. Xiang Chen, at a loss for words, approached, donned the long robe and trousers himself, then removed them and tossed them to the youth, saying, just like I did earlier. The youth, quick to learn, put them on. The white robe adorned him, instantly enhancing his presence, making him appear as dignified and handsome as Xiang Chen, easily leading others to misinterpret him as a male disguised as a female. However, there remained a hint of naive charm in the youth's eyes, which could be described as somewhat foolish. His gaze was clear and innocent. Now you look much more presentable. Otherwise, you would have been mistaken for a rogue and beaten for your previous appearance, Xiang Chen chuckled. At that moment, the youth prepared to mimic Xiang Chen's words again. However, Xiang Chen swiftly covered his mouth. No imitating my speech. As Xiang Chen's hand made contact with the boy's lips, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to retract his hand immediately. Your body temperature is exceedingly high, he exclaimed in astonishment, for the boy felt akin to a blazing furnace. Who is this lad? Appearing so foolish, yet found beneath the array? Could he have lost his memory? Perhaps he was sealed away by an enemy? Xiang Chen pondered in secret, finding the boy's demeanor oddly enigmatic. However, the innocence reflected in his eyes was strikingly pure, reminiscent of a child emerging from the mountains, blissfully unaware of the world. Well then, I have rescued you. You seem to possess some cultivation. You should find your own way out, Xiang Chen declared, casting a glance around. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted a jade tablet in the distance. He hurried over to it. The tablet was made of red bloodstone, standing at a meter tall, inscribed with a series of characters. I, Shun Shuzi, a wandering immortal of Qingzhou, have traveled to this place and discovered a supreme fire vein. In my joy, I began to excavate, unaware that the fire vein would transform into a spirit containing the celestial fire of the heavens. Its energy is immense, beyond human control. Should the celestial fire erupt, it would bring catastrophe to the surrounding area. Unable to refine it, I had no choice but to set up a grand array for sealing. If any future generations pass by this place, they must not destroy the seal. Remember, remember. Upon reading the inscription, Xiang Chen was profoundly shocked. A supreme fire vein sealed below? Shin Shuzi, what a peculiar name. What were they thinking? To dare call oneself a wandering immortal, this person must have possessed formidable strength. Xiang Chen mused, recalling that Qingzhou was one of the 9 provinces situated far from Huangzhou. I have merely disrupted one layer of the seal. It should not significantly affect the array. He thought to himself, the supreme fire vein harbored terrifying celestial power, and its eruption would indeed spell disaster. Yet, how did this boy end up beneath the seal? Xiang Chen turned to the boy trailing closely behind him. What is your name? He inquired. What is a name? The boy responded, gazing at Xiang Chen with confusion. Finally, he ceased mimicking him, and a flicker of intelligence illuminated his eyes. No name, truly lost my memory? Xiang Chen frowned and explained, a name is simply your designation. I am Xiang Chen. What about you? A name, I have no name, the boy murmured, then shook his head. Everyone must have a title. You resemble me greatly. From now on, you shall take my surname, Xiang. As for your given name, let us call you Xiang Tianyu. It sounds pleasant, does it not? Xiang Chen smiled. Xiang Tianyu? I shall be called Xiang Tianyu from now on. The boy nodded enthusiastically. Let us depart from this wretched place. Goodness! Who knows what chaos has been unearthed down here? Xiang Chen declared, striding toward the edge of the pit. The gravitational pull was formidable, with the depth exceeding 1,000 meters, making flight impossible. Sharp claws sprouted from his palms as he leaped up 7 to 8 meters. Using all fours to claw into the cliffside, climbing upward, Tianyu mimicked Xiang Chen's movements, crawling alongside him as they both ascended from the abyss. Chapter 327, The Two Young Ladies. The pull of gravity significantly impacts flight, yet it scarcely affects their ascent. Xiang Chen utilized both hands and feet, his claws serving as the finest climbing tools. He swiftly emerged from the chasm. The enigmatic youth, Tianyu, followed suit, and upon their exit, Xiang Chen beheld the full expanse of the pit. Surrounding them was a desolate landscape devoid of vegetation. The pit, with an estimated diameter of over 400 meters, plunged more than 1,000 meters deep, with searing heat swirling below. This heat emanated from a barrier within the formation. Without it, a violent eruption would likely ensue. What is this place? There was no trace of malevolent energy nearby, suggesting they had indeed distanced themselves from the venomous cave. Xiang Chen mused as he retrieved a map. This map was drawn by his father, yet he could not find any geological features resembling this location. Tianyu, wait for me a moment. Xiang Chen instructed the mysterious youth. He took a step, his figure suddenly surging upwards like a shooting star, soaring over 40 meters high. Then, with 5 consecutive steps, he ascended over 300 meters, gazing at the terrain below while activating his moon-gazing eye, focusing his vision towards the distance. He could clearly discern scenes 10 kilometers away, even spotting ants at that distance, and could approximate the landscape within hundreds of kilometers. At last, on the distant horizon, he glimpsed a vague outline of a city, estimating it to be over 200 kilometers away. He plummeted back to the ground, and just before landing, he unleashed a burst of energy to soften his descent, landing gracefully. Where is your home? Where do you intend to go? Xiang Chen inquired. Tianyu looked at him in confusion and replied, What is home? It seemed he was entirely unaware of such concepts. Well, it matters not. You shall accompany me from now on. You may call me elder brother, understand? Xiang Chen sighed, then set off towards the city he had spotted in the distance. Moving with astonishing speed, leaping 30 to 40 meters in a single bound. What is an elder brother? Tianyu queried, glancing at Xiang Chen before following closely behind. His pace swift as a fiery aura enveloped him, keeping steady alongside Xiang Chen. Ah, not bad, young one, you're quite fast. Let us see who reaches the distant city first, Xiang Chen chuckled, then set forth with renewed vigor, his speed surging to 60 meters per second. Xiang Chen moved like the wind, generating a powerful gust, while Tianyu maintained a steady pace beside him. They raced towards the city at an alarming speed. Xiang Chen's physical strength and vitality allowed him to sustain this pace without issue. In a mere half hour, they covered the 200 kilometers. Xiang Chen turned his gaze towards the city that lay 7 or 8 miles away, where a prominent scorpion banner fluttered, clearly indicating it was a city within the Scorpion Kingdom. At the city gates, numerous soldiers were meticulously inspecting incoming travelers. Not far from the main road, a tea stall stood, where 4 or 5 passers-by sipped tea and rested. Xiang Chen adjusted his robes and approached the tea stall alongside Tianyu. The proprietor of the tea shed was an elderly man, accompanied by a delicate young girl of around 13 or 14, adorned in simple gray attire. The pair, Xiang Chen and the girl, drew the attention of several tea patrons. What a beautiful girl, they murmured. Indeed, whose daughter is she, so strikingly lovely? The patrons cast astonished glances, and upon hearing their comments, Xiang Chen's expression darkened as he gruffly interjected, What are you staring at? I am a male. Good heavens. Xiang Chen's bold proclamation startled a few patrons, who exchanged incredulous looks. A boy can look this beautiful? Xiang Chen approached the elderly tea vendor, stating, Old man, please serve us a pot of pre-rain Longjing tea, and some pastries as well. Certainly, young masters, please wait a moment, the old man replied with a warm smile, promptly preparing the tea while the girl went to slice the date cake. Soon, the girl delivered the date cake, her eyes wide with surprise at the 2 youths who were even more handsome than many girls. Xiang Chen smiled and inquired, Miss, may I ask where we are? My brother and I are out for a stroll and seem to have lost our way. The girl replied in a soft, gentle voice, My lord, this is Xian City. Xiang Chen recalled having seen a rough map of the Scorpion Kingdom. Xian City was indeed a border town, not far from the previous Jiaqing Pass, sharing the same status as a frontier city. Is this area considered within or beyond the pass? He further questioned. This is certainly within the pass. Beyond Xian City lies the outer region. However, for some unknown reason, Xian City has suddenly imposed martial law today, forbidding anyone from leaving the pass, including merchant caravans and mercenaries, and the inspections for entering the city have become quite stringent, the girl explained as she set down the date cake. Thank you. Xiang Chen nodded with a smile. He picked up a piece of the red date cake and tasted it, finding it delightful, sweet, and chewy. Tianyu mimicked him and took a piece, but upon tasting it, it turned to ash in his mouth, splattering Xiang Chen with a cloud of gray. Wiping his face, Xiang Chen remarked, Tianyu, you must be a fire attribute true martial practitioner, right? Can you learn to control your power? You need to gather your true qi and compress it within your shinsong. What is shinsong? Tianyu asked, puzzled. Goodness, have you forgotten that too? Watch closely. Xiang Chen produced an anatomical diagram of the human meridians, pointing to the Dantian region. Do you see this? This is shinsong, the reservoir of true qi within the body. These meridians are called the 12 regular meridians, also known as spiritual vessels, which connect to shinsong. Xiang Chen began to instruct Tianyu on the principles of true qi circulation. Tianyu, with remarkable comprehension, grasped it swiftly. At that moment, a troop of swift steeds galloped towards the tea shed, halting abruptly before it. Over a dozen individuals dismounted, striding purposefully to the tea shed. I'm parched to death. Old man, serve me several pots of your finest tea, bellowed a young man clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of nobility. Very well, young master. Please hold on a moment, the old man responded. The others hastily vacated the area, yielding to the presence of the young man's entourage, which included several guards who aggressively ushered away anyone else. With only 3 or 4 tables available, the patrons, intimidated, left behind their tea coins and departed. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen continued to teach Tianyu the basics of meridian operation and the principles of energy manipulation. He discovered that Tianyu's realm was akin to his own, both at the second level of the innate realm, albeit lacking the finesse to wield it adeptly, remaining unfamiliar with the intricacies of the human meridians. You two little girls, clear off. We wish to sit. For guards approached, their voices booming, but upon seeing the pair, they were taken aback by their stunning beauty. Stop. The young man in blue, noticing the two, had a fleeting glimmer of wickedness in his eyes and swiftly commanded, halt. As the blue-clad youth approached, his gaze fell upon Xiang Chen and Tianyu, and he too was struck by their allure. Ladies, please forgive my subordinates' rudeness. They are but uncouth brutes. Misidentified. Xiang Chen could no longer contain himself. Veins throbbing on his forehead, he bellowed, Enough. How dare you? I am a man, so get lost. Chapter 328. Not a single one left. The rough and boisterous voice of this man astonished the blue-robed youth, who stood dumbfounded, gazing at Xiang Chen. A man! A man! The surrounding guards were equally stunned, staring at the two handsome youths. The blue-clad youth's expression darkened. He coldly declared, Since you are a man, throw them out. Get out. With his interest waning, his guards began to usher them away. Forget it. I've already stirred up trouble. It would be unwise to attract further attention. I shall endure for now, Xiang Chen muttered, tossing a gold coin before turning to leave. Tianyu, let us go, he said. Just then, a guard reached out to push Tianyu. Boom. However, a surge of crimson flames erupted from Tianyu, engulfing the guard's hand. The guard, whose cultivation was merely at the divine concealment realm, let out a shriek as his palm and arm ignited instantly. In mere moments, they were reduced to ash, leaving him writhing on the ground in agony. Malu, damn it, you little beast, how dare you strike? The other guards were taken aback, then filled with fury as they rushed towards the pair. Swish, swish, swish. Blades glinted ominously as they were drawn, all aimed at the two. Xiang Chen frowned, glancing at Tianyu, who remained calm, exhibiting an unsettling tranquility by his side. Aside from you, I detest being touched by others, Tianyu stated somewhat stiffly. Xiang Chen's expression turned slightly peculiar at this remark, finding it oddly awkward. Rest assured, I have no desire to touch you either. You're as hot as a fireball, he retorted with irritation. The blue-clad youth's countenance darkened as he regarded the moaning guard on the ground, his eyes narrowing into icy slits as he addressed Xiang Chen and Tianyu. You little beast, how dare you harm my subordinate? My young masters, I believe these two boys mean no harm. They are merely young and unaware of their actions. Allow this old man to treat you to some tea. An elderly man interjected with a smile, attempting to mediate, seeing that Xiang Chen and Tianyu appeared to be mere children in their teens. Step aside, old man. What are you to plead? The blue-clad youth barked, slapping him away. The elder was sent sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Grandfather. The young girl gasped, rushing to support the elder. This girl has some beauty. If we eliminate these two boys, we need not drink tea anymore. Take this girl away. The young man in blue chuckled wickedly as he gazed at the girl in the tea pavilion. The girl, terrified, turned pale, while two of the guards approached her with mocking smiles. Others, brandishing swords and daggers, advanced towards Xiang Chen and Tianyu. With a frosty demeanor, Xiang Chen warned, I advise you to leave immediately, otherwise, none of you shall escape. Who are you trying to intimidate, little beast? Attack! One of the guards sneered. And with a swift command, 7 or 8 men surged forward, weapons drawn, aiming to strike Xiang Chen and Tianyu. Tianyu, remember the technique I just taught you. Unleash your power and fight. Xiang Chen instructed, then took a decisive step forward. The overwhelming force of his innate power erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a formidable aura. The expressions of the guards shifted dramatically. An innate master. To think such a young lad possesses such prowess. Xiang Chen unleashed a punch, channeling a furious force that manifested as a massive dragon elephant fist, striking 3 guards with devastating impact. The guards screamed in agony. Their bodies shattered and exploded upon the ferocious blow, leading to their immediate demise. Tianyu summoned a fiery blaze of crimson and azure flames in his palm, radiating an ominous, burning energy. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a torrent of flame that engulfed the 4 remaining guards. "Ah, no!" They cried out in horror as they were consumed by the flames, their forms rapidly disintegrating into ash. This scene was utterly terrifying. Young master. Both of them are innate masters. One of the guards, a second-level innate expert, gasped in disbelief, staring at the 2 young men. The young man in blue, equally astonished, shouted in anger, "Aren't you also an innate master? Go kill them." "But if I engage, who will protect you, young master?" "We should retreat," the guard replied, his courage faltering as he surveyed the charred remains of their companions and the 3 guards obliterated by Xiang Chen. "Run! We must flee," the young man in blue exclaimed, panic-stricken as he turned to escape with the remaining 4. This young man was merely the scion of a wealthy merchant, lacking both audacity and strength. The girl in the tea pavilion and the elder were left in a state of shock, gazing incredulously at the 2 strikingly handsome young men. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiang Chen's eyes. With their escape, the old man and the girl would undoubtedly face retribution, sealing their fate. "Thinking of fleeing? Not without facing my arrows," Xiang Chen scoffed, drawing forth his dragon hunting bow, knocking 5 arrows. As the 5 fled the tea pavilion and mounted their steeds, they had barely begun to gallop when 5 arrows whistled through the air, striking them down. The sound of their demise was drowned in the silence that followed. As they fell without uttering a single cry, all 10 assailants lay lifeless. The girl screamed in terror, her eyes wide as she looked at Xiang Chen. The elder, trembling, rose with a pale face, surveying the carnage around him, his gaze filled with fear as he turned to Xiang Chen and Tianyu. "Do not be afraid, good sir. We are not villains. If we do not eliminate these men, they will certainly come seeking trouble," Xiang Chen said with a gentle demeanor. The elderly man, upon hearing this, managed a bitter smile and remarked, "I never imagined that both young gentlemen are indeed true martial practitioners. I truly lack discernment, being merely a mortal of physical realm." He naturally held a profound respect for someone like Xiang Chen, a genuine, true martial cultivator. Within Xiang Chen, the devouring sky demon vine burgeoned amidst the terrified gazes of the 2, consuming the corpses of the fallen. The dragon steeds outside the door, frightened, fled in haste. Xiang Chen seized the reins of 2 dragon steeds, and the aura of the heavenly wolf instilled such terror that the steeds submitted to him. He collected valuables from the young man, discovering several thousand gold coins, which he promptly tossed to the elderly man and the young maiden. "Pardon the inconvenience, old sir. I take my leave." Xiang Chen clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, mounted his horse, and Tianyu emulated him, as the 2 youths galloped away. The elderly man stared in astonishment at the heavy bag of gold coins in his hands. Such wealth was more than sufficient for an ordinary person to live comfortably for a century. Before long, Xiang Chen and Tianyu arrived at the gates of Xian City, where 100 armored soldiers stood guard, conducting thorough inspections. Xiang Chen employed a needle technique to puncture acupoints on his face, altering his appearance to that of a round-faced chubby boy. "Let us proceed," he urged, as he nudged the belly of his steed and rode forth alongside Tianyu. Upon reaching the entrance, he dismounted and led his horse, preparing to enter the city. The guards approached for inspection, and Tianyu presented his identification token. Xiang Chen produced the identification of the Scorpion Kingdom citizen from the blue-clad youth, and the 2 were granted passage into the city. However, at that moment, 3 armored knights on dragon steeds charged towards the city gates. By royal decree, one knight shouted as he dismounted, brandishing a scroll of yellow edict. Instantly, the soldiers at the gate knelt on one knee. The knight proclaimed, "The king has decreed that the 3rd prince has been murdered by vile men. and the Night Queen's sacred egg has gone missing. All city exits are to be sealed, and a thorough search for a white-haired boy, approximately in his teens, is to be conducted. This boy is the murderer. Capture him and receive a reward of 100,000, along with the title of Marquis. After delivering the decree, the knight tossed a scroll onto the ground. We accept the order. The gate captain responded respectfully, while shock rippled through the crowd. The third prince has been killed? Who would dare commit such an act? The captain picked up the scroll, revealing two portraits within. One depicted Xiang Chen's previous appearance, looking considerably older and less handsome. The second portrait depicted his current visage, appearing far younger and strikingly handsome, the likeness almost uncanny. After announcing the decree, the knight hastened to lead his men back into the city. How could someone dare to murder the third prince? Who possessed such audacity? The scroll suggested that the culprit might be a spy from the great merchant kingdom, and he appeared remarkably young. The surrounding soldiers began to murmur among themselves. A white-haired boy, was there not one who passed by just moments ago? Suddenly, the captain recalled the two youths who had just departed. Sir, do not dismiss this. Look at this likeness. The resemblance to the red-haired youth we just saw is strikingly similar, if not identical, exclaimed another soldier, pointing at the portrait. Tian Yu's appearance was so remarkably akin to Xiang Chen's that they could easily be mistaken for twins. Not good. You guard the city gates while I pursue those two youths. The general commanding the fortress exclaimed. He immediately led a contingent of over 20 soldiers into the city in search of the individuals. However, upon entering, the streets revealed no sign of the two boys. The commander swiftly directed his men towards another exit of the city. In a narrow alley, Xiang Chen and Tian Yu concealed themselves, watching as the soldiers departed. A glimmer of realization flickered in Xiang Chen's eyes. The mention of the stolen sacred egg of the Night King's consort surely referred to him. But who could the so-called third prince be? Xiang Chen pondered, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be one of the disciples of the Scorpion sect he had previously dispatched? It was quite possible. He sighed inwardly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, he bore no remorse for having slain those individuals, given the chance again. Even with the knowledge of their identities, he would have acted the same. With such significant implications and a formidable identity, escaping the city would not be an easy feat. Xiang Chen mused that he must devise a plan to exit. Tian Yu, you bear an uncanny resemblance to me. Allow me to assist you in altering your appearance, Xiang Chen said, producing several silver needles. Tian Yu looked at him in confusion as Xiang Chen deftly inserted the needles into his facial acupuncture points, manipulating the muscles beneath the skin. Instantly, Tian Yu's features transformed, his handsome lines giving way to a rounder, pudgier visage. After withdrawing the needles, Xiang Chen noted that this facade could last approximately half an hour. How to escape? Flight was improbable, as the border city was equipped with aerial crossbows capable of striking targets thousands of meters above. Xiang Chen contemplated this, then donned two hooded robes to conceal his conspicuous silver hair. Soon, the clatter of armor echoed through the streets as numerous soldiers began patrolling the area. First, I shall use Kunling's earth-shifting technique to leave this place, Xiang Chen resolved, summoning Kunling. The entity melded seamlessly with the earth, creating a vast tunnel in the alley. Let us go. Xiang Chen leaped into the chasm, followed silently by Tian Yu and the dragon steed in the alley. Kunling tirelessly excavated the tunnel ahead, stretching straight toward the opposite side of the city. After half an hour, they had burrowed over 40 to 50 miles, only to encounter a thick wall buried deep within the soil. This wall was reinforced with steel, and Kunling was unable to penetrate it directly. Activating his moonlight eyes, Xiang Chen assessed the wall's formidable thickness, over 20 meters deep and embedded more than 100 meters into the earth. Even Kunling's earth-shifting abilities fell short of such depths. It's too thick. My current spatial talents cannot traverse such a substantial barrier. 20 meters is already my limit. Xiang Chen frowned, realizing the fortress walls were exceedingly sturdy. You seem troubled, Tian Yu remarked, observing Xiang Chen's demeanor. We are trapped within the city with no means of escape, Xiang Chen replied with a wry smile. How can we get out? Tian Yu inquired. If we can surpass this wall, we shall be free. Xiang Chen gestured towards the foundation buried beneath the soil. Tian Yu remained silent, stepping forward. A fierce azure flame suddenly ignited upon him, accompanied by a terrifying wave of heat. As Tian Yu's palm made contact with the city wall, the fortified structure, reinforced with iron, melted away with a hissing sound, creating a large opening akin to the thawing of snow and ice. What on earth? Xiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment at this spectacle. Tianyu's true fire was indeed formidable. With deliberate steps, Tianyu advanced, the flames transforming into a fiery beam directed forward, incinerating the city as foundation meter by meter. Soon, a gaping hole 2 meters in diameter appeared in the 20-meter-thick foundation, enveloped in swirling white smoke and heat, all under Xiang Chen's incredulous gaze. Is this sufficient? Tianyu turned to Xiang Chen, retracting the flames. Indeed. Tianyu, your true fire is extraordinarily powerful. Well done, let us go? Xiang Chen rejoiced, patting Tianyu on the shoulder before making his way through the massive opening. The two emerged from the subterranean breach, having exited the city. Following that, Ku and Ling continued to excavate the tunnel, and after traveling 10 kilometers from the city, they finally emerged from the earth, leading their dragon steed into a vast wilderness. With a road visible in the distance, West Yin City lay ahead. They had successfully broken through. Upon their return, they needed to inform Chun Hai and the others at Jiaqing Pass to alleviate their concerns. However, for now, it was time to depart. Xiang Chen gazed towards the direction of the Scorpion Kingdom before mounting his dragon steed and galloping away. Tianyu followed closely behind, and the two youths raced towards the border of the Shang Kingdom. In the Scorpion King's grand black palace, a gathering of ministers convened within the hall. A middle-aged man clad in a dark golden robe adorned with scorpion motifs, exuding an aura of authority and possessing a noble countenance, sat upon the throne with a grim expression. The Scorpion King, Yang Hong, coldly inquired, "Has the Dark Eagle Manor uncovered this boy's origins?" "Your Majesty," replied the minister, "our informants in the Shang Kingdom have finally traced the lineage of the individual provided by Elder Tang Hui. He is from the Shang Kingdom. The second son of the Xiang Wangfu, Xiang Chen, son of Prince Xiang Liang of the Shang Kingdom? Is this the same youth renowned in literary circles for his remarkable talent, the one who penman Jiang Hong?" The assembly buzzed with astonishment. The night concubine, seated beside the Scorpion King, her expression icy, interjected, "So, my child has indeed been stolen by this wretched boy." The head of the Dark Eagle Manor respectfully responded, "Your Highness, it appears to be so." He then addressed the Scorpion King with deference, "Your Majesty, this young man has gained considerable fame in the Shang Kingdom. Initially rumored to be a talentless waste, he has unexpectedly emerged over the past 6 months, showcasing astounding martial prowess, even claiming first place in the spring hunt at the Welcome Palace. It is likely he will further his studies at the Academy of Huangzhou. His potential rivals that of Xiang Liang, and should he mature, he will become a formidable adversary for our Scorpion Kingdom." The Scorpion King's countenance darkened. What audacity! Not long after signing a truce, the Shang Kingdom dares to send someone to my realm, to slay my prince, and steal our sacred eggs. This grievance shall not go unpunished. His gaze was icy as he commanded, "Convey my decree immediately. Let the king at the border advance his troops 5 kilometers into the territory of the great merchants and dispatch a diplomatic envoy to demand the surrender of the murderer, accompanied by territorial concessions and reparations." Yes, within the Scorpion Kingdom, the sinister deeds of Xiang Chen in the Shadow Cavern had caused immense turmoil. The assassination of a royal prince and the theft of the sacred egg were events that could profoundly shake the foundations of the Scorpion realm. Moreover, both incidents were attributed to the same youth, an influence that could not be understated. Possessing the token of the 10,000 medicine pavilion, Xiang Chen effortlessly crossed into the border of the Merchant Kingdom and subsequently contacted the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps within the border city to relay messages of safety to Chun Hai and the others. Without pause, he hastened towards the royal city of the great merchants. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had already stirred significant unrest within the Scorpion Court. As dusk fell in the merchant royal city, Xiang Chen finally returned to his wind dust manor. Upon his return, he promptly took Xiao Bai to the medical room for recuperation. A typical heart injury would have been manageable, yet the Night Queen's attack was laced with poison, complicating the recovery process. Tianyu also accompanied Xiang Chen back to Wind Dust Manor. Afterward, Xiang Chen sought an audience with his father. Xiang Liang's injuries had nearly healed, and upon seeing that Xiang Chen had achieved the innate realm, he was filled with great joy. When Xiang Liang laid eyes on Tianyu, a flicker of astonishment crossed his expression. "Father, what troubles you?" Xiang Chen inquired, noticing his father's gaze fixed upon Tianyu. Snapping back to reality, Xiang Liang narrowed his eyes and communicated telepathically, "It is nothing, Chener." This brother you have brought back is no ordinary individual. There is an energy fluctuation within him that even I find unsettling. Xiang Chen, observing Tianyu, who was curiously indulging in wine, remarked, indeed. Tianyu possesses an air of mystery. I cannot fathom how he came to be sealed away, and his innocence is reminiscent of a child untouched by the world. The vast expanse of the world is filled with wonders and enigmas. This young man may harbor secrets unknown to others. Engage with him, but exercise caution and attentiveness. There is no need to pry too deeply lest you offend him, Xiang Liang advised. By the way, father, I have slain the third prince of the Scorpion Kingdom and stolen the Night Queen's scorpion egg. Currently, the Scorpion Kingdom is seeking to apprehend me, Xiang Chen suddenly disclosed. Xiang Liang, who had been calmly sipping his wine, sputtered in shock, spraying it towards Xiang Chen, who quickly raised his sleeve to shield himself. Cough, cough. What did you say? You killed the third prince of the Scorpion Kingdom and stole the scorpion egg from the Night Queen? Xiang Liang coughed several times, staring incredulously at Xiang Chen. Indeed, when I escaped, I saw that the border city of the Scorpion Kingdom was already issuing a bounty for me, complete with my likeness. Xiang Chen affirmed. You rascal, you truly know how to stir up trouble. Xiang Liang sighed with a wry smile, then relented, saying, let it be. After all, they are an adversarial nation. The Scorpion Kingdom has never relinquished its ambitions to invade the great merchants. As for that wretched Night Queen, when she eventually bears offspring, it will surely take a toll on her cultivation. It is no wonder that the Scorpion Kingdom is willing to negotiate a truce with the great merchants. They likely wish to wait for her recovery to nurture her spiritual egg. Father, you do not hold it against me? Xiang Chen was somewhat taken aback, having anticipated that his father would reprimand him. What fault do you have? You have done nothing wrong. Besides, if the sky were to fall, your father would bear the brunt of it. However, having committed these two acts, I fear that the Scorpion Kingdom will not let this pass lightly. Now that they have seen your visage, it would be all too simple for them to ascertain your identity as my son. Perhaps they are already aware. It seems the recently signed ceasefire agreement is on the verge of upheaval. Undoubtedly, the Scorpion Kingdom will dispatch a delegation to Deshang to hold you accountable. Xiang Liang analyzed, taking a sip of wine and immediately deducing the adversary's next course of action. Xiang Chen responded solemnly. If the Scorpion Kingdom's delegation comes to seek retribution, I fear that the nature of the royal family will not spare me. It is highly likely they will hand me over. Indeed, Xiang Liang nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. However, by that time, it may not be within their power to dictate terms. The Night Princess possesses a fearsome reputation in the kingdom of Shang, notorious for the countless soldiers who have perished at her hands. Many harbor an intense hatred for her. Thus, we must devise a strategy before they make their move. Your insights are invaluable, father. You must contact your network of influences immediately tomorrow morning. Let us proceed with our plan. Xiang Liang and Xiang Chen discussed their countermeasures. After listening to his father, Xiang Chen was enlightened and couldn't help but admire him. When it came to political maneuvering and adaptability, he was no match for Xiang Liang. The following morning, Xiang Chen visited influential establishments such as Wanyao Pavilion, Tianxiang Winery, and the Gongsun family. Within merely half a day, news swiftly spread throughout Deshang and the martial world. What? Young Master Xiang. Xiang Chen has actually invaded the lair of the Night Princess of the Scorpion Kingdom and slain her offspring. Is it true? Absolutely true. The border city of the Scorpion Kingdom is currently issuing a warrant for young Master Xiang, preparing to apprehend him. It is said that young Master Xiang single-handedly ventured into the Scorpion's den and annihilated the Night Princess's 3 spiritual eggs, avenging countless border soldiers. Haha, splendidly executed. That demoness, the Night Princess, has claimed the lives of innumerable people from Deshang over the years. My cousin, who served in the military, fell victim to her. Now she shall taste the bitterness of losing loved ones. Young Master Xiang is truly formidable. This act has brought immense satisfaction. In no time, the tale of Xiang Chen's daring incursion into the Scorpion's lair and the annihilation of the Night Princess's progeny spread like wildfire among the populace of the royal city. With the backing of various factions, the news became common knowledge throughout the city within a day, transforming Xiang Chen into a legendary figure. Chapter 331. The White Tiger's 1,000 Guards. Since ancient times, humans and demons have never coexisted peacefully. The Scorpion Kingdom is a nation that venerates the scorpion as its totem. The first monarch of the scorpion lineage was, in fact, a scorpion spirit, who forged a pact with the Night Princess. With her assistance, he established the foundations of the Scorpion Kingdom. Under the auspices of the Scorpion royal family, the Scorpion demon beast became the kingdom's emblem and guardian spirit. The Night Princess holds significant prestige within the Scorpion Kingdom. However, her infamy in Deshang is well established, having caused the demise of numerous soldiers. She has a penchant for consuming human hearts, primarily sourced from captives of Deshang. Therefore, Xiang Chen's daring incursion into the Scorpion's lair and the destruction of her scorpion eggs render him a hero in the eyes of the people of Deshang. Whether by accident or intention, the Grand Merchant royal family was still a step behind in learning this news. As expected by Xiang Liang, on the following day, the Scorpion Kingdom dispatched a delegation to the Great Merchant, entering the Merchant King's city to meet with the monarch. Within the royal hall, the Merchant King Xiang Chen, Queen Lin, the Crown Prince Lin Ba, and a multitude of officials were present. At the center of the court stood a group adorned in robes bearing the Scorpion insignia, representing the emissaries of the Scorpion Kingdom. Leading them was a middle-aged man dressed in a blue long robe, whose demeanor exuded elegance, Yang Xiangyang, the Scorpion Kingdom's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Beside him was a man with a broken leg, supported by a cane, Tang Hui. Minister Xiangyang respectfully addressed the Merchant King, esteemed sovereign. The heir of the Jinyuan Prince's manor, Xiang Chen, has trespassed into our Scorpion Kingdom's sacred grotto, slaying our third prince and stealing our sacred egg. We implore you to bring the perpetrator to justice and provide our kingdom with an explanation. Otherwise, this matter may jeopardize the fragile peace recently restored between our nations. Upon hearing this, the Merchant King's expression darkened. He had just been informed of the situation before their arrival and felt a mix of shock and anger. The Merchant King replied, "Rest assured, Minister Xiangyang, we shall address this matter with the utmost seriousness and provide your nation with an explanation. Guards, apprehend Xiang Chen at once." "Yes." A military officer responded immediately. "Your Majesty, this is unwise." At that moment, Lord Xiahou stepped forward. He declared, "The veracity of this matter has yet to be ascertained. How can we arbitrarily arrest someone based solely on the word of the Scorpion Kingdom? Furthermore, the Night Princess has committed numerous atrocities, resulting in the deaths of many of our soldiers and citizens. Her child was slain by our people, which is merely poetic justice." Tang Hui retorted coldly, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. Xiang Chen of your great merchant's Xiang Wang manor committed the murder and trespassed into the Scorpion's domain. Is there any doubt? Bring him forth so we may confront him directly." At this juncture, the Duke of the Great Merchant, Lin Ba, also voiced his opinion. "After much effort, we have finally restored peace with the Scorpion Kingdom. Past grievances should be set aside. Xiang Chen's audacity to disrupt our nation's tranquility is a grave offense, Your Majesty. I propose we execute him without delay." Naturally, Lin Ba was eager to take advantage of the situation and cast Xiang Chen into the depths of despair. Lin Wangfei, Lin Jinlian, also stated, "The crimes committed by this individual are indeed unforgivable. Our Xiang Wang manor is willing to eliminate this disgrace." Lord Xiahou scoffed, retorting, "Lady Lin, is Xiang Chen not already disassociated from your Xiang Wang manor? What right do you have to cleanse him?" He then turned his gaze towards the representatives of the Scorpion Kingdom, sneering, "Your so-called peace is merely a temporary ruse. The Scorpion Kingdom harbors ulterior motives. Who knows what schemes you are concocting behind our backs after suddenly seeking peace with us? Lord Xiahou, are you attempting to provoke a resurgence of hostilities?" Minister Xiangyang inquired sharply. "If it comes to conflict, does the Xiahou manor fear you?" Lord Xiahou replied with a derisive grin, "Your Majesty, what is your stance on this matter?" Minister Xiangyang demanded, his countenance darkening as he turned to the Merchant King. With an expression of unwavering integrity, the Merchant King declared, "Peace is a hard-won treasure, and while Xiang Chen has indeed disrupted that peace and cannot be forgiven, we must first ascertain the truth of his actions before passing judgment. Your Majesty, we must not condemn Xiang Chen, for it would dishearten our valiant soldiers," Lord Xiahou implored, clasping his fists. "Is this my dominion or yours? Do you require my guidance on how to proceed?" The King of Shang bellowed. Upon hearing this, Prince Xiaohu's gaze darkened, and he tightened his clasped hands. Within the royal city's guard barracks, a battalion of over 1,000 soldiers surged forth towards the bustling market of Hongchenfang, heading in the direction of Fengshan Manor. Each of these individuals possessed formidable skills, being cultivators of the divine concealment realm at the grand celestial level or above. instantly drawing the attention of countless onlookers as they entered the marketplace. Soon, they reached the entrance of Fengshan Manor, where 4 white tiger guards stood sentinel. With an imposing demeanor, they declared, "Who dares approach? This is a private estate. Entry is forbidden." Wang Chong, one of the white tiger guards, barked out, "Step aside. The Imperial Guard is on duty. Who dares impede us?" A leader among them commanded, exuding the potent aura of the Yuan-Yang realm. In an instant, Wang Chong drew his blade and shouted, "Come quickly. Someone seeks to apprehend the young master." At that moment, the atmosphere within Fengshan Manor seemed to shift, as if preordained. 100 white tiger guards swiftly arrived, each unleashing a powerful aura of the innate realm, brandishing their weapons. Presently, the ranks of the white tiger guards included 300 formal members at the innate level, bolstered by the presence of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. Additionally, over 800 in the preparatory squad had undergone the transformation of demon blood, each individual formidable and rejuvenated. "Oh, is that not General Lin of the Imperial Guard?" A voice interrupted, as Sun Wu approached with a cold smirk, joined by Zhu Wei, Wang Tian, and Xiao Bai, all exuding the aura of Yuan-Yang realm experts. General Lin's expression darkened as he replied, "We have come under the king's directive to apprehend Xiang Chen and to hold him accountable. Do you dare to obstruct us? Inciting rebellion?" Wang Tian, masked and disdainful, retorted, "Even the emperor requires justification for apprehension. What crime has our young master committed? Speak clearly, or we shall not permit your entry. How dare you? Anyone who resists shall perish." General Lin thundered. "Ha ha, I fear you not. Brothers, assemble." Wang Tian laughed heartily, issuing the command. In that instant, from the streets of Hongqinfang, countless figures emerged from homes and alleys, numbering over 1,000, their imposing presence encircling the Imperial Guard. Each individual radiated a fierce, oppressive aura, none beneath the grand celestial level of the divine concealment realm, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed upon the guards. General Lin's countenance shifted. He had not anticipated such an extensive force from Fengshan Manor. "Our young master resides within. Gentlemen, feel free to attempt a forcible entry and see if you can survive to seize him," Wang Tian sneered, as he thrust his battle blade before the entrance, releasing the terrifying aura of a peak Yuan-Yang realm expert. Around him, the over 1,000 white tiger guards cast cold, disdainful looks at the Imperial Guard, their laughter echoing ominously. "To venture into Hongqinfang to seize our young master? Those with courage may act. Anyone who dares harm him shall face my wrath. Thank you for your indulgence, lowly enthusiasts, Jin Jun, and the unsealing of smiles." Chapter 332. The might of Xiang Chen. Although there was no transformation into a tiger, the fierce aura emanating from over 1,000 gathered individuals enveloped the red dust market. Above the market, a dense, formidable tiger essence coalesced into the image of a colossal tiger, roaring and rolling, exuding a terrifying presence. This is power, the might of 1,000 white tiger guards. A horrifying atmosphere loomed over the 1,000 elite guards, seasoned warriors who had faced the brutality of battle. In this moment, their faces turned pale, and a profound sense of dread arose within them, akin to a mortal's terror before a ferocious tiger, a fear that stemmed from the depths of their souls, a primal instinct. General Lin's countenance was ashen as he gazed incredulously at these individuals clad in plain clothes. How could the force they had conjured surpass that of the formal elite guards? Without the young master's command, anyone daring to step into the Wind Dust Manor shall be slain, Wang Tian declared, wielding a massive blade with a chilling authority. "Kill." The 1,000 white tiger guards echoed, their formidable tiger might reaching its zenith, causing some of the elite guards to tremble uncontrollably. How could this be? When did the Wind Dust Manor acquire such power? General Lin's heart raced in shock. Under this overwhelming presence, his men had completely succumbed to the oppressive atmosphere. Should combat erupt, defeat was inevitable. At the Wind Dust Manor, atop the loft, Xiang Liang surveyed the individuals emerging from the red dust market, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What a fierce band of warriors. In my decades of commanding troops, I have never witnessed such a formidable 1,000-man force, their collective might having reached a tangible form, rivaling that of a 10,000-strong army. If such a unit were to endure the trials of battle, they would undoubtedly become the kings of the military. Where did Chen recruit these tiger warriors? Xiang Liang was overjoyed at the sight of these individuals. If entrusted to his command, he was confident he could lead them to triumph against 100 foes. What an awe-inspiring aura. Who would have imagined that the otherwise ordinary guards of the Red Dust Market could gather together to manifest a presence that surpassed that of the elite guards? Indeed, the elite guards are among the finest troops of the Deshang. Within the Red Dust Market, countless patrons were equally astonished by this spectacle. Suddenly, from afar, thousands of soldiers charged forth. In the sky, a roar echoed as a figure riding a robust azure giant leopard descended, an imposing sight. Who dares to gather and cause trouble? A middle-aged man clad in golden armor, exuding an air of authority, bellowed from atop the azure leopard. The aura he released was overpowering, overwhelming all present, the surging energy unmistakably that of a formidable warrior beyond the Yuanyang realm, a Soul Moon realm expert. Commander of the elite guards, of royal blood, Yin Xiao, Red Dust Market, Wind Dust Manor, do you dare to rebel? As the azure leopard landed, he dismounted and approached the Wind Dust Manor, radiating a terrifying presence. The commander of the elite guards, Yin Xiao, Wang Tian, and the others regarded him with grim expressions. One of the few Soul Moon realm experts in Deshang, commanding 50,000 elite guards, Yin Xiao, Commander, General Lin, and the others exhaled in relief. As if they had seen a savior, promptly bowing in respect, Yin Xiao strode towards the Wind Dust Manor, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an imposing aura as he coldly proclaimed, "Step aside. By the decree of the king, I am to apprehend Xiang Chen for questioning at the royal palace. Those who dare obstruct me shall face execution without mercy." Wang Tian and the others remained silent, as did all the White Tiger guards. Yet not a single person retreated a step. Furrowing his brow, Yin Xiao gestured with a swift motion. At that moment, thousands of imperial guards arrived. Countless archers drawing their exquisite crossbows, aimed at the people of the Red Dust Market, targeting the Wind Dust Manor. "Stand aside, or face execution without mercy," Yin Xiao commanded with a chilling tone. Yet, none among the crowd moved. As his expression darkened and he prepared to give orders, the gate of the courtyard suddenly swung open, and a detached voice echoed. "There is no need for such theatrics to invite Xiang Chen to the royal palace for a conversation. Everyone, please step aside." A youth clad in a white robe, with snow-white hair tied up, emerged gracefully, his exquisite and handsome visage accompanied by a striking red-haired boy and a maid. At this moment, the White Tiger guards finally parted to create a path, bowing in respect. "Young master," they collectively exclaimed with profound reverence. In the face of the imperial guards, these men exhibited no fear, yet at this moment, they displayed a deep respect and awe towards the seemingly youthful boy, their sentiments genuine. That was Xiang Chen. How remarkably handsome he had become. So dashing. Xiang Chen is utterly captivating. In the Red Dust Market, countless guests gazed upon the most legendary youth in the realm, their eyes sparkling with admiration. To describe a young man as stunning was an understatement. Clad in white, with snow-white hair and an enchanting countenance, he emanated an ethereal quality, untouched by the mundane. His gaze was profound, reminiscent of a celestial moon in the heavens. And amidst the throngs of admirers and their deference, he possessed an aura that was both commanding and enigmatic. "Xiang Chen, if you wish, I would wait another decade for you. Such a handsome man. How could I have been unaware of Xiang Chen's striking appearance before?" Countless noble ladies and young women visiting the Red Dust Market felt their hearts race at the sight of this youth, who appeared scarcely older than 15. Yin Xiao, too, regarded Xiang Chen with astonishment, noticing the subtle yet significant transformation in his features. Though the contours of his face remained recognizable, they had become markedly more refined. And his aura was transcendent. Having encountered Xiang Chen at the spring hunt, he acknowledged the considerable change. As Xiang Chen approached amidst the gazes of many, he wore an indifferent expression and lightly remarked, "Is this not the esteemed General Yin Xiao? What an honor to have you personally seek me out." Yin Xiao scoffed, replying, "Xiang Chen, your current stature is indeed formidable. If I had not come, would my men have been unable to summon you? With so many gathered here defying orders, do you intend to rebel?" Xiang Chen maintained his composure, smiling, "Your words are exaggerated, my lord. They are merely ordinary guards of the Red Dust Market, tasked with my protection as I honor their service. How could they dare to rebel?" Yin Xiao snorted disdainfully, glancing at those surrounding him, and coldly remarked, "The aura of these individuals hardly resembles that of mere guards." Xiang Chen refrained from responding to the inquiry, pondering, "What could the king possibly want from me? Are you not aware of your own actions? Spare me your idle chatter and accompany my men to the royal court," commanded Yin Xiao with an air of authority. Xiang Chen maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "Since it is the king's decree and you, Lord Yin, have come personally to summon me, I shall comply and go." "How perceptive of you." "Seize him." Yin Xiao sneered. 2 men advanced, intending to restrain Xiang Chen with handcuffs. "Impudent," Xiang Chen thundered, a formidable aura emanating from him that caused the 2 soldiers to step back in fear. "I am no criminal, nor am I guilty. You 2 are not qualified to bind me," Xiang Chen declared coldly. The 2 halted, deterred by the fierce expressions of those behind Xiang Chen. Casting anxious glances towards Yin Xiao, Yin Xiao unleashed a powerful aura that enveloped Xiang Chen, coldly stating, "The king has commanded your arrest. Do you dare defy?" Xiang Chen replied indifferently, "Even the king must act in accordance with the law. I am not a criminal. What grounds do you have to restrain me? How dare you?" Yin Xiao bellowed, "This realm belongs to the king. His word is law. Bind him, and anyone who dares intervene shall face my wrath." Emboldened, the 2 soldiers surged forward. However, at that moment, from within the wind-dust manor, a wave of potent spiritual energy surged forth, crashing into the minds of the 2 soldiers. "Ah!" They screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from their orifices. An astonishing force of spiritual power erupted from the manor, sending shockwaves through all present. The soldiers turned pale, retreating in disarray. Yin Zhao's expression shifted as he too felt the oppressive weight of the energy, glancing in horror towards the manor. Could there be a being within stronger than his own initial realm? Xiang Chen, with an air of indifference, stated, "There is no need to restrain me. I shall go willingly." As he spoke, Xiang Chen stepped forward, the soldiers instinctively clearing a path for him. "My lord, should we still bind him?" General Lin inquired. Yin Xiao cast a lingering gaze towards the interior of the manor before retracting his focus to Xiang Chen, stating, "Let us escort him away as he is." The earlier display of spiritual pressure was evidently far superior to his own, a clear warning from an unknown entity. Yin Xiao, wary of provoking the unseen power, chose to show deference. Rumors had circulated about Xiang Chen's close ties with the master of the 10,000 medicines, a figure of profound mystery and strength, likely the source of that formidable warning. With such thoughts in mind, he dared not disregard the implications. As Xiang Chen was escorted away, a throng of spectators from the wind-dust manor trailed behind the soldiers, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Come, let us witness the spectacle," urged many patrons of the red dust market, following in a grand procession. Countless pedestrians and residents gazed in astonishment, murmuring amongst themselves. Yin Xiao rode ahead on a majestic azure leopard, exuding an imposing presence, while Xiang Chen was encircled by the soldiers. At that moment, from across the street, a large group of riders on dragon steeds thundered toward them, numbering around 200, all possessing innate strength. "Who goes there?" "Halt!" the soldiers commanded. "He, the Gongsun clan, Gongsun Yu, has come to assist the Imperial Guard in escorting Xiang Chen," a middle-aged man at the forefront said with a grin. Beside him stood several elders of the Gongsun family and Gongsun Xingtian. "Step aside and show respect. This is Master Gongsun," Yin Xiao commanded, narrowing his eyes at the newcomers. Gongsun Yu and the prodigious first-class craftsman Gongsun Shangtian. These 2 are indeed prominent figures among the great merchants' craftsmen, wielding significant influence and extraordinary status, capable of forging national treasures. "Master Gongsun Yu, young Master Gongsun Shangtian, what brings you both here?" Yin Xiao inquired with a faint smile. Gongsun Shangtian replied with a chuckle. "We heard that Xiang Chen is to be escorted to the royal palace. Our Gongsun family feared that the Imperial Guard might lack sufficient manpower, so we came to lend a hand." Yin Xiao maintained his smile while inwardly cursing, "I find that hard to believe. Who in the great merchants does not know that you and Xiang Chen are sworn brothers? Those who have come, join the escort team and assist the Imperial Guard in watching over Xiang Chen," Gongsun Yu commanded without waiting for consent. "Yes." The Gongsun family members immediately rushed forward to join the ranks, surrounding Xiang Chen while casting watchful, predatory glances at the Imperial Guard. Gongsun Xingtian approached with a smile. "Brother, do not blame me for turning against kin to escort you." Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile, "Such is the law." Yin Zhao's expression darkened as he was about to speak when suddenly, a clamor arose. From several streets, a multitude of forces converged. On the left street, the Tianxiang Winery, led by Lu Qing, has come to assist the Imperial Guard in escorting Xiang Chen. Hundreds of innate experts and over 1,000 true martial cultivators rushed in, with Lu Qing laughing heartily as he led the way. On the right street, the Wanyao Pavilion has come to aid the Imperial Guard in escorting Xiang Chen. Led by a woman, over 500 innate experts and more than 3,000 true martial cultivators arrived. With the Gongsun clan's forces, the number of innate experts gathered exceeded 1,000, with over 4,000 true martial cultivators. Lu, head of the winery, and Qing Feng, manager, what is the meaning of this? Yin Xiao asked, his expression darkening as he regarded the two leading such a formidable contingent. Haha, Commander Yin, we are merely worried that your Imperial Guard might be understaffed. Lu Qing replied with a grin. As fellow citizens of the great merchants, it is our duty to lend a hand in escorting Xiang Chen. With a wave of his hand, a large contingent from Tianxiang Winery joined the ranks, surrounding Xiang Chen, their gazes coldly fixed on the Imperial Guard. Indeed, as fellow citizens of the great merchants, we are duty-bound to obey the king's decree, Manager Qing Feng said with a smile. With a wave of her hand, thousands surged forward, completely encircling the Imperial Guard, filling the entire street. Thousands of Xiang Chen's supporters enveloped the Imperial Guard, under the pretense of escorting Xiang Chen and assisting the Imperial Guard. However, the guards felt a sense of panic. It was clear they were being escorted, not the other way around, as they faced the piercing glares of the crowd. Hee, you truly are patriots loyal to the king, Yin Xiao remarked, his face pale with anger. Indeed, I love the great merchants and am loyal to the king. Lu Qing, with a cheerful demeanor, shouted slogans before striding directly to Xiang Chen's side. With a serious expression, he remarked, Xiang Chen, we shall escort you together and inquire whether you feel moved. Xiang Chen raised both hands and chuckled. I dare not move. I dare not move. I am truly frightened. Ha ha ha. Come, let us proceed. Qing Feng commanded. Suddenly, thousands drew their blades, causing the Imperial Guard to shudder, their hearts heavy with bitterness. Were they escorting Xiang Chen or themselves? Thus, the Imperial Guard escorted Xiang Chen, while thousands of his adept followers accompanied the Imperial Guard, creating an oddly humorous, yet formidable procession towards the royal palace. This spectacle quickly spread throughout the capital, drawing countless spectators to the streets and alleys. Observing Xiang Chen at the center of the crowd, one could hardly perceive the embarrassment of being escorted. Rather, he was surrounded by thousands, exuding an impressive aura that overshadowed the Imperial Guard, who followed behind in a subdued manner. Was it truly Xiang Chen being escorted? Why did it feel as though the Imperial Guard was the one under escort? Hush, brother, do not speak such blatant truths. What if the Imperial Guard hears and feels distressed? Let us spare them some dignity. Those in the crowd who overheard such remarks felt an acute sense of embarrassment on behalf of the Imperial Guard. Chapter 334. Xiang Chen attends court. Meanwhile, the commotion was closely monitored by the agents of the Merchant King. The situation was swiftly relayed to the Merchant King. What were the Gongsun clan, Tianxiang Winery, and Wanyao Pavilion attempting? Were they conspiring to rebel by so fiercely protecting Xiang Chen? The Merchant King's expression darkened. These factions held substantial power within the great merchant. Wanyao Pavilion had influence throughout the 9 provinces, while Tianxiang Winery was a leader in the brewing industry. As for the Gongsun clan, they were the foremost suppliers in the weapon manufacturing sector. A eunuch beside him chuckled wryly. These individuals are masquerading as escorts for Xiang Chen, ostensibly aiding the Imperial Guard. However, the entanglement of interests is too deep. Currently, Lord Yin Xiao can only turn a blind eye. The Merchant King's countenance grew grimmer. To escort Xiang Chen is indeed a masterful ruse. He cannot be allowed to remain. Otherwise, he shall inevitably threaten our royal standing. In the streets, Xiang Chen was being escorted with great fervor, as countless spectators began to speculate. What was transpiring? Why was young Master Xiang being taken to the royal palace? Brother, do you not know? This matter has been circulating since yesterday. It is said that young Master Xiang ventured alone into the den of danger, infiltrating the Scorpion Kingdom's lair. Are you aware of the Scorpion lair? It is the abode of the Scorpion witch, Yi Fei, who has slain countless citizens of our land. Young Master Xiang single-handedly breached the lair and destroyed the scorpion egg she bore. Now, the Scorpion Kingdom's envoy is pressuring our court to surrender him, one observer remarked, demonstrating a wealth of knowledge, as he was indeed from the bustling marketplace. How outrageous! The scorpion which has devoured countless of our people, young Master Xiang's actions in slaying her progeny, are commendable. Otherwise, if they were to hatch, they would pose a dire threat to our great merchant. Indeed, young Master Xiang has done well. You are a hero of the great merchant, and we shall surely protect you. In the bustling streets, a throng of individuals has been stirred, vocally rallying in support of Xiang Chen. With a clasped fist, Xiang Chen expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your profound sense of justice. As you are aware, the Scorpion Kingdom is currently at a ceasefire with us. Yet this is merely a guise as they await the restoration of their strength. The Scorpion Kingdom harbors ulterior motives and will inevitably attempt to invade our great Xiang again. Xiang Chen, despite having infiltrated the Scorpion's lair and vanquished the offspring of the Night Empress, now finds himself facing retribution from the Scorpion Kingdom. Nevertheless, he harbors no regrets. If given the chance, I would act the same way again, for should that demonist progeny hatch and flourish, how many of our citizens would they endanger in the future? Well said, young Master Xiang. We stand with you, proclaimed the crowd. Great Xiang's heroes, we shall undoubtedly protect you, young Master Xiang. The Scorpion Kingdom's envoy should vacate our great Xiang. Well done, young Master. The Night Empress is a scourge. My brother fell at her hands on the battlefield, and her offspring deserve their fate. Xiang Chen's eloquent declaration, imbued with righteousness, resonated with the masses, igniting fervent support among those with valor. We support young Master Xiang. The multitude rallied, their hearts united behind him. Xiang Chen, secretly amused, mused that those who win the hearts of the people shall seize the realm. Public sentiment is indeed the tide of destiny. King Xiang, I eagerly await your judgment upon me. At last, under the escort of the imperial guards, Xiang Chen entered the royal palace, while members of the Wan Medicine Pavilion and other factions paused at the city gates, refraining from entering. For to do so would be tantamount to rebellion. Within the royal hall, a gathering discussed Xiang Chen's situation. Envoy Xiang Yang and Tang Hui maintained a resolute stance, demanding the apprehension of the perpetrator. Xiang Chen has arrived, came a call from outside the hall. As all eyes turned to the entrance, a striking young man clad in white, with flowing silver hair tied back, stepped into the chamber. Tang Hui glared at Xiang Chen, seething with resentment, and whispered to Envoy Xiang Yang, Indeed, it is this wretch. Before the scrutinizing gaze of the court officials, Xiang Chen entered with an air of composure, unhurried, directing his gaze toward the seated King Xiang. A chilling glint of murderous intent lay buried deep within Xiang Chen's eyes. The king's expression remained serene, yet his gaze was as frigid as a still pond, concealing a latent menace. Upon reaching the center of the hall, Xiang Chen bowed respectfully, declaring, Xiang Chen pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the king. You've finally arrived, you impudent wretch. Tang Hui spat coldly. Xiang Chen straightened, meeting Tang Hui's glare with indifference. Ah, it is this elder. I see you have survived. How have you fared in these past few days? You insolent brat. Do you dare to confess? Tang Hui's face darkened with fury. Silence, commanded the eunuch sharply. The hall fell silent as all eyes converged on King Xiang. Calmly, the king inquired, Xiang Chen, do you acknowledge your crimes? With feigned astonishment, Xiang Chen replied, Your Majesty, what crimes can I possibly be accused of? Humph. The king sneered. The envoy from the Scorpion Kingdom reports that you trespassed into the abyssal cavern, murdered the Scorpion Kingdom's third prince, Yang Yun, and stole the Scorpion's spirit egg. Is this true? Xiang Chen remarked. Indeed, I recently practiced in the poisonous cave. Yet I remain oblivious to the identity of the third prince and the significance of the Scorpion spirit egg. The young man continued, You merely need to acknowledge it. Those individuals you encountered in Scorpion Valley, the ones who ultimately confronted you, were none other than our third prince of the Scorpion Kingdom. You have slain our prince. What punishment do you deserve? Tang Hui bellowed. Xiang Chen turned his gaze towards Tang Hui, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. Old fool, who are you? I, Xiang Chen, have taken many lives. How could I possibly know who your so-called third prince is? Furthermore, he is a prince of your Scorpion Kingdom, which has perpetually been at odds with our great Xiang. Even if I did slay him, what crime is there? Xiang Chen, Lin Jinlian interjected sharply. Now that great Xiang and the Scorpion Kingdom have ceased hostilities and established amicable relations, your act of murdering a prince from a friendly nation disrupts the peace. Is this not a crime? Indeed, Xiang Chen, peace is hard-won, and your actions are a disgrace to our great Xiang, Lin Ba coldly asserted. What punishment do you deserve? Xiang Chen. The ministers accusing him clamored in outrage. Xiang Chen remained composed, responding, Peace? How laughable that you speak of peace when the Scorpion Kingdom has taken so many lives from great Xiang. How many of you have seen the front lines? How many know the sacrifices our soldiers make to protect the homeland? Do you think you have the right to shout for peace? As long as the Scorpion Kingdom exists, Great Xiang will never know peace. His words dripped with scorn as he turned to the king, saying, Your Majesty, I am uncertain if I have slain any third prince. What I do know is that while I was in the poisonous cave, I was besieged by a group attempting to rob me of my spoils. And yes, that individual is among them. He pointed at Tang Hui. In the end, more than 10 of them could not overpower me alone. They were instead vanquished by my hand. Is this not merely a common affair in the realm of martial arts? If one lacks the strength to defend their possessions and is killed for it, how can they blame me? It seems your Scorpion Kingdom is not only cunning, but has also lost all semblance of dignity. Are you not a nation? What of your pride as martial artists? Has it been devoured by dogs? Chapter 335, 20 Years of Restraint. Well said. Indeed. To rob another and be countered is a normal affair in the martial world. Should we say that because the thief is a prince, our sons of Great Xiang should be bullied? Lord Xiahou laughed heartily. Indeed, Master Xiang speaks wisely. To be countered after such actions and still demand retribution, where is your face? Is not the Scorpion Kingdom founded on martial prowess? What has become of your dignity as warriors? Indeed, Master Xiang is blameless. To rob another and be countered, especially when outnumbered, such disgrace, if it occurred in my household, I would be too embarrassed to mention it. TSK. The Scorpion Kingdom claims to be a nation of martial strength. The martial generals aligned with Lord Xiahou and those from the Scorpion Kingdom, who were often at odds, also chimed in, mocking and supporting Xiang Chen. Your Majesty, Xiang Chen's actions have elevated the prestige of our Great Xiang. Not only is he innocent, but he has also performed a service. Please, Your Majesty, take heed. Lord Xiahou clasped his fists. Please, Your Majesty, take heed, many generals echoed. The king's expression remained impassive as he regarded Xiang Chen, casting a glance at Lin Ba and the others. Lin Ba, understanding the gravity of the situation, spoke. In the past, such actions by Xiang Chen would have been inconsequential. However, in these extraordinary times, with the kingdom of Scorpion and the great merchant having established a truce and friendship, Xiang Chen's actions represent a breach of peace. Should war reignite, how many valiant soldiers would perish on the battlefield? This is a grievous sin. Indeed, those who disrupt peace deserve punishment. May the king take heed. Lin Lian echoed. Your Majesty, let justice be served against Xiang Chen. Members of the Lin faction joined in, and many moderate scholars also voiced their condemnation of Xiang Chen. The court immediately split into two factions, one supporting Xiang Chen's innocence, and the other demanding his punishment. Tang Hui coldly declared, Xiang Chen, you have trespassed upon the residence of our Night Queen and must return the spirit eggs you pilfered. Xiang Chen retorted with a sneer. I have already cooked and consumed those spirit eggs. If you desire them, you shall find none. You have devoured the progeny of our sacred beasts. Ambassador Xiangyang fumed. Bowing to the king of the merchants, he implored, Your Majesty, cherish the peace and bring Xiang Chen to justice. Hand this fiend over to us for appropriate retribution. Xiang Chen turned to the king of the merchants and remarked, Your Majesty, punishing me may seem trivial. Yet does such a punishment not imply that our great merchant warriors are inferior to the Scorpions? This would be detrimental to our national fortune and the hearts of our people. The king of the merchants surveyed the bickering crowd and then proclaimed indifferently, Silence. At his command, the court fell silent. The king then turned to the Queen Lin beside him and inquired, What is your perspective, Queen? The queen's enchanting gaze shifted towards Xiang Chen, capturing the attention of all present. She spoke, We are currently in a time of peace, one that is hard-won and must not be jeopardized. Furthermore, Xiang Chen intruded upon Scorpion territory, engaged in conflict, killed, and stole spirit eggs. We are indeed at fault initially. However, Xiang Chen's actions stemmed from a place of desperation. Thus, while he is guilty, his sin should not warrant death. I propose he be imprisoned for 20 years to reflect upon his actions. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of Lord Xiahou and others shifted slightly. 20 years in a dungeon would effectively ruin Xiang Chen's life. Lin Ba immediately exclaimed, The queen's wisdom shines through. Her suggestion not only underscores our commitment to peace, but also spares Xiang Chen's life. Truly, she is the embodiment of maternal virtue. Many officials echoed the queen's rationale. Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy as he regarded the queen. 20 years in a dungeon? He would emerge a shell of his former self, his life irrevocably shattered. Perhaps it would be more merciful to execute him. If that is the case, We are in agreement. In any case, Xiang Chen must face punishment. Ambassador Xiang Yang insisted. His eyes cold as steel. Your Majesty, if Xiang Chen is treated thus, how many hearts of those valiant soldiers shedding blood on the borders would be left cold? Lord Xiaohou hastily interjected. The king of the merchants affirmed, the queen's suggestion is the most prudent. Xiang Chen has disrupted peace during a time of tranquility and must face consequences. With his words, the king effectively sealed Xiang Chen's fate. Guards, take Xiang Chen away and imprison him for 20 years. The queen commanded. In an instant, a group of palace guards surged forward to apprehend Xiang Chen. The king is wise. Lin Ba respectfully addressed Xiang Chen, inwardly scoffing. Ah, Xiang Chen, your future is utterly doomed. Prince Xiaohou's expression darkened, yet he refrained from openly challenging the sovereign's authority within the palace. 2 palace guards, both formidable warriors at the first level of the Yuanyang realm, advanced to restrain Xiang Chen. You're finished, little beast, Lin Lian whispered mockingly, her gaze fixed on Xiang Chen. Bound and subdued, Xiang Chen maintained a calm facade, stating, it is both tragic and lamentable that in the endeavor to confront me, a single man, a dignified nation chooses to forsake its honor and valor before others. Ha ha. Were I granted another chance, I would still slay your Scorpion Prince, and the Scorpion Kingdom would be nothing more than that. The merchants and military leaders present felt a deep sense of indignation upon hearing this. The emissary Xiang Yang sneered as he approached Xiang Chen, murmuring, fool. How can a solitary individual contend with an entire nation? Once you are imprisoned in the dungeons, we will relentlessly pressure the merchant king to dispose of you. In response, Xiang Chen spat directly onto Xiang Yang's face, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied, even if I am cast into the dungeons, you shall not prevail against me. Xiang Yang wiped his cheek and, in retaliation, struck Xiang Chen, causing blood to trickle from his lips. I shall remember this slap. Xiang Chen glared frostily at the emissary. Seize him and take him away. Lin Ba commanded. Xiang Chen was taken away to the dungeons. Yet cries of Xiang Chen is innocent. A national hero, Xiang Chen is innocent, erupted from the throngs gathered outside the palace. The streets were filled with no less than 300,000 to 400,000 citizens, all vociferously proclaiming his innocence. The sheer volume of their collective voices was formidable. The Scorpion Kingdom has wronged our great Xiang. After years of conflict, we are sworn enemies. Young Master Xiang has vanquished the Scorpion Prince and annihilated the demonic brood. He is a hero, and he is innocent. Led by Qi Shui and others, various factions within the Wan Yao Pavilion secretly incited the masses, who surged toward the palace gates. Step back. What are you doing, inciting rebellion? The imperial guards shouted in fury, trying to hold the line. However, the sheer number of people overwhelmed them. Quickly, inform the king. The guard general bellowed, realizing that if this continued, the palace doors would soon be breached. There was no need for a report. The commotion had already drawn the attention of all in the court, who rushed to the viewing platform. They beheld a sea of humanity surrounding the palace, all chanting Xiang Chen is innocent. The atmosphere was electric with fervor. In that moment, Lin Ba and the others were rendered speechless. Chapter 336. An untroubled withdrawal merchant king and Lin Ho exchanged solemn glances upon witnessing this scene. How could news have spread so swiftly among the populace, gathering such a multitude in just a few days? Xiang Chen is innocent. A national hero. The thunderous cries reverberated, reflecting the populace's vehement opposition to the Scorpion Kingdom. This was a culmination of long-standing animosities from years of warfare between the two nations. And with various factions covertly fanning the flames, such a powerful outcry emerged almost instantaneously. Your Majesty, this is the will of the people. The sentiments of the populace cannot be disregarded. I beseech you to release Xiang Chen and declare him innocent, Prince Xiaohou implored earnestly. Ambassador Xiang Yang's expression shifted slightly as he implored, I beseech your Majesty to consider the greater good and impose severe punishment on Xiang Chen. The king glanced at the troubled faces of Lin Ho and others, who were all looking towards him for guidance. The king's gaze darkened as it fell upon the apprehended Xiang Chen. Could it be that he had foreseen this outcome, prepared in advance, and incited public sentiment to oppose him? This young man was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. In this moment, the king truly recognized Xiang Chen's significance. His influence within the realm was becoming undeniable. At that moment, a voice from below announced, Your Majesty, Lord Wu Ling from the Academy of Huangzhou seeks an audience. Several figures swiftly approached, Among them were Wu Ling from the West Huang Academy and 2 other formidable practitioners of the Yuanyang realm, with Xiahou Wu following closely behind. "Please, allow them in," the king urged hastily. As they passed by Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu gave a reassuring gesture, saying, "Don't worry, my friend." Xiang Chen responded with a faint smile and a nod. Wu Ling approached, clasping his hands in salute. "Your Majesty." "What brings you here, Lord Wu?" the king inquired with a smile. "I come on behalf of Xiang Chen," Wu Ling replied. The king's brow furrowed. "Oh? What business of Xiang Chen's could warrant your presence?" "Esteemed elder?" Wu Ling smiled. "Xiang Chen is to be enrolled as a student at our academy. I implore your Majesty to pardon him. Should there be any punishment, may it be deferred until after he completes his studies." Hearing this, Lin Ba and the others' expressions darkened. Complete his studies? The Academy of Huangzhou had a 6-year term for the outer court and a 10-year term for the inner court. If Xiang Chen were to finish his studies, it would take an inordinate amount of time. The king was taken aback that the Academy of Huangzhou would intercede on Xiang Chen's behalf. He glanced at Xiahou Wu beside Wu Ling, wondering if this was all due to him. Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen shared a bond akin to brothers, a fact he had heard whispers of. The king regarded the fervent cries of the people outside, and then turned his gaze back to Xiang Chen, a cold light flickering within his eyes. It seemed that condemning Xiang Chen was no longer a feasible option. He would have to yield. "Since you have come to plead on his behalf, I shall grant the Academy of Huangzhou this courtesy. Xiang Chen may be released. However, the great Xiang shall no longer subsidize his tuition at the academy, nor shall he receive rewards from the spring hunt. He will not be granted any allowances prior to his enrollment at the academy. Due to the spring hunt, Xiang Chen had been assured a scholarship and a reward of profound martial arts training. The tuition at the Academy of Huangzhou was no trifling matter, being charged in spiritual stones, amounting to 1,000 spiritual stones per year. To put this into perspective, one standardized low-grade spiritual stone was equivalent to 100 gold coins. Thus, the annual tuition would total 100,000 gold coins. Such a fee was beyond the means of ordinary families or factions, who could scarcely afford to send a few individuals. Xiang Chen immediately responded, "I am grateful for your Majesty's leniency. This is indeed a punishment I accept wholeheartedly." Money? He was not lacking in his own funds for tuition. "Thank you, your Majesty," Wu Ling smiled, casting a glance at Xiahou Wu. It was also due to Xiahou Wu's insistence that he had come to intercede. Had he not, Xiahou Wu might have chosen to enter another academy, a matter that had already garnered significant attention from the academy. If Xiahou Wu had slipped away and sought refuge in another academy, the elders of the Western Wilderness Academy would not have spared him. "What are you still dawdling for? Release him." Xiahou Wu commanded the 2 guards restraining Xiang Chen. They promptly let him go. Xiang Chen stretched his limbs, casting a glance at Lin Ba, Lin Lian, and the representatives of the Scorpion Kingdom, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his lips. "Damn it, that little wretch has escaped yet again." Lin Lian's face turned ashen, her jade fist clenched tightly. "Do not fret. Once he departs from the Great Xiang, there will be ample opportunities for him to meet his demise," Lin Ba whispered reassuringly. The little scoundrel Tang Hui glared at Xiang Chen with palpable resentment, as if he yearned to bite him. The envoy Xiang Yang also sighed inwardly. It seemed they had exhausted their means of dealing with Xiang Chen. Let today's events conclude here. Disperse, Xiang Chen, send the outsiders away. The King of Commerce said in a detached tone, revealing no trace of emotion. Understood. Xiang Chen clasped his fists respectfully and then addressed the elders, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you all for your just defense of me. I shall remember this kindness." "Haha, young Master Xiang, we are all martial generals, and we greatly admire your courage in penetrating the Scorpion's lair to eradicate the demon eggs." "Indeed, young Master Xiang, there is no need for formality. We are all comrades of the same country," the martial generals chuckled. Xiahou Wang nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. "Thank you, Senior Wu Ling, for advocating on my behalf." Xiang Chen expressed his gratitude. Wu Ling replied, "We shall depart in 4 days, so ensure you prepare your tuition fee to present to me." Naturally, Xiang Chen nodded. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xiahou Wu, who immediately followed him out. "Dog, why didn't you call me to join you in the Scorpion Kingdom? That's rather inconsiderate." Xiahou Wu walked alongside Xiang Chen, towering over him by 3 heads. In contrast, Xiang Chen felt like a mere child. "I was there to train. Do you truly think I want to slay demons?" Xiang Chen retorted with irritation. "It was all an accident. How was I to know I would encounter a prince of the Scorpion Kingdom?" Nevertheless, Congratulations on your breakthrough into the innate realm. However, you seem to be getting shorter. Looking almost delicate like a lady, while I've grown taller after my own breakthrough into the innate realm. Xiao Wu teased. Get lost. Quality over quantity, you know nothing. Do you think I desired this? It's all due to the nature of the cultivation technique. Your height obstructs your view. Originally, he stood at 185 meters. But after his breakthrough to rejuvenation, he shrank to merely 165 meters. Xiang Chen felt dejected at the remark and kicked Xiao Wu on the calf playfully. Upon exiting the palace, they were greeted by a throng of onlookers. Young master. Upon seeing Xiang Chen emerge unscathed, Qi Shui Wang Tian and others beamed with joy and hurried toward him. Xiang Chen has returned. Xiang Chen, the youthful hero. Xiang Chen, you are the best. Our Chen fan support group will always stand by you. Please sign an autograph for us. As soon as Xiang Chen appeared, the crowd erupted in cheers, with many young girls rushing forward, pushing aside Qi Shui and others to engulf Xiang Chen. Announcement: a lifelong commitment that must be witnessed in author's confession of devotion in response to the national call, having been confined at home for 7 or 8 days. The night has deepened, and sleep eludes me. As an author, I believe my greatest prowess lies in my writing and the modest yet devoted readership I have cultivated. Having immersed myself in countless tomes and possessing a passion for history, I gaze back across 5 millennia of our civilization. This nation has endured innumerable trials, yet continues to stand resilient in the modern world, a formidable presence among global powers. Why is this so? Today, our beloved motherland is ailing, and our brethren in Wuhan are suffering. I feel compelled to articulate something that may aid them. This was intended to be a mere announcement. Yet to capture your attention, I have opted to present it in chapters. To echo the words of a historical blogger I admire, what spirit is indelibly etched in the very essence of our people. In Western mythology, fire is a divine gift, a treasure stolen by Prometheus. In the mythology of our homeland, however, fire is born from the relentless perseverance of our ancestors who mastered the art of friction. This is what distinguishes the Chinese from any other nation. In Western tales, floods ravaged the earth, prompting people to seek refuge in Noah's Arkansas. Yet in our legends, when faced with deluge, we do not rely on an ark. It is the great Yu who tamed the waters, passing by his home thrice without entering. While countless ancestors faced mountains and rivers, resolutely persevering in their endeavors. Setting aside the historical narratives, the crux of our mythology can be distilled into 2 words: resistance. If a mountain stands before you, will you choose to relocate or tunnel through? Our ancestors chose to move the mountain. Reflecting on the history of our civilization, we find this same essence of resistance. Our people are rich in myth and legend. In ancient times, despite losing his head, the valiant Xiang Chen did not abandon his warrior spirit, using his breast as an eye and his navel as a mouth, battling until the very end. We do not mock his recklessness. Instead, we celebrate his indomitable fighting spirit. When Jingwei was submerged by the sea, did she yield? No, she transformed into a bird, with her delicate form carrying stones to fill the ocean. We do not deride her audacity. Rather, we venerate her defiance against the heavens. Our nation has traversed the epochs of Xia, Shang, Zhou, the spring and autumn period, the warring states, Qin, Han, the 5 dynasties, and the 10 kingdoms, through Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing, enduring to this day. Our forebears have bequeathed us an unyielding national faith, a belief in heroism, and a devotion to our homeland. Some may posit that our people lack a concrete belief system, that we do not venerate deities. Indeed, we may not worship divine beings. Yet we hold our ancestors in reverence, believing in the enduring spirit they have passed down through millennia, an unwavering will. In the face of invasion, this nation has never succumbed. The 8-nation alliance did not break our spirit, nor did the brutal 8-year war against foreign aggressors. Even the threats of imperialistic nuclear power have not quelled our resolve. The floods of '98 did not subdue us, nor did the SARS outbreak in '03, and the snow disaster and earthquake in '08 failed to diminish our spirit. How then could this mere virus bring a nation with a 5,000-year legacy of spiritual endurance and profound national belief to its knees? It is simply inconceivable. Today, our beloved motherland is afflicted, Wuhan is suffering, witnessing countless brave souls, numerous medical personnel rushing to the front lines, and many enterprises and compatriots offering their strength, both in labor and finance, brings tears to my eyes. The guidance of our party and the unity of our nation instill in me the belief that we shall endure this hardship just as we have overcome countless challenges in the past. As an author, though my resources and abilities are limited, I can only contribute what I can to assist the country I hold dear, lending my strength to our nation. This malignant virus strikes with ferocity, and I urge my readers and brothers not to underestimate it. Apart from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, the entire country has activated a Level 1 major response. What does this mean? It signifies the highest level of preparedness in the face of war and disaster. And this time, it encompasses the entire nation. In previous instances of major earthquakes and SARS, a Level 1 major response was not initiated. The threat posed by this virus is far greater than we can imagine, so let us not indulge in a false sense of invulnerability, thinking ourselves immune to its effects. Staying at home is a contribution to society and a way to cherish life. During this critical period, as advised by virus experts, we must remain indoors. This is our time to contribute to the nation, which I call lying down to win. With those remarkable heroes on the front lines, we can triumph even from our homes. I firmly believe that the medical professionals and experts in the front line will help our nation overcome this virus. Therefore, we must maintain vigilance and awareness without succumbing to excessive panic. I also hope that after this virus has passed, I will see none of you causing a ruckus in my review section, leaving comments, and calling me by my pen name. In the coming days, as we are in the peak of the outbreak, promise me that until this battle is over, you will minimize outings, wear masks when you must go out, wash your hands diligently, and spend time at home reading and studying. Cherishing oneself is akin to cherishing one as parents, and we should strive to avoid adding to the nation's troubles. If boredom strikes, revisit my works, ascend to the pinnacle and supreme azura, from beginning to end. This is free, without charge. After this battle concludes, I hope none of my brothers are lost. When this battle is over, let October bring you the strongest surge of updates in my writing history. I salute all frontline medical personnel and researchers, as well as everyone contributing to this fight for our homeland. I wholeheartedly believe you will win this battle. This is your arena, and the support of 1,400 million citizens stands behind you. The collective will and faith of 1,400 million people are sufficient to alter fate and transform the world. Motherland, I love you. This declaration is unwavering. In this life, I have no regrets for embracing China. In the next life, I shall again be part of this flourishing land. Victory for our motherland. Victory for Wuhan. In the twilight of October, at 3:30 on the 2nd of February. I write. Chapter 338. The encounter with Xiang Chen. Suddenly, Xiang Chen was affectionately engulfed by a crowd of women, ranging from middle-aged to young girls. Others were pushed aside, rendered speechless. The towering figure of Xiahou Wu was knocked away, stunned. Little Chen Chen, how have you grown so adorable and handsome? Come. Annie wants to hug and kiss you. Little Chen Chen, darling, come home with Annie. I'll let you work 30 years less. You shameless old folks, despite your age. Xiao Chen Chen belongs to us. She is the most cherished guardian of the entire great merchant. Xiao Chen Chen, let me have your clothes as a keepsake. Ripping sound. Don't tear my clothes. Uncle Wang, Qi Shui, save me. Xiang Chen lamented, unaware of how many lips painted with rouge were indiscriminately kissing his face. Even more outrageous, some were snatching Xiang Chen's garments as mementos. I've got Chen Chen's shoes. Hee, that's nothing. I've secured Chen Chen's pants. Chen Chen's socks are mine. Xiang Chen was overwhelmed by the crowd, unable to retaliate for fear of injuring anyone. Stop it. You've stripped me bare. It was sheer madness. Wang Tian watched this scene, utterly dumbfounded. It is no wonder that throughout history, rulers have had to heed public opinion. The frenzy of the crowd is truly terrifying. Qi Shui was equally astonished. After a considerable time, the naked Xiang Chen let out a mournful wail, pushing through the throngs and soaring into the sky, clutching a tattered piece of clothing to shield himself, then using the heads of many to make his escape. It was absolute chaos. Xiang Chen's face was pale, running naked with lipstick marks all over him. I finally understand why those celebrities in my past life were so fearful of their fans. Ha, this is too funny. Xiahou Wu laughed heartily, having never witnessed Xiang Chen in such a state. Among the crowd, Xiang Liang concealed himself, relieved to see that Xiang Chen was unharmed before departing. A day later, the delegation from the Scorpion Kingdom also departed from the royal city, their mission utterly unfulfilled. However, this incident catapulted Xiang Chen to fame within the great merchant, establishing him as a youthful hero with extraordinary influence. In function manner, Xiang Chen, Xiang Liang, Wang Tian, and Xiao Bai gathered together. Uncle Xiao, has your injury healed? Xiang Chen inquired. Young master, your medical skills are remarkable. The scorpion venom has been completely expelled from my body, and I have recovered, Xiao Bai replied with a smile, as he had thought he was doomed. That is wonderful. Xiang Chen nodded. Chenner, you will set off the day after tomorrow, correct? Xiang Liang asked. Indeed, I will go alongside the scholars of the great merchant, Xiang Chen affirmed. You must take care of yourself during this journey. We cannot accompany you there to ensure your safety, Wang Tian sighed, feeling somewhat reluctant. Xiang Chen smiled, rest assured. The Academy of the Wilderness has its own rules. I will take care of myself once I am inside. After your departure, I shall begin to plan matters concerning the great merchant. Your white tiger guards possess immense potential, and I wish to take them with me to the battlefield for training. Forging a unit of iron-willed soldiers for you, Xiang Liang stated. Xiang Chen responded with a smile. That is precisely what I desire. The white tiger guards excel in combat and slaughter. The battlefield is indeed their best training ground. With the bloodline of the white tiger, a deity of slaughter, combat is the fastest path to their growth. The fierce aura and sanguine energy of the battlefield are the finest catalysts for their advancement. Young master, in the future, I will no longer be able to accompany you and care for you. Man, he whispered, her eyes slightly reddened, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. Xiang Chen chuckled. Do not be disheartened. We shall reunite again. Each parting paves the way for a more splendid gathering in the future. Manha, henceforth, remain by my side. Having observed your talents, it would be a great loss not to cultivate your abilities as a scout, Xiang Liang remarked. As you wish, Your Highness, came the reply. Scouts, tasked with intelligence gathering, tracking, assassination, and reconnaissance, are akin to special forces within the military. In the realm of martial arts, they are referred to as assassins. Within the military, they bear the title of scouts, comparable to modern reconnaissance troops. What are your plans, father? Xiang Chen inquired. Rising and gazing at the dimming dusk outside the hall, Xiang Liang declared, after your departure, I shall head to the border and secretly strategize to reclaim the military authority of our forces there. Within 3 years, I shall transform this great Shang dynasty. We, too, vow to follow your highness unto death. Wang Tian and Xiao Bai knelt respectfully on one knee. As for the various businesses of Fengshan Manor and Hongshan Market, mother, I shall leave their management in your capable hands. I will ensure that Long Yu is by your side for protection, Xiang Chun addressed Su Qinger. Rest assured, Chenner, I shall manage it well, ensuring the businesses of Hongshan Market flourish throughout the western wastes. Su Qing replied with a smile, confident in her commercial acumen. Haha, your mother is indeed formidable in strategizing. During my campaigns, she orchestrated all logistical support and supplies flawlessly, Xiang Liang chuckled. Indeed, she was known as the logistics queen back in the day, Wang Tian added with a smile. Hee. I shall rely on Her Majesty the Queen for much assistance in the future, Xiang Chen teased, taking his mother's hand playfully, while Su Qing shot a knowing glance at Xiang Liang and the others. After the meeting dispersed, Xiang Chun returned to his cultivation chamber, where the air was thick with spiritual energy. He retrieved a mysterious ancient cauldron. Suddenly, a massive black Sha Jiao burst forth from the ground, coiling within the chamber. Master, the earth Sha Xian Jiao Long Yu greeted respectfully. The bloodline pressure emanating from the earth, Sha Xian Jiao, had grown increasingly formidable. Long Yu, how have you fared with the Dragon Transformation Sutra I imparted to you? Xiang Chen inquired. He had bestowed upon Long Yu a Dragon Clan technique, the Dragon Transformation Sutra, which, though not the finest of the Dragon Clan's arts, was highly coveted by beast-kind possessing dragon blood. Thank you for your gracious gift, Master. I have completed the transition of the technique and feel my strength has doubled. The dragon blood within me has become increasingly potent, Long Yu replied, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Excellent. I must take my leave, and henceforth, your duty will be to protect my mother. Today, I shall bestow upon you a great opportunity. Release your essence unto me, Xiang Chun instructed. Ah, the black Sha Xian Jiao gazed at Xiang Chun in astonishment. Fear not. It is not your life I seek. Merely expel until you can no longer endure, Xiang Chun reassured. Understood. Though perplexed, the black Sha Xian Jiao complied, trusting that Xiang Chun would not harm him. With a pained expression, the black Sha Xian Jiao opened his mouth, and a torrent of heart's blood was forced out, gushing forth into a measuring vat beside Xiang Chun, swirling with vitality. After expelling no less than 10 liters of heart's blood, the Black Sha Xin Jiao could bear no more and ceased, fearing dire consequences if he continued. Chapter 339. Bloodline of the Dragon. Xiang Chen poured the entire vat of blood into the mysterious ancient cauldron, and soon, the flames of the three flavors ignited. The heart's blood of the Xuanjiao gradually began to boil and heat up. Under Xiang Chen's refinement, the blood bubbled vigorously, constantly churning within the cauldron. As time passed, the heart's blood underwent continuous refinement and purification in the ancient cauldron. The quantity diminished from 10 liters to 8, 7, and finally 6. The blood became increasingly viscous. Yet the energy it contained grew ever more refined, as the impurities of the Xuanjiao's blood were thoroughly purified and transformed. After an hour had elapsed, what remained in the cauldron was but a single drop of blood, the size of a thumb, shimmering in a pale golden hue. Surrounding this drop of blood, a spectral energy had coalesced into an ethereal figure. This figure bore antlers, a pig's snout, a horse's face, lion's whiskers, a serpent's body, eagle's claws, and fish fins. It was unmistakably the illusion of a true dragon. From this precious blood emanated an astonishing pressure of bloodline power. The Black Sha Xuanjiao gazed in astonishment at this drop of essence, its eyes filled with fervor and delight. Master, this. The Black Sha Xuanjiao looked eagerly at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen enveloped the drop of essence in his vital energy and remarked, "Your innate talent is limited, and your bloodline is too weak. However, it ultimately harbors a trace of true dragon blood. This drop of true dragon essence has been refined from your own heart's blood. Once ingested, it can gradually alter your constitution. Coupled with the transformation of the dragon scripture, your cultivation will yield twice the result with half the effort, and you will have the hope of evolving into a true dragon in the future." Upon hearing this, the Black Sha Xuanjiao excitedly knelt down, exclaiming, "Thank you, master, for your generous gift." Xiang Chen replied coolly, "Your task is to protect my mother and safeguard Fengshan Manor. Should anything happen to her, expect to face my wrath." The Black Sha Xuanjiao, filled with excitement, vowed, "Rest assured, master, I will protect the old matriarch. If anything befalls her, I shall offer my life in atonement." "Very well. Take it." Xiang Chen nodded, and the drop of true dragon essence soared towards the dragon axe. The dragon axe swallowed the essence whole, and it merged with its heart, instantly unleashing an overwhelming surge of bloodline power that coursed through its flesh and blood. A howl escaped the Black Sha Xuanjiao, racked with searing pain as its massive body writhed in the training chamber. Gradually, it struggled, its scales shedding continuously, leaving its enormous form drenched in blood. Meanwhile, its demonic essence surged forth, and its body began to grow even larger. What was once an astonishing 30 meters in length suddenly expanded to 40 meters. Dark golden scales sprouted from where the old ones had fallen away, its aura becoming increasingly formidable. The Black Sha Xuanjiao shrieked, its skull cracking open, flesh splitting apart, as a dark golden, sharp horn resembling a sword burst forth from its head. With a thunderous roar, an even more potent surge of demonic essence erupted, and the bloodline energy escalated significantly. Xiang Chen observed this transformation calmly. The Black Sha Xuanjiao had officially evolved into the Black Sha Dragon Jiao, or one might also say, a dragon. The Black Shaman Xuanjiao has truly stepped into the lineage of the dragon clan, embodying the lowest tier of dragon bloodline, the Jiao dragon. However, even this most rudimentary form of dragon possesses strength that surpasses the majority of demon beasts. "Master, I sense that I am on the verge of a breakthrough. I must take my leave," the Black Shaman Dragon Jiao excitedly expressed, exhilarated by the surge of power coursing through it. A true transformation into the Jiao dragon, a genuine member of the dragon lineage. "Go forth," Xiang Chen replied with a subtle smile and a nod. In a burst of energy, the Black Shaman Dragon Jiao surged towards the ancient well, yet its considerably bulkier form became stuck once more. "Fool, shapeshift," Xiang Chen lamented, smacking his forehead in exasperation. He could enhance the bloodlines of demon kin, yet he was powerless to elevate their intelligence. He assisted Long Yue in refining a drop of true dragon blood, and this drop was of no insignificant caliber. If this creature diligently trains, it certainly has a promising future ahead. The Dragon Clan is among the apex royal families of the demon race. Even the most inferior dragon bloodline, the Jiao dragon, holds a rank that eclipses countless demon beasts. The Jiao dragon is a naturally celestial beast. The dragon bloodlines are numerous and varied. The lowest tier is the Hui dragon, distinguishable from snakes by its claws and lack of horns, possessing the potential to evolve into a true dragon. Following this is the Jiao dragon, which boasts a singular horn and a stronger bloodline than the Hui dragon. Next comes the Qiu dragon, a true member of the dragon clan characterized by its 2 horns. Above the Qiu dragon lies the Jiaolong, a juvenile stage of dragon evolution with a more potent bloodline. Then comes the Yinglong, also known as the celestial dragon, which is adorned with wings, capable of soaring through the vast cosmos with astonishing might. Above the Yinglong is the Qinglong, referred to as the primordial azure dragon, the sacred beast of the dragon lineage, recognized for its azure golden scales. It is exceedingly rare for dragons to evolve to the level of the azure dragon. Few realms can boast the existence of a primordial azure dragon. Thus, Long Yue's current evolutionary state still resides within the most rudimentary tier of dragon bloodline. This represents the orthodox evolution of dragons. The dragon clan encompasses a multitude of variations, including the fish dragon, Li Wen, Nissen, Niswan, Basha, Yazi, and Qinyo, among others, resulting from the intermingling of the azure dragon bloodlines. The dragon clan's status as one of the royal families of the demon race is attributed to their superior bloodlines and combat prowess, as well as their vast population. Most dragons are associated with water and fire attributes, though there are rare mutations exhibiting attributes of wind, thunder, earth, and ice. There will be further opportunities to delve into the matters of the dragon clan, but for now, let us pause here. While Xiang Chen was engrossed in his cultivation within the training chamber, a figure silently ascended from the wind-dust manor, soaring to several thousand meters above the ground. And then, at a terrifying speed nearing the sound barrier, darted into the night, leaving the royal city behind. In the border region of the Great Xiang, a group of dragon steeds galloped swiftly, pulling a dragon steed carriage beyond the confines of the Great Xiang city walls. Over 20 individuals, all members of the Scorpion Kingdom's delegation, were aboard. Ambassador Xiang Yang and Tang Hui sat within the carriage, the latter's countenance darkening as he remarked, "This time we return empty-handed. Xiang Chen did not execute anyone, and the stolen spiritual egg remains unrecovered. I fear that the Night Queen and the King will not let us off lightly." Ambassador Xiang Yang's gaze turned cold as he remarked, "No one anticipated that this young man, Xiang Chen, would garner such favor in the Great Xiang. Even the teachers from the Huangzhou Academy have come forth to plead on his behalf. This indicates his extraordinary talent. Will we face repercussions upon our return?" Tang Hui asked bitterly. "Fear not, I have my explanations ready. We shall assert that the royal court of the Great Xiang displayed a hostile attitude, refusing to hand over the individual and insulting us envoys. Thus, our incompetence will not be at fault. It will merely be the Great Xiang's deliberate provocation of conflict." Ambassador Xiangyang replied with a cold smirk. "Excellent. It seems that Lord Xiangyang possesses the means to extricate us from blame," Tang Hui praised with a smile. Boom. Chapter 340. One man destroys a team at that moment. A beam of dark golden light descended from the heavens like a meteor, crashing violently onto the road ahead. The explosion reverberated, causing the ground to crack open, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept in all directions, raising clouds of dust. The dragon steeds neighed in terror, their hooves raised as all 20 of them came to a halt. The guards struggled against the swirling sand, their eyes squeezed shut, hastily activating their defensive aura to shield against the storm. "What is happening?" Ambassador Xiangyang bellowed, pulling back the curtain to investigate. "My lord, someone is blocking the way ahead." A guard shouted loudly. As the golden light receded, a figure emerged from the front, dragging a long weapon behind him. This individual possessed a resolute countenance, with sharp features, sword-like brows, and fierce eyes, exuding a handsome, masculine aura. Clad in a black robe, he stood approximately 1.87 meters tall. The weapon he bore, 2.5 meters in length, resembled a spear at the tip, adorned with crescent blades and long tassels. Indeed, it was a Fong Tian Huaji. "Stop! Who are you?" the guards shouted, drawing their blades in anger. This group of guards consisted of formidable warriors at the Great Heaven rank, led by a powerful individual at the Yuanyang level. The man remained silent, suddenly taking a step forward. In an instant, he surged forth like a wild dragon, unleashing astonishing power, moving at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a swift swing of the Fong Tian Huaji, a streak of light cut through the midst of the guards. Swoosh, swoosh. In mere moments, heads were severed, cascading to the ground as headless corpses fell from the dragon steeds. Within 2 breaths, all 20 guards lay defeated on the ground, including the leading Yuan Yang level warrior. The black-robed man stood before the carriage, his Fang Tian Hua Ji untouched by blood. You are him. How is this possible? Were you not imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon by the Shang King? How could you have escaped? Ambassador Xiangyang gazed at the man in horror, his eyes filled with dread and disbelief. This man was a well-known figure among the strong of the Scorpion Kingdom, a legendary warrior of the Great Shang, who had suppressed the Scorpion Kingdom single-handedly for many years. Xiang Liang. Tang Hui too stared at the man in terror, his body trembling in fear. The divine general of the Great Shang, King Jinyuan, Xiang Liang. Why? Are you here to kill us? The Great Shang and the Scorpion Kingdom have already ceased hostilities. You cannot harm us. Ambassador Xiangyang exclaimed in panic. With a swing of his war halberd, Xiang Liang replied. Bang! The carriage was shattered by an overwhelming force, the black iron vehicle exploding in a violent burst. Ambassador Xiangyang and Tang Hui were thrown into the air, blood spilling from their mouths as they crashed to the ground. Xiang Liang approached step by step, his tone indifferent as he spoke. In the court, you struck my son. As his father, I must seek retribution for that slap. Is that really the reason? Because we struck Xiang Chen? Ambassador Xiangyang exclaimed in horror. That reason is more than sufficient. With a sudden burst of energy, Xiang Liang propelled himself forward. Run! Tang Hui and Ambassador Xiangyang unleashed their true essence, manifesting ethereal wings to escape. Yet, in an instant, Xiang Liang traversed dozens of meters, thrusting his spear with unremarkable simplicity. A terrifying murderous intent and an imposing aura enveloped Ambassador Xiangyang. He felt a chilling grip upon him, a sudden fear of death creeping into his heart. No! With a swift thrust, the spear's tip pierced through his true essence defenses, entering his back and emerging from his chest, penetrating his heart. Ambassador Xiangyang's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the spear tip protruding from his chest. Engulfed by immeasurable pain, a powerful being at the celestial realm was thus felled in an instant. Xiang Liang, expressionless, withdrew his spear, allowing Ambassador Xiangyang's lifeless body to crash to the ground, eyes wide open, unable to close in death. He had never anticipated that a mere slap delivered to Xiang Chen could result in his own demise. Tang Hui turned, horrified, and fled with all his might. Already hundreds of meters away, Xiang Liang then turned his gaze towards Tang Hui, channeling his true essence into the spear, launching it forth. A roar echoed as the dark golden essence ignited, coalescing into a dragon-shaped energy that enveloped the spear, transforming it into a 10-meter-long dragon that surged forward with a roar. The spear, resembling a dragon, tore through the ground, creating a chasm over 10 meters wide and 7 or 8 meters deep, the earth crumbling beneath the force of its passage. Spare me, King Xiang! Tang Hui cried out in terror, gathering his true essence to strike at the spear. However, the spear's energy erupted. With a violent explosion, the energy burst forth in all directions, encompassing a radius of hundreds of meters, creating a massive crater in the ground. Tang Hui was obliterated, his remains vanishing, leaving only a treasured sword that fell and pierced the earth. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Liang summoned the spear back, which transformed into a beam of light, its golden glow flickering as it shrank and vanished into Xiang Liang's body. Only a spiritual weapon possesses such a characteristic. With a sweep of his sleeve, Xiang Liang collected several treasured artifacts, grounding himself before soaring into the sky. The halberd reappeared beneath him, carrying him away as a dark golden streak through the air. In that desolate wilderness, only 20 or so dragon steeds scattered in fright, fleeing towards freedom. To kill a man from 1,000 miles away, then to leave as if nothing had happened. What a display of majesty and power. Xiang Chen remained oblivious, unaware that the slap from Ambassador Xiangyang had led to the annihilation of his father's enemies. The following morning, atop a 100-meter-high hill within the Wind-Dust Manor, a young man stood at the summit, the mountain breeze tousling his long, snow-white hair. The young boy, gripping an ordinary longbow, braved the mountain winds as he aimed an arrow at a distant target 2,000 meters away. To make matters more challenging, this target was cleverly concealed behind a row of scarecrows. Hitting the target while circumventing the scarecrows seemed almost impossible. Standing nearby, Xiaobai remarked, chasing curve arrow. Also known as wind curve arrow, requires not only keen eyesight and hearing, but, most importantly, an understanding of the environment, the essence of wind. Wind is a significant obstacle affecting the precision of archery. However, once you master it, the wind becomes your unwavering ally, allowing for perfect accuracy and even altering the arrow's path to strike down foes. The crux of wind curve arrow lies in comprehending the wind, controlling it, and sensing its moods, strength, trajectory, and variations. Release. Xiaobai commanded. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen loosed the arrow, but its arc only shifted slightly, veering around the scarecrow without striking the target. Embarrassed, Xiang Chen chuckled and promptly retrieved another arrow from his quiver. The chasing curve arrow, an exceptionally advanced form of archery, had been meticulously studied and passed down through the illustrious Xiaobai family, renowned for producing 6 generations of master archers. The artistry of this technique was awe-inspiring, with Xiaobai standing as the sole master of its intricacies. Xiaobai's arrows could effortlessly alter their trajectories, akin to missiles pursuing their targets from miles away, eliciting deep admiration from Xiang Chen, who aspired to master this formidable skill. Chapter 341. The essence of wind arrows among close-range weapons. Xiang Chen favored the sword, while for ranged weaponry, he had an unparalleled affection for arrows. Even formidable warriors at the Yuanyang realm, with their potent true essence, could only strike at foes within 100 meters. Yet, a single arrow, propelled by a robust bow and infused with sufficient true energy, could effortlessly reach targets thousands of meters away. Xiaobai's archery was astonishing. A single shot wielded the destructive power akin to that of a missile, transforming him into a mobile missile launcher. At the borders, he was revered as the great merchant arrow god by the people of the Scorpion Kingdom. Compared to him, the snipers and marksmen of his previous life paled in comparison. Xiaobai took up a bow, knocking an arrow and directing it towards the scarecrow. Merge your breath with the wind, feel its rhythm, and envision the wind as your closest companion. Let your true energy emulate the wind's cadence. The wind is not your adversary but your ally, your dearest friend. As he spoke, a unique ambience radiated from him, sharp as an arrow, exuding an impressive vigor, arrow intent. Suddenly, a gust of air swirled around him, causing his robes to billow, as if the wind obeyed his will. Wind intent. Xiaobai, a prodigy in archery, had grasped the concepts of wind intent and arrow intent. With a swift release, his arrow soared, enveloped in a peculiar current of air. Just as it approached the scarecrow, the arrow veered upward. Hundreds of meters above, a pigeon happened to fly by. Bang! The arrow struck the pigeon, causing it to explode into fragments. Remarkably, the arrow then altered its course mid-air and descended. Whoosh! Bang! The target behind the scarecrow erupted, struck with precision. Xiang Chen marveled in astonishment. Xiaobai, are you trying to kill me? That is my train carrier pigeon, my little dove. Su Qing's furious voice echoed from a distance. Ah, sister-in-law, my apologies. Ha ha. This was merely to teach the young master archery, Xiaobai replied with an awkward smile. The pigeon remarked, I see you simply wish to show off your skills. Did I steal your vegetables, prompting you to shoot at me? Xiang Chen stifled a laugh, while Xiaobai cleared his throat and said, Did you feel that? The arrow I just released infused with 2 of my true intents, melding with my will, allowing it to move freely under my control. My will is embedded within the arrow, even in the wind. If there is wind present, I can alter the arrow's path. Xiang Chen seemed to comprehend, then closed his eyes, turning his gaze away from the target. Feel the rhythm of the wind, sense its breath, merge with it, he murmured. In that instant, his mind settled into tranquility, his breath calming as his true energy began to mimic the flow of the wind. He effortlessly entered a state of meditative clarity. Xiaobai marveled at Xiang Chen, astonished by how easily he attained this ethereal state of meditation. The young master's martial talent was indeed remarkable. The rhythm of the wind, its breath, every pore and nerve in Xiang Chen's being was attuned to the power and frequency of the wind. His true energy shifted to resonate with this frequency. Time passed, moments stretching into minutes, yet Xiang Chen remained utterly still, like a statue frozen in place. At that moment, the nearly perfected innate, purifying spirit was attuned to the essence of the world and the nature of the wind. 10 minutes, half an hour passed. Suddenly, a gust of air swirled around Xiang Chen, an essence of wind enveloping him, his robes fluttering gracefully. Though this breeze lacked the intensity of Xiaobai's, it undeniably existed. He has comprehended. Xiaobai gasped, sensing the wind's essence. The young master is so in harmony with the heavens and earth. To grasp it so swiftly is truly astonishing. I took an entire year to understand the true meaning of the wind. Xiang Chen then emanated a sharp aura. This was the essence of the arrow. His entire being became ethereal and agile, yet contained a piercing sharpness. He has grasped the essence of the arrow as well. Xiaobai was left in awe. Old Xiao, how is the young master faring? Wang Qian inquired, approaching. Silence. Xiaobai reprimanded, his expression grave. Wang Qian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Xiang Chen, perceiving the emanating intent and gasped, the essence of the wind, the essence of the arrow. How did you teach him? The young master has comprehended your two profound truths so quickly? Xiaobai smiled wryly. It is merely the young master's extraordinary talent. I merely guided him. And it is indeed disheartening. Incredible, Wang Qian murmured. With such formidable talent, the young master may very well reach the legendary transformation realm in the future. In the realm of martial arts, true intent also possesses levels of division. The initial entry is termed entry realm, which signifies merely entering this state of true intent. The entry realm is subdivided into initial entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Beyond the entry realm lies the transformation realm, the true essence of the realm bearers. Each one a remarkable talent of unparalleled prowess. The strength of true intent greatly enhances corresponding attacks. Before comprehending the blade's intent, Xiang Chen's blade aura was likely only half as potent as it became after his enlightenment. At this moment, Xiang Chen opened his eyes, brilliance emanating from his gaze. Go, he uttered softly. Whoosh. With a tremor of the bowstring, the sharp arrow shot forth, traversing the 1,000-meter distance in an instant. Then, under the influence of an airflow, the arrow unexpectedly veered, describing an arc that bypassed the straw man and accurately struck the second target behind it. Bang! The target exploded upon impact. Exhaling a breath, Xiang Chen lowered his bow, feeling the sudden ache throughout his body. He had been tense for over an hour. Uncle Xiao, I have succeeded, Xiang Chen beamed, gazing at Xiao Bai and Wang Tian. Yet, the two stood there, utterly astonished, staring at him. Old Xiao, in a few years, the title of the great merchant's arrow god will surely be transferred to someone else, Wang Tian exclaimed, overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Xiao Bai regained his composure and clapped, exclaiming, I have guided thousands of archers, yet none have grasped the dual true intents of the wind arrow. I have never encountered a marksman whose talent rivals that of the young master. To not pursue archery would be a monumental waste of such genius. Oh, come now. The young master's talent in blade technique surpasses that. He shall become a blade practitioner in the future, Wang Tian retorted dismissively. Can your blade strike down foes from 10 miles away? Xiaobai challenged. Wang Tian replied indifferently, that is not feasible. However, within 100 meters. You archers are mere lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of our Yuan Yang blade practitioners. We shall not afford you the chance to shoot. Could I allow you to approach within 100 meters? Long before that, I would have turned you into mincemeat from 8,000 meters away. If I recall correctly, who was it that, surrounded by 4 enemies, needed my distant support from the city walls? You would have become a wandering ghost. The two continued to argue, extolling the might of their respective skills. Xiang Chen chuckled, Uncles, do not quarrel. I shall not forsake either archery or blade techniques. Chapter 342. In a day's time hastened like a fleeting horse, and before they knew it, the day of departure had arrived. At Fengchen Manor, a large assembly gathered, including Xiang Liang, Su Qing'er, Wang Tian, Xiao Bai, Sun Wu, Chu Wei, Qi Shui, Man He, Xia Shuer, and Xia He. Xiang Liang and Su Qing'er occupied the main seats at the forefront. Xiang Chen stepped forward, sweeping his robe, and knelt before them. Father, Mother, your unfilial son, Xiang Chen, is about to embark on a journey. I will be unable to fulfill my filial duties before you. After my departure, please take care of your health. Upon finishing, he bowed 3 times with a resounding thud. Chener, quickly rise, Su Qing urged, her eyes reddening as she hurried to assist him, grasping his hands. Chener, remember, a mother worries for her son traveling 1,000 miles. You must take care of yourself while you are away, and do not let your parents fret. Write letters home often. Yes, I will remember, Xiang Chen replied earnestly. Xiang Wang spoke solemnly. Chener, a true man aspires to explore the world. Be courageous in facing all challenges that arise. Never choose to give up or evade. In narrow paths, the brave prevail. Martial arts demand the utmost determination and progress. The most crucial matter is to remain resolute and unyielding. In times of decisive action, one must not show mercy, lest future troubles arise. However, as humans rather than beasts, my father hopes that you will not lose your moral compass and humanity on your journey of growth. Xiang Chen remarked, "Rest assured, I shall forever remember your teachings, father." "Young master, take care on your journey. We can no longer protect you by your side," spoke Xiao Bai, Wang Tian, and others with reluctance. "Uncle Xiao, Uncle Wang, please take care of your health. I entrust my parents and Fengshan Manor to your guardianship." "Young master, take care." The others also bowed respectfully. "Young master, I shall miss you dearly," man, he exclaimed as she rushed into Xiang Chen's embrace, weeping sorrowfully. "Silly girl, I shall return in due time. Focus on learning by my father's side and become my support in the future," Xiang Chen gently reassured her, patting her shoulder. "Yes, I will diligently cultivate beside the prince and assist you in the future," man, he nodded firmly. "Young master, please take care." Zhao Mu also embraced Xiang Chen. "Mother, henceforth, the elixirs from Fengshan Manor and Tianshandan Pavilion should primarily support the White Tiger Guard and our own cultivators, with excess available for sale," Xiang Chen instructed. Master Hua approached as well, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, teacher, for your guidance over the past 6 months." "Master Hua," Xiang Chen said, placing a book in Hua's hands. "This is the miraculous art of resurrection, 3 days to revive, which I currently possess. I entrust it to you, but it must not be shared with those of unworthy intentions. Please take good care of Fengshan Manor in the future. This is too precious." "Thank you, teacher," Master Hua said, kneeling in reverence. Xiang Chen quickly helped him up, and Hua solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, teacher, as long as I am here, Fengshan Manor will endure. I shall not allow any patient to perish before my eyes." Xiang Chen smiled, saying, "A healer's heart is akin to that of a parent. One should aid the world, saving the virtuous without discrimination against the weak or poor, and never succumbing to coercion from the powerful. Such deeds shall be enough to repay me." His path was destined to be one of bloodshed and martial conflict. He could not become a benevolent healer who saves the world. That hope must rest upon Master Hua. This was the kindness and tenderness he, Xiang Chen, retained in this cruel, predatory world. "The world may kiss me with pain, yet I shall respond with song. To all the angels in white, I pay my respects. Second master, the master prefers solitude and has not come to see you off personally. This is a gift from the master. Please accept it." Qing Feng, representing the Wan Yao Pavilion, handed a storage jade belt to Xiang Chen. "Very well. Please convey my thanks to Brother Chen," Xiang Chen said, accepting the parting gift, a cherished token of remembrance. "Brother, I shall not see you off, as I am accompanying you to the wilderness province," Gongsun Xingtian declared with a smile. "What? Brother Gongsun, you are going too?" Xiang Chen asked in surprise. "Haha, I am not yet 30. Naturally, I can attend the academy in the wilderness province. There are no superior forging techniques or spirit patterns left in the Great Shang that can further my progress. Moreover, there is a guild of artifact craftsmen at the academy, and I possess a direct entry quota," Gongsun Xingtian replied cheerfully. "Haha, that is splendid. We shall go together." Xiang Chen was filled with joy, naturally delighted by the company of his brothers. "Chenggu, think of Shuer." Xia Shuer approached and embraced Xiang Chen, tears welling in her eyes from the parting. "Be good, Shuer. When I return, I will bring you the finest delicacies and amusements from Huangzhou," Xiang Chen said, affectionately stroking his cousin's head. After a heartfelt farewell, accompanied by many well-wishers, Xiang Chen departed from the bustling market of Hongqianfang, heading towards the royal palace for assembly. Meanwhile, on the street, a group of individuals blocked the way. They were from the Tianxiang wine house. On a large table, several jars of fine wine were displayed, where Lu Qing awaited. "Brother Lu," Xiang Chen greeted him. "Brother, you are leaving. I came to see you off. Here, this is the spirit wine I have treasured for many years. Brought today to wish you a smooth journey and a bright future." Lu Qing poured 2 bowls of astonishingly potent spirit wine. "Thank you, brother. I know not when we shall meet again, but upon our reunion, I shall treat you to the finest wine from Huangzhou," Xiang Chen replied. His heart warmed as he raised his glass with a smile. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I await that day when your name echoes throughout the realm, and you return to toast with me. Cheers." They both laughed heartily and downed the wine in one go. A single ladle of coarse wine remains. Yet tonight dreams feel cold. The wine slipped down smoothly, rich and velvety, awakening all the senses, transforming into a warm essence within, soothing the body and expanding the meridians. What a fine wine! Xiang Chen exclaimed. I have only 4 jars. I will give you 2, which can enhance your cultivation. Take your time drinking. Since you are leaving today, do not indulge too much. We shall celebrate again another day. Lu Qing chuckled. Thank you, brother. Take care. They embraced. And Lu Qing then bid farewell to Xiang Chen. Within the palace, the square had gathered no fewer than 100 young men and women, including Xiahou Wu, Wang Ying, Xia Bao, Lin Huang, and Xiang Ke, all preparing to attend the Huangzhou Academy. 2 enormous azure demonic birds perched in the square, exuding an aura of fierce malevolence. As Xiang Chen and Gong Sun Sheng approached, Xiahou Wu, Wang Ying, and Li Baoer immediately gathered around. Doggy, White Fluff, Chenggu, they all called out, eager to embark on the journey to Huangzhou Academy. What? Wang Ziajiji you too? Xiang Chen asked, surprised at Wang Ying's presence. Chenggu, I don't really want to go. Life in the dashi, where men bully women and tease respectable ladies, is quite pleasant. My father insists I go out to broaden my horizons. Chenggu, I'll be sticking with you from now on. You must look out for me. Wang Ying replied with a bitter expression. You rascal, it's for the best. The people of Dashi could use fewer troublemakers. Just wait and see how I teach you to behave. Thanks to my brothers for the release. I hurried to catch up on sleep after writing announcements that had me fired up until 4 in the morning. Chapter 343, Seeking 9 from the World. Baoer, are you also going to Huangzhou Academy? Xiang Chen inquired, redirecting his attention from Wang Ying to Li Baoer. Hehe, as a talented alchemist, I must go to a better place for further study. The Huangzhou Academy also has a joint alchemist school organized by the Huangzhou Alchemist Alliance. And don't forget, call me Sister Baoer. White Fluff, you've become so beautiful. As a man, possessing such striking good looks is excessive. What skincare products do you use? Your skin is so smooth and tender, remarked Pear Blossom, squeezing Xiang Chen's face with envy. Xiang Chen, at a loss for words, playfully tapped her forehead, stating, I am naturally endowed with unparalleled elegance, a product of innate preservation, and I do not use any skincare products. You cannot envy what you cannot attain. However, there is a secret. Refrain from washing your face for 10 days, and when you finally do, you will discover your skin has remarkably lightened. Uft, I believe you. You big oaf. With such good looks, be wary of attracting a tigress, Pear Blossom retorted, freeing herself from his grasp. Just then, several figures approached, led by Su Sun and Su Luo, who had previously threatened Xiang Chen. Su Sun approached, arms crossed, a cold smirk on his face, saying, I never imagined you would dare to attend the academy in Huangzhou. Let's see how you meet your demise there. You have made the most unwise decision. The Huangzhou Academy is not a place for you. Xiang Chen regarded the two with indifference, replying, The Huangzhou Academy is not yours to dictate. Whether I go or not is none of your business. Do not provoke me while we are still in the Great Xiang. You, Su Sun, infuriated, coldly declared, I wonder how long you can maintain your arrogance. Once you are at the Huangzhou Academy, we shall see how you perish. Even in the Great Xiang. It is not your realm, Xiang Chen. You truly do not recognize your own limitations. At that moment, another individual, accompanied by a group, approached with an air of indifference. Xiang Chen recognized him as the Crown Prince. He remarked nonchalantly, You are far better off than you, Inti and I. It is pathetic that after all this time, you have only reached the 5th level of the innate realm. When I declared I would hang you on the wall of the Great Xiang within 5 years, I now believe it can be accomplished much sooner. Beside Inti and I, Xiang Ke scoffed, boasting again, Xiang Chen? What cultivation level do you possess to dare mock His Highness the Crown Prince? With a calm expression, Xiang Chen replied, It is not particularly high. I have merely managed to barely break through to the 2nd level of the innate realm. What? You have reached the 2nd level of the innate realm. Upon hearing this, Xiang Ke's expression shifted dramatically, staring incredulously at Xiang Chen. Yin Tianya's countenance also changed slightly, disbelief flickering in his eyes. How can this be? You must be exaggerating. Just a month ago, you were still at the divine concealment stage. How could you have possibly advanced to the 2nd level of the innate realm? Xiang Ke shouted in anger, as he himself had only just reached the 1st level of the innate realm. Exaggerating? You are the one with a limited perspective. Xiang Chen sneered, stepping forward as a powerful surge of Taiyin true qi erupted from within him. The momentum of the 2nd level of the innate realm's Taiyin true qi struck out, causing Xiang Ke to stagger back. his expression a mix of shock and fury as he gazed at Xiang Chen. How can this be? How did this little brat cultivate so rapidly? He has already reached the second level of the innate realm. Xiang Chen murmured to himself, unable to believe it, feeling deeply shaken. This little brat undoubtedly harbored some secret. More than 6 months ago, he had barely entered the divine concealment stage, and now he had achieved the second level of the innate realm. Even without the aid of medicinal pills, such rapid advancement seemed implausible. Tianya's countenance darkened, and he mused silently. It is rumored that the Xiang family possesses a treasured heirloom that significantly accelerates one's cultivation. My father has long desired to acquire it. Could it be that this heirloom resides with Xiang Chen? How could this fellow cultivate so swiftly? Xiaoqing Leopard, Lin Huang, and the others were filled with disbelief. Particularly Xiaoqing Leopard, who, despite his previous defeat to Xiang Chen, had a lower cultivation level at that time. Now, having just broken through to the innate realm, albeit only the first stage, Xiang Chen has remarkably surpassed him, already attaining the second stage of the innate realm. Xiao sister, this fellow cultivates at an astonishing pace. Could he truly be a prodigious genius? Tong Yen expressed her astonishment, recalling that merely a month prior, Xiang Chen was still at the divine concealment stage. Xiao Xiang, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, also bore an expression of surprise. Merely at the first stage of the innate realm. There are no less than 8,000 such cultivators within the Shihuang Academy. Su Sun scoffed with a sneer. All right, esteemed students. At that moment, Wu Ling arrived, clearing his throat as he announced, those who meet the age and cultivation criteria, please come here to pay your tuition. We are about to embark on our journey to the Huangzhou Academy. Our tuition fee is 1,000 spirit stones per year, payable annually. How exorbitant! The tuition for the Huangzhou Academy is indeed as costly as rumored, murmured the crowd. Yet it is worth it. One must understand that within the academy, there are legendary top-tier spirit vein cultivation chambers, along with powerful instructors above the Yuanyang realm providing professional guidance. Indeed, a year at the academy yields results far superior to years of solitary training. The crowd surged as many youths promptly lined up to pay their tuition fees. Xiang Chen and his companions also proceeded to settle their dues. Initially, Xiang Chen's tuition was covered by the great merchant kingdom's treasury, but that privilege was rescinded due to his entanglement with the Scorpion Kingdom. Tianyu, do you truly wish to accompany me? Xiang Chen turned to regard the boy who bore a striking resemblance to him. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Tianyu replied, his expression unwavering. Very well. I shall cover your tuition, Xiang Chen said with a resigned smile, preparing 2,000 spirit stones. After Xiang Chen paid the spirit stones, an elder bestowed upon him 2 palm-sized, finger-thick crystal tokens, instructing both Xiang Chen and Tianyu to inscribe their names using their true energy. This was the outer court crystal card of the Huangzhou Academy. Possessing it signified that they were now students of the outer court, with their names etched in true energy. The special spirit symbols on the tokens were activated. Over 170 individuals from the Great Merchant Kingdom registered. This was merely from one kingdom. Huangzhou attracted numerous students from dozens of countries, yielding an astonishing income from tuition alone. Once all the tuition fees were collected, Elder Wu Ling retrieved a 2-meter-long white jade vessel from his storage ring. This vessel was inscribed with exquisite patterns, a true treasure. As true essence flowed into it, a resonant hum filled the air, and the vessel shimmered with a radiant glow, instantly expanding into a grand ship measuring approximately 17 to 18 meters in length and 10 meters in width, capable of accommodating around 200 individuals. With tuition fees settled and outer court crystal cards in hand, everyone, board the flying treasure ship and prepare to embark on your new journey. Elder Wu Ling proclaimed with a commanding voice. All the students of the Great Merchant Academy swiftly boarded the magnificent vessel, which featured a flat deck and 2-meter-high guardrails on either side. Each individual chose a spot to sit cross-legged, some forming clusters of 3 or 5. Once everyone had embarked, many parents remained below to bid farewell to their children. Among the crowd of youth, one gazed at the yellowing horizon, where heavy clouds loomed, and an overwhelming sense of ambition surged within him. Unable to contain himself, he proclaimed aloud, in 1,000 miles of yellow clouds beneath the dimming sun, the north wind blows, and snowflakes fall like wild geese. Do not fret about the path ahead without friends. Who in this world does not recognize you? With a resolute heart, he vowed that upon his return, having traversed the crimson clouds, he would seize 9 out of 10 realms in this great merchant world. Chapter 344. Entering the wilderness city, Li Baobao, Xiang Chen, Gongsun Xingtian, Xiahou Wu, Wang Ying, Tianyu, and others gathered together in a cluster. The crown prince was already a disciple of the Wilderness Academy, accompanied by Lin Huang, Xiang Ke, Xia Qingbao, and upon his return, he summoned over 30 individuals destined for the Wilderness Academy, all part of his entourage. As for the others, they too sat in small groups with those they were close to. Xiang Chen retrieved the storage jade belt given to him by Chen Feng. Infusing it with his vital energy to probe inside, he soon discovered it was meticulously filled with spirit coins the size of copper coins, an astounding total of 10,000. Spirit coins, forged from spirit stones, served as the hard currency for transactions among cultivators in the 9 provinces. Each spirit coin held the same value as a spirit stone, brimming with spiritual energy that could be absorbed for cultivation even by those of innate realms. One spirit coin was worth over 100 gold coins. While gold coins were the common currency among ordinary folk, spirit coins represented the esteemed mainstream currency. In addition to these spirit coins, there was also a scroll. Upon unfurling it, Xiang Chen was astonished to find it contained intelligence reports concerning Yi Tianxi. He mused upon this information. Yi Tianxi, the 4th son of the Yi family's direct line, was the offspring of the family patriarch. The Yi family, a top-tier clan in the Wilderness Province, boasted immense power and a plethora of formidable cultivators. Yi Tianxi, a young prodigy among his generation, was merely 28 years of age, yet had already attained the grand position of Yuanyang realm. He had entered the Wilderness Academy 6 years prior. Given the Yi family's vast influence, it was prudent for my brother to avoid direct confrontation with this individual. Should any insurmountable difficulties arise, he could wield my token to seek assistance from the Wan Yao Pavilion in Wilderness City. The intelligence detailed Yi Tianxi's background, current cultivation level, and age with remarkable specificity. Xiang Chen's eyes glinted with determination as he regarded the Yi family and Yi Tianxi. Regardless of your lineage, Yi family or Yi Tianxi, if you dare to provoke me, Xiang Chen, I shall fight you to the bitter end. He resolved silently. Meanwhile, on the vessel, several restraints were fastened around the necks of 2 azure wind demon eagles. With a resonant hum, the ship lifted into the air, unleashing a wave of runic power. My child, take care. Huar, look after yourself over there. Father, mother, rest assured. I shall return triumphant and bring glory to our family. Young rascal Wang Ying, don't return until you attain Yuanyang. The outside world is not the great merchant. If you continue your misdeeds of bullying, no one will come to your aid. Many parents offered heartfelt farewells to their children, while the students of the Great Merchant Academy wept as they bid goodbye to their families. The treasure vessel soared to a height of several hundred meters, as the azure wind demon eagles let out a resonant cry, propelling the vessel through the skies and away from the grand palace of the Deshang kingdom. Xiang Chen rose to his feet, gazing down at the palace diminishing below him, silently vowing that upon his return, the entirety of Deshang would tremble before him. Royalty, the Yin family, the Lin family, all should await their fate. The azure wind demon eagles exhibited astonishing speed, akin to that of a fighter jet. Their velocity comparable to the speed of sound, equivalent to that of a formidable Soul Moon realm expert. Under their pull, the treasure vessel transformed into a streak of light, cutting through the air with a thunderous roar, leaving a trail of white turbulence in its wake. Come, my friend, let us drink. My father mentioned that the distance from Huangzhou City to Deshang exceeds 30,000 kilometers. At this pace, it will take us a full day and night. Plenty of time, said Xiahou Wu, producing several jars of wine. Xiang Chen chuckled. Since we have time to spare, I shall prepare some food for everyone. Indeed, by Mao Mao, your culinary creations are the finest, exclaimed Li Baoer, nearly drooling at the thought. The last meal Xiang Chen had prepared was still fresh in everyone's memory. He retrieved an array of ingredients and set up a charcoal hot pot, placing the prepared beef tallow base into the pot along with chili peppers, spices, and water, igniting the charcoal beneath. Soon, the pot was bubbling with an enticing aroma as he added beef, meatballs, potatoes, enoki mushrooms, and other vegetables. Brother Chen, I truly admire you. You never forget to indulge, even bringing these supplies with you, remarked Wang Ying, salivating as he snatched a pair of chopsticks. Life is a long journey, and the beauty and joy along the way must be crafted by oneself. Xiang Chen poured a bowl of wine, smiling. Where there is fine wine, there must be delightful food to accompany it. Although the hot pot is simple, The lively atmosphere makes it all the more delectable. Haha, you speak the truth. Life is fleeting. We must seize joy while we can. Cheers. The group gathered around the hot pot, sipping their wine in high spirits. However, while they reveled in their feast, the enticing aroma of the hot pot and the fragrance of the wine wafted towards the others, leaving over 100 pairs of eyes longing and envious as they watched Xiang Chen and his companions suffering in silence. Humph, truly a baseborn lot. Carrying such an abundance of cooking utensils, Tianai scoffed disdainfully, yet he could not help but swallow hard, tempted by the delicious scent. It seems some people desire a taste, yet they shall not partake, Xiahou Wu sneered. Huh, only you lowly wretches would delight in such fare, Xiang Ke retorted scornfully. How delightful. Haha, may I join you for a drink? At that moment, Master Wu Lingyuan approached with a smile. Senior Wu, your esteemed presence is most welcome. Please. Have a seat, Xiang Chen replied warmly, adding an extra pair of chopsticks. By the way, who was it that said only the baseborn enjoy such things? Could it be that you were also insulting Senior Wu? Xiang Chen cast a playful glance at Xiang Quebec. Wu Ling's gaze also shifted towards Xiang Quebec. Of course not. I would never speak ill of Senior Wu. Xiang Ke's complexion changed as he hastily defended himself. A blind fool who looks down on others, Xiang Chen sneered, leaving Xiang Ke infuriated and speechless. The vastness of Huangzhou is evident. A straight distance of 30,000 kilometers. What great mountains and rivers must be traversed? The treasure ship soared beyond the Great Xiang, traversing the Scorpio Kingdom and many other lands previously unexplored. After 20 hours of flight, it finally entered the heart of the desolate state. Although referred to as a city, Huangzhou City boasted an expanse larger than the combined territories of the Great Xiang and Scorpio Kingdom, with a staggering population. Spanning over 6,000 kilometers and covering tens of millions of square kilometers, it was home to over 1 billion inhabitants. This place served as the very center and pinnacle of prosperity in the entire desolate region. The towering city walls, rising 1,000 meters high, stood majestic, shrouded in morning mist, as if suspended among the clouds. Inside the city, broad streets bustled with life, lined with lofty buildings and ethereal towers, interspersed with lakes, mountains, and rivers. As they flew into the city, Xiang Chen and his companions were awestruck by the vast urban landscape below. Having lived in a metropolis in his previous life, Xiang Chen found nothing of comparable scale, not even a tenth of it. In the skies, flying beasts and powerful beings of the Yuanyang realm were a common sight. Huangzhou City, also known as the desolate capital, had arrived. Chapter 345, The Huangzhou Academy. Dear new students, what you see before you is the most prosperous place in Huangzhou, the desolate capital, also known as Huangzhou City. Wu Ling addressed the group of newcomers with a smile. The desolate capital is one of the 9 great capitals of the realm, directly governed by the Great Xia dynasty, one of the most powerful empires of our human race on the continent, ruling over the 9 states and 4 seas. Our Huangzhou Academy falls under the auspices of the Great Xia dynasty's educational institutions, situated at the city's core, covering an area of 600 kilometers. The academy comprises 4 colleges: East Huang College, West Huang College, North Huang College, and South Huang College. You will spend 6 years of your academic life within these institutions, and upon reaching the Yuanyang realm, you may enter the inner palace for further cultivation, which is the true gathering place for the most talented individuals of Huangzhou Academy. The 4 colleges of Huangzhou Academy, combined with your new cohort, exceed 120,000 students, while the inner palace houses 6,000 elite scholars. Are all inner palace students powerful beings of the Yuanyang realm? A student from the Great Xiang exclaimed in astonishment. Comparatively, the entire Great Xiang had no more than a fraction of that number among its academy students. What a narrow view. Susan scoffed. This is merely the count of inner palace students. The academy also includes the enforcement team and numerous disciples, far exceeding this number. The esteemed students from the Great Xiang exchanged glances, their minds reeling at the high level of cultivation in Huangzhou, far surpassing their expectations. Furthermore, this was just one academy. Huangzhou also boasted the Great Xia Military Office and the Huangzhou Military Office, alongside many prestigious families. The grandiosity stirred a yearning within them, igniting their spirits. Yet, in Xiang Chen's heart, a sense of boldness surged forth. Have you bumpkins gained some insight? Now you comprehend just how insignificant your homeland truly is. Su Sun remarked with a cold chuckle, possessing an innate superiority over those from smaller nations, being a native of the desolate capital. The students from the great Xiang fell silent. Even the crown prince Yin Tianai refrained from retorting. Xiang Chen, with an air of indifference, remarked, "A towering edifice rises from the ground. A hero's origins are inconsequential. No matter how humble the beginnings, a noble heart can soar to celestial heights." In contrast, some individuals, despite their years, remain mired in mediocrity, their aspirations stunted, yet they boast with unwarranted pride. Indeed, well said. The myopic among us often fail to recognize true potential, laughed Xiahou Wu. Well articulated, exclaimed the students of the great merchant academy, unable to suppress their enthusiasm. Xiang Chen's words extinguished their feelings of inferiority and ignited a fervent spirit within them. What a small places! From humble origins can arise true dragons. Even the coldest of backgrounds can yield distinguished offspring. Indeed, steadfast in resolve, Wu Ling acknowledged with a discreet nod towards Xiang Chen. Whom are you referring to? Su San inquired, anger simmering within him. Whoever looks down upon us from the great merchant. I speak of them, Xiang Chen replied with a cold smile. Forget it. Su San was on the verge of losing his temper when Su Luo restrained him. There is no need to stoop to the level of these country bumpkins. Once we enter the academy, they will face their own trials, Su Luo chuckled. Indeed, and there's the upcoming freshman hunting competition, Su Sen mused. A chilling smile creeping across his face as he suddenly recalled something. After a considerable time, the treasure ship arrived above a grand city within a city. Below, a fortified enclave stretched out, vast and sprawling, encompassing hundreds of kilometers. Viewed from above, it was divided into 4 expansive districts, interspersed with majestic mountains, serene lakes, and ethereal towers. Numerous quaint 3-compound residences were neatly arranged in rows, a testament to meticulous planning. At the heart of this city stood a towering peak, enveloped in an astounding concentration of spiritual energy that soared like clouds, rising 1,000 meters and occupying a radius of over 10 kilometers. Surrounding this peak was a vibrant district, suffused with the same spiritual essence. In each of the 4 regions, a tall tower rose prominently. Wu Ling commanded the treasure ship to circle above, and at that moment, numerous other treasure ships descended from various nations and regions, bearing students. Pointing to the central peak, Wu Ling declared, "That is Yulong Peak. Beneath it lies a supreme spiritual vein, and the spiritual energy here is exceptionally rich. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 7 or 8 days in the outside world. There are numerous cultivation chambers, and as one ascends the peak, the spiritual energy intensifies. Those at the summit experience tenfold the energy of the ordinary world. A supreme spiritual vein." The crowd gasped in astonishment. As the great merchant's singular ordinary low-grade vein was regarded as a treasure, monopolized by the royal family. However, this was a realm reserved for internal palace students. You lack the privilege to cultivate at Yulong Peak unless you possess substantial wealth to expend spiritual currency. After explaining, Wu Ling gestured towards the 4 major districts, stating, "Those are the 4 academies. Each academy boasts a cultivation tower, housing cultivation chambers specifically for the external disciples. The spiritual energy, while only 1/3 of that found on Yulong Peak, is nonetheless comparable to that of an ordinary upper-grade vein for cultivation." Su Sun interjected, "However, the cultivation chambers within the towers are limited. They cannot accommodate all practitioners. It will require strength to secure a place. For the newcomers, it is best to remain in your own quarters for the first 2 years." A solemn silence enveloped the group. Indeed, with over 100,000 external disciples and only 4 cultivation towers, it was impossible to house everyone for training. Wu Ling continued, "Within the academy, there are numerous intriguing locales, including the arena for martial duels, the arena of combat, the death gorge for resolving life and death grievances, the lavish dining hall known as the gluttonous canteen, and the marketplace for buying and selling goods. Among these, the most enigmatic is the Spirit Valley. In due time, you shall gradually become acquainted with them. Descend." Wu Ling commanded the Qingfeng Demon Eagle. With a resounding cry, the eagle swooped down, landing at the entrance of the academy. The entrance was flanked by towering walls reaching a height of 1,000 meters, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. The gate stood several dozen zhang high, guarded by 2 slumbering lion-tiger beasts, each over 10 meters long, emanating a dreadful aura of the Yuan-Yang realm. 2 young men clad in azure martial robes, marked with the characters West Courtyard on their chests, stood sentinel at the entrance. A plaque above the gate proclaimed, "Entrance to the West Wilderness Academy. Master Wu." Upon disembarking from their vessel, Wu Ling and his entourage were met with respectful bows from the gatekeepers. Wu Ling nodded calmly, leading his companions directly through the entrance. Xiang Chen and the others cast wary glances at the guarding Yuanyang beasts before following into the academy. Upon entering the gate, they found themselves amidst a bustling street, thronged with people, all clad in azure martial robes, bearing the emblem of the West Wilderness Academy, students of the institution. "Look, new arrivals from this year's cohort. Is that Master Wu leading them? Are they from the Merchant Kingdom, the small nation on the outskirts of the West Wilderness? The weakest group in the academy?" Chapter 346. Troublesome figures. The Merchant Kingdom's academic organization has always ranked among the lowest in the West Wilderness students. This time, one could only wonder what caliber of individuals had arrived. I doubt they differ much from last year. The Merchant Kingdom has only produced one prodigious talent like Xiang Chen in all these years. Many students pointed and whispered about Xiang Chen's group, their remarks laced with disdain. "What are you all murmuring about? Have we from the Merchant Kingdom offended you?" Xiahou Wu, overhearing their words, felt a surge of anger and retorted loudly. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by the audacity of his response. "You just stepped into the academy and already act so arrogantly? Do you still wish to survive here?" sneered a young student. "I am indeed audacious. Care to take issue with me?" Xiahou Wu replied coldly, breaking from the group and striding toward his opponent. His towering height of over 2 meters coupled with a fierce aura that was genuinely intimidating. The other student, unnerved by Xiahou Wu's presence, instinctively took a few steps back. The young man's expression darkened, yet upon glancing at Wu Ling, he scoffed, "I shall deal with you later." "Later? Don't be cowardly. If you have the guts, deal with me now." Xiahou Wu mocked, spitting disdainfully. "Brother Wu is formidable." Wang Ying cheered enthusiastically. "Alas, Sun Xing, it seems you've been looked down upon." The surrounding senior students jeered. The young man named Sun Xing replied coldly, "Time is on our side. We shall teach these newcomers the rules eventually." At that moment, a large group approached, numbering no less than 200. All were donned in student martial robes. But unlike the others, they bore a scorpion emblem on their chests. They were members of the Scorpio Society, the Scorpio Academy of the Scorpio Nation. "What is this? All the members of the Scorpio Academy have arrived, and there are so many of them. What do they intend to do?" Many gazed at the scene in astonishment. Among them stood Yang Yu, a formidable figure on the eagle ranking of the outer court. Leading this group was a remarkably handsome young man with an extraordinary demeanor. This youth approached and blocked the path. "Yang Yu, what are you planning to do?" Wu Ling inquired sternly. "Old Wu, I apologize for the interruption, but I need to speak with one of these individuals," the youth said with a respectful bow. Wu Ling cast an insightful glance at Xiang Chen. The youth then stepped forward and coldly addressed the gathered crowd. "Is there anyone among you named Xiang Chen?" Instantly, all eyes from the students of the Great Shang Academy converged on Xiang Chen. "I am he." "What is it?" Xiang Chen replied indifferently. "You are Xiang Chen." Yang Yu's expression darkened as he coldly declared, "I am Yang Yu, the second prince of the Scorpio Nation. My brother Yang Yun was killed by you." Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, "So you are from the Scorpio Nation?" "Indeed, if I recall correctly, it was I who ended his life. Although I cannot definitively say which among that group he was." A surge of murderous intent flickered in Yang Yu's eyes as he icily stated, "Very well, young man. This enmity is now sealed. From this day forth, all members of the Scorpio Academy and the Scorpio Nation shall consider you an enemy. Prepare yourself for our revenge." Xiang Chen scoffed. "You came here merely to utter such inconsequential words? If you have finished, please leave immediately, as we have no time to waste on your nonsense." "You are quite arrogant, but your fate will be dire," Yang Yu retorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, his entourage parted to clear the path. Instantly, over 200 seasoned students from the Scorpio Nation turned their frosty gazes upon Xiang Chen, their expressions frigid and brimming with hostility. "Who is this young man? He has already made an enemy upon entering the academy. How intriguing. Xiang Chen, your days ahead may be challenging, especially if the Shang Academy does not offer you protection." Although the Scorpio Academy may not be particularly prestigious, Yang Yu ranks high on the Eagle list within the academy and possesses formidable strength. A newcomer without protection may find it difficult to contend with him. Many veteran students regarded Xiang Chen with curiosity. "Rest assured, we from the Shang Academy will not protect that person. He has no ties to our academy." At that moment, Yin Tianai deliberately announced loudly. The Xiang Academy is led by him. Abandoned even by his own country's academy, this young man will have a difficult time ahead. Yin Tianai's words elicited a knowing response from many, their attitudes shifting with interest. Yin Tianhua, too, remained non-committal, as he was merely a newcomer. Do I need your protection? Xiang Chen retorted sarcastically. Xiang Chen, soon you will understand the depths of this situation, Yin Tianai sneered. Enough, let us proceed. We will first take you to your accommodations. After a while, all the new students from various places will gather for your welcoming ceremony, Wu Ling instructed. Suddenly, a herd of dragon steeds raced down the street. Their presence commanding and their cultivation at the innate level. Hundreds of dragon steeds came to a halt before the crowd. 600 or 700 dragon steeds came to a halt, and all the riders dismounted, positioning themselves in front. It was the Tianai Association, the most formidable academic organization in the outer academy of Shihuan. Among them was Yi Feng, the leader of the Tianai Association and one of the top 10 figures on the Eagle list of the outer academy. The surrounding students gasped in awe, their gazes fixed upon this group, particularly on the young man clad in green who appeared to be in his mid-20s. Each member bore a uniform green leaf insignia on their chests, their cultivation levels generally exceeding the 6th stage of the innate realm, exuding an impressive aura. Excuse me. Elder Wu, Yi Feng dismounted and clasped his fists in greeting to Wu Ling. Wu Ling furrowed his brow and replied, What brings you members of the Tianai Association here? Brother Tianxi instructed us to inquire about an individual. Yi Feng responded with a faint smile. Brother Yi Feng. From the crowd, Su Sun and Su Luo rushed forward. These two were core members of the Tianai Association. Have you accomplished the tasks assigned by the president? Yi Feng inquired. The two lowered their heads in shame. Casting a glance at Xiang Chen amidst the crowd, Su Sun whispered, I apologize, Brother Yi Feng. We were unable to eliminate that young man. He possesses some influence in the Shang Kingdom and is protected by a master of the Yuanyang realm. He is not merely the discarded child of a humble family, as Yin Tianai claimed. He has also entered the academy. Yi Feng's brow furrowed as he spoke indifferently. So, you two have failed to complete the task? They nodded in affirmation. Yi Feng let out a cold snort and raised his hand to deliver 2 slaps to them. The two stood there, enduring the punishment without daring to evade or retaliate. Yi Feng's voice turned icy. This task was assigned by our esteemed president, Brother Tianxi. You two have managed to ruin it. Prepare for the consequences upon your return. Brother Yi Feng, spare us. The two, frightened, immediately knelt. Yi Feng kicked them aside and turned to address the crowd, saying indifferently, Who is Xiang Chen? Step forward. Upon hearing this, the people on the street turned their attention to the handsome youth. Judging by his tone, it seemed this young man had some grievances with the Tianai Association. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow and was about to speak when Xiahou Wu shouted angrily, Are you that insignificant pest? You command my brother to come out just like that? You have some nerve. How dare you speak to Brother Yi Feng in such a manner? The members of the Tianai Association roared in unison, glaring fiercely at Xiahou Wu. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Xiahou Wu with a chilling gaze. Who are you to speak to me like that? I am Xiahou Wu. Remember it well, grandson. Xiang Chen is my brother. What do you intend to do? Xiahou Wu replied coldly. Within 10 days, your tongue shall be severed. Mark my words, Yi Feng stated. Hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. Who dares to cut my brother's tongue? I will take his head. Xiang Chen stepped forward, his demeanor frigid. I am Xiang Chen. What business do you have with me? Oh, you are Xiang Chen, Yi Feng remarked, momentarily taken aback by the strikingly handsome young man before him. Yi Feng, let me remind you, the Academy does not intervene in matters concerning Xiang Chen, as long as he does not violate Academy regulations. However, Xiahou Wu, you must not act against him. Whoever dares to do so shall meet their demise, and even Yi Tianxi cannot protect you, Wu Ling stated coldly. Upon hearing the words, Yi Feng, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Xiahou Wu. Who was this young man, able to elicit such remarks from Wu Ling? Although Wu Ling was merely an admissions officer from the outer court, he was nonetheless a member of the academy. Yi Feng observed Xiahou Wu for a moment longer, then turned his gaze to Xiang Chen, stating, Xiang Chen, if you possess any sense, you should return from whence you came and never set foot in the wasteland city again. Otherwise, it shall become your grave. Xiang Chen, with an air of indifference, retorted, another tedious threat. You are all servants of Yi Tianxi, are you not? If he wishes to kill me, why does he not come himself and tell me? Instead, he sends you lackeys. Yifeng scoffed. Brother Tianxi is the foremost disciple of the inner court of the West Academy and a formidable figure on the Tiger rankings. You lack the qualifications to even meet him. Thus, let it be known that if you disregard my warning, you will soon understand the weight of my words. Enough. I have heard more than enough of your drivel. Have you finished? If so, then be gone. Xiang Chen remarked dismissively, digging at his ear. The arrogant youth. Since you refuse to heed counsel, I shall make this proclamation. Henceforth, this young man shall be regarded as an adversary of our TNI society. Anyone who dares to approach him, to care for him, or to recruit him should think carefully about the consequences from our TNI society. Yifeng stated coldly, issuing a warning to those around him. Rest assured, Brother Yifeng, no one would dare to care for this brat. Indeed, a newcomer with such brazen arrogance upon arrival. We share your disdain. Who would dare to assist him? The surrounding senior students chimed in, eager to curry favor with Yifeng. Xiang Chen, you truly have arrived. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise emerged from the crowd. Everyone turned to see, a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. It was Lu Shimi, one of the four beauties of the academy, the object of many dreams. Tian Lu Qinglian, Lu Shiming. Numerous senior students gazed at the newcomer with admiration and awe. In the throng, a young girl looked at Xiang Chen with delight. She appeared to be around 16, donned in a flowing green dress, her face pure and charming, with bright, expressive almond-shaped eyes. Her figure was delicate, her demeanor reminiscent of a pristine lotus, unsullied by the muck of the world. Shiming, Xiang Chen exclaimed with a smile. Haha, Xiang Chen, it really is you. Lu Shiming rushed forward, parting the crowd, and with great enthusiasm, she embraced Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen was taken aback, the soft fragrance enveloping him. The surrounding senior students gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that one of the academies for beauties had thrown herself into the arms of a newcomer. How could this be? No, this cannot be true. Please tell me this is not real, my goddess. Damn it. What merits does this brat possess that allows him to be embraced by my goddess? Xiang Chen, I shall remember you. In that moment, countless envious glances filled with resentment were cast upon Xiang Chen, wishing to take his place. Xiang Chen, how I have missed you. I never thought you would truly come to the academy. Hee, I am so happy. Lu Shiming exclaimed, still holding on to Xiang Chen excitedly. Humph, that fellow is such a bore. Li Bei'er murmured with a huff. Brother Chen is remarkable, having just entered the academy. He has already attracted such a pure and enchanting beauty to his side. I am so envious. Wang Ying remarked with envy. Xiang Chen gazed at the multitude, feeling the intensity of their disdain, and patted Lu Shiming on the shoulder with a wry smile. My dear, your exuberance has drawn quite a bit of enmity towards me. Could you perhaps tone it down a little? Lu Shiming released him, giggling. Isn't it just joy that I feel? I'm delighted to see you again after such a long time. By the way, why do you seem shorter now? Yet, you are indeed more handsome than before. A breakthrough into the innate realm causes one to revert to youth, indeed. And you, too, have made commendable progress in surpassing the innate boundary. Xiang Chen replied with a grin. Of course. I am a genius as well, Lu Shiming beamed. Junior sister Lu. What merit does this fellow possess to warrant your embrace? Yifeng restrained his fury, his eyes glinting with menace as they fixated on Xiang Chen. He was one of those who harbored affections for Lu Shiming. Lu Shiming shot a glance at Yifeng and retorted. What business is it of yours whether I embrace him or not? Yifeng, what are you doing here? Yifeng, suppressing his anger, replied, Junior sister Lu. This fellow hails from a humble background, and embracing him would be beneath your dignity. Xiang Chen's expression darkened as he coldly countered. Humble? Is the place you were born in so noble? Yifeng, let me make this clear. Shiming is my woman. If she wishes to embrace me, who are you to object? Not only did we embrace, but we have also shared kisses. Do you have any objections? As he spoke, he leaned in and planted a kiss on Lu Shiming's cheek, casting a derisive glance at Yifeng. You, Xiang Chen, in the academy. I will kill you. Yifeng bellowed in a fit of rage, his murderous intent palpable. The onlookers were equally astonished, many of them displaying a fierce animosity towards Xiang Chen's boldness. Lu Shiming was momentarily taken aback, her mind echoing Xiang Chen's declaration. She was his woman. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she murmured shyly, You're talking nonsense. I haven't agreed to anything. I'll wait for you. If you dare to harm me, Xiang Chen, will not hesitate to eliminate you. He sneered. Junior sister Lu, tell me this isn't true. Yi Feng implored, his gaze filled with sorrow. Lu Ximing remained silent, her head bowed as she fiddled with her buttons, too bashful to affirm or deny it, fearing that a denial might provoke Xiang Chen's ire. The surrounding crowd, observing Lu Ximing's demeanor, could easily discern the underlying connection between the two. Very well, Xiang Chen, we have forged a profound enmity today. The days ahead are long. Let us see how I can bring about your demise. Yi Feng laughed bitterly, his heart swelling with humiliation and rage. If you have the capability, then act now instead of squawking here. You are exceedingly tedious and vexatious. Do you know that? Xiang Chen scoffed. Yi Feng's expression was frosty. Though anger coursed through him, he had not lost his reason and would not strike at Xiang Chen in front of the new students. You will soon understand the consequences of crossing me and the repercussions of offending our TNI society. Leave. Yi Feng commanded coldly, casting a lingering, pained glance at Lu Ximing before turning to depart. You're doomed, kid. Su Sun and the other members of the TNI society glared at Xiang Chen with murderous intent before following Yi Feng out. Xiang Chen merely chuckled, unperturbed. You embarrassed me just now, Lu Ximing scolded, giving him a playful glare. Xiang Chen smiled awkwardly and replied, I only did that to provoke that fellow. Please don't take it to heart. Lu Ximing's expression darkened upon hearing his words. Are you implying that your previous remarks were intended to provoke Yi Feng? Indeed. Who could blame me for disliking that arrogant fellow? Xiang Chen nodded in agreement. You, go to hell, you foul pig's trotters. Lu Ximing exclaimed in anger, fiercely stamping her foot on Xiang Chen's. Xiang Chen yelped in pain, cradling his foot, bewildered as to where he had erred. Bah, you scoundrel. Li Bauer stepped forward and stomped on Xiang Chen's other foot. He cried out, nearly losing his balance. Are both of you insane? Xiang Chen gritted his teeth in agony. Humph. Both women simultaneously snorted dismissively, casting him a glance before Lu Ximing turned to leave. Brother Chen, you simply do not understand. Based on my experience in teasing virtuous women, that young lady clearly has an affection for you. Yet you respond in such a manner. Alas, your emotional intelligence is woefully lacking. Wang Ying chimed in with a smirk. Get lost, you scoundrel. Xiang Chen stomped his foot down on Wang Ying's ass, prompting a pained cry from him as he clutched his foot. Enough, let us continue on, Wu Ling interjected, frowning. The group followed Wu Ling as they meandered through the western courtyard, eventually arriving at an expansive square. In the center of the square stood 3 monumental stone tablets. The central tablet, the most magnificent, shimmered with golden light, adorned with the images of a dragon and a phoenix, standing 10 zhang tall and exuding an extraordinary aura. On either side of the tablet were 2 rows of gilded characters. In this world, we emerge as the wind and clouds, standing proudly among the heroes. Dragon and Phoenix Tablet. Such grandiose claims. Etched upon the tablet were 4 names: Yi Tianjiao, Dugu Piaoxue, Dongfang Yuan, and Feng Yang. Adjacent to it were 2 slightly shorter silver tablets, each bearing a tiger motif and inscribed with numerous names, certainly no fewer than several dozen. There was also a bronze tablet nearby, engraved with an eagle design, also bearing many names, though neither of these tablets contained names as illustrious as those on the Golden Dragon and Phoenix tablet. Before you lies the Western Courtyard Square, a gathering place for various events. Do you see those 3 tablets? Wu Ling inquired. Indeed, what imposing monuments. The group nodded in agreement. Wu Ling continued. Those 3 tablets symbolize honor among the students of the Western Courtyard. The central one, known as the Dragon and Phoenix tablet, bears the inscription in this world. We emerge as the wind and clouds, standing proudly among the heroes. Have you noticed the 4 names inscribed upon it? They belong to the 4 greatest geniuses currently residing within the entire academy, the top talents from each of the 4 courtyards. Dugu Piaoxue, the foremost talent emerging from our Western Courtyard, broke through to the Soul Moon realm before the age of 30. Possessing an extraordinary swordsmanship and boasting victories over all peers of the same realm, which earned him the right to be inscribed upon the Dragon and Phoenix tablet. This tablet represents the pinnacle of honor within the academy. The other 3, Yi Tianjiao, Dongfang Yuan, and Feng Yang, are also the strongest geniuses from their respective courtyards, excelling in talent, strength, and cultivation. To be inscribed upon the Dragon and Phoenix tablet is to be recognized as a true paragon among men, destined for a boundless future. Wu Ling sighed. These 4 individuals, as long as they do not fall from grace, are certain to become the top powerhouses in the abyssal state, perhaps even achieving fame throughout the world. One must enter the Soul Moon realm before the age of 30 to earn a place upon this tablet. The disciples of the great merchant were left in utter astonishment. What constitutes a genius? This is the embodiment of genius. The Soul Moon realm. What an extraordinary concept. The number of formidable beings within the great merchant's Soul Moon realm is exceedingly rare, representing the pinnacle of strength in the great merchant. Yet, here stands someone who has achieved such heights even during their period as a student. How could they not be amazed? Most of the disciples within the academy strive tirelessly with the ultimate goal of entering the Dragon and Phoenix monuments, while your journey has only just begun. Ling cast a glance at the crowd, and then turned his gaze towards the silver and copper monuments, stating, "Next, we have the Tiger and Eagle monuments." The Tiger monument ranks the inner palace students. Those who place in the top 100 on the combat stage can gain entry. The Eagle monument ranks the outer courtyard students. If your strength places you among the top 100 in the western courtyard, you may enter its ranks. The Dragon and Phoenix monuments are revered by all 4 courtyards and the inner palace alike, while the Tiger monument ranks all inner palace students. As for the Eagle monument, it is established by the 4 courtyards themselves. As Ling elucidated, everyone gazed upon the monuments and rankings. Xiang Chen's attention was drawn to the Tiger monument, where the name Yi Tianxi held the 2nd position. Ling glanced at Xiang Chen and remarked, "Yi Tianxi is currently the strongest inner palace disciple from the western courtyard, ranking 2nd overall in the inner palace. Given your past encounters with him, you must be cautious. His influence among the Academy's disciples is formidable, and he commands many Yuan Yang realm students who have pledged allegiance to him." Xiang Chen nodded in appreciation, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, Elder Wu. Now that you have seen the Dragon and Phoenix monuments, I shall take you to your assigned residences. The living conditions at the Academy are quite splendid. Even for you outer courtyard disciples, each residence is a small courtyard with a practice room, kitchen, lavatory, living room, and bedroom." Shortly thereafter, Ling led them to a well-planned residential area, where they were allocated door numbers and keys for the vacant houses. Xiang Chen was assigned to residence No. 5 in District 9, Xiahou Wu to number 6, and Tian Yu to number 7, with most of the great merchant students located in this vicinity. Devote yourselves to diligent practice. The Academy offers a free training tower, and once you enter the inner palace, you will also have access to the Jade Dragon Peak for cultivation. The residences for inner palace disciples are equipped with spirit-gathering arrays. The rooms were already prepared with student robes, which were optional to wear, as well as the Academy's rules and a map for their perusal. Familiarize yourselves well. A surprise awaits you at the upcoming new student conference in a few days. Chapter 349, beginning with Xiang Chen. Meanwhile, Gongsun Xingtian and Li Bauer reported to the special departments of the weapon refining and alchemy guilds. Especially Gongsun Xingtian, a young genius in spirit weapon crafting, would undoubtedly receive special attention and privileges, while Li Bauer's talent in alchemy was equally remarkable. This will be our little home from now on. Take care, my friend. I shall see you shortly. Xiahou Wu entered his courtyard. See you soon. Xiang Chen also stepped into his own courtyard, with Tian Yu still following closely behind. The courtyard is quite minimalist, devoid of any significant objects. Upon entering the living room, one finds a table adorned with various items, including a set of azure garments, custom-made battle robes from the Academy, woven from precious silk, inscribed with mystical patterns. These robes are tailored to fit snugly, adjustable in size, and possess the capability to withstand extreme temperatures, both fire and water, along with a certain degree of defensive strength, valued at several thousand gold coins. Additionally, a map scroll hangs on the wall, depicting the layout of the Academy, indicating locations for meals and training towers, as well as areas deemed off-limits. There is also a small notebook containing the Academy's regulations. While private duels are permitted, the act of killing or debilitating another's cultivation within the Academy is strictly prohibited, except in designated areas such as the Death Valley, which serves as a venue for resolving irreconcilable conflicts. Xiang Chen scanned the various rules, committing them to memory, and then turned his gaze to the map. The Academy is indeed vast, its expanse comparable to the entirety of the royal city of the Great Xiang. The spiritual energy in this realm is exceptionally rich, even in the ordinary residential quarters. In the Academy, the outer court students undergo a 6-year term, with tuition fees payable annually. Failure to pay results in expulsion. There are also tasks available specifically designed for earning money or academic credits to cover tuition. Academic credits are essential for exchanging for martial arts techniques and skills within the academy. The library houses a collection of texts, and students can access it to exchange credits for martial arts knowledge once they meet the requirements. After 6 years, should a student reach the Yuanyang realm, they may advance to become inner court students, training on Yulong Peak. The term for inner court students lasts 10 years, culminating in graduation and the receipt of an academy diploma. This diploma facilitates an effortless entry into the Great Xia dynasty, allowing graduates to enlist in the military, paving the way for a promising future. Upon graduation, if one's cultivation is sufficient, there exists the option to join the academy, undergoing assessments to become a servant disciple or a teacher. Attaining this status allows one to reside within the academy for a lifetime, enjoying its benefits. In summary, this institution boasts an extraordinarily well-structured academic system. A new chapter in life is about to commence. Xiang Chen inhaled deeply and smiled, turning to the calm and indifferent Tianyu. Tianyu, come, give us a smile. Tianyu's lips curled into a foolish grin. Never mind. Perhaps it's better if you refrain from smiling. It's more unappealing than crying. Xiang Chen shook his head in exasperation. This fellow seemed as wooden as a log, lacking in emotional expression. Unable to smile or cry, he remained devoid of joy or sorrow. By the way, what is your background? Who are your parents? Have you recalled anything? Xiang Chen inquired as he settled into a chair and poured himself a bowl of water. I don't know. I feel like I have no parents. Tianyu replied indifferently. How could anyone possibly lack parents? Even beasts have mothers and fathers. Even if you are like a piece of wood, you must have roots. Xiang Chen frowned, realizing he had not yet uncovered the mystery of Tianyu's origins. This peculiar individual seemed intent on following him closely. Xiang Chen had examined Tianyu's physical form and confirmed his humanity, albeit with an unusual constitution. He was purely of the yang type. In humanity, the 5 elements correspond to various organs. The heart is associated with fire, the kidneys with water, the liver with wood, the spleen and stomach with earth, and the lungs with metal. Yet, Tianyu seemed to embody only one element, fire. This physique, known as the pure yang body, is exceedingly rare and ranks among the pinnacle of fire attribute cultivation physiques. I am unsure, Tianyu contemplated, shaking his head. Xiang Chen sighed, refraining from further inquiries. For he believed Tianyu was genuinely unaware. The eyes of a person cannot deceive. Brother Chen, let us dine. I am famished. Allow me to treat you. A voice boisterously interrupted from outside, belonging to none other than Wang Ying. Clad in academy attire, he was accompanied by Xiahou Wu, who had also changed into formal wear. Let us wait for Bauer and the others. I would like to sample the academy's cuisine as well. Xiang Chen remarked with a smile. A true food enthusiast at heart, he knew that indulging in food could refine one's vitality and bolster one's cultivation. Consuming human flesh is, in fact, a rather rapid pathway for demonic enhancement, as human vitality is robust, filled with essence and spirit. However, Xiang Chen had not sunk to such depths. Before long, Gong Sun Tian and Li Bauer returned. The 6 of them, Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, Tianyu, Wang Ying, and the 2 newcomers, set off to the academy's renowned dining hall. Though the cafeteria was a good 7 to 8 kilometers away, it would take them merely a few minutes given their pace. The dining hall resembled a grand black palace, adorned at the entrance with a towering statue of an exotic beast. The plaque bore the inscription, "Savor the myriad flavors of the world, ascend the pinnacle of martial arts." The dining hall of Taotai. The hall bustled with activity, as numerous new and returning students came and went. Inside, there were many counters, each displaying a menu with prices and classifications. The most basic, budget-friendly meal was a monetary package costing merely 10 gold coins, frequented by the more impoverished students. Higher-tier options included a low-grade spiritual energy package for 1 spirit coin, a mid-range package for 10 spirit coins, and the most extravagant, a premium package costing 100 spirit coins. The pricier meals were valued at over 10,000 gold coins. The cafeteria was vast, furnished with numerous tables and benches, capable of accommodating thousands of diners simultaneously. At that moment, several thousand students filled the hall, creating a lively atmosphere. It's quite expensive, Brother Chen. I can't afford the best. Let me treat everyone to the mid-tier spiritual energy package, Wang Ying said with an awkward smile. We can cover our own expenses. Xiang Chen replied, shaking his head. Oh no, you are the leader. I insisted I would treat this time. You all stay put. I'll fetch the food. Wang Ying cheerfully declared as he hurried off. Make it 7 portions. Xiao Bai also eats, he added, referring to the little white tiger. How could such a spoiled scion like Wang Ying ever be made to submit? Li Baoer had heard tales of his notorious reputation in the great merchant city. Xiang Chen gently stroked the head of his little white tiger and chuckled. This story begins with Xiang. Are you certain you wish to hear? After recounting how he dealt with Wang Ying, Li Baoer turned pale, her stomach churning. You are too wicked. How am I ever to eat after this? You scoundrel? She admonished him with a sharp pinch. Ha ha, Baoer, if you cannot eat, I shall gladly take your share. You should have seen the scene back then, so exhilarating. Xiaohu laughed. Enough. You are both revolting. I swear I will never dine with Wang Ying again. Li Baoer exclaimed, her stomach roiling. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the hall. Chapter 350. All ruined in front of a mid-tier spiritual energy package window. Several individuals surrounded a young man, ruthlessly trampling him. Who do you think you are? A mere freshman, just admitted to the academy, daring to cut in line? A burly youth, towering at nearly 2 meters, seized Wang Ying by the hair and sneered. You clueless fool, Xiaoya, teach him a lesson. Let the other newcomers see what happens when they dare to cut in line. The senior students nearby chuckled derisively. The imposing youth named Xiaoya raised his hand and struck Wang Ying twice. Ah! Wang Ying screamed in agony, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and furiously shouted, Do you know who I am? My father is a duke of the great merchant empire. You dare to hit me? You are doomed. A duke of the great merchant empire? Huh. You dare to act tough, coming from such a tiny place? You are courting death. Xiaoya delivered a fierce kick to Wang Ying's abdomen, sending him flying and causing him to spit blood. Still not satisfied, Xiaoya leaped forward and unleashed a powerful strike, channeling his innate energy. Crack! Oh! Wang Ying screamed as his hand was crushed, his arm breaking with a sickening sound. You, a student from the merchant empire, hold the lowest status in the academy. Remember this. If you continue to disregard the rules, I will break your limbs. Xiaoya raised his foot, preparing to stomp on Wang Ying's head with a cold smile. Boom. However, his foot was intercepted just above Wang Ying's head. A wave of dark energy exploding forth. Xiaoya was taken aback, astonished by the sudden appearance of a young man. This youth, with his long, snow-white hair tied back, possessed striking features. Were it not for his hairstyle, attire, and Adam's apple signifying his masculinity, one might easily mistake him for a beautiful maiden. Ah Chun, brother Chun. Wang Ying cried out from the ground, cradling his injured arm. Xiaoya's expression turned icy as he exerted more force to stomp down. Yet, he found himself unable to press down even a fraction further. Who are you? Xiaoya asked coldly. He cut in line, which was wrong. But why did you break his arm? Looking up, Xiang Chen regarded the much taller student, whose cultivation level was at the 4th stage of the innate realm. With a frigid gaze, he is ignorant of the rules. Just a mere freshman daring to cut in line. Breaking one of his arms is merely a small lesson. It seems you are also a newcomer. It's best not to meddle in others' affairs. As he spoke, Xiaoya raised his foot, preparing to strike Wang Ying's other arm with full force. Xiang Chen, however, unleashed a powerful kick, channeling his dragon elephant strength. Bang! The 2 feet collided, and the forces of their energies erupted. Ah! Xiaoya screamed, as his leg was shattered by Xiang Chen's kick. He stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground, clutching his leg in agony. My leg! My leg! You wretched brat! How dare you break my leg? Xiaoya howled in pain, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Xiang Chen. He is mine. You broke his arm, so I broke your leg. That is only fair. Xiang Chen replied coldly, withdrawing his leg and standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Wang Ziyage chicken, you are utterly useless. Get up quickly. Xiahou Wu hastily helped Wang Ying to his feet, who appeared pale from the pain. Xiaoya's companions were furious and quickly assisted him as well. You little beast, are you seeking death? The 4 senior students glared angrily at Xiang Chen. Gong Sun Sheng, Tian Yu, and Li Beier stood behind Xiang Chen. Xiao Chong, brothers. Incapacitate him, break his legs. Xiaoya roared. You dare to break my brother's legs? I shall render you crippled, begging for mercy on your knees. A robust student, equal in stature to Xiaoya, approached with a fierce voice, a powerful aura of the 5th stage of the innate realm emanating from him. Huh? You want my brother to kneel in submission? You must be dreaming. Just for that statement, I will shatter your teeth and then break your legs. Xiahou Wu stepped forward with a sneer, positioning himself in front of Xiang Chen, releasing the aura of the 3rd stage of the innate realm. Remarkably, compared to a month ago, Xiahou Wu's cultivation had indeed advanced by one stage. Monkeys, incapacitate them all, Xiang Chen stated indifferently. The third stage of the innate realm dares to act so arrogantly, seeking death. Xiao Chong laughed with rage, then with a loud roar, charged directly at Xiahou Wu, unleashing a powerful punch infused with true energy. The tiles of the cafeteria floor glowed with protective runes. Meanwhile, numerous students gathered around, retreating 20 meters to witness the unfolding scene. In the academy, disputes and fights were commonplace. An institution governed by martial prowess would naturally not prohibit them, as long as no lives were lost. Who are those brats? How audacious to provoke the seniors. Indeed, the third stage of the innate realm dares to challenge the fifth stage, seeking death? It's Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. The surrounding new and old students murmured, with several senior students recognizing Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. Die? Who? Xiao Chong's punch unleashed a powerful blue true energy, enveloping the area with a violent gale of fists. The force of this punch was equivalent to 50,000 pounds, surpassing the explosive power of an ordinary third-stage innate martial artist by at least 20,000 pounds. However, Xiahou Wu stood calmly, refusing to evade. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch radiating blinding golden light, a formidable battle aura surging forth from his body. Boom! As this punch struck, a roar akin to a tiger's echoed. Bang! The two fists collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Chong let out a shriek as an overwhelmingly domineering force surged into his arm, akin to an iron drill. Crack! His arm, the bones of his fist, shattered with a resounding crack. Xiao Chong spat blood, flying backward. Xiahou Wu lunged forward like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, faster than his opponent could recover. He seized Xiao Chong's leg and slammed it forcefully into the ground. Boom! Ah! Xiao Chong screamed, crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his leg broken. How is this possible? The onlookers, regaining their senses, gazed in shock, their mouths agape at the spectacle. Hee! Xiahou Wu approached with a cold smile, delivering a brutal kick to Xiao Chong's mouth. Ugh! Xiao Chong howled in agony, blood erupting from his mouth as all his teeth shattered, his mouth a gruesome mess. He rolled away over 20 meters, wailing in pain, expelling blood mixed with fragments of teeth. With such audacity, do you think you can teach my brother a lesson? Mocked Xiahou Wu, clapping his hands, a display of utter dominance. This fellow is remarkably formidable. Are there truly such terrifyingly powerful individuals among this new cohort? The surrounding students looked on in astonishment at Xiahou Wu. You brute! Damn it, kid, perish! Roared his three companions, their fury igniting as they unleashed their true essence, charging toward Xiahou Wu, each at the innate realm of the fourth or fifth level. Brother Xiahou, be careful! Gongsun Xingtian shouted, ready to intervene. However, Xiang Chen calmly restrained Gongsun Xingtian, saying, Do not rush, my friend. These few are no match for a monkey's meal. Cloud-splitting palm, crimson flame fist, gale kick. The trio shouted in unison, activating their martial arts. One unleashed a powerful palm strike, the fierce wind pressure coalescing into a forceful blow aimed at Xiahou Wu. Another ignited a fierce flame with his fist, the punch resembling a fiery explosion. The last leapt into the air, his legs moving like a tempest, targeting Xiahou Wu's head with rapid kicks. Their combined assault was formidable, capable of overwhelming even a fifth-level innate master. Yet, Xiahou Wu merely sneered. His foot radiated golden battle energy as he stepped forward, executing the war god stomp. An explosion of golden shockwaves erupted from his center, surging up to 10 meters high and shaking the earth beneath him. Boom! The cloud-splitting palm was shattered by the blast, the flame fist disintegrated, and the assailant who had leaped to deliver his kicks was sent flying by the force, his legs struck by a wave of energy. Bang! 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 The trio cried out in agony, blood spilling from their mouths as they were hurled back, each flying over 10 meters, suffering internal injuries. They gazed at Xiahou Wu in disbelief, their eyes filled with terror. Such a single stomp had dismantled their martial arts and sent them reeling. Is this giant truly that powerful? Indeed, what martial arts was that? With just one stomp, he unleashed such terrifying might. Is he really a newcomer? How old could he possibly be? And that handsome newcomer, who just a moment ago had shattered Xiao Ye's leg with a single kick, these two possess remarkable strength. The surrounding students stared in awe at Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen approached the few who lay on the ground, coldly stating, If my people err due to ignorance of the rules, I shall discipline them. Only I have the right to strike, if anyone dares to harm my people. This shall be their fate. The pallor of their faces reflected their fear, and they dared not respond. Xiahou Wu, with a brazen grin, declared, "You lot are scarcely enough to warm me up. Depart, and remember what my brother said. Should I see you again, I will strike once more." "How infuriating!" one of them exclaimed, hastily assisting the stunned Xiao Chong and Xiaoya, helping them away from the scene. The trio fled in disarray. Wang Ying, arms crossed, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Chen. Thank you, Brother Xiao." "Humph, with such poor skills, how can you act so arrogantly?" Wang Ziajiji. "Do you think this is still the great merchant's territory?" Xiahou Wu scoffed disdainfully. Xiang Chen's expression remained indifferent as he addressed Wang Xiaoji. "Remember, this is not Deshang. Temper your frivolous disposition. If you wish to associate with me, I will protect you. However, should you dare to engage in acts of tyranny against the weak or bully others, I will be the first to bring you down. Here, you may exhibit arrogance, but it must be backed by strength." "Yes, Brother Chun, I was wrong. I simply needed time to adjust," Wang Ying replied with a bitter tone. Having been accustomed to his tyrannical reign in Deshang, Xiang Chen sighed and beckoned him closer. "Brother Chun, please don't hit me." Wang Ying retreated in fear. For thus far in his life, he had feared no one, except for Xiang Chen. "I am merely here to heal your injuries," Xiang Chen remarked, somewhat irritated. "Oh, thank you, Brother Chun. I am deeply moved. From now on, I shall be your loyal follower. If you command me to go east, I shall not venture west." Wang Ying approached with a grin. "Be quiet," Xiang Chen said as he grasped Wang Ying's arm, channeling his vital energy into it. The broken bones began to mend immediately, slowly healing. "Monkey, go fetch the meal. Wang Xiaoji is treating us," Xiang Chen instructed Xiahou Wu. "Sure thing. Goodness, I am even hungrier after all this action." "Wang Xiaoji, I shall need 2 portions." Xiahou Wu responded eagerly as he went to retrieve the food. "Brother Monkey, I will treat you to 3 portions." Wang Ying shouted after him. As Xiahou Wu approached the food counter, the crowd parted, granting him passage, for strength commands respect. None beneath the 6th or 7th level of the innate realm dared to provoke Xiahou Wu. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, the world will yield a path. It is the weak who find themselves obstructed. Xiahou Wu swiftly exchanged spirit coins and returned with the meal. The food was neatly arranged in large boxes, each divided into 4 layers. The first layer contained a large bowl of spirit rice, each grain shimmering and infused with rich spiritual energy. The subsequent layers held 2 dishes and a soup, featuring both meat from innate realm beasts and precious vegetables, all cooked in spring water, making the 10 spirit coins well worth the price. Such a meal could equate to 2 days of qi refining practice, and the taste was delightful. After feasting on Wang Ying's treat, the group departed and made their way to the inner palace area. Xiahou Wu stated, "According to the information we obtained from Wu Ling, my sister Qingqing is cultivating in the inner palace area, but we are unsure of her exact location." As they hurried along the path, Xiang Chen remarked, "There are not many who can enter the inner palace for special training at the innate realm level. Once we reach the inner palace area, it should be easy to gather information." "Indeed, you are correct," the others agreed, their speed astonishing as they ran like leopards. After more than 30 minutes, they finally arrived at the outer perimeter of the inner palace area. The expanse was vast, though the residences were fewer and more exquisitely luxurious, some even being self-built palaces, all surrounded by high walls, with guards stationed at the entrance. The spiritual energy in the inner palace area was significantly denser than that in the outer courtyard. It was predominantly inhabited by powerful students at the Yuanyang realm. Several individuals approached the grand entrance, where Xiahou Wu remarked, "Old Wu Ling stated that after I pass a certain assessment, I shall be permitted to reside within. Dog, when the time comes, you should move in with me." Xiang Chen chuckled, "Rest assured, it won't be long. I shall secure my place through my own prowess. As long as I rank among the top 5 on the Eagle list, I will gain early access to reside and cultivate within the inner palace." As Xiang Chen led the 3 companions forward, they were immediately intercepted by 2 students stationed at the entrance. "Halt! This is the residence of the senior brothers of the inner palace, not a place for you to wander. Depart at once," one of the students commanded. Asserting his role as a guard from the outer academy, Gongsun Xingtian produced a golden token and declared, "I am a special student of the academy's artifact forging department, a spirit-level artifact master, and I possess the right to dwell within the inner palace. Stand aside." Upon hearing spirit-level artifact master, the two guards exhibited a flicker of astonishment, quickly shifting to a demeanor of utmost respect. Spirit master, please proceed. Gongsun Xingtian's immediate authority underscored the esteemed status of a spirit-level artifact master. Thank you, he replied graciously, preparing to escort Xiahou Wu and the others inside. However, at that moment,